This individual is someone we should pay close attention to. In his previous life he was the most fearsome mad devil in history. Surrounded by millions he eventually met his end, only to be reincarnated as a good-for-nothing young master. He thought he would have to start from scratch, but for some unknown reason this body was that of an unparalleled genius. Having cultivated overnight and regained his past skills, his power is beyond discussion. He was undeniably the strongest, but his madness was equally potent. He mowed down the martial world's top experts like cutting grass, and even when besieged by thousands, a few casual sword swings sent his opponents to the underworld. His martial arts techniques were unprecedented. A single palm strike could shake the earth. Now without further ado, let's begin. Tens of thousands of feet below, in a deep abyss, a young man stood on a rock's edge and said, "This place reminds me of the past. The days when I yearned to become the god of war. A dream I wanted to achieve no matter the difficulty. Every time I spoke of that dream, everyone mocked me as if I were insane. But like a true madman, I trained day and night, pouring all my effort into reaching that dream. I firmly believed that even if I couldn't become the god of war, the harsh training itself would be enough, but now I realize it was never enough." Just then, a loud shout came from behind him. "Mad Devil, stop wasting time and hand over the heavenly bead you stole from our cult," his opponent shouted. The group behind him was the Mad Cult, the left arm of Guangmiang. The Mad Devil turned slightly and replied, "You hounds of Guangmiang, can't you see I'm talking to myself? What difference can your nonsensical blabbering make? You were destined to die anyway. And while it's commendable you've escaped this far, it ends now." The Mad Devil held a red heavenly bead in his hand. He asked his opponent, "This is the heavenly bead you're talking about, right? Should I just toss it down here?" The opponent quickly replied, All right, I said I was sorry, didn't I? Keep talking." The Mad Devil remained silent, letting the wind blow past him. Then he resumed his monologue. "I was originally a genius of fighting spirit, a lord of schemes, an emperor of tactics, a god of chaos, a saint of love, and someone who could never fall into love's trap. At the same time, I was a mad drinker and particularly skilled in qigong." "Hey, that's just what you think," the Mad Cult leader said. "Especially the love trap. The only reason you never fell into it is because no woman would ever like a guy like you. All the women by your side were our doing, and everyone in this world knows it." Hearing that, the Mad Devil glared at him, fire seeming to spark from his eyes, and held out the heavenly bead, saying, "Should I drop this?" The opponent quickly replied again, "I said I was sorry, didn't I? Keep going. To become the god of war I trained myself madly and severely, and that's who I am." The Mad Cult leader and his subordinates looked up at the Mad Devil and asked again, Hey, aren't you done yet?" The Mad Devil replied, "Not yet, but after recent battles everything has become meaningless. The journey I endured to bring justice to this world." The Mad Cult leader asked, "Justice? Then aren't you the enemy of all righteous sects? You are far more heinous than I am, although I am a member of the Mad Cult. Isn't that why the righteous sects put your name, Mad Devil, at the top of the wanted list?" At this, the Mad Devil again pulled out the heavenly bead and threatened, "Should I just throw it away?" The Mad Cult leader forcibly suppressed his anger and replied, "Forgive me for angering you. Seeing you, the left arm of Guangmiang, endure such humiliation, this item must truly be important. Besides, I've killed over 100 elite warriors of the Mad Cult while you were chasing me, so you're quite patient," the Mad Devil said. The Mad Cult leader, in a voice choked with rage, spat out each syllable, "Mad Devil, just because I gave you a chance to speak doesn't mean you can blabber whatever you want." The Mad Devil silently watched the Mad Cult members, then said as if lost in thought, "This murderous intent, you clearly want to kill me, don't you? I respect your decision. Let's end this fight, but before that I need to throw this away. It's not good to keep holding on to it during a battle." As the Mad Devil was about to throw the heavenly bead into the abyss, the Mad Cult leader was startled. He quickly intervened. Wait, I'm sorry, I went too far. Can we negotiate for a moment?" Negotiate?" The Mad Devil shouted in an enraged voice. "You've been chasing me for days with an inescapable net, not giving me a single moment of rest. Because of you I haven't eaten or slept. I didn't even have time to relieve myself. Do you know how unpleasant that was for me?" The Mad Cult leader immediately explained, "My point is, that was our goal. Isn't that what an inescapable net is for?" As the Mad Devil raised his hand, the Mad Cult leader warily asked, "What on earth are you trying to do? What? I'm just going to hit you all with a very painful blow, Unexpectedly, the Mad Devil put the entire heavenly bead into his mouth. As if time had stopped, the Mad Cult members froze. The Mad Cult leader in particular broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe the sight before his eyes. Surprising," the Mad Devil said. "It's like a peach." The Mad Cult leader quickly shouted, "You lunatic, did you really swallow that?" The Mad Devil remained silent for a moment, then scoffed, "Judging by your reaction, it seems eating this was the right decision." The Mad Cult leader was so furious that veins bulged in his eyes. He yelled out orders, "Kill him, no, capture him alive, alive. I will tear him limb from limb and offer him to the cult master." His subordinates immediately charged. As ordered, the Mad Cult members rushed at the Mad Devil like a swarm of ants. The Mad Devil calmly extended his foot forward, turned his body and took a stance to unleash a technique. One Mad Cult member charged first, swiftly swinging his sword at the Mad Devil. but the mad devil agilely dodged and counterattacked with a punch, sending him flying, blood splattered, and another rushed forward. The mad devil easily struck him down, then dozens charged simultaneously, but with the protagonist's power, the mad devil surged forward, grabbed one sword, and made him tremble. He continued to attack barehanded, pushing back the mad cult members and gravely injuring them all. Seeing this, the others held their swords defensively, their hands trembling, unable to charge further. "Hey, you hounds of Guangmiang," the mad devil shouted loudly. "How long do you plan to let your subordinates die in your stead? You've wasted days, depleting my strength and exhausting me. Isn't it about time you showed yourself? All right, I'll take care of you myself," the mad cult leader replied. Then with dignity he shouted at his subordinates, "Stand back." The mad devil looked at him and said, "Indeed, like a turtle with a guilty conscience. Didn't I show up while I was still full of vigor?" "Silence!" the mad cult leader roared, soaring rapidly into the air, strange light emanating around his body. The mad devil also immediately summoned a technique, his hands glowing with golden energy, and shouted loudly, "If you dare, come at me." The mad cult leader, emitting a smooth white energy, rushed at the protagonist like a storm. "You damned bastard," he yelled. But at that moment the mad devil suddenly spat blood, thinking inwardly, "HMPH, gathering chi in my danjon only worsens my previous internal injuries, but you, hound of Guangmiang, will join me in the grave." "Iron ground, mad devil," the mad devil shouted loudly, and the two charged at each other, emitting dazzling light energy. The mad cult members quickly covered their eyes from the glare, and where the two had clashed only a deep crater and shattered rocks remained, with thick dust billowing upwards. The mad devil suddenly burst out of the dust cloud, spitting blood, thinking inwardly, "This guy is too strong. Can a person as injured as I am truly not handle him?" The mad cult leader also stood in a pool of blood, thinking, "Mad devil, I didn't expect him to be this strong with such a broken body. He's far more dangerous than I imagined." But then, before his eyes, he saw the mad devil slowly falling. "No," he wailed. "Ha, not bad," the mad devil said. "Cult leader, you will all meet a lonely death. Die." The mad cult leader clutched his injured arm, watching the protagonist helplessly. He looked down into the abyss whose depth was unknown, where the mad devil had fallen. He shouted loudly, "You all descend into the abyss immediately. We must at least retrieve his body." But at least I fought until my last breath before going to the underworld. This time, as the mad devil, I killed many elite warriors of the mad cult and even stole and swallowed the mad cult's sect-protecting treasure. I can truly say my life was happy enough. If the Martial Alliance learns of this incident, will they bestow upon me the title of God of War? But now I don't think that matters either. More importantly, what on earth happened to me? I didn't even know what a woman's scent was like until I died. The mad devil thought, suspended in midair, then suddenly fell into another space. The mad devil looked around, bewildered, saying, "Where is this place?" Then a white-haired old man appeared and said, "You who swallowed a demon and calmed your soul are truly remarkable." After that, the old man floated into the air. "That old man is incredibly strong," the mad devil thought. The white-haired old man replied, "That is not important now. The heavenly bead you just swallowed holds the souls of countless outstanding martial artists. Now that you have consumed it, the souls that could not go to heaven will parasitize your soul. When you sleep, those souls will awaken you, and when you eat, those souls will share the same sensations, and they will cling to everyone you touch. Thus your qigong will become wild and uncontrollable." The mad devil tensed and asked, "My qigong will run wild? I like that. Does that mean I can become even stronger?" The mad devil said excitedly. The white-haired old man then looked at him with a judging gaze. The old man thought inwardly, "Is this fool an idiot? Does he think it's a good thing for qigong to run wild?" "I ask you," the old man said, lowering his voice, "why did you swallow that heavenly bead?" The mad devil felt a chill and thought, "Those sharp eyes, as if they want to kill me. This old man possesses power beyond my imagination. If I don't give him the answer he wants, I'm surely going to die. No, I might even turn to dust. Answer honestly," the old man urged. The mad devil replied, "At that time I swallowed it not out of greed. I merely wanted to prevent the mad cult leader from swallowing it." "Why?" the mad devil continued. "I despise him. To him, others are no different from insects. If such a man were to grow stronger, I dare not imagine what would happen." Hearing that, the old man said, "You dislike him because he doesn't regard other people as human, so you didn't consume it because you craved power, did you?" The old man stroked his beard in thought, then smiled and said, "Good, you've done a good deed. That is an excellent answer." The mad devil finally let out a sigh of relief. The white-haired old man continued to speak to him. "This new life is your last chance. I will no longer be able to help you, for I myself must be punished." "What do you mean, old man? This is the best I can do for you, and the greatest gift you can receive." At this, the heavenly bead lay in the center of the white-haired old man's palm. What? The mad devil's entire body suddenly began to glow. The scene shifted to a peaceful house behind a mountain. The mad devil suddenly shot up from his bed. He looked at everything around him with surprised eyes. His entire body was glowing. "The inn where I stayed when I was young, its name was J-Ra-Ha." At this, he stood up blankly. His eyes quickly scanned the objects in the room. A familiar sensation washed over him. "That's right, this is definitely my room. It doesn't seem like a dream. What on earth happened?" The mad devil was lost in deep thought. "I was only about 5 or 6 years old when I was here. Wait," he suddenly realized. "Does that mean I can start cultivating martial arts a few years earlier than before, and once I've mastered it, this mad devil will be able to increase his power much faster than before?" The mad devil trembled, clenched his fists, and smiled with determination. This time I will definitely be stronger than ever. Arg, he suddenly cried out. An injury? When did I get hit? Stepping outside, the inn's living room was in disarray, with tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks all broken. It was already completely destroyed. If this happened, then it must have been that time. The mad devil began to retrace his memories. Hey, little waiter, I heard you're working hard to earn money. Little one, what do you plan to do with that money? A customer asked him. He thought inwardly, I can't say that my parents died and I completely lost my purpose. What should I say? They're just passing customers, so maybe I'll make a joke. Actually, my dream is to hear the song of Elder E. Hyang of the Cherry Blossom Brothel. That was the little waiter's humble dream. At this, people murmured and talked. Did you hear? That little waiter from the Mad Devil Tavern. He's working so hard because he wants to enjoy a spring dream with Elder E. Hyang. The elder is truly amazing. I always wondered why he was so obsessed with money. What a failure he is, the Mad Devil thought. I merely joked about Elder E. Hyang, the most famous woman in Ugong Town, and that damned rumor. Seeing the state of this tavern, I truly have returned to that time. Everything is shattered. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. They beat me senseless and destroyed the entire tavern, all for that reason. Why? First, I need to check the condition of my physical body and decide what to do next. At this, the Mad Devil sat cross-legged in the room. He closed his eyes and thought, first I need to cultivate the iron ground traversing art that I, as the Mad Devil, used in my previous life. He closed his eyes and concentrated deeply, and the Heavenly Bead appeared. Gee, why do I have origin energy in my body? Back then I didn't have a single bit of origin energy, but now it's so abundant. I don't know the cause, but luck is luck, so I'll start cultivating the iron ground traversing art first. The Mad Devil squeezed his eyes shut, and streams of energy swirled around him. At this, the sun slowly set behind the mountains, and soon the sky was completely dark. Then the Mad Devil opened his eyes and murmured, I can't believe it. Although I had mastered it once, to achieve the first layer of the iron ground traversing art so easily, this is the best I can do for you, and the greatest gift you can receive. Was that what the old man meant? If so, the origin energy in this weak body must be because of the Heavenly Bead I swallowed. But it's shameful that half of that origin energy is still dormant. But then he suddenly smiled. Stretching, he thought, well, it's fine, there's no rush. I already have a considerable amount of origin energy, so who can imagine how strong this Mad Devil will become? At this, his stomach rumbled with hunger. It's been quite a while since I used my heart art. I should take a quick look around Ugong Town. With that thought, the Mad Devil entered the town. It was already time for everyone to sleep, and the streets were somewhat deserted, with fragrant, steaming bun stalls along the roadside. The Mad Devil thought, everything is slowly coming back to me. A man sat in a chair picking his teeth. He seemed to recognize the Mad Devil. Man said to Mad Devil, isn't that the little waiter from Raha Inn? He's alive? I heard he got a terrible beating a few days ago, but he still seems fine. Seeing him wander around Tisk, he's truly a failure. Mad Devil ignored him, thinking, yes, the old me was exactly like that. Everyone abused me just because I was the inn's little waiter. Damn, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Mad Devil stopped in front of a blue tower and muttered, this place reminds me of the Peach Blossom Brothel. Then past memories surfaced. This idiotic fool. Aren't you just trying to get into bed with our Peach Blossom Brothel's peerless beauty? E. Hyang, how dare a lowly little waiter like you even think of coveting Elder E. Hyang? I'll make sure you never utter such nonsense again. The Peach Blossom Brothel soldiers continued to beat him, and he said, no, I didn't say that. Then Mad Devil glanced up and thought, Elder E. Hyang, why are you looking at me like that? I really didn't say that. His thin, small body had to endure the beating from 4 burly men from the Peach Blossom Brothel, and he returned, covered in wounds. In front of the open Raha Inn, passers-by whispered, did you see that kid who got beaten this morning? He was totally wrecked, he thought to himself. But why? What did I do wrong? Mad Devil cried bitterly. Returning to the present, Mad Devil said, haha, yes, even I, Mad Devil, had such times, but the timing of my return couldn't be more perfect. Good, I'll clear up this misunderstanding soon. Just then a voice came from behind him. Hey, little waiter, what are you staring at? What, are you daring to set the entire Peach Blossom Brothel on fire? Do you, a failure like you, even have the courage to set a fire? You'll just be too scared to do anything but cry. Mad Devil stared intently at his opponent with a puzzled expression. The opponent proudly mocked him. I saw you get beaten almost to death a few days ago, but you still seem fine. Surprisingly, you're not dead yet. But after getting beaten that badly, why not just stay cooped up in the inn? Why come crawling out? Why no answer? Were you beaten so hard that you went deaf? Humph, what's your name? The man intensely ridiculed Mad Devil. Then he suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, damn you bastard. But Mad Devil quickly dodged the punch and immediately retaliated, striking the opponent hard in the face. He immediately fell backward, collapsed on the ground and didn't move. Mad Devil turned around and muttered, why is he hesitating when I just asked for his name? What was that guy's name again? At this moment, Mad Devil also arrived at the Peach Blossom Brothel. The doorman saw him and cursed under his breath. Damn, what were you doing here a few days ago, little waiter? Did you get beaten? Mad Devil calmly replied, is that how you greet customers? The doorman exploded in rage and shouted loudly, damn little waiter. He rushed forward to attack the protagonist, but Mad Devil skillfully dodged. Then he slammed his hand hard into the opponent's face, instantly knocking him to the ground. Ah, the doorman immediately rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth, barely able to breathe. After knocking him down, Mad Devil lightly dusted off his clothes and leisurely entered the Peach Blossom brothel. Customer service is truly terrible. There's no sense of hospitality to be found. Then he lightly pushed open both doors. Inside, it was a bustling scene of customers loudly eating and drinking. Mad Devil gave a light, mysterious smile, then suddenly shouted loudly, "What are you all doing? You should be greeting customers." Everyone was startled and looked at him. From the customers to the waitstaff, everyone did. At this moment, a white-haired man appeared on the stairs, looking down at Mad Devil. He looked at Mad Devil standing by the door with a satisfied expression. Mad Devil continued to shout, "What are you all doing? You should be greeting customers." People began to whisper, "Hey, isn't that the little waiter from Raha Inn, right? Did he get beaten so hard his brain turned to mush?" Other soldiers approached Mad Devil threateningly. "You're a bit presumptuous, aren't you?" "Where do you think you are?" Mad Devil replied. "Why ask the obvious? I'm here to drink. Do you think I don't know this place?" "What?" The two soldiers lowered their voices, disbelieving Mad Devil's confident attitude. "You're truly arrogant. Let him in." Mad Devil looked in the direction of the voice and thought, "Ah, I remember. Cha Zun Ta-E, the old owner of the Peach Blossom brothel." "Cha Zun Ta-E," he continued. "You've never turned away a customer who came to enjoy wine for many years, have you? After all, a customer is a customer." Mad Devil looked at Cha Zun Ta-E with slightly narrowed eyes, then quickly motioned to the doorman and said, "Didn't you hear? He's the little waiter from Raha Inn. Prepare him the finest wine. When else will he be able to come here? Treat him well." People immediately replied, "As you command, Laoban boss." This way. A waiter led the protagonist to a spacious private room and asked with a dismissive attitude, "What wine would you like?" Mad Devil replied, "Do you think I've never been to a luxurious place like this? Bring me the most expensive one." The opponent said unpleasantly, "Hey, look at how you're talking." Mad Devil plopped down in a chair and provoked, "What, you don't like me because I treat you lightly? Then should I apologize to you, you dog? Bring the finest wine to this waiter." The doorman's face twisted in anger. He gritted his teeth and glared at the protagonist, thinking, "Is this bastard crazy? If it weren't for Elder Cha Zun Ta-E's orders, I wouldn't let this young man off." He opened his mouth. Mad Devil sat there, smiling triumphantly. Mad Devil sat cross-legged and enjoyed the table full of delicious food. Then he asked the woman standing next to him, "What kind of premium wine is this?" She replied softly, "This is Russian goji berry wine. Vodka goji berry wine, to be exact." Then Mad Devil asked, "Is Yi Haiyang here too?" The woman replied, "Our Laoban would go mad. I heard that you, sir, were involved with Yi Haiyang a few days ago and got beaten." Mad Devil said, "Ha, everyone in Ugong town knows I got beaten. Don't worry about such trivial matters. Just bring her here." The woman looked at him helplessly, then sighed and said, "I will convey your message." Then she left the room, leaving the protagonist alone. Mad Devil looked at the wineglass and said, "How are they making fun of me? This color and aroma, it's not even third-rate swill. Truly con artists." At this moment the room was still very quiet. But a few seconds later a soldier kicked open the door and shouted loudly, "You scoundrel, who do you think you are? Did you give your brain to the dogs?" Mad Devil pondered, looking up, and said, "Is it wrong for me to come to a brothel and enjoy fine wine? And why do you keep calling me a scoundrel?" The doorman's face darkened, having been counterattacked. "What?" Mad Devil put down his wineglass and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you're Dong Jiue. Hey Dong Jiue, I'll treat you to a drink, so come over here." Dong Jiue said angrily, "Ha, this guy, what did he eat wrong today? Hey, this guy, what's wrong? Did we hit your head too hard last time?" Mad Devil remained calm, filled the wineglass and said nothing. Then he lightly raised the wineglass and offered it to Dong Jiue. Dong Jiue took it and said threateningly, "Don't mess up, you can run away after drinking it, before everything gets worse." Mad Devil heard that and replied, "Hey Dong Jiue," but he immediately slammed his hand hard on the table. "Bang, you bastard." Dong Jiue suddenly flared up and looked at his hand on the table. Mad Devil suddenly slammed Dong Jiue's hand again with his own, looking at him with a firm expression. At this moment Dong Jiue looked in pain and red veins popped out on his face. "Ah!" Mad Devil pulled his hand away, picked up the wineglass with his other hand and said, "Dong Jiue, why does it have to be like this? I just wanted to quietly enjoy some delicious wine and meet Yi Haiyang. But why do you keep rushing at me like dogs waiting for bones?" Just then, Yi Haiyang suddenly opened the door and entered. Displeasure was clearly etched on her beautiful face. She said, "Lord Dong Jiue, please leave." Dong Jiue raised his bloodied hand. Mad Devil also said, "Yes, that's right. Dong Jiue, hurry and leave." Dong Jiue did not hesitate and quickly darted outside, and Yi Haiyang sat there facing Mad Devil. The handsome Mad Devil glanced at her and smiled slightly. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Haiyang asked, frowning. The devil replied, "Ah, it's nothing. Did I laugh? Do I, a waiter, have to suppress my emotions even in a place like this?" Yi Haiyang said, "Do you think this is so funny, or do you think our guards and Laoban will just stand by? Since I came myself, there will be no extra charge. But vodka goji berry wine is not cheap at all, and there's also the cost of treating Lord Dong Jiue's injuries, saying this is just for your own good, so pay up and leave before trouble arises." Mad Devil didn't reply and looked at her, thinking, "I just noticed, this is the first time I've met her this close. And let me be clear, no matter how much gold and silver you bring, I will never sleep with you." Yi Haiyang said sternly, "I work in a brothel, but that doesn't mean just anyone can sleep with me. I am not a prostitute." At this, Mad Devil put down his wineglass and replied, "Then I'll be honest too, I never said I earned money to sleep with you. I just wanted to hear you play music. You said it yourself. You sell art, not your body. Humph, but people spread rumors, Mad Devil cut himself off. Besides, that was just a joke I made at the inn. I didn't want such a thing, nor do I have the money for it. Hearing that, Hai Ang fell silent. Only then did she understand the whole story. Mad Devil continued, the reason I came to see you was merely to clarify this matter. Now that it's over, leave. Ha, Mad Devil continued, I said leave. Hai Ang was bewildered. She never expected the man in front of her to be so straightforward. But at this moment 3 other brothel soldiers kicked open the door and entered. One of them said with a dark face, Diga Ha, it seems you've come to die. Let's settle this outside. If your terrible dog's blood splatters here, we'll have quite a headache. Mad Devil remained seated, calmly pouring wine, and said, at least let me finish this glass before I go. What? The opponent was startled. Mad Devil challenged them. What? You all must be confident that you can kill me anytime, right, aren't you? At this, all 3 of them were so angry that their faces were red. Then they burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, Hai Ang, leave. Yes, then he sat down and said, here, Lord Diga Ha, it seems this is your last drink, so drink it, but you're truly a remarkable man. To confidently come all the way here and call for Hai Ang, if I had known he was such a remarkable man, I would have hit him harder. What a shame. Now that I know, I can beat him to my heart's content, right? This time, the remarkable man wouldn't consider a group beating unfair, would he? Don't you think so? Of course, Diga Ha, right? He provoked Mad Devil. But Mad Devil calmly held the wine and asked, want some? The soldier frowned. Ha? Then he said, okay, you've done what you needed to do, now let's go, get up. Mad Devil maintained his calm expression. Even while pouring wine with his hand, his expression didn't change, and he savored a sip of wine. This damned wine is also top grade. Seeing the protagonist enjoying himself with satisfaction, the leading soldier showed his displeasure. He frowned and thought, how can he act so exaggeratedly? Did we hit his head too hard last time and his brain came out? Oh, it's all gone, Mad Devil said. Then he put down the wine jar. I only have one question. You good brothers, did I look like the head clown? The opponent replied. Then aren't you the true head clown? What a foolish man. You should have only gotten one beating that day. But today you've come here to die again. Mad Devil didn't reply but trembled and laughed bizarrely. Hee hee, the opponent asked angrily. Damn, what are you laughing at? Hee hee ha ha. Then all 4 burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, but 2 of them suddenly realized something and immediately drew their swords at Mad Devil. Mad Devil then overturned the wine table and food scattered everywhere. Then he quickly kicked the table at the 3 men. The large broken table flattened on top of the 3. Mad Devil approached and stood on the table. Looking at their wounded faces, he said, brothers, do I still look like the head clown? The purple-haired woman standing outside looked inside with a tense expression. Mad Devil, enraged, shouted loudly, how am I? Do I still look like a clown? He became even angrier and kicked the table, shattering it into pieces. The purple-haired woman was stunned by the sight and thought, how can this be? At this moment, Mad Devil looked up at her with murderous eyes and said in a resolute voice, hey old hag, bring me that third-rate swill vodka. The old woman replied unpleasantly, excuse me, but vodka is by no means third-rate swill. It is a premium wine, Mad Devil retorted. Do you take me for a fool? I tried not to hit women who don't know martial arts, but at least you should think carefully before speaking, old hag. The purple-haired woman turned her back with an unpleasant expression and left. Mad Devil watched her go, then looked at the floor again. 3 brothel soldiers lay motionless on the floor, their bodies covered in wounds. He smiled and said, you damn dogs, laugh at me. Why can't you keep blabbering? Get up and keep mocking me, this clown. But at this moment, Cha Zung Ta-i approached from outside, leading a large contingent of soldiers. He entered, exuding fierce killing intent. Seeing the scene before him, the Laoban pressed his lips together tightly. Mad Devil saw him and said, ah, so you're here. The Laoban remained silent, looking at his 3 beaten and fallen subordinates. Then he glanced at the broken dishes scattered on the floor and the 3 severely scratched faces nearby. Laoban Cha Zung Ta-i cursed. Gah, are you crazy? I thought you were going to die here, Mad Devil asked with an unexpressive face. I'm going to die, Cha Zung Ta-i replied. Yes. They now stood facing each other. Mad Devil smiled faintly without a word. Cha Zung Ta-i unconsciously thought Mad Devil was still smiling and eventually couldn't hold back, attacking first. Cha Zung Ta-i tried to slash Mad Devil's neck with a swift hand, but Mad Devil skillfully dodged. Then, holding a bottle of wine in one hand, he charged, and Cha Zung Ta-i stood momentarily stunned. Crash! The wine bottle shattered directly on Cha Zung Ta-i's head. The subordinates standing outside hastily covered their faces to avoid the flying fragments. The pieces of the wine bottle scattered on the ground. The subordinates were shocked to see Cha Zung Ta-i's bloodied head. Mad Devil Laoban looked at them with sharp eyes and asked loudly, who else wants to sacrifice their life? Seeing Mad Devil's red murderous eyes, the subordinates no longer dared to charge. Cha Zung Ta-i clutched his bloodied head, growling, Diga Ha, you truly wish to die. Then he slowly tried to draw his sword and Mad Devil warned him. Cha Zung Ta-i, think again, if you draw that sword you will surely die. Hearing Mad Devil's words, Cha Zung Ta-i was somewhat intimidated. He thought this guy wasn't joking. What on earth had happened to him in a few days? Don't you, the most cunning person in Ugong Town, have any idea what's going on? Mad Devil asked. Do you think those guys were just unlucky to be flattened under a pile of dishes? And do you think your eye got like that because I was lucky? Cha Zung Ta-i closed his eyes and pondered. Mad Devil continued to threaten. If you don't want to die, think carefully before acting. Otherwise, draw your sword and meet your death. Cha Zung Ta-i slowly opened his eyes, a fierce battle raging in his mind. He thought, this guy isn't joking. I can't even keep up with his movements. Cha Zung Ta-i, sweating coldly, looked at Mad Devil and said loudly, everyone outside wait. As you command. Only the 2 of them remained in the room. and Cha Zoom Tae put his sword back in its scabbard. Then he said to Mad Devil, Digaha, what are you plotting? You don't look like you're going to just drink and leave. Are you trying to make my master kneel and apologize to you? Mad Devil smiled and replied, Ah, that's a good idea, but if I demand an apology from him, will that foolish man come? Cha Zoom Tae replied, Very well, I will fetch my master. What about your right eye? Mad Devil suddenly asked. Cha Zoom Tae wiped the blood and replied, Fortunately, I don't seem to have completely lost my sight yet. Mad Devil immediately retorted, I thought I was dead when you bastards beat me up. Cha Zoom Tae helplessly chose not to reply and quickly ordered his subordinates, Prepare another room. Yes, he suggested to the protagonist, if you don't intend to kill them, may we take them and treat their injuries? It's not good for us Ugong town people to kill each other. Mad Devil looked at him without a word. Cha Zoom Tae became even more flustered. This guy caused all this chaos, yet he's so nonchalant. All right, Mad Devil replied. Immediately, subordinates entered and helped the three fallen men out. The scene shifted and Cha Zoom Tae and Mad Devil sat facing each other. Cha Zoom Tae covered his wound and asked, what is all this chaos about? I can't understand it. Did you gain some special ability or something? Looking at the small wine bottle on the table, Mad Devil remained silent. Cha Zoom Tae broke the somber atmosphere by speaking again. I'll offer you a glass of the finest Russian imported vodka from planet Russia. It'll be truly delicious. As he spoke, he quickly poured the wine. Mad Devil suddenly spoke, and Cha Zoom Tae paused, momentarily stunned. This was vodka from the start, right? Mad Devil continued. At first you brought me third-rate swill and called it vodka. Cha Zoom Tae, realizing he had been caught, was momentarily flustered. He clumsily explained, Perhaps the kids accidentally brought the third-rate swill. Since it's a business, we have to prioritize profit. Stop spouting nonsense and drink first. Mad Devil shouted, and Cha Zoom Tae quickly replied, Test for poison, understood. I'll drink it first then. As he spoke, he gulped down the freshly poured glass of wine. Mad Devil stared at him intently. Cha Zoom Tae sighed and continued to probe. Were you always so skilled in martial arts? I've never seen you display any. Mad Devil raised his wine glass, took a sip and replied, My father forbade it, so I restrained myself. Cha Zoom Tae outwardly smiled but inwardly thought nonsense. Anyway, I apologize for our previous actions. My subordinates also insulted you, so I understand why you're acting like this. Mad Devil raised his wine glass, frowned and replied, Thank you for understanding me, you rascal. Your way of apologizing is starting to annoy me. Cha Zoom Tae tensed, his face paling. Mad Devil shouted loudly, Do I need to break a few more bones for you to come to your senses? Hearing that, Cha Zoom Tae was terrified and repeatedly knelt and bowed. I am truly sorry. This is the first time I've knelt and apologized to someone. I am truly sorry. Just then, Hai suddenly appeared. He called out, flustered, Brother Cha Zoom Tae. Cha Zoom Tae turned around and Hai thought inwardly, What is this? Why is Brother Cha Zoom Tae trembling so much, kneeling and bowing to a mere young waiter and even injured? Could it be that Brother Cha Zoom Tae also lost to him? But Mad Devil suddenly said, Young lady, you're here. Cha Zoom Tae understood his meaning and hastily gestured to her, calling out, Hai, why are you still standing there? Quickly come in. Hai, flustered, unconsciously followed his words and entered the room. Cha Zoom Tae growled and shouted, Are you crazy? Who told you to give that to him? Put it up there, ha! Hai, slightly intimidated, took the wine bottle, sat next to Mad Devil and quickly poured the wine. Mad Devil glanced at her and called out, Hai, she replied, Yes. Mad Devil held the wine glass, thought deeply and asked, Do you know even a mere young waiter yearns to be loved? Hai was quite surprised by his words and her face flushed, but Mad Devil glanced at her again and said something that felt like a splash of cold water, that love will never be yours, so go, you're ruining the atmosphere. Hai stood there holding the wine bottle dumbfounded. No one had ever treated her like that before. Seeing that, Cha Zoom Tae shouted, What are you hesitating for? Get out! Hai bowed to Mad Devil and immediately stood up, walking towards the door without a word. Cha Zoom Tae muttered, watching her back. Just hearing those words, even the child was hurt. Mad Devil continued, Cha Zoom Tae, don't be rude to me, especially your sidelong glances, they make me very uncomfortable. Cha Zoom Tae was angry but had to reply with a smile. Yes, understood. You, Mad Devil growled. Cha Zoom Tae looked at him with a tense face. Mad Devil frowned slightly. Cha Zoom Tae became even more flustered. You're polite, thank you. Mad Devil looked at the steaming wine glass on the table. He asked, When is your master coming? Cha Zoom Tae obediently replied, If he is currently entertaining the masters of the Black Cat Society at Peach Blossom Brothel, it will be very difficult to bring him here immediately. Mad Devil asked, Black Cat Society, you mean those unscrupulous bastards? Cha Zoom Tae poured the wine and replied, That's right, only with the approval of the Black Cat Society can a new association be established in Ugong Town, so our master is trying to win their favor. But after what happened today, Mad Devil took a sip of wine and asked, So you're saying that even if your master concedes, the Black Cat Society will continue to interfere in this matter? Roughly so. Cha Zoom Tae replied. Mad Devil suddenly slammed his wine glass on the table and asked, displeased, Then what do you want me to do? Drink a few sips of this wine, dust off my butt and go home? Do you think that will solve everything? Cha Zoom Tae bowed his head and replied, Of course not, but what will you do then? Mad Devil replied. Then what if your master and all his subordinates come under me? Then the Black Cat Society won't be able to interfere anymore. Do you think they'll approve of that? Cha Zoom Tae asked. Mad Devil just smiled and replied, anyway, I'll have to establish a sect in Ugong Town. It would be best for all of you to become my subordinates. I apologize, Cha Zung Tae replied, tense. But Mad Devil continued, the opportunity has already been presented, the rest is up to your decision. If you think the Black Cat Society will defeat me, then fight alongside your master. If not, then come to my side. Cha Zung Tae frowned and thought inwardly, what on earth changed this guy so much? How can a mere young waiter speak so nonchalantly about establishing a sect? Mad Devil suddenly slammed his wine glass on the table, and Cha Zung Tae unconsciously flinched. Seeing Mad Devil walk past, he nervously asked, are you leaving? Why don't you stay a little longer? Mad Devil turned back and replied, ha, do you think I'm running away? Yes, Cha Zung Tae replied, his face serious. Mad Devil looked at him with half-closed eyes and asked, do you really want to get beaten? Cha Zung Tae remained silent, not replying, then stood up, bowed his head and said, please return safely. I will only charge you for the wine you drank today. Do as you wish. As he spoke, the protagonist walked into the hallway. Outside, subordinates were surrounding the area. Mad Devil sneered and shouted loudly, everyone line up. All the subordinates' faces were filled with anger, but Mad Devil walked forward with a very satisfied expression. At this moment, as he descended the stairs, a loud shout was heard. Where is that bastard? Where is that damn young waiter? How dare he touch me with his dirty hands? I'll catch him and… Gong Dua was furious. Mad Devil stood right behind him and spoke. Hey, has the doorman dog come to his senses now? Gong Dua shook his red nose and charged. Hey, you damn bastard. But with a flick of Mad Devil's hand, his front teeth flew out and his body was thrown directly to the ground. The impact shook the space. At this moment, the other subordinates were also horrified by the sight. Mad Devil turned around and said, you should have explained the situation to him. He's fallen again. Tisk tisk, what more can I expect from idiots like you? After speaking, Mad Devil proudly walked out, waving his hand and saying, the young waiter had a very pleasant time tonight. Mad Devil left, leaving all the Peach Blossom brothel guards in a rage. He was very satisfied to have repaid the humiliation he had received earlier. The scene shifted and Mad Devil, walking through Ugong Town, noticed something. He frowned at a sign that read, Dragon Hand Workshop. If I'm going to fight the Black Cat Society here, I'll need weapons first. Inside, artisans were diligently making weapons. Dragon Hand Workshop. Vice Manager Waka Donga. He saw Mad Devil and asked, isn't that the young waiter from Jeraha Inn? Did you come to pay your debt? Mad Devil replied, I came to buy something. Donga heard that, walked closer and asked, did you come to buy a sickle or a kitchen knife? Tisk, I'm looking for a pair of weapons because I have to fight my family, Mad Devil replied seriously. Hearing that, Waka Donga also couldn't believe it. He said, hey young waiter, I heard rumors that you got a terrible beating a few days ago. Don't act recklessly in a fit of pique, Mad Devil replied with cold eyes. Shut up and show me the weapons. I think I need a longsword, a whip, or even a sharp dagger. Are you going to use all of them? It's just my preference. Why don't you respect it? Waka Donga turned to the artisans and said, bring the Black Dragon sword, the White Dragon whip, and the Cloud Dragon dagger. Understood. Then he turned back to Mad Devil and said, anyway, I like the chicken noodle soup your grandfather made, but why did it become so bland in your generation? I almost regretted tasting it for a lifetime, Mad Devil replied. This isn't the time to talk about chicken noodle soup. Donga raised his voice. Then what else would I talk about? Shall I tell you about the legend of unifying the martial world? Tisk. Mad Devil frowned, showing his displeasure. Waka Donga also looked at him. Then the artisans came out and said, here they are, little one, take a look. Mad Devil immediately replied, I'll buy all of them. As you know, I'm busy. Waka Donga asked again. All of them, then pay 90 niang. 90 niang, Donga replied. I'm giving you a huge discount because we're from the same town. Mad Devil crossed his arms, his face serious, and suggested, then let's do this. I'll give you 50 niang, and you can consider this a tax to me. I'll return it when the job is done. Waka Donga was enraged by his words. You want to borrow it? How is that different from robbing in broad daylight? At this moment, footsteps were heard, and someone said, what's all the commotion? Waka Donga turned around to see Gong Chun Dong, the chief blacksmith of Dragon Hand Workshop. Donga and the artisans all bowed to him. Then Waka Donga began to explain, Master, this young man is trying to fight the Zhou brothers and he wants to borrow these 3 weapons for 50 niang. Gong Chun Dong asked Mad Devil, you mean the grandson of Jeraha Inn? Mad Devil replied, Uncle Gong, it's been a long time. It has been a long time. I really like the chicken noodle soup your grandfather made. But now the recipe for that chicken noodle soup hasn't been passed down, Waka Donga reminded him. Master, I told him the same thing. Really? Gong Chun Dong asked Mad Devil, are you trying to fight them? If they cause you trouble, I'll stop them. If they don't listen to me, come here, I'll protect you. After all, I'm an old friend of your grandfather's. There's no need to make a big deal out of a small matter. Mad Devil remained silent, not replying. Many thoughts ran through his mind. Has he always been like this? He wasn't the kind of person to say such things in my previous life. Or have I changed and warped the future? Mad Devil replied. I appreciate your offer of help, but I want to solve my problems my own way. Gong Chun Dong asked, why? What are you planning to do? Mad Devil replied. How about we gather all the blacksmiths in this area and establish the Iron Dragon sect? Gong Chun Dong asked, establish a sect? Kid, what are you talking about? If the Zhou brothers establish a sect in this town, they'll collect even more taxes from you, elder. So I plan to establish an alliance in Ugong Town to prevent the Black Cat Society from interfering here anymore. Gong Chun Dong asked if he meant a sect alliance. Mad Devil replied, specifically the brothel will belong to the Jiangsang sect. The silk shop will form the Iron Dragon sect, and the builders will form the Hammer Sickle sect. We'll gather all the remaining professions to create various denominations within the alliance. Everyone fell silent. Mad Devil continued to persuade them. No one will have to pay additional fees and no sect will be above another. My goal is to ensure not a single penny of your money is wasted. Gong Chandong stroked his beard deep in thought and said, on the surface it sounds like nonsense, but it's actually quite decent. What will this alliance be called? Mad Devil replied. It's for the likes of us, the lowly, the dirty ones at the bottom of society. Its name will be the Hao sect, lower 5 sect. Gong Chandong fell silent, thinking, Hao sect, he smiled, seemingly satisfied. It's quite interesting to watch a lowly little waiter try to establish an alliance. Do you have the confidence to take down the Zhou brothers? You'll soon see, Mad Devil replied confidently. Hearing that, Gong Chandong ordered the weapons to be given to the young man. Waka Dongga was surprised and asked, you're not just lending them, you're giving them away? Let's talk again when you return alive. Let's do that, Mad Devil replied. The scene shifted and Mad Devil returned to Raha Inn to cultivate. In the quiet of the late night, the wind whistled softly. Mad Devil sat as if lost in thought and the sound of digging could be heard. Some people were digging in the Raha compound. It was Zhou Yun, the second of the Zhou three brothers. He turned to someone and said, You're back. I was planning to drag you in once this pit was dug. Crash, a sword plunged heavily into the table and Zhou Yun frowned, shouting, Sit down, you damn little waiter. Mad Devil stared directly at him with a serious face, completely unafraid. The two sat facing each other, and Zhou Yun asked, Today is a very auspicious day for our brothers. We have received approval from the Black Cat Society to establish a sect in Wugong Town. Mad Devil listened in silence. But a trashy little waiter like you who can't even cook a proper bowl of chicken noodle soup dared to cause trouble in our brothel. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Digaha, before we finish digging your grave, give me 3 reasons why I should spare your pathetic life. Zhou Yun shouted loudly. But Mad Devil only laughed, and Zhou Yun, enraged, asked, You're still laughing? Mad Devil replied. So I should cry, you insolent bastard? Zhou Yun shouted, lunging to grab the sword on the table, but he suddenly froze for an unknown reason. The sword was gone. Mad Devil was 1 step ahead, tightly gripping the sharp sword. HMPH, Zhou Yun frowned and froze. Thud, the sharp sword unexpectedly pierced his palm. He snarled at Zhou Yun word for word. Then let me tell you this. I won't hesitate to spare you. I just need one reason. Zhou Yun broke into a cold sweat, thinking, what does it mean that a young waiter could turn the entire brothel upside down? Just then a subordinate said, Master, the grave is almost dug. I'll dig a little deeper. Zhou Yun said, Understood, my lord. He tried to regain his composure and then said to Mad Devil, You've clearly gained some special fortune, congratulations. He tried to attack the protagonist with his other hand, but whoosh, a flash of light quickly flickered and Zhou Yun froze. HMPH, blood spurted and his hand was caught by Mad Devil. After that he plunged the sword deeper into Zhou Yun's hand and he screamed in pain. Then he trembled and knelt. Mad Devil said to him, Whose grave were you talking about? Zhou Yun gasped, stuttering. I was just threatening you. Nonsense, Mad Devil admonished. And then he pulled the sharp sword from his hand. All right, then give me a reason to spare you, Zhou Yun. His eyes widened as he looked at the wound on his hand. Mad Devil continued, Can't you think of even one? I thought so. Do you think there's any reason to keep a damn bastard like you alive? Not only are you involved in smuggling, but you've also mercilessly killed those you dislike. Even my acquaintances were among those you murdered. Zhou Yun still stubbornly shouted, Kill me, my brothers in the Black Cat Society will never let you get away with it. Damn bastard. He flinched and fell silent and slowly looked down. The sword was already plunged into his chest. Mad Devil, still in the throwing stance, said, I told you to give me a reason to spare you, not to threaten me. Thud. Zhou Yun fell onto the table without a chance to defend himself. Mad Devil quietly watched him, then glanced at the subordinates. Those fools are still too eager, aren't they? Hey, that's enough. Mad Devil's words caught their attention and the 3 froze in surprise. Mad Devil pointed at Zhou Yun, who lay in a pool of blood, and said, Surprised? He just died by accident while playing with a knife. The 3 looked at each other in fear and one nervously asked, Who exactly are you? Mad Devil replied. What nonsense are you spouting? Of course I'm just the lowly little waiter from Raha Inn. They replied, Yes, we believe you. Believe what? Don't ask any more questions. Take off your masks, let's see if I know any of you, Mad Devil said. Slowly standing up, the 3 removed their masks as instructed. Mad Devil asked them, I haven't seen you guys in Wugong Town. Are you from the Black Cat Society? No sir, we are just wandering travelers working at the Peach Blossom Brothel. I see. Mad Devil looked at them with sharp eyes and said, Choose, will all 3 of you die? Or will I leave one of you behind to play 1,000 penalty games with me and the other 2 can return home? One quickly said, I will immediately return home and hide. If you spare my life, sir. The other 2 also quickly replied, Although I cannot return home to raise cattle due to personal circumstances, if you let me go, sir, I will never set foot in a place like the Peach Blossom Brothel again. If you spare us, we will do the same. Mad Devil waved his hand and said, Get out, disappear from my sight immediately. One suddenly remained, asking nervously, Sir, do you need someone to help with the kitchen work? He knelt on the ground and said, If I lose my job at the Peach Blossom Brothel, I'll starve. Mad Devil asked, Are you good at cooking? How about chicken noodle soup? Of course I am, he replied excitedly. Isn't that the simplest dish? I guarantee I can make the most delicious chicken noodle soup. Mad Devil looked at him and replied, anyway, I won't kill you, so go live your life from now on. He bowed his head and replied, yes, I understand, please rest well. Mad Devil entered the house. After closing the door, he looked aside and asked, what are you doing there? Cha Zun Tiei stood there, smiling, and said, you really killed Zhou Yun? Did you think he could kill me? Ah, I heard you're doing well. Cha Zun Tiei folded his fan and laughed. It's just part of my plan. After reporting my eye injury, I secretly slipped away when some quack doctors were off guard. If I hadn't done that, there would probably be a spot in that grave for me by now. As you know, I'm very useful and quick-witted. You understand, don't you? Mad Devil sighed and replied, well done. Cha Zun Tiei continued, I thank you, and I had no other choice to keep living, but what do you plan to do with the remaining 2 Zhou family members? Mad Devil remained silent for a few seconds, then replied, kill them. If I leave them alive, the people of Wugong Town will suffer even more. Cha Zun Tiei replied, I know Zhou Yun is the most cruel and dangerous one in this town. You should be very careful when killing him. Mad Devil was lost in thought. Hey, Cha Zun Tiei, yes, go buy me some dried squid. I have wine, but I forgot to buy snacks. Cha Zun Tiei was startled. Why so sudden? I was talking about Zhou Yun. The protagonist looked at him silently again. Cha Zun Tiei asked nervously, isn't there any snack in this inn? No, Mad Devil replied. A big inn is truly different. I'll go buy some, give me some money. Mad Devil shook his head. I don't have any either. Cha Zun Tiei was at a loss for words, saying, this place was once famous for its deadly delicious chicken noodle soup. How did it become so shabby? Who knows? Buy a lot of snacks. You can buy some of your favorites too. If there's any left over, we can eat it tomorrow. Alright. Hey, Cha Zun Tiei, what's wrong? Mad Devil said. Are you taking a stroll? Move a little faster. Cha Zun Tiei froze. The thought in his mind was, my God, really? Damn, I can't believe I'm running errands for a young waiter. Mad Devil kept urging him, and he trembled with rage. Didn't you hear what I said? Are you taking a stroll? Cha Zun Tiei had no other choice but to hurry away, grumbling as he ran. Damn it, at this moment the table was filled with very delicious food. Cha Zun Tiei picked up a piece of meat and ate it with relish. Mad Devil stared intently at him and said, eat a lot, it's food bought with your precious money. Cha Zun Tiei replied, I'm still eating very deliciously. Of course it's delicious. It's money earned by exploiting young women and selling third-rate liquor at top-grade spring wine prices, so of course it's delicious. Hearing Mad Devil's sarcastic remark, Cha Zun Tei's hand began to tremble, and he couldn't pick up the food. Mad Devil looked directly at him and asked, what's wrong? You must have earned a lot from being the manager of the Plum Blossom Brothel, right? Hearing that, Cha Zun Tiei broke into a cold sweat. He immediately put down his chopsticks and picked up the wine glass, emptying it in one gulp. Phew, he let out a long sigh. Mad Devil continued to provoke. What's wrong? Are you angry? Cha Zun Tiei replied, we are angry and scared right now. The snacks are so dirty that we can't eat them. Mad Devil silently watched him. He lowered his head and said, that's not all. Zhou Yun is dead, and if Zhou Yong also dies, the Black Cat Society will never stand by. Mad Devil replied, if you're so worried, you should focus on cultivating martial arts. Dragging it out like this is not a solution. You'll get depressed. What should I do? What should I do now? Stop it. Cha Zun Tiei shouted in rage. Damn it, you, who are you? You're definitely not Gaha, you're definitely an impersonator. Mad Devil asked with a serious face. Do you want another beating? Will a beating reduce your curiosity about so many things? Cha Zun Tiei was completely silent. He looked at Mad Devil and then asked, can you guarantee that you can kill all the Black Cat Society subordinates? Mad Devil looked at him, then picked up his wine glass and replied, good, I'll drink this glass of wine and go kill Zhou Yang. I don't know where Zhou Sampiang is right now, so I'll deal with Zhou Yang first. Cha Zun Tiei froze. What? How can you say that so easily, as if it's a joke? Mad Devil replied. He's going to die anyway. Isn't it better to deal with him quickly and cleanly? The problem is Zhou Sampiang. I currently don't know where he is. Zhou Sampiang will probably be back soon, Cha Zun Tiei said. Then if that guy comes back, you deal with him. I am Cha Zun Tiei. I am fully capable of dealing with him with my abilities. Mad Devil asked. Really? Cha Zun Tiei replied. But it might be a bit difficult since my eye is injured. The protagonist shouted, annoyed. Tell me, can you handle him or not? I'm more interested in a sneak attack than giving him a chance to retaliate. Haven't you heard of Cha Zun Tei's legend of sneak attacks? He said confidently. Mad Devil waved his hand and said, calm down, restrain yourself a little. If we deal with the Zhou three brothers, can you manage those 3 brothels? I am Cha Zun Tiei. Alright, stop talking. Your pig-like face is Cha Zun Tiei. There are still many people who make a living in the brothels, so we can't just get rid of them. Pay those who work hard a fair wage and don't cheat by selling third-rate goods at first-rate prices. Also take care of the sick and let those who want to return home go. Mad Devil instructed. Cha Zun Tiei replied, lost in thought. That might be a bit difficult. Even if it's difficult, you must do it. Why? The protagonist explained. Because it will be easier than Cha Zun Tiei being sneak attacked by me, won't it? Run the business properly. If I entrust the brothels to you and they're still as chaotic as before. You'll follow Zhou Yun. Hearing that, Cha Zun Tei's face was filled with tension. Then he growled, oh my world, this food is so tasteless I can't even eat or swallow it. It's truly tedious. If I'm threatened with death at the slightest touch, I'd rather go into the mountains and live as a hermit. Or let's do that, Mad Devil supported him. If you just work hard, managing the brothels won't be that difficult. I guess I'll have to entrust that job to someone else. As soon as he heard that, he changed his attitude. I am Cha Zoom Tae. I am still too young to live as a hermit. Mad Devil sighed helplessly. After that, he drained his wineglass in one gulp, and then suddenly stood up, startling Cha Zoom Tae. Seeing Mad Devil take off his clothes, he shouted, "You haven't finished your wine yet. Why are you suddenly taking off your clothes?" Mad Devil replied. "I'm going to wear your clothes." What? Hurry and take off your clothes, the protagonist urged. And Cha Zoom Tae grumbled but complied. Damn it, truly like a bandit. The two exchanged clothes. My words were for Joe Young. Wear my clothes and go kill that despicable Joe Young. You're clever too. Dressed like this beggar, you'd be too conspicuous entering the Peach Blossom brothel. Changing clothes was a really good idea. Dressed in these rags, I wouldn't even be able to get into the Peach Blossom brothel, Cha Zoom Tae muttered. They'd probably kick me out at the entrance. Mad Devil glanced at him silently. A few minutes later, they finished changing clothes. Mad Devil neatly tied his hair, and he looked distinctly handsome. He asked Cha Zoom Tae, "How do I look?" Cha Zoom Tae exclaimed in admiration, laughing repeatedly. "Needless to say, you look absolutely splendid. This is exactly the feeling, like an inn owner but not an inn owner. Indeed, clothes make the man. Wearing beggar's clothes, you look like an inn owner, shabby and miserable. Wearing my clothes, you look radiant and handsome. If I'd known this, I shouldn't have dressed like a beggar all the time, right?" Whack! The Mad Devil hit Cha Zoom Tae hard on the head. "Enough already," Cha Zoom Tae replied obediently. "Yes," the Mad Devil snarled, "if I give you an inch you get arrogant like before. Do you want another beating to smarten you up?" Cha Zoom Tae dared not retort and remained silent. "Wait until I return," the Mad Devil instructed. Cha Zoom Tae went outside and respectfully bowed his head. "You look absolutely magnificent." The Mad Devil walked forward and Cha Zoom Tae watched his receding back. Only then did he raise his head. He muttered to himself, "Bad luck to that damn Gaha." The scene shifted as the protagonist entered a large, magnificent building. The doorman politely greeted him. "Welcome, esteemed guest," the Mad Devil asked. "Is the pavilion master, Joe Young, inside?" "You're looking for the pavilion master. Where are you from?" the Mad Devil replied. "I am from the Black Cat Society. Take me to Joe Young at once." The soldier was puzzled. "The Black Cat Society, you are?" The Mad Devil suddenly slapped him hard, asking, "Why so many questions? Shut up and lead the way." "Yes, I apologize." The door slowly opened. The soldier politely said, "Please follow me." The Mad Devil quickly followed behind him. This pavilion was truly grand and luxurious. At this moment the Mad Devil reached the second-floor stairs. Upon reaching a room, the soldier told him, "Please wait a moment, I will report to the pavilion master." The Mad Devil walked forward and without hesitation sat straight on a chair waiting. Looking around the room, he thought to himself, "It's truly magnificent to establish a sect. One must go through the Black Cat Society?" After a moment the door opened, and Joe Young, with a full beard and wearing green clothes, walked in with a serious expression. He bowed his head and said, "It's an honor to meet you for the first time." But he thought to himself, "A mere child coming at such a late hour without warning, and daring to sit in my crown prince's chair, not even rising to greet me?" Slightly displeased, he asked the Mad Devil, "What position do you hold in the Black Cat Society?" The Mad Devil looked at him indifferently and replied, "Who said I was from the Black Cat Society? That's what I was reported." "Do you truly not know me?" the Mad Devil asked with a sinister smile. "Are you sure this is our first meeting?" Joe Young froze. "Aren't you that pathetic waiter from the Dam J Raha Inn?" "That's right," the Mad Devil confirmed. And Joe Young shouted in anger, "You lunatic, how are you still alive? Didn't my brother kill you? Your brother? Of course I'm alive, I beat him senseless," the Mad Devil replied nonchalantly. Joe Young froze at the reply. "My brother," he stammered. "My brother was defeated by a pathetic waiter like you," he shouted. "Well, he suddenly came to my inn, started digging around and causing a ruckus, so I sent him on his way." "Damn you, stop spouting nonsense," Joe Young charged in a rage. The Mad Devil calmly watched him, and at this moment Joe Young rushed right up to his face. But the Mad Devil raised his hand and touched his palm. A bright light burst from Joe Young's entire body. He flew backward freely and crashed heavily onto the floor. Joe Young frowned and looked at the protagonist. Seeing his trembling hand, he thought to himself, "He blocked my attack." The Mad Devil finally got up and said, "As expected of the #1 thug in Ilyong County, truly rude. What on earth is going on? He was just a pathetic inn-waiter a while ago." Joe Young thought to himself, "Aren't you attacking anymore?" "Then it's my turn," the Mad Devil said and charged. Joe Young suddenly looked up and quickly defended with his hands. The Mad Devil flew and attacked with one hand. Whack! His technique was like a powerful whirlwind, and Joe Young, along with various objects, was sent flying towards the door, scattering everywhere. He was flattened against the wall, spitting blood. The Mad Devil stood proudly amidst the shattered debris. The Mad Devil retracted his hand and looked at him. Cough. Joe Young spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough. He knelt on the floor, gasping for breath. "How do you know martial arts?" The Mad Devil silently watched him. He suddenly grabbed his neck and lifted him. "What the hell, you damn dog, you can know martial arts, but a waiter like me can't?" the Mad Devil asked. His hand tightly gripped Joe Young's neck, making his veins bulge. "You are a barbarian. Not only do you sell people, but you also mercilessly kill countless innocent people. You are beyond barbaric." The Mad Devil looked at him with reddened eyes. Wait. Zhou Yang pleaded, his eyes rolling back, but it was too late. He was grabbed by the mad devil and slammed hard onto the floor, spitting blood. The entire pavilion shook from the impact. The soldiers and customers were all bewildered to feel the pavilion shaking when they arrived. Zhou Yang was already dead, his face pale, his eyes still open. "Pavilion Master, the Pavilion Master has been attacked." The mad devil stood up and said, "Did these bastards only show up to watch after the Pavilion Master died?" Then he thought for a few seconds and said, "The Black Cat Society's leader has changed his mind. No more sects will be established in this Ilyong County. Let these Zhou brothers be an example. If anyone dares to request to establish a sect, they will meet the same fate, understood?" The soldiers stood there with pale faces filled with fear. The mad devil continued, "If you don't want to die yet, get out of my sight." They immediately lined up in 2 rows, allowing the mad devil to pass. But at this moment a voice was heard, "Isn't that the pathetic waiter from J. Raha Inn?" "What? The pathetic waiter from J. Raha Inn?" the soldiers began to whisper. "Right, he just changed his clothes. If you look closely, you'll see it immediately." "What on earth is this?" The mad devil immediately spun around and said firmly, "Yes, I am that inn waiter." Hearing that, all the soldiers' faces flushed with anger. The mad devil asked, "So, does that give you more courage?" His words angered them even more, making veins bulge on their faces. The mad devil immediately challenged them, "Anyone who wants to follow in Zhou Yang's footsteps to the underworld, step forward and I'll send you off." The soldiers' faces were red with anger, but none dared to step forward. The mad devil scoffed. "Why did you kill the Pavilion Master?" one asked. "Why, well, that damn bastard didn't need a reason to kill people before, did he?" the mad devil replied. "Ah," he said, and then turned his body. The scene changed to J. Raha Inn, where Cha Zoom Tae was still waiting for the mad devil at the door. As the mad devil entered, Cha Zoom Tae asked in surprise, "You went to kill Zhou Yang, so why are you back so early?" The mad devil walked past him and replied, "He's dead, it just finished, stop spouting nonsense." Cha Zoom Tae shouted, "If you don't believe me, go check for yourself." Cha Zoom Tae was bewildered and thought he only just left. And even if he did kill Zhou Yang, how can he be so unharmed? This inn waiter, what kind of fortuitous encounter did he have? "Before you go, clean up the food and also clean the inn a bit," the mad devil said. Cha Zoom Tae remained frozen in surprise, staring at him. "Damn it, how dare he order me, Cha Zoom Tae, to clean? Damn it, is there no mop?" Cha Zoom Tae grumbled, looking around. The mad devil was currently meditating quietly in his room. "All urgent matters are resolved, so now I can focus on cultivation." He slowly closed his eyes, and the memories of his battle with Zhou Yang resurfaced. He realized his power had significantly increased and he couldn't miss this valuable opportunity. "Phew," the mad devil sighed and began cultivating the heavenly bead glowing in his hand. The mad devil had been cultivating his energy since the sun began to set, and the sun went down and darkness enveloped Ugong town. A few hours later, day began to break. The news spread throughout Ugong town. "Zhou Yang is really dead? They say he was killed by that J. Raha Inn waiter a few days ago. My goodness, I can't believe it. So where did that inn waiter go? No one has seen him for days. Did he die too, perhaps?" Cha Zoom Tae quietly headed towards J. Raha Inn. The mad devil sighed at this moment. "Phew," he thought to himself, "finally I've broken through the wood realm and entered the pure realm." He had successfully cultivated all these stages in his previous life, but the current speed of accumulating and absorbing internal energy was truly astonishing. The mad devil quietly looked at his hands, then clenched them, determined. No longer a prediction. I can be completely confident that I can become far stronger than in my previous life. The room is so terrible. The smell is too strong because of the waste accumulated in my body during the transition from the wood realm to the pure realm, but in exchange for enduring this stench, I have achieved a suitable outcome, and this body is now clean enough to cultivate martial arts. From outside, Cha Zoom Tae's shouts were heard. "My word, what is this smell? It's awful. What on earth did you do to make it smell like this?" The mad devil came out and said, "You're here? Oh my god, is that the smell of your poop?" Cha Zoom Tae covered his nose. "What?" The mad devil was slightly annoyed. Cha Zoom Tae quickly ran out. As he ran, he cursed back, "If you're going to poop, you should go outside. Who poops in their room? Damn it, it's truly disgusting and awful. He definitely didn't just poop once, did he? This guy is really..." Cha Zoom Tae vomited. The scene shifted. The mad devil was currently in a bathtub, his face filled with satisfaction. Truly comfortable. But he suddenly fell silent, recalling how the old Cha Zoom Tae had wielded a knife, saying, "Please wash up cleanly and come out. Don't come near me." The mad devil shouted, "Put down that knife, do you want another beating?" Thinking about it again, he was still furious and complained, "That bastard really?" Just then, the door suddenly opened. The mad devil glanced, and it was Yi Hyang. She held a long towel and bowed politely. The mad devil frowned and asked, "Yi Hyang, why are you here?" "I'm here to attend to your bath," Yi Hyang replied. "What, are you serious?" Yi Hyang replied. "Brother Cha Zoom Tae told me to come. If you're done bathing, I will wipe your body." After speaking, she wore a forced expression. "No need," the mad devil said. "You don't need to come here later. I'll tell Cha Zoom Tae so you don't have to do this." She had clearly stated that she sells art, not her body. "Keep that motto." The mad devil's words surprised Yi Hyang, leaving her speechless. After speaking, the mad devil turned back towards the bathtub. He thought irritably, "This Cha Zoom Tae bastard does things he's not told to do, and thinks useless thoughts all day long." Yi Hyang stood there holding the towel, not leaving. Then she bowed and said, "Thank you, and I'm truly sorry for what happened before. It's fine, it's all in the past anyway," the Mad Devil replied. Yang asked in bewilderment, "Sir, you are so strong, why did you let others beat you up back then?" The Mad Devil was momentarily speechless, then he turned back to her and said, "If I get beaten, won't I have a reason for revenge? Yes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late even after 10 years. A waiter's revenge must begin with being beaten. Was there such a saying?" Yang froze. "No, I just made it up," the Mad Devil replied with a smile. And Yang was somewhat dumbfounded. After that he enjoyed his bath again, humming a tune. A long time later, the Mad Devil was still in the bathtub thinking to himself, "Daring to tempt me with a honey trap, not a chance, I'm still pure." Recalling his past life, the demon cult master had told him, "Mad Devil, the reason you've never had a relationship with anyone is that ordinary women disliked you. All the beautiful women around you were our doing, and everyone in this world knows it." What? Why am I suddenly thinking such random thoughts at this moment? Cha Zung Tae suddenly burst through the door shouting loudly. "Trouble, fire, fire," the Mad Devil shouted. "Hey Cha Zung Tae, it's just a fire, why are you making such a fuss?" Cha Zung Tae replied. "The fire is at your inn." The Mad Devil froze and stood up. In another scene, the Mad Devil's inn was on fire with huge flames burning fiercely. Many people had gathered to watch and a loud shout was heard. Everyone listened carefully. "From now on, anyone who dares to help or hide that J. Raha inn waiter will die by my hand, understood?" It was Joe Sampiang. "Behind the inn is your brother's grave, shouldn't you at least take his body before burning it?" Joe Sam turned back in anger. "Who is that damned bastard?" "I am Joe Sampiang," the Mad Devil replied from among the crowd. Joe Sampiang was bewildered and asked, "Who are you?" The Mad Devil frowned and replied, "You burned down my inn and then asked such a question? Are you an idiot?" At this moment Joe Sampiang was finally bewildered. "Gaha, what on earth is going on? How can a pathetic person like you change so much?" "Is this the one?" a mysterious man in black asked. Joe Sampiang quickly replied, "Yes, senior." The man looked at Joe Sampiang and asked, "So you brought me here just to kill one inn waiter?" "Yes," Joe Sam replied nervously. "Your brothers were going to establish a sect in this Ileong County, weren't they? How can you establish a sect when you can't even kill a pathetic inn waiter?" The man was quite angry. Joe Sam stammered somewhat fearfully, "That if I kill this inn waiter, people in the martial arts world will laugh at me." "Senior, please step forward yourself." Joe Sam was bewildered. "Yes, if your brother's abilities are too weak to even kill a pathetic inn waiter, then I cannot be with you," the mysterious man said. Joe Sam was somewhat afraid and broke into a cold sweat. At this moment, the Mad Devil stepped forward. "Yes, Joe Sampiang, a person should have a conscience. Don't rely on others. It's better for you to step forward yourself. The one who loses will be burned alive." "Are you sure about this?" The mysterious man looked at Mad Devil and said with a smile, "The inn owner has quite the spirit." "Very good. I too have a bit of a reputation in the martial world, so I shall be a witness to this fight." At this, the battle was about to begin, and Mad Devil and Joe Sampiang stood facing each other. Joe Sampiang was nervous, thinking, "Damn it, because of this Gaha all my brothers." Meanwhile, Mad Devil kept his eyes on the mysterious man. That guy's quite clever. He's pretending to give Joe Sampiang a chance to fight, but in reality he's trying to gauge my true abilities." Beside them, the inn was engulfed in fierce flames. Mad Devil took one last look at the inn, then stared straight at Joe Sampiang with determined eyes. Joe Sampiang, terrified, shouted, "What are you doing now, you bastard?" "What do you mean?" Mad Devil asked. "Draw your sword quickly." "I don't need a sword for the likes of you." At that, Joe Sampiang's face twisted in rage and he closed his mouth. He yelled, "You damn bastard," and charged. Joe Sampiang swung his sword, grazing Mad Devil's face, but Mad Devil punched him hard in the ribs. He immediately fell to the ground. Seeing Joe Sampiang writhing in pain on the floor, Mad Devil asked, "Are you acting? You haven't even used your internal energy yet." Enraged, he looked up, gripped his sword, and charged again. His sword grazed Mad Devil's cheek, and Mad Devil said, "You are quite violent too." He grabbed Joe Sampiang's hand tightly, making him tremble. "Just like your dead brothers, indeed the likes of you should disappear from this earth." With that, Mad Devil drew his sword and cut through Joe Sampiang's body, spilling blood. Joe Sampiang died without even closing his eyes. He collapsed in a pool of blood, kneeling before Mad Devil, and then fell heavily to the ground. Mad Devil stood with dignity looking at him. People began to whisper, "He killed Joe Sampiang so easily. Is he really Gaha, the inn owner? How can this happen? This lunatic, what did the inn ever do wrong?" Mad Devil murmured to himself, looking at the burning inn. At this moment a voice was heard. "Your Excellency, your martial arts are truly profound. I acknowledge your victory in this life and death struggle," the mysterious man said. "I look forward to our next meeting." He turned to leave, but Mad Devil called out to him. "Hey, where are you going?" He stopped and said in a threatening voice, "How dare you speak to a Black Cat Society member like that? Are you scared, you Black Cat Society bastard?" Mad Devil provoked. Drawing his sword, and energy burst forth from his entire body. The mysterious man glanced at him. "Do you think I'd let you, who came to kill me and even burn down my inn, go so easily?" Mad Devil said. However, the mysterious man suddenly fled like an arrow. "What?" Mad Devil immediately gave chase. He displayed his flying and leaping skills, instantly landing in front of the man. "HMPH," he shouted loudly, channeling his internal energy. A massive surge of internal energy flew fiercely towards Mad Devil's back. He calmly turned around, his eyes turning a frightening red, and immediately shattered the energy with a single sword. This startled the man, and a line appeared on his face. Mad Devil silently watched him. He still didn't move, but suddenly his entire body split in two and blood splattered everywhere. And he fell to the ground with a thud. Mad Devil watched everything silently. The flames still raged fiercely and no one extinguished them in the end. Mad Devil's inn burned down and collapsed. After the two deaths that had just occurred, the space was very quiet. People stared at Mad Devil with shocked expressions. Cha Zun Tae also stood among the crowd, unable to hide his astonishment. He actually killed Zhou Sempyeong and that man too. Looking at the man's corpse, Cha Zun Tae suddenly wondered, who is that guy? At this, Mad Devil shouted at the soldiers, hey you guys, why did you burn down someone else's house? Should I burn down yours too? They immediately froze and quickly pleaded, we're sorry sir, please spare our lives. I asked why you burned down someone else's house, answer me, Mad Devil growled. At this moment, Cha Zun Tae blurted out, it's probably because your inn smelled like poop. I thought the same thing when I smelled it. People began to whisper, the inn smelled like poop. Why, how should I know? Someone must have pooped in the inn. I need to kill that blabbermouth, Mad Devil thought angrily. Cha Zun Tae shouted loudly, you and those guys rebuild this inn. Cha Zun Tae frowned and asked, me? Why me? Why have I been too lenient lately, making you arrogant? Should I kill you? Cha Zun Tae fell silent, then he blurted out, if we're rebuilding, we should make it grander than before. This place is quite spacious, so we should build a magnificent and sparkling two-story building. Mad Devil approached and continued, build a fence around it, and inside arrange a martial arts training ground and a backyard. Cha Zun Tae nervously asked, do you mean a sect, not an inn? An inn like sect, Mad Devil replied. Understood. An inn that's like a sect? Then I'll call it Gaha Insect, Mad Devil instructed, and keep hiring workers during the construction. Do you mean establishing the alliance you mentioned last time? That's right. Cha Zun Tae said, those Black Cat Society thugs won't leave us alone. Then we just deal with them, don't we? They just need to do their jobs well, Mad Devil replied. What will our alliance be called? Hao Sect, Lower 5 Sect, Mad Devil thought. Hao Sect is the first sect I ever created. It's finally coming to fruition. Hao Sect, so from now on should I call you Sect Master? Cha Zun Tae asked. Do as you please, Mad Devil replied curtly, and Cha Zun Tae silently pondered. Gaha, I've been observing you for days. You're definitely not the Gaha I knew. There's one thing I want to ask. What is it? Cha Zun Tae was silent for a few seconds. Then he asked the protagonist, why did you spare my life? I've thought about this question a lot, but I couldn't find an answer. Mad Devil replied with a cold face, I just wanted to torment you. Cha Zun Tae was stunned by the reply. He sorrowfully said, I see, at least it's better than dying. The scene shifted to the tranquil Peach Blossom brothel late at night. The protagonist was concentrating on cultivating martial arts in his room. Energy swirled around him. Mad Devil closed his eyes and concentrated deeply, and his internal energy unexpectedly advanced another level. It was this internal energy that had saved his life in his previous life. As for Cha Zun Tae, he was currently focused on studying books. Early the next morning, the sun rose, illuminating everything. Cha Zun Tae began instructing the construction workers. When the sun reached its peak, Mad Devil slowly opened his eyes. He had finished cultivating his internal energy after a long night of training. Mad Devil asked, who did you call for? Cha Zun Tae replied, it's the Black Cat Society thugs who were being entertained by the Zhou three brothers. There are 2 of them, and I've asked them to wait in the Plum Blossom room for now. What should we prepare now? Mad Devil asked as he stood up. I need to meet them. Cha Zun Tae asked, are you planning to fight them? Mad Devil analyzed, they've clearly come to demand tribute. Since I've overlooked the incident where I killed the Pavilion Masters, they'll surely invite me to the Black Cat Society. What should we do if that happens? Cha Zun Tae wondered. Given the current situation, it would be very difficult for us to defeat the Black Cat Society. It might be difficult for you, but not for me, Mad Devil replied confidently. Upon hearing that, Cha Zun Tae was startled and, so you're going to abandon our lives? They'll surely kill me before they lay a hand on you. But I will not die, Mad Devil said. Cha Zun Tae fell silent in fear. The scene shifted to another lavish room where Mad Devil entered to meet the 2 Black Cat Society members. Cha Zun Tae bowed his head and politely said, please everyone speak freely. Then he exited and closed the door. Mad Devil calmly sat in front of the 2 and one of them began to introduce himself. I am Dong Feng from the Black Cat Society's Jin Feng Pavilion, the other one also spoke. And I am Han Wu Miu from Jin Feng Pavilion. The protagonist listened but didn't reply, just silently watching them, and they thought, does he not know us? How dare he be so arrogant? Dong Feng continued. I heard you killed the Zhou brothers, is that true? Yes, Mad Devil replied curtly. His confidence stunned the 2 men. Mad Devil sat presumptuously and asked, why are you asking that? Are those Zhou brothers your relatives? You're not even Zhou family members. The 2 repeatedly shook their heads, they thought. Where does this arrogant bastard get such confidence? Does he think he can defy heaven just because he killed a few Zhou brothers? Or does he have some powerful backing? Why aren't you going to say anything? Mad Devil urged. At this, the 2 men's faces hardened into very displeased expressions. Mad Devil smugly thought, ho ho, look at these guys. They want to extort money but don't dare to speak. Dong Feng stroked his chin in thought, then said, the Zhou brothers were authorized by the Black Cat Society to establish their own sect, but they died at your hands, so. Mad Devil frowned. It will be difficult for you to survive after offending the Black Cat Society. Your actions are blocking the path of the Black Cat Society, Dong Feng threatened. Mad Devil nodded, closed his eyes and replied, I understand what you're saying. You want me to bribe you just like the Zhou brothers, right? The two replied triumphantly, Indeed, your excellency is well versed in the ways of the world. First, let's have a drink, Mad Devil said. Miss Sun. The door opened and Miss Sun cautiously entered. Mad Devil said, Bring that damn spring wine from last time and some more snacks. Sun thought, damn spring wine. Ah, you mean the third-rate spring wine, sir, she replied with a bow. Han Wu Mu spoke at this moment. Drinking is fine, but it would be good to make things clear. We're just here to drink. What else do you want? Mad Devil said. Han Wu Mu suddenly slammed the table hard and shouted, You damned bastard, you truly have eyes but cannot see Mount Tai. Mad Devil calmly looked at his hand without changing his expression. What, do you want to play a big game? He asked. The two were startled, thinking, where does this guy get such confidence? Who exactly is backing him? I ask you, do you think your Black Cat Society's backing can save both of you today? Mad Devil asked. The two immediately stood up at his words. The protagonist continued, Think about it. If I feared the Black Cat Society, how could I have killed the three Zhou brothers? Those words made the two even more nervous and they fell silent, breaking into a cold sweat. Of course, the two of you present here are surely more skilled than the Zhou brothers. Those guys were truly tedious. Dong Feng and Han Wu Mu listened silently, somewhat fearful. Mad Devil warned, If the two of you still haven't understood by the time Miss Sun brings the wine, I will assume you wish to engage in a life-and-death battle with me. Miss Sun has arrived. Footsteps were heard. Mad Devil frowned and looked at the two. Miss Sun gradually approached the room. She closed her eyes, maintaining a relaxed expression, and when she opened them, an incomprehensible sight unfolded. Dong Feng and Han Wu Mu laughed nervously, saying, Don't worry. We will speak well of you to the Black Cat Society and handle everything as if nothing happened. Really? Mad Devil smiled faintly. Yes indeed, those Zhou brothers truly deserved to die. Of course they were all useless precisely. The three chimed in. Laughing cheerfully, footsteps were heard from outside and the two quickly fled the pavilion. Cha Zun Tae, leaning against the door, asked with a deflated look, Is it all right to just let them go, Li Gaha? He stood straight, crossed his arms and said in a stern voice, If I kill those two now, it will give the Black Cat Society an excuse to immediately bring an army here. It doesn't matter who controls Ilyong County, all that matters is that they listen. Upon hearing that, he immediately understood. Aha, Li Gaha thought, the only people I need to watch out for are the 12 divine generals. I should avoid attracting the attention of the great Rakshasa for now. He turned back to Cha Zun Tae and cautiously instructed, I will be entering secluded cultivation for a while. You must recover and manage all the properties of the pavilion masters well. For now, I'm entrusting the position of Hao Sect's general manager to you. Cha Zun Tae was puzzled. Li Gaha turned and left without another word. Be careful not to embezzle anything. If you do, you'll be immediately removed from the general manager position. Cha Zun Tae still asked. What happens after I'm removed? Li Gaha replied. I'll kill you, of course. Cha Zun Tae was startled. What? Cha Zun Tae was enraged. Where is such a law written? Li Gaha still remained calm, not caring about his surroundings. I make the laws. I am the sect master. Cha Zun Tae was so angry he couldn't speak. After walking a few steps, Li Gaha suddenly stopped. Then he turned back to Cha Zun Tae and said, Cha Zun Tae, congratulations on your promotion to general manager. When the time is right, nothing can stop it. Your time to flourish has come. Cha Zun Tae gritted his teeth in rage. He was almost at his breaking point. Li Gaha walked leisurely, completely disregarding the furious gazes emanating from behind him. Cha Zun Tae sighed in disappointment. Damn it, living in the martial world is really exhausting. Mad Devil stopped at a restaurant. Li Gaha entered through the door with his arms crossed. A man who was sucking his thumb and eating suddenly looked up in surprise and asked, You're here? Li Gaha approached, politely sat on the opposite chair and replied, Yes. Duxu happily asked, Customer, what would you like to eat? Li Gaha said, Bring me something refreshing. Duxu turned and went inside saying, Please wait a moment. Duxu picked his teeth and asked, Did you really take care of Zhou In-som, Zhou Yijian and Zhou Samong? Li Gaha replied, Yes. Duxu picked his teeth, puzzled. Didn't the Black Cat Society bring an army? If so, many people would have died. Guanma thought suspiciously. Was he always like this? Now that I think about it, in his previous life he strongly rebelled against the Zhou brothers collecting protection money. Guanma explained to Duxu, They won't come immediately. Even if they do come, I will handle everything alone, so it won't affect anyone else. Duxu asked in surprise. You mean the Inn Master can handle the Black Cat Society alone? Li Gaha replied confidently without hesitation. Yes. It's hard to believe, but it's true, Duxu said. Then added, But I also can't believe that an inn owner alone took care of the Zhou three brothers. Then he suddenly laughed loudly. Eat your fill. Today I'm treating you to a grand meal. Li Gaha broke into a cold sweat and asked, A poor inn owner paying? Duxu retorted. A poor inn owner? Weren't you the sect master of the Hao sect? Hao sect brought out the food and asked, What is the Hao sect? Did Li Gaha establish a sect? Li Gaha turned and said, Brother Duxu, you are also a member of the Hao sect. Duxu pointed to himself with a puzzled expression and asked, Me? I don't remember joining. Li Gaha crossed his arms and calmly explained, Everyone I know automatically becomes a member of the Hao sect. Duxu asked happily, Really? Li Gaha with a solemn expression picked up his chopsticks to take a piece of food. So brother, you must always provide me, the sect master, with free food. Understood. Duxu gripped his bowl tightly, his face stern, and asked Li Gaha, "Are you making fun of me, sir?" Suddenly a shout was heard. "Li Gaha, come out here!" Hearing that, all three people in the room turned towards the door. The shout came from a man wrapped head to toe in black clothes with only his sharp eyes visible. Duxa's face immediately changed as he said, "Sect Master, someone is calling you. Go out quickly." Li Gaha pinched him, saying, "Didn't you just call me sir?" Seeing him change his attitude in the blink of an eye, Duxu returned to a serious expression. He whispered softly but firmly, "Be careful." Duxu, holding his waist with one hand and covering his mouth, coughed and said, "Sect Master, it seems the god of death has arrived. It looks like it's going to rain. My back hurts so much." Li Gaha was speechless and frustrated, but eventually he got up, took his sword, and went outside. Being a sect master is truly annoying. Suddenly, it began to pour rain, and in the white streaks of rain Li Gaha stood facing the unfamiliar man. The man spoke first, challenging him. "Are you the one who killed Nung Yi Suk of the Black Serpent Banner? Is that right?" Li Gaha was momentarily stunned, as if he couldn't remember who that person was. Nung Yi Suk, an unfamiliar name, but I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Li Gaha suddenly paused as he remembered who it was. Li Gaha said, It seems like him." The man lifted the cloth covering his face, scrutinized him with sharp eyes, and then revealed his name. "I am Weison Jiu of the Black Serpent Banner." Li Gaha remembered the name upon hearing it. "Wandu Sang Gwi Weison Jiu, that guy who rashly charged at me in my previous life and died in one blow." Li Gaha quickly assessed Weison Jiu. Still young, but indeed one of the Wandu Sang Gwi. Weison Jiu asked, "Tell me, did you kill Nung Yi Suk?" Li Gaha replied, "That guy burned down my house." Weison Jiu scoffed, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "A legitimate reason to kill someone, but because of that you will also die." Li Gaha immediately said, "You are someone whose body is not your own in this world." His eyes glinted coldly, and every word he spoke pierced Weison Jiu like a blade. "Just like your hair, nothing will go your way in this world." At Li Gaha's words, Weison Gu's face turned purple with rage. "I'll cut off your mouth first." Suddenly, lightning streaked across the sky, striking between the two. Immediately after, Weison Jiu swung his sword and rushed at Li Gaha with lightning speed, his sword slicing through the air. Li Gaha dodged effortlessly as if he had anticipated it. He swept his foot across the ground and a stream of water swirled from the wet earth, splashing onto Weison Jiu. Weison Jiu blocked with one hand and cursed loudly. "Damn it," Li Gaha fought, thinking inwardly. "There are two Wandu Sang Gwi. One is Ogang Su, and Weison Jiu attacked from top to bottom, swinging two swords simultaneously. Li Gaha reacted instantly, raising his sword to block as Weison Jiu swung his sword to slash. Li Gaha immediately retreated to dodge. He struggled to maintain his balance as his body slipped on the wet ground. Li Gaha fell back into thought, considering every detail. The other guy's counterattack and stealth skills are excellent. He's definitely hiding nearby. Suddenly, Cha Zum Tae appeared and called out, "Sect Master." Li Gaha, still calm, gently stopped him from approaching further. "Wait a moment," then he warned. "He's a master." Cha Zum Tae looked back at Weison Jiu. "A master?" Unable to hide his discomfort, Cha Zum Tae tore off his remaining eye patch. "Damn it, why is it raining at a time like this?" And he threw it to the ground. Weison Jiu attacked Li Gaha again. Li Gaha dodged easily without any difficulty and warned Cha Zum Tae, "There's another one near you, be careful." Cha Zum Tae asked in surprise, "What?" Cha Zum Tae looked around, searching with his eyes. Where? Suddenly a strange sound came from the roof. A man unexpectedly jumped down from the roof and stood in front of Weison Jiu. As soon as he appeared, Cha Zum Tae immediately frowned, showing his discomfort. "Damn it, you scared me, seriously." Li Gaha thought inwardly. Finally he appeared. Weison Jiu asked in surprise, "Did you know from the beginning that there were two of us?" Li Gaha did not answer, just scoffed. Weison Jiu instructed, "Brother, he is a hidden master." "Be careful," the other man replied. Yes. The two quickly dispersed, moving in different directions and charged simultaneously. Weison Gu's eyes, the other man's eyes, and Li Gaha's eyes met. Suddenly a shout was heard. "Hey Baldy!" The two immediately froze. Cha Zum Tae spoke provocatively. "I'll also join this fight, so watch your back." Then he provoked again. "Do you know my nickname? Invisible Sword. You won't be able to see my movements. Die, you damned bastard." All three froze. Cha Zum Tae said casually, "I'll join soon. A fair 2-on-2 fight." Cha Zum Tae gritted his teeth and shouted at Weison Jiu, "You bald bastard, I'll deal with you first and send you to hell." Weison Jiu roared in anger. "Damn it," and drew his sword, charging forward. Cha Zum Tae gritted his teeth and blocked. A flash of light. Cha Zum Tae rolled back a few steps and fell to the ground motionless. Li Gaha looked at Cha Zum Tae, who was still lying motionless, and said as if he had already expected it, "Stop acting, get up. It's an eyesore." Cha Zum Tae slowly got up, limping. "Really?" Li Gaha sighed. "Phew." Cha Zum Tae sighed and brushed the dust off his clothes, complaining, "I didn't roll off on my own and get my clothes dirty." Li Gaha couldn't hold back and scolded him loudly. "Then what exactly are you doing?" Cha Zum Tae explained. "The road was muddy from the rain and I just slipped. I almost fooled them." Cha Zum Tae continued to complain. "Originally I was going to take advantage of their carelessness and cut one of their throats, but Li Gaha was frustrated to hear that." Weison Jiu trembled with rage upon hearing that. He gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you say such things in front of us?" Cha Zum Tae silently looked at Weison Jiu. Cha Zum Tae turned to Li Gaha with his sword and said, "That bald guy is trembling. It seems he's colder than others because he has no hair and it's raining." As soon as Wei Sonjiu heard that, his blood boiled even more and he immediately gritted his teeth and cursed, "You damn bastard." He could no longer hold back and drew his sword, charging forward. Words of rage continuously burst from his mouth. Die! Cha Zung Tie was surprised by his sudden charge and hastily dodged. Wei Sonjiu jumped and slashed downwards, and Cha Zung Tie, unable to counter, reflexively raised his arm to block. Fortunately, Li Gaha quickly rushed over and blocked the sword for him. Li Gaha looked at him with cold eyes, and Wei Sonjiu also frowned and looked at Li Gaha. Wei Sonjiu attacked Li Gaha again, but no matter how brutal Wei Songu's moves were, his sword was blocked by Li Gaha. As if he had anticipated it long ago, Wei Sonjiu was too surprised and flustered. Li Gaha stood gallantly, turned to the side. The two brothers looked at that sight and said nothing. Only Cha Zung Tie exclaimed, "Wow!" Under the pouring rain, the eyes of the four crossed in silence. Li Gaha thought inwardly, "This is the first time I've felt this way since my regression." Suddenly, Li Gaha smirked. "Since when did fighting become so fun?" The short-haired man gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly, "He's laughing." Li Gaha raised his hand, gripped the hilt of his sword and slowly drew it. A faint red energy emanated around Li Gaha's body. As soon as the sword was drawn from its scabbard, a fierce red light blazed around Li Gaha, and the sword in his hand emitted an even more brilliant light. Wei Sonjiu and the short-haired man were greatly astonished by the sight. The red-haired man and Duck Su inside the restaurant were also surprised. Cha Zung Tie said, "Red light is coming from the sword." The two brothers' faces changed simultaneously, and they realized what it was at that moment. The red sword chi around the sword blazed fiercely like a roaring fire. Li Gaha stood gallantly in front of Wei Sonjiu and the short-haired man with his sword. Wei Sonjiu turned to his disciple and gave a slight nod, a signal, and the short-haired man quickly understood his intention and nodded back. Both moved like the wind, rushing simultaneously in separate directions. Their bodies moved fluidly, forming a circle around Li Gaha. The circle spun faster and faster, pressing in on Li Gaha. As the distance closed, they all swung their swords in unison, attacking with determination. Li Gaha's hair covered his eyes, but at that very moment a sharp cold light flashed from his red glowing eyes. With just one swing of his sword he slashed past both of them, and blood gushed from their wounds, staining the raindrops red. Thick red blood fumed, and the two brothers simultaneously fell at Li Gaha's feet. Ha! Cha Zung Tie stood speechless, stunned, his eyes wide, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. The scene looking out from inside the restaurant was desolate and chilling. Li Gaha stood alone at the feet of the two fallen bodies. The rain was still falling incessantly. The cold raindrops mixed with the red blood soaking the ground. Li Gaha stood silently in the rain, his head slightly raised, looking as if lost in deep thought. Cha Zung Tie approached closer, bowed his head and said, "You've worked hard." Li Gaha replied expressionlessly, "It's what I always do." Cha Zung Tie stood beside him, stroking his chin, looking down at the two bodies. A slight hint of suspicion was in his eyes. "Who are these guys?" Li Gaha replied, "Black Serpent Banner." Cha Zung Tie was surprised to hear that. "What?" Then he bowed his head slightly and said in a gloomy voice, "The Black Cat Society is already a headache, and now the Black Serpent Banner too." Li Gaha turned to leave, saying to Cha Zung Tie again, "I'm going to take a bath." Cha Zung Tie replied, "Yes, I will stay here and take care of all this." Li Gaha left the two bodies and Cha Zung Tie behind. Duck Su, having witnessed the whole situation, crossed his arms and said, "It seems he really did take care of the Zhou three brothers." The scene shifted to the bathhouse where Li Gaha was immersed in hot water. He felt a sense of relief, but inwardly thought, "Certainly, I'm getting stronger too quickly now. These guys were originally supposed to die at my hands much later, but now they've already gone to meet the King of Hell. But now I have new forces to deal with, the Black Cat Society and the Black Serpent Banner." The more he thought about it, the more confused and tired he became. Li Gaha closed his eyes slightly and leaned against the bathtub wall. But as the silence deepened, Li Gaha felt the faint sounds around his ears even more clearly. However, suddenly, oddly, Li Gaha no longer perceived any sounds. Li Gaha opened his eyes and thought inwardly, "What?" The external noise suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, a black shadow flew through the air from the end of the corridor. Two unfamiliar men appeared out of nowhere, kicked open the door and stood before Li Gaha. Li Gaha recognized the two and asked, "Why have you two come here?" One was Song Ji-yu, the manager of the Peach Blossom Brothel, and the other was Yun Ji-yu, the manager of the Orchid Brothel. With cold eyes, Li Gaha asked, "Did Cha Zung Tie send you?" Without a word, not even intending to reply, the two approached Li Gaha directly. The bathtub suddenly constricted and water began to overflow. Immediately after, the bathtub suddenly exploded, and with the fierce force of the water, the two were instantly thrown backward. They blocked with their hands, and Li Gaha rushed at the two with lightning speed. He pushed Yun Ji-yu with one hand and Song Ji-yu with the other. Li Gaha used his internal energy to send the two flying, and they flew out the door without even a scream, smashing violently against the stone wall, shattering into pieces and dying instantly. Li Gaha looked at the two and thought inwardly, "Song Ji-yu and Yun Ji-yu, these guys intentionally ambushed me knowing I wouldn't have weapons while bathing." Li Gaha's eyes were filled with rage. "Is this Cha Zung Tie's doing?" Li Gaha got dressed and went outside, asking a staff member, "Where is Cha Zung Tie?" The staff member trembled all over, avoiding his gaze, not daring to make eye contact, and bowed his head. "He's not here." Li Gaha's face darkened and his eyes grew cold. "You'd better tell me the truth." The employee heard this and became even more frightened. "I truly mean it, sir. He hasn't returned since he left this afternoon." Hearing Li Gaha's words, he turned and left without a word. Li Gaha walked through the rain thinking, I don't know if Cha Zoom Tae is involved in this, but if he truly has the courage to turn his blade against me, his life is practically over. Just then, a voice echoed from somewhere, come at me if you dare. You foolish brutes, come on, attack me. Li Gaha turned around in surprise. Li Gaha recognized Cha Zoom Tae's voice without hesitation. Li Gaha soared like lightning, heading straight for where the voice came from. Upon arriving, Li Gaha saw many corpses already scattered on the ground. Li Gaha wondered, why are these guys in such a mess? Just then, Li Gaha's gaze fell upon a group of people in the distance, quickly huddling and cornering someone. The one cornered in the dead end was none other than Cha Zoom Tae. They ganged up, saying, that damn guy is exhausted and has fallen, let's charge. Cha Zoom Tae was staggering, covered in blood, his face pale, looking miserable as if he had just walked out of hell, surrounded with nowhere to run. Li Gaha was surprised that it was Cha Zoom Tae. As soon as the voice echoed, the group turned in unison. Their eyes were sharp. Cha Zoom Tae was also startled to see Li Gaha. Li Gaha scoffed, oh, Cha Zoom Tae still alive? Cha Zoom Tae immediately shouted, help me, knowing he was saved. Cha Zoom Tae growled, you dogs, your lives are over. All eyes were on Li Gaha, but he stood still, unaffected. Seeing him still like that, Cha Zoom Tae couldn't suppress his anger and cursed at him, brandishing his sword. Why are you standing there like a dummy? Hurry up and help me. Hearing Cha Zoom Tae's scolding, Li Gaha mumbled, annoyed. What are you shouting about? Li Gaha just watched silently, and whether his opponent was pointing a sword at him or not, he remained calm, not caring at all, and said to Cha Zoom Tae, hold your sword tight and handle it yourself. Group surrounding Cha Zoom Tae suddenly changed their target and shouted loudly, everyone don't be afraid, that guy is just a pathetic inn-owner. Come on, let's all charge and kill him. Li Gaha's face was as cold as ice, showing no trace of emotion. He unleashed a series of deadly attacks. With one hand he punched one's stomach, with the other he punched another's face, blocking one's waist and directly hitting another's chest. With a final blow, power erupted, instantly sending the entire group flying. They all lay motionless on the ground. Li Gaha silently watched the corpses in the rain. Just then, Cha Zoom Tae on the other side continued to curse, you damn bastard. Hearing this, Li Gaha turned around, a weary look in his eyes. Cha Zoom Tae angrily pointed his sword at the dead bodies and said, how dare they ambush me, Cha Zoom Tae? Then he looked up and stared straight at Li Gaha. Tears silently streamed down Cha Zoom Tae's cheeks. Sectmaster, did you come to save me personally? Li Gaha said dismissively. No, I came here to kill you. Hearing that, Cha Zoom Tae immediately lost his composure. Kill me, why? Li Gaha explained, I thought you were involved in this. Cha Zoom Tae unpleasantly retorted, is that true? You mean those guys also tried to assassinate the sectmaster? Li Gaha replied, yes, while I was bathing, two men named Song Ji-yu and Yoon Ji-yu came. Cha Zoom Tae tightly clutched his wound with one hand, trying to stop the bleeding. He still gritted his teeth and continued to curse. Down you bastards, oh sectmaster, it seems you haven't grasped the situation correctly yet. Besides the Zhou three brothers, there are many other masters in Ilyong County. As you can see, I was also ambushed. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, right? I have no connection with those bastards. Li Gaha reluctantly acknowledged, it seems so. Seeing his attitude, Cha Zoom Tae was furious and gritted his teeth. He muttered inwardly, that guy came all this way to kill me, and now that he's confirmed it wasn't me, he has no intention of apologizing. When Li Gaha suddenly called out, Cha Zoom Tae, Cha Zoom Tae immediately replied, yes. Li Gaha silently looked into the distance, his voice sounding tired and helpless. Besides the Black Cat Society, how many more people do I have to kill in Ilyong County? Cha Zoom Tae could only remain silent upon hearing that question. Li Gaha's eyes were filled with undisguised fatigue and annoyance. Is it because I'm just an inn-owner that I have to experience such situations? So how many more people do I have to kill for these meaningless things to stop happening? Cha Zoom Tae still remained silent, not replying, just silently pondering. Li Gaha then lowered his head and said, I'll go and make some preparations. Sectmaster, please rest and clear your mind of all these thoughts. Li Gaha instructed, prepare well. Cha Zoom Tae replied, yes. Li Gaha instructed again, you must do it very well. Cha Zoom Tae replied, yes, I will definitely prepare thoroughly. Eventually, Li Gaha turned and left in the rain, mumbling, damn it, I just had a bath. The next day, the sun rose brightly again. Cha Zoom Tae began the construction work. At this time, Li Gaha was sitting cross-legged in his room, concentrating on cultivating his internal energy. Cha Zoom Tae helped supervise and coordinate the construction work with Gong Chun-dong. A month later, Li Gaha personally came to inspect the site. A month has passed and this is all the progress you've made? Cha Zoom Tae explained. Sectmaster, what are you talking about? A scale like this would easily take a year. Li Gaha asked in surprise. A year? Can't it be done faster? Cha Zoom Tae replied nervously. No, it can't. I also want to shorten the time, but this work doesn't speed up just by throwing more manpower at it. Li Gaha remained silent. Cha Zoom Tae continued, recently we found a good construction manager, so the progress has improved greatly. As soon as he finished speaking, the person suddenly appeared. Cha Zoom Tae introduced him. This is him. This person is an expert in construction. Li Gaha also turned to look. Jaeon Rusung smiled brightly and greeted him. Hello. As soon as Li Gaha recognized him, a strange smile spread across Jaeon Rusung's lips. This guy was quite famous in my previous life when I was the sect master of the Hao sect, and to meet him in this situation, Cha Zung Tae said to Jian Rosong. Jian Rosong, you've come at a good time. Hurry and greet him. This is our sect master. Jian Rosong quickly bowed and greeted him. I, Jian Rosong, took on this job through the introduction of Uncle Gong Chandong. Li Gaha smiled and replied. Nice to meet you, Jian Rosong said earnestly. I heard that if I complete this task well, I will be given the position of manager of the Bamboo Gate Jukman of the Hao sect, and the entrance fee will also be waived. Is that true? Li Gaha replied firmly. Yes, that's right. Jian Rosong's face suddenly brightened. I am very satisfied with that offer. This time, I will definitely build Gaha in magnificently. But Jian Rosong wanted to make another request. But before that, I have one request for the elder here, Li Gaha asked. What is it? Jian Rosong immediately pointed and said, I plan to build a temporary shack over there to serve as a lounge and dining hall. It would be great if the sect master could occasionally grant us new and delicious meals to enjoy together. Li Gaha said nothing, just lowered his head, smiled, and called out, Cha Zung Tae. Cha Zung Tae replied, Yes, sect master. Li Gaha commanded, Organize and divide the workers from the Plum Blossom Pavilion, Orchid Pavilion, and Poetry Pavilion. Then send some of them here to help with the construction and make sure to provide meals for everyone working here. Cha Zung Tae smiled and replied, Yes, sect master. Li Gaha turned to Jian Rosong and said, Jian Rosong, if you can build a Hao sect that satisfies me, I will entrust you with the Bamboo Gate to manage. Jian Rosong bowed his head and replied, Please trust me. After inspecting everything, he turned and left, a satisfied look on his face, and Li Gaha returned to Gong Chandong. Gong Chandong turned around happily and asked, Oh, sect master, you've come? Did you meet Jian Rosong? Li Gaha replied, Yes. Gong Chandong mentioned Jian Rosong, praising him incessantly. That young man is truly talented. Once he dedicates himself to work, he doesn't rest day or night and handles everything perfectly. Li Gaha just said, I see. But Li Gaha thought inwardly, I never imagined I'd have such a deep connection with Uncle Gong Chandong in this life. Recruiting Jian Rosong into the Hao sect is truly a tremendous gain. Gong Chandong said as if remembering something. Oh, I have a gift for the sect master, Li Gaha asked in surprise. A gift? Gong Chandong replied, That's right. If there's any weapon you desire, sect master, please tell me. Li Gaha immediately asked, Have you ever made a famous sword or a precious blade? Gong Chandong crossed his arms and replied, No. Li Gaha was speechless upon hearing that. Gong Chandong quickly explained, It's not just a matter of money. If word gets out, many people would probably come looking for me to seize that treasure. I might even lose my life. If I'm lucky, I might be able to make a smooth transaction, but others will surely threaten me to keep making such weapons. Hearing that, Li Gaha nodded slightly in agreement. Uncle, your words make sense. Gong Chandong said, That's true. Li Gaha stroked his chin in thought and said, Then, I would like to have a weapon. It doesn't need to be too sharp and its weight isn't important, but it must not break easily and it must not deform even if bent. Gong Chandong thought for a moment and said, So you just want it to be sturdy? Meaning it can be a staff or a pole, it doesn't matter? Gong Chandong frowned and asked, None of that is important. Li Gaha replied, Yes. Gong Chandong suddenly smiled brightly and said, Understood. I should also give the sect master a small gift. Li Gaha smiled brightly and replied, Yes, uncle, I look forward to your gift. Li Gaha also left immediately. On a peaceful and quiet street, two men suddenly blocked Li Gaha's path. Their faces were full of cunning and they clearly had no good intentions. Li Gaha asked wearily, What now? One of them asked. Are you Pavilion Master Li Gaha? Li Gaha's face showed no change in emotion, and he deliberately tried to pass them. No, I'm an inn owner, one of them shouted. Wait please, wait a moment. He stopped and turned to look, and the man suddenly spoke at length, introducing himself. I am Hioke Yi Hong, a messenger from the Black Cat Society. I have come to deliver a message from the Black Cat Society's elder. Li Gaha was slightly surprised. The Black Cat Society, Hioke Yi Hong continued. Our Jin Feng Pavilion Master wishes to meet with you, Your Excellency. Immediately after, his face suddenly became cunning and unpleasant. I am not an assassin. I am merely a person delivering an invitation, so please do not refuse. Hioke Yi Hong threatened. After I return, assassins will probably come looking for you, Your Excellency. When he heard the words, Pavilion Master Li Gaha's face turned cold. The two stood facing each other. Li Gaha asked, If that Jin Feng Pavilion Master calls, must I go? Hioke Yi Hong smirked and said, If you refuse this invitation, you should start preparing to flee. Only then can the Pavilion Master survive and Ilyang County can avoid unjust deaths. It will be a joyous outcome for both sides. Li Gaha rubbed his chin and said, So if I want to continue holding power in Ilyang County, I either have to bow to the Black Cat Society or I have to leave Ilyang County? Hioke Yi Hong chuckled cunningly and replied, That's right. Li Gaha accepted. How can a gentleman be so rude? I will go meet the Jin Feng Pavilion Master. Hioke Yi Hong asked, Shall I give you time from now until evening or will you go immediately? Li Gaha refused. Since I'm meeting a big shot from the Black Cat Society, how can I go empty-handed? Besides, I can't meet the Pavilion Master in casual clothes. Li Gaha said, Just give me the address. I'll find my own way there. Hioke Yi Hong agreed and it settled. Hioke Yi Hong smirked. Come to the hunting lodge in Dongo Mountain. Li Gaha rubbed his chin and said, Dongo Mountain Hunting Lodge, that's close then. Understood. Li Gaha turned and left without hesitation as soon as he received the address. However, before he had gone far, Hioke Yi Hong's voice echoed from behind him. Just remember this. If you plan to escape, leave no trace, not even a single strand of hair. Li Gaha was completely unconcerned by his words. I have no intention of escaping at all. The scene shifted, and Cha Zung Tiei, upon hearing the story, shouted, Jin Feng, Pavilion Master, that demon who kills people without batting an eye called the Sect Master to meet? Li Gaha remained calm, and slowly explained, he's not calling me. I want to go on my own. Cha Zung Tiei said, didn't he just call you? Cha Zung Tei's face suddenly darkened, and his eyes grew gloomy. Anyway, I'll go gather my brothers immediately. We must fight once, either to live forever or to die. Li Gaha sighed and said, what fight? Are you planning to lead all the young people of Ilyong County to their deaths? There's no need for that. I'll go alone. Cha Zung Tiei was enraged. Sect Master, are you crazy? If you go like that, you'll surely die. That guy will never leave the Sect Master alone. He probably thinks he was disrespected by a pathetic inn owner and is incredibly angry, but immediately after he suddenly became serious. At least let me go with you, Li Gaha asked in surprise. Cha Zung Tiei, are you serious? Cha Zung Tiei remained silent, not replying. Cha Zung Tiei lowered his head and replied, no, why would I go? Li Gaha sighed faintly, and a clear sense of helplessness was visible in his eyes. He's all talk. I'll be back soon. Just as Li Gaha was about to step out the door, Cha Zung Tiei suddenly called out to stop him. Sect Master. Li Gaha turned and asked, what is it? Cha Zung Tiei handed Li Gaha a set of clothes and said, please wear these. Li Gaha asked in confusion, why isn't this your favorite kipao? Cha Zung Tiei replied, yes it is. He frowned slightly, a worried expression on his face, and said, this might get torn. I'm not going out to play. Cha Zung Tiei replied, at most it'll just be used as a rag again. Li Gaha's lips curved into a slight smile, then he took the kipao, put it on and turned to leave. I'll be back. Cha Zung Tiei bowed his head from behind and prayed, please return safely. He carefully opened the door and stepped out one step at a time, radiating confidence. The scene shifted to Dongo Mountain. Two figures were already blocking the entrance, waiting for Li Gaha. Hioke Yihong thought to himself, although the pavilion master told me to wait, that pathetic inn owner must have fled by now. Hioke Yihong suddenly paused. In the distance, Li Gaha was slowly approaching. Hioke Yihong's face turned purple with surprise as he thought, that guy didn't run away, so he's decided to kneel to the Black Cat Society? What a greedy punk. Li Gaha stopped and faced the two men. Li Gaha spoke clearly and distinctly. I'm here. Hioke Yihong was seething with anger, muttering to himself, he killed the Zhou three brothers and he's already so arrogant. I'll see how long you can maintain that arrogance. But on the surface he still greeted him with a welcoming smile. Please come in. The pavilion master is waiting. The door slowly closed and Li Gaha followed, feeling uneasy. Inside, the Jin Feng pavilion master sat before a fiercely burning fire. He silently watched him. This was Jin Feng pavilion master Ban Saung, as if he had been waiting a long time. Hioke Yihong came out and bowed. Pavilion Master, Pavilion Lord Li Gaha has arrived. Ban Saung laughed and said, Pavilion Lord, what Pavilion Lord? Then he turned to Li Gaha. Li Gaha stood there silent, saying nothing. Ban Saung sneered. I was quite curious who swallowed all three brothels, but it turns out to be just a snot-nosed kid. What an arrogant fool. Ban Saung asked Li Gaha, so you're managing all three of those brothels? Very well done, daring to appear before me instead of running away. I commend you. What a greedy punk. Hearing that, Li Gaha seemed annoyed, remaining silent and not even bothering to reply. Then finally he moved slightly. Li Gaha sat down directly in front of Ban Saung without a word, and Ban Saung was taken aback, but that action infuriated Ban Saung, causing him to explode. You damned bastard, who told you to sit? How dare you sit here? Li Gaha calmly replied. It's my decision where I sit. Do I need your permission? At that one sentence, Ban Saung was truly enraged. What? Hioke Yihong watched their conversation, and for some reason he began to worry about Li Gaha. Has that pathetic inn owner gone mad? Shouldn't he be kneeling and bowing to the pavilion master? How dare he? Ban Saung laughed and said, you truly are crazy. Li Gaha agreed, yes, I am crazy. Hearing that, Ban Saung suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Ban Saung pointed a finger and asked, what an interesting punk. How old are you? Li Gaha retorted, why are you asking that? Did you call me here just to ask my age? His laughter stopped, and Ban Saung quickly dropped his sneering expression, looking directly at Li Gaha with stern eyes. Li Gaha spoke, you said your piece, now it's my turn. Li Gaha continued, choose, will you die alone, or do you want me to kill all your subordinates too? Those words enraged Ban Saung, making veins bulge on his face, and his voice was filled with murderous intent. How dare you, a pathetic inn owner? He stood up abruptly and said, I originally wanted to save you, but now it has become too difficult. Ban Saung drew his sword, an action that Li Gaha noticed clearly, and his eyes immediately turned icy cold without any warning. His body moved like lightning, charging straight at him. With a sudden kick, Ban Saung had no time to react and raised his sword to block, the blade trembling. The kick, aimed precisely at Ban Saung's chest, sent him falling backward. The force of the kick was so powerful that Ban Saung's large body flew like a sandbag. His eyes widened in surprise as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Meanwhile, Li Gaha still maintained an unusually calm expression. Though he flew backward, Ban Saung did not give up. Immediately regaining his footing and preparing for the next attack, he gasped, barely standing with streaks of crimson blood at the corner of his mouth. He groaned, syllable by syllable, what in the world is this strange phenomenon? Hioke Yihong, having witnessed every scene, broke out in a cold sweat, his face filled with worry. The subordinates standing nearby also saw the sight and remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Li Gaha calmly asked, "You wanted to save me, so what now?" Li Gaha sneered. "Do I look like I need saving from someone like you?" Ban Saung suddenly fell silent. Hioke Yi Hong pursed his lips, watching with eyes full of anxiety and concern. Ban Saung and Li Gaha glared at each other, their blood boiling with rage. He trembled, gnashing his teeth, and muttered to himself, "What the hell is this damn bastard? He's clearly just a pathetic inn-owner." Li Gaha sneered, "What's wrong? Didn't you loudly boast that you could kill me any time?" Ban Saung's hand trembled as he tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. Ban Saung's eyes widened as he thought, "First strike, first win." Without hesitation, he rushed at Li Gaha with lightning speed. That seemingly powerful slash was easily blocked by Li Gaha simply tilting his body slightly. Ban Saung gritted his teeth, not giving up, launching a furious barrage of slashes, but Li Gaha still calmly dodged, without expending any effort. Li Gaha sneered inwardly, "The Jin Feng Pavilion Master of the Black Cat Society is ultimately just a third-rate expert." Only then did he begin to counterattack. His eyes flashed coldly, and he delivered a barehanded punch, striking him hard. Ban Saung could no longer endure it and spat out blood. Cough once again. Ban Saung was sent flying by Li Gaha. Li Gaha immediately sprung up and rushed directly at Ban Saung like an arrow cutting through the wind. He tightly gripped his sword and threw himself at Ban Saung. Ban Saung was startled to realize that the sword in Li Gaha's hand was sword chi. A streak of sword chi like lightning cut through the air, slashing across the center of Ban Saung's neck. Li Gaha stared coldly at Ban Saung. Even in front of the horrific blood-soaked scene before him, Li Gaha maintained a calm expression. All the subordinates stood frozen like stones, able to do nothing but stare blankly as their pavilion master was slain by another. Hioke Yi Hong was even more astonished, having never anticipated such an outcome. Li Gaha slowly lowered his sword. Li Gaha turned and warned, "Did you see that? This is what happens if you dare to mess with a pathetic inn-owner from Ilyong County." Hioke Yi Hong broke into a cold sweat and was terrified. The pavilion master couldn't even put up a fight and was taken down. Can he subdue the pavilion master so easily? Li Gaha asked. "Is there anyone else who wants to follow Ban Saung to the underworld?" No one dared to utter a single word. They all stood frozen like stone. Suddenly one of the group stepped out of formation and said, "Now you are at war with the people of the Black Cat Society." Sima Yi was drenched in sweat, but he still said in a difficult, threatening voice, "Do you think you can handle this?" Li Gaha said, annoyed. "That's not your concern right now. What you should be concerned about is your own lives." Everyone was astonished, and no one could hide the fear on their faces. Li Gaha coldly ordered them, "When I count to 3, all of you kneel before me. Anyone who dares to resist will be sent to the underworld with your pavilion master right now." Li Gaha raised his finger and began to count. 1, 2. Sima Yi's face was already ashen. But suddenly, Sima Yi knelt on the ground and bowed his head, and the rest of them quickly knelt as well. They all knelt at Li Gaha's feet. He looked at them and thought to himself, "Yes." Li Gaha recalled the past. He trained and trained despite the risk of chi deviation, even skipping meals and holding in his bodily needs. All the effort he poured in was for moments like these. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, his face suddenly darkened, filled with sadness. The group remained prostrate on the ground, not moving an inch. Sima Yi opened his mouth and asked, "Will you spare our lives?" Li Gaha asked expressionlessly. "Why should I?" Sima Yi said in confusion. "Didn't you say you would spare us if we knelt?" Li Gaha explained. "I only said I would send you to the underworld with your pavilion master if you resisted. I never said I would spare your lives, did I?" They were bewildered and terrified. Sima Yi pleaded, "Please give us a way to live," but Li Gaha still maintained a calm expression as if nothing had happened. "Why should I?" In the trembling silence, Sima Yi still remained calm, trying to find a way to negotiate. "If your excellency kills all of us, we will have no choice but to fight until our last breath." Li Gaha said, "You know how to negotiate. First you need to clarify your identity." Only then did he introduce himself. "This humble one is Sima Yi, an undercover inspector." Li Gaha's eyes suddenly darkened. "Sima Yi," Li Gaha thought to himself, "I have no memory of this name at all. He must have died with Ban Saung during the Black Cat Society's purge." Sima Yi hesitated, then continued, "To be honest, if your excellency possesses abilities similar to the pavilion masters, we could certainly unite and face your excellency." But Li Gaha said, "But," Sima Yi said, "it seems your excellency has not yet shown all your abilities, so this humble one instructed some colleagues to restrain themselves." Li Gaha smiled slightly upon hearing that. He seemed to take it as a compliment. It's just the way of the human world, only the quick-witted survive. As soon as he heard that he was forgiven, his face lit up with joy, but he suddenly paused, an astonished and incomprehensible expression on his face. "How then, what about the others?" He replied coldly, "Of course they all need to be dealt with. Who knows who might secretly report to the Black Cat Society behind my back? In the current situation, if a battle with the Black Cat Society breaks out, it would be quite tiresome for me." Li Gaha's eyes glowed with a cold reddish light. "The rest of you, all of you, come at me." None of the group dared to charge. His hand trembled reluctantly and slowly reaching for the hilt of his sword. Sima Yi intervened. "Wait, if we completely submit, isn't that enough?" Li Gaha asked. "How can I believe that?" Sima Yi growled. "Your excellency cannot trust this humble one." Li Gaha poured cold water on that faint hope. "How can I believe you? Judging by your appearance and demeanor, you will surely become the successor to that pavilion master," Sima Yi replied. "Yes, that's right," Li Gaha warned. The Jin Feng Pavilion Master is dead. If you report to headquarters without a single injury, do you think you can survive? Sima Yi was terrified upon hearing that. His eyes wide, Li Gaha continued, the same goes for the rest of you. The Jin Feng Pavilion Master is dead. Shouldn't you have fought by his side until death instead of running away? You are all branded as traitors and will be purged soon anyway. Sima Yi's face showed disappointment, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Li Gaha raised his gleaming sword. Now shall we begin? Sima Yi quickly spoke. This humble one has a plan. Li Gaha asked. What is it? Sima Yi pleaded. Please listen to this humble one and then decide. Li Gaha smiled faintly and asked, really, in my opinion, even Zhuge Liang would have to rise from his grave to find a solution in this situation. Sima Yi's eyes gleamed brightly. He immediately presented his view. Simply by revealing the money the pavilion master embezzled from the villa, his crimes will be exposed. All of us will testify to this matter. Everyone listened in silence, not a single person uttering a word. Sima Yi explained, in fact the Jin Feng Pavilion Master embezzled a vast sum of money. If the general manager learns of this, he will naturally die, and we will all remain silent about it. Moreover, that money will be brought to Ilyang County, because if we use that money, we cannot avoid being suspected as accomplices. Li Gaha retorted, so you are afraid of being accomplices and thus won't report this to the Black Cat Society, and you want me not to kill you here? Sima Yi replied, yes, that's right, anyway it's better than dying right now. Li Gaha thought to himself, it's a bit troublesome, but what happens afterward has nothing to do with me. After finishing his thoughts, Li Gaha opened his mouth and accepted. Very well, I will spare your lives. Some subordinates immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency, Li Gaha said. Military strategist Sima Yi, I entrust this matter to you. Sima Yi asked, bewildered. Your Excellency calls this humble one a military strategist? Li Gaha retorted, isn't your name Sima Yi? Sima Yi replied. Yes, Li Gaha said, then calling you military strategist Sima Yi is correct, isn't it? Sima Yi still didn't understand after hearing that. Li Gaha explained. From ancient times, Sima Yi and Zhuge Liang were the best military strategists that martial artists wanted to recruit. Sima Yi continued to ask, why is that? Li Gaha replied, if I knew I'd be dead after that. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet, and no one said a word. In an inn, Li Gaha spoke, you guys seem to have embezzled quite a lot. Sima Yi reported, all the money we embezzled has been moved here. Now this humble one will return and report that the money is gone. Li Gaha commanded, don't you dare cause trouble while you're in Ilyang County. Understood? I will never forgive thugs. Sima Yi replied fearfully, yes, this humble one will definitely handle it carefully. Li Gaha urged, you're going to do such a dangerous job with some useless guys, so you'd better be careful. Sima Yi immediately replied, yes. Sima Yi asked, does our sect have a name? Li Gaha's eyes sharpened like blades. He even provoked the cold, unyielding elder. Haro sect, we are the greatest Haro sect in the world. Sima Yi was startled. The greatest Haro sect in the world, then he said, I've never heard of this name before, humble one. Li Gaha's face suddenly darkened, and he asked again in a cold voice, you've never heard of it even once? Sima Yi immediately bowed his head and quickly apologized without hesitation. Yes, military strategist Sima Yi apologizes. My knowledge is still lacking, Li Gaha said. It's all right. My sect was only just established a short while ago after all. Sima Yi asked in surprise, is that so? Li Gaha said. It is my ideal and ambition to make this a true sect. Sima Yi paused for a moment, a hint of confusion in his eyes. But Sectmaster, I'm a little worried that if we append the greatest in the world to our name, countless rumors will circulate around it. Li Gaha smiled and said, it's all right. The name doesn't mean the greatest in the world in the sense of being at the top, but rather the greatest in the world that rises from below. Only then did Sima Yi understand, and he merely fell silent, saying nothing. A sudden shout was heard. Sectmaster, what are you moving outside? Cha Zung Tae just rushed in, grumbling incessantly. Where did you get all this stuff? Did you steal it? Li Gaha explained. It's the money the Jin Feng Pavilion Master returned. We can use it to build the inn. Cha Zung Tae asked, bewildered. Yes. Cha Zung Tae asked, you mean you brought the Black Cat Society's money? Li Gaha replied. Cha Zung Tae was puzzled. Why? Li Gaha replied, that is my heart. The heart of an inn owner, the heart of the Haro sect master, and also the heart of a thief. Cha Zung Tae became increasingly angry, his face darkening. Cha Zung Tae asked, yes, I know those hearts very well, but what will you do if the Black Cat Society uses this as an excuse to invade Ilyang County? Cha Zung Tae said in exasperation. You know, don't you? The Black Cat Society are not people who have their money stolen, they are people who steal others' money. They are people who don't hesitate to loot, beat, and kill. Li Gaha calmly said, I'm also good at beating people, so it's fine. Cha Zung Tae covered his face and said helplessly, I'm going crazy. Li Gaha consoled him. Don't worry. If the Black Cat Society comes, I will definitely take care of all of them. Cha Zung Tae replied, relieved. Yes, if you can take care of them, that's good. Li Gaha said, perhaps I can even torture and punish the Black Cat Society master, and if the situation is favorable, I might even take him in as a subordinate. Cha Zung Tae agreed. Torturing is fine and taking him in is also no problem. Li Gaha continued, if I don't like him I can kill him too. Cha Zung Tae laughed heartily. Yes, killing is also fine, as expected. The sect master is a master. I worried for nothing. Li Gaha smiled and said, so there's no need to worry. Nevertheless, Cha Zung Tae quietly looked out the window, and with distant eyes let out a deep sigh. Ha, damn it, stop with the useless talk and face reality. Oh my god. Li Gaha remained silent for a moment, then opened his mouth. Everyone seems uneasy. I understand. Li Gaha ordered Cha Zung Tae to gather the leaders of the Haro sect at the inn. Cha Zung Tae bowed his head and obeyed, but then asked again, but who are the leaders? I've never met them before. Li Gaha listed them. Duk Su of the gate shop, Jiam Trong Lang of the iron shop, An Rasong of the bamboo shop. Call them here. Cha Zung Tae replied with a smile. Yes, understood. A loud voice was heard. Focus, it's already dark. Jiam Trong Lang spoke first. I heard the sect master has something to discuss with us. Li Gaha replied, that's right, I want to discuss the Haro sect's course of action with everyone present. Duk Su asked, course of action? Li Gaha replied. Li Gaha said, as a sect I will take responsibility for everything that happens in the Haro sect from now on. Everyone asked in surprise, what? Li Gaha explained, to everyone who comes to Ilyang County, if anyone asks where the Haro sect master is, there's no need to uphold loyalty. Honestly tell them where I am. If anyone forces you to elaborate, simply say that only the Hao sect master knows. This is the Hao sect's first course of action. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. No one dared to speak. Jiam Trong Lang opened his mouth. You're pushing all responsibility onto the sect master. What kind of course of action is this? Li Gaha's face hardened, and to put it more concretely and simply, I originally entered this martial world because I had no talent for making tofu noodles, Jiam Trong Lang asked. Sect master, do you really mean that? Cha Zung Tae spoke. Finally, the sect master admits it. Duk Zu had to admit that the noodles the sect master made were always terrible. Jiam Trong Lang also had to admit, I detest the tofu noodles he makes. Jian Rasong asked, is it really that awful? The three of them said in unison. No. Li Gaha silently watched the people in front of him openly criticize him. He merely remained silent in helplessness. Then he closed his eyes and said, let's put that aside anyway. Jiam Trong Lang's iron shop and Mai Chun River Inn still don't have a specific goal in the martial world, do they? Jiam Trong Lang asked, what should we do? Duk Su scratched his face and said, this matter needs further discussion. Li Gaha said the same applied to the other two. Jian Rasong replied, indeed. Cha Zung Tae raised his hand to offer an opinion. Count me out. The three of them and Li Gaha looked back at him in confusion. Li Gaha said, most of the Hao sect is currently in this state, but I am different. I want to use the Hao sect to help the weak. Jiam Trong Lang and Duk Su were startled. Cha Zung Tae and Jian Rasong were also surprised. Li Gaha continued. Many innkeepers, cooks, merchants, and carriage drivers have been killed by martial artists. The injustices and grievances are immeasurable, and probably such things will continue to happen in the future. Cha Zung Tae fell into deep thought. Li Gaha, as the Hao sect master, solemnly said, whoever causes the unjust deaths of those innocent people, I will never stand by and watch. Duk Su rubbed his chin and said, no matter who the opponent is? Jiam Trong Lang asked again. So, sect master, you intend to confront not only the Black Cat Society but also other forces? Li Gaha replied, that's right, if the Black Path kills people I will kill the Black Path, and if the Righteous Path kills people I will also kill the Righteous Path. There's no need to distinguish between right and wrong. I am the Hao sect master. None of them dared to speak. Li Gaha recalled his past when he rampaged under the name Mad Devil. The demonic cult, the martial world, the Black Path, and even the Righteous Path. Matters concerning them were like war. Countless innocent commoners were killed. It would be one thing if it was a fight between martial arts practitioners, but it was unacceptable for someone like an inn owner who only sold wine and snacks to be killed, and eventually he couldn't stand it anymore and killed them all. From then on, the martial world called him Mad Devil, and countless criticisms and condemnations followed after that. No matter what he did, people called him mad, and even pinned crimes on him that he hadn't committed. It was too bothersome, so he never explained. Because of that, his personality became increasingly mad, and he wanted to prove himself by achieving great feats in the shortest possible time. He wanted to kill the demonic cult master, but no one knew how hard he trained and how difficult it was to avoid his subordinates. But now the situation has changed. As the Hao sect master, he has a legitimate reason to fight anyone, because now he has become the representative of the weak. Cha Zung Tae raised his hand again to offer an opinion. I have a few questions I'd like to ask the sect master. These policies only have meaning if the sect master is extremely strong, don't they? Even if we manage to deal with the Black Cat Society, what will you do when countless other masters from various sects appear later? Li Gaha remained silent in thought, then he opened his mouth. When I become the greatest in the world later, all problems will be solved. They couldn't hide their surprise and spoke simultaneously. The greatest in the world? A brief silence fell. Cha Zung Tae sighed and said, he's starting to boast again. That's why I'm always uneasy. Jiam Trong Lang laughed and said, I agree with the sect master. A true man should have ambitions everywhere, daring to think and daring to act. Jian Rasong smiled and said, I also agree with the sect master and will always be the sect master's strong backing, Duk Su said with a somewhat worried expression. But will this be all right? The martial world has countless sects and masters and innumerable martial arts experts. Most of them started learning martial arts from the moment they learned to walk, Li Gaha agreed. Indeed, Duk Su continued. So becoming the greatest in the world is a very difficult task. It's something only a person sent from heaven can do. Li Gaha asked, are you a person from heaven? His eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't that me? Upon hearing that, they merely fell silent. Cha Zung Tiei was disappointed, thinking inwardly he's still trying to boast. Li Gaha said, the most important thing to become the greatest in the world is one's own effort. In-owner Li Gaha has made becoming the greatest in the world his lifelong goal, so it's the same for everyone here. Seriously think about what you want to pursue in your own lives. Their gazes met in silence. The 5 people implicitly understood what they needed to do when the meeting ended. Li Gaha quietly returned. Walking alone in the solitude of the night, he thought, the difference between my current self and the mad devil of my previous life is that in my previous life I had no plan, but now everything is planned. And if I establish the Haro sect well, I might even be able to confront the demonic cult and the martial world later. Since I have become the representative of the weak, there's no need to achieve many great feats to prove myself. Having gained legitimacy, I can boldly annihilate everyone, be it the Black Path or the Righteous Path. Furthermore, I can kill or take in the Black Path bastards as subordinates. This is the power of legitimacy. In this world there are only 2 outcomes for defying reason. Succeed and you are called a genius. Fail and you are called mad. Li Gaha's eyes held deep contemplation. That's right, but this life will be different from my previous life. I will be a successful madman. The scene shifted to the Black Cat Society, where the Black Cat Society master sat at the head of the table. The subordinates sitting below were all silent as mice, not daring to utter a single word. The Black Cat Society master opened his mouth. The Jin Feng Pavilion master embezzled and was killed by an inn-owner. A subordinate bowed his head and replied, yes, we found evidence of embezzlement and the body at the Jin Feng Pavilion master's residence. Judging by the body, it seems he died without any resistance. And all of the Pavilion master's subordinates were captured by a man named Li Gaha from Ilyang County. The Black Cat Society master asked, the Jin Feng Pavilion master died without any resistance. Who is Li Gaha? The subordinate hesitated and replied, he's an inn-owner from Ilyang County. The Black Cat Society master asked, bewildered, an inn-owner, one of the Black Cat Society's key figures, was killed by an inn-owner? The subordinate replied, that's right. Upon his confirmation, the Black Cat Society master merely remained silent, saying nothing. The Black Cat Society master thought inwardly, is he one of the 12 divine generals? There was no such name. The Black Cat Society master asked, perhaps he is one of the divine generals or a master from another place impersonating an inn-owner? Then where is he from? The subordinate replied. No, he is originally from Ilyang County and has been an inn-owner for a long time. The Black Cat Society master fell into thought, saying nothing. The subordinates below eagerly said, master, please leave it to me. I will surely deal with that inn-owner well, and I will retrieve all the money the Jin Feng Pavilion master embezzled. The Black Cat Society master still remained silent, saying nothing. The Black Cat Society master looked to the other side and suddenly noticed a man sitting quietly with his head bowed. The Black Cat Society master called out to Pavilion Master Su. The subordinate stood up and replied, yes, master. The Black Cat Society master said, I heard Pavilion Master Su has been training very diligently recently in martial arts. Pavilion Master Su replied, I merely trained as usual. The Black Cat Society master stroked his chin and said, I know Pavilion Master Su's abilities are far superior to the Jin Feng Pavilion Masters. If Pavilion Master Su and the Jin Feng Pavilion Master fought, how many moves do you think it would take to finish? This person is Pavilion Master Su Jun of the Golden Dragon Pavilion. Pavilion Master Su Jun thought inwardly, although we are both Pavilion Masters, he was not a master, so it would have been resolved in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. To explain, the time it takes to drink a cup of tea means the time it takes for one person to finish a cup of tea. Pavilion Master Su Jun bowed his head and replied, I have never fought with the Jin Feng Pavilion Master, so I honestly don't know. However, I am confident I can subdue him. The Black Cat Society master asked, is that so? Then shall we use this opportunity to verify Pavilion Master Su's abilities? Upon hearing this, Pavilion Master Su Jun immediately froze. Is the master asking me to fight an enemy that the Jin Feng Pavilion Master couldn't handle? What is his intention? Pavilion Master Su Jun bowed his head and obeyed the order. I will follow your command, the Black Cat Society master then said. He is merely an ordinary inn-owner, so there's no need to noisily bring subordinates. Pavilion Master Su Jun was startled, thinking inwardly, what is this? He's telling me to go alone without subordinates? The Black Cat Society master glared menacingly. If you fail, commit suicide to atone for your sin. Pavilion Master Su Jun broke into a cold sweat, thinking, he's trying to push me to my death. Pavilion Master Su Jun still tightly gripped his sword and bowed his head, obeying the order. If I lose the fight, I too shall face death. I will bear the master's words in mind. To the Black Cat Society master, Pavilion Master Su Jun muttered inwardly, this is truly like throwing away a dog after the hunt. The scene shifted to Ilyang County, where Li Gaha stopped at a restaurant. A steaming bowl of noodles was carefully placed on the table. Noodles served. The person serving the bowl, upon seeing Li Gaha enter, Duxu immediately greeted him with a bright smile. It's been a while since you visited the shop. What would you like to eat? Li Gaha sat at the table and ordered, today, a bowl of spicy stew, please. When Duxu asked spicy, he replied, yes, understood. Across from him sat an unfamiliar man eating, who was none other than So Gun Pyong. Li Gaha wondered inwardly, who is he? this is the first time I've seen this person in Ilyong County and he seems quite skilled. Looking at Sogun Pyong's sword he thought, is that weapon a fake Lai Dao? Who is he? Could he be one of the 3 Pulse Jiazi of the Black Path's 3 wheels? If so, he'll live a very long life. He'll become a big shot in the Black Path later. Even the Mad Devil eats spicy stew at Brother Duck Sus restaurant sometimes. Sogun Pyong called out, innkeeper. Duck Su immediately asked, yes, do you need anything else? Sogun Pyong asked, is there a man named Li Gaha here? Where can I find him? Duck Su broke into a cold sweat and gave an awkward smile. You're looking for him? Well, Duck Su put a hand on his chin, feigning thought. I haven't seen him much lately. Sogun Pyong asked. Why did something happen? Duck Su lied. He's a troublemaker, so he probably ran off somewhere. But why are you looking for Li Gaha? Did you come because of rumors? Li Gaha sat there, giving Duck Su a satisfied thumbs up, praising him. Li Gaha thought inwardly, perfect, excellent conduct for an innkeeper. Sogun Pyong was suddenly silent, then quickly laughed. He said, I heard there are many crazy people in Ilyong County and it lives up to its reputation. Duck Su, not understanding, asked, yes. What do you mean? Sogun Pyong's face hardened with anger and he stared straight ahead with sharp eyes, saying in a wrong voice, Li Gaha is right before my eyes. How dare you lie so shamelessly? Li Gaha said nothing, looking tired. Duck Su was too afraid to speak. Sogun Pyong loudly asked, you cur, do you know who you are? Li Gaha, annoyed, shouted, aren't you Sogun Pyong of the Black Cat Society? You damn cur, how dare you speak so rudely to me? Sogun Pyong was startled. How does he even know my name? Sogun Pyong asked, who are you? Li Gaha, annoyed that he asked again after just saying his name, said, are you crazy? At this, Sogun Pyong was utterly furious and shouted, what I mean is, what is your true identity, you dog? Li Gaha was surprised. Huh? Then stroked his chin. That's a rather profound question. I don't know myself. It's too difficult a question. I'll need to think about it more before I can answer. Who am I? Upon hearing this mocking remark, Sogun Pyong furiously shouted, you lunatic. After speaking, he slurped his noodles again. Li Gaha asked, innkeeper, why is my spicy stew taking so long? Duck Su glanced at Li Gaha, muttering inwardly, he's on the verge of death and still asking about spicy stew. Duck Su forced a smile and said, it just sold out, customer. Li Gaha said, annoyed, you already took my order and now you say that? Sogun Pyong continued to slurp his noodles, grumbling, what a strange place. He suddenly slammed his bowl on the table, wiped his mouth with his hand and called out, innkeeper, the bill. Duck Su forced a smile. Goodness, what bill? It's enough that you enjoyed your meal, sir. Sogun Pyong held out money and said, no, I must pay if I've eaten. Come and take the money. Duck Su, sweating coldly, said, later. He thought inwardly, if you were me you'd never come. Sogun Pyong frowned with a displeased expression, silently placed the money on the table and abruptly stood up. He called to Li Gaha, hey you, this place is too cramped, let's go outside and settle everything. Li Gaha turned around, not understanding, and said, besides, innkeeper. Duck Su flinched and replied, yes. Sogun Pyong praised, the noodles were delicious, I'll come again next time. After speaking, Sogun Pyong went outside. Li Gaha said, Duck Su, hurry to the kitchen and get me a knife. Duck Su asked, a knife, what for? Li Gaha explained, I forgot to bring my weapon. Duck Su was too surprised to speak. As soon as they stepped outside, the two stood facing each other. Sogun Pyong asked Li Gaha, why did you bring a knife here? Li Gaha held the knife and said, I forgot to bring my weapon. Sogun Pyong frowned, displeased, and said nothing. Li Gaha suddenly paused and sniffed an odd smell on the blade. Li Gaha said, this knife even smells of garlic. If you get cut by this garlic-scented knife it'll hurt terribly. Then looking at Sogun Pyong with cold eyes he warned, remember this, you Black Path thugs, if you dare to mess with an innkeeper you'll get cut by a garlic-scented knife. And just imagine how much a garlic-scented wound will sting. Sogun Pyong cursed, he's truly a lunatic, and thought inwardly, the Jin Feng Pavilion Master died at the hands of this lunatic. Li Gaha asked, Sogun Pyong, why did you come alone without your subordinates? Isn't a large force the Black Path's advantage? Sogun Pyong contemptuously replied, why would I need a butcher's knife to kill a mosquito? That would be a loss of face. Li Gaha, displeased, asked, loss of face you say? Are you saying fighting me is a loss of face? Sogun Pyong frowned and said, you really have no talent for words. Is it true that you killed the Jin Feng Pavilion Master? Li Gaha retorted, why is your expression like that? Have you truly become a target for being a dog that's hunted and then boiled? His weakness exposed, he immediately stiffened, his face changing color. Li Gaha provoked, I seem to have hit the mark? A dog that's hunted and then boiled. Sogun Pyong furiously shouted, I can't listen to your gibberish any longer. He drew his sword without hesitation, and its blade glowed with a cold light. Sogun Pyong held his sword and said, how can a lowly innkeeper be so arrogant? I'm truly curious. Upon hearing the provocative words, he charged at Li Gaha, eyes blazing with anger. Sword drawn, Sogun Pyong swung his sword at Li Gaha, but Li Gaha retreated in time to avoid it. As he retreated, he quickly analyzed the situation. Sogun Pyong's fake Lai Dao is a sturdy and sharp sword. If I block his sword with a kitchen knife the blade will surely be damaged. Sogun Pyong swung his sword fiercely again, but Li Gaha was still unharmed. Li Gaha thought inwardly, infusing internal energy into a knife is quite useless too. Witnessing Li Gaha continuously dodging his sword, Sogun Pyong gritted his teeth, his anger burning fiercely. He swung his sword wildly, attacking from all directions without any discernible pattern. However, the tip of his blade still failed to touch Li Gaha. As Sogun Pyong's blade flew towards him, Li Gaha elegantly soared into the air. Li Gaha lightly landed behind Sogun Pyong. So Gun Pyong immediately turned his body. As So Gun Pyong swung his sword to the left, Li Gaha tilted his body and dodged to the right. As he swung his sword to the right, Li Gaha slid to the left and dodged. He was as light as the wind. He thought that by simply reducing his footwork he could easily touch his opponent, but that was just an illusion. So Gun Pyong couldn't keep up with Li Gaha's swift movements at all. The harder he slashed, the deeper Li Gaha retreated. So Gun Pyong's eyes glowed with murderous intent, and he immediately swung his sword, slashing straight ahead. This time it seemed So Gun Pyong had cut Li Gaha. So Gun Pyong stared at him with surprised eyes. It turned out Li Gaha had merely tilted his body slightly, causing the blade to miss by a hair's breadth. Although the attack missed, Li Gaha praised him inwardly. "He's quite skilled, but still immature, my friend." Li Gaha gently pushed the sword aside with 2 fingers. So Gun Pyong was utterly astonished. He hadn't expected such a light touch to send him flying far away like a kite with a snapped string. He struggled to avoid falling, and Li Gaha immediately noticed, "Oh, it seems he's realized that no matter how frantically he attacks, he can't harm me." He stared at Li Gaha with bewildered eyes. How was it that he hadn't managed to touch him even once so far? "Who in the world are you? How can you predict all my movements in advance?" Li Gaha said. "You clearly knew I was an innkeeper when you came here, so why do you keep asking who I am?" So Gun Pyong's face turned red with anger and he shouted, "Shut up, I know very well that you have no intention of asking me such questions. Isn't your true identity one of the 12 divine generals the pavilion master spoke of?" Li Gaha said, annoyed. Asking someone a question and then telling them to shut up? Do you have a problem with your mind? Your movements are just too clumsy, making them quite easy to predict." So Gun Pyong asked, "What?" Li Gaha asked again. "Why are you so surprised? Aren't you Black Path slaves always the type who can't learn proper martial arts?" So Gun Pyong frowned and asked, "How dare you call my sword technique a slave's martial art?" Li Gaha sighed and said, "Aren't all 62 divine generals slaves of the great Rakshasa?" So Gun Pyong froze upon hearing that. Li Gaha continued, "Actually, slave is a bit too strong. You're not ordinary Black Path thugs. All of you are puppets and pawns of the great Rakshasa." So Gun Pyong froze, too shocked to say anything. Li Gaha continued, "You could call them chicken fighters or hunting dogs. They're just a mercenary group." So Gun Pyong's face darkened and he glared at him. Li Gaha's face also darkened as he continued, "A motley crew of sycophants who supply money and women to the great Rakshasa." So Gun Pyong could no longer bear it and shouted at Li Gaha, "Shut up." Li Gaha paid him no mind and said, "Look at the 12 divine generals beside the great Rakshasa." Li Gaha, arms crossed, calmly explained to him, "If he tells you to wear a mask, you wear one. If he tells you to kill someone, you kill them. If he tells you to learn a certain martial art, you can only learn that martial art." He waved his hand and continued, "No matter what faction he tells you to manage, you can only manage that faction. If the great Rakshasa is happy, you'll do anything." Li Gaha's gaze pierced So Gun Pyong coldly. "And to supply money and women to the great Rakshasa, you've done all sorts of trashy things." So Gun Pyong was completely silent, unable to say a word. So Gun Pyong's face darkened and he thought inwardly, "I want to say no. But why is So Gun Pyong gripping his sword tightly and trembling, unable to refute the innkeeper's words despite his heart being filled with rage?" Li Gaha asked, "Why are you so surprised? Actually, you're quite decent Black Path thugs." Li Gaha sighed faintly and lightly consoled him. "There's no need to feel wrong. That old pervert great Rakshasa will die by my hand soon anyway." So Gun Pyong said, "If you're so great, keep talking, I'll listen." Li Gaha thought inwardly to have to face such a guy, but still wore a satisfied smile. Li Gaha continued, "Didn't you have a contest to decide the leader of the 12 divine generals? If so, the great Rakshasa must have been the strongest in martial arts. But for the great Rakshasa to be the world's greatest Black Path expert, that can't be true, can it? Besides, he has a narrow-minded personality, and he uses the pretext of teaching you martial arts to treat you like slaves." So Gun Pyong frowned and asked, "Are you done talking?" He immediately took a stance, preparing for the next round. "If you're so great, dodge this attack." Li Gaha laughed contemptuously. "You truly need a beating to come to your senses." Li Gaha immediately took a resolute fighting stance. As Li Gaha lightly grazed the knife with 2 fingers, sparks flew. Flames blazed fiercely, as if trying to engulf the knife in Li Gaha's hand. So Gun Pyong's eyes widened in horror. The immense heat transformed the knife into a burning blade, and cold sweat drenched his face. "Indeed, he is a master I cannot defeat, but even if it costs me my life I will not retreat," Li Gaha said. "The name of this technique is Wa-Wee." So Gun Pyong asked curiously, "Wa-Wee?" Li Gaha smiled broadly with pride, thinking inwardly, "Its original name is Yom Hwa-Hyang, but I prefer calling it this." With no other choice, So Gun Pyong resolved to fight to the end. His sword glowed with a blue light, illuminating the surroundings brightly. He smiled faintly, curling the corners of his lips, and Li Gaha also smiled. So Gun Pyong took a deep breath, shouted loudly, and fiercely charged at Li Gaha. He slammed his sword hard into the ground and the earth cracked, sending a fierce blue light surging towards Li Gaha. Li Gaha's hand also gripped his knife tightly. A single slash cut through the wind and flew straight towards the fiercely surging light. So Gun Pyong's eyes widened in disbelief. He hastily raised his sword to block Li Gaha's fierce blade. However, he was instantly sent flying, losing his balance and swaying. So Gun Pyong tumbled disgracefully and painfully onto the ground. Li Gaha stared coldly at him, lying motionless on the ground. Duck-Su, who had been watching the fight with a shield outside, exclaimed in admiration, "Wow!" Then he praised inwardly. "Truly amazing. This is indeed a genuine martial arts duel of the Jianghu." Li Gaha forcefully stomped on Sogun Pyong's body. He continued to stomp as if crushing Sogun Pyong beneath his feet. Upon arriving, Duxu was bewildered by the sight before him, thinking, something's a bit off. Li Gaha suddenly took Sogun Pyong into the room and ordered Cha Zung Tae, bring him to his senses. Cha Zung Tae, without hesitation, immediately rolled up his sleeves. Yes, Cha Zung Tae slapped Sogun Pyong repeatedly. You dog, are you going to come to your senses or not? Do you think this is your bedroom? Are you not going to open your eyes? When Mad Devil punched him, Sogun Pyong flew away dizzily and then vaguely came to his senses. As soon as he got up he felt pain spread throughout his body. Sogun Pyong thought painfully. Am I still alive? Li Gaha asked. If you're conscious, answer my question. Where is the great Rakshasa these days? Sogun Pyong's face was swollen and bruised, and he answered as if in pain. How would I know? Even the pavilion master doesn't know, Li Gaha then asked. What about the Black Cat Society master? Sogun Pyong replied. Of course, he's at the main pavilion. Li Gaha asked again. What has that bastard been doing lately? Answer quickly, Sogun Pyong replied. Lately the pavilion master has been solely focused on martial arts training. Li Gaha stroked his chin and said, is another ranking war about to break out? Sogun Pyong's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know that? Li Gaha casually asked. So, is that so strange? Sogun Pyong replied. Of course it's strange. This matter is originally only known to the Black Cat Society's pavilion masters. Li Gaha said with a knowing expression. What is there that I don't know besides what I don't know? But Li Gaha thought to himself, of course I know, because I've regressed. Sogun Pyong looked bewildered. What did you say? Cha Zung Tae continued. The Haro sect knows everything. Li Gaha turned back and denied. Hey, what are you talking about? What we don't know, we just don't know. Cha Zung Tae turned back and asked. Why is that? Li Gaha explained. The key is that we can find out what we don't know extremely quickly. Only then did Cha Zung Tae understand. I see. He turned back to Sogun Pyong and said, the Haro sect knows everything. We are the most powerful intelligence organization in the world, Sogun Pyong said. Indeed, they are not ordinary people. Is the Haro sect the one giving you orders from behind? Li Gaha asked in confusion. Giving orders? Sogun Pyong replied. Weren't you originally an inn owner? Before Sogun Pyong could finish speaking, Cha Zung Tae punched him. Sogun Pyong hastily blocked with his hands. Cha Zung Tae continued to punch and curse at that damn bastard. How dare you call the sect master an inn owner? Are you crazy? Li Gaha watched the two fight and thought to himself, that's strange. Sogun Pyong isn't the type to let Cha Zung Tae hit him like this. Did Cha Zung Tae do something behind my back? Cha Zung Tae continued to punch and curse at Sogun Pyong. Die, you damn bastard, how dare you disrespect our sect master? After venting his anger, he stopped punching and sighed in relief. Sogun Pyong laughed and said, Sect master, this bastard truly doesn't know his place. Li Gaha remained silent. Then Li Gaha ordered, go outside for a moment. Cha Zung Tae replied, yes, sect master. He retreated with a satisfied smile. It feels so good to hit him. Li Gaha turned back to Sogun Pyong. He asked, Sogun Pyong, do you want to be my subordinate? He refused. Li Gaha asked, really? Then I'll have to kill you. Sogun Pyong's face turned pale at his words. Li Gaha smiled sinisterly and said, there's no need to refuse. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Sogun Pyong thought in fear. If I ask him to kill me, he really will. Li Gaha urged. Answer quickly. Sogun Pyong bowed his head and pleaded, please spare my life. Li Gaha laughed mockingly. You don't want to be my subordinate, but you want to live. Sogun Pyong opened his mouth. If your excellency spares my life, I will never bother the Haro sect again. I swear, not only the Haro sect, but I will never harm anyone connected to the sect master. I swear on this sword. Li Gaha thought to himself, I intended to make him my subordinate from the start. For now, I'll let him go. No matter how strong his will is, if I capture him and beat him multiple times, he'll eventually give in. Li Gaha smiled sinisterly. What the sleeping dragon said must be true. Sogun Pyong clearly felt the dangerous aura surrounding him, and his body trembled with fear. Li Gaha said, go. Sogun Pyong's eyes widened in surprise. Sogun Pyong asked again, where are you telling me to go? Li Gaha said. You damn bastard, just disappear from my sight. Sogun Pyong couldn't believe his ears and asked again, can I really go? Li Gaha waved his hand and said, come back stronger. I'll accept your challenge anytime, but if I later find out that you've harmed ordinary people. Li Gaha's eyes widened threateningly. I will surely find you and tear you to shreds. Understood? He hastily swore. I swear. Sogun Pyong bowed and clasped his hands, saying, thank you, your excellency, for sparing my life despite my arrogance. As Sogun Pyong left, Cha Zung Tae hastily asked, why did you spare that bastard? Isn't it better to just kill him? Li Gaha frowned and sighed. Do you think my gate of life is a place where I kill anyone who touches it? Cha Zung Tae asked in confusion. Yes, is that what gate of life means? Li Gaha turned around and replied helplessly. Judging by Sogun Pyong's heavy footsteps, Sogun Pyong worriedly thought, I've truly failed. Sogun Pyong, remember what the Black Cat Society master said. He's just a lowly inn owner. If you can't kill him, take your own life. Sogun Pyong asked himself, why should I take my own life? Why? As he walked, his stomach rumbled. Cha Zung Tae thought to himself, I'm so hungry I can't go back in this state. Suddenly, Sogun Pyong realized something. It turned out Duxu was sweating profusely while sweeping the yard. He hastily greeted him. Ah, your excellency, you're still alive. Duxu quickly covered his mouth. Oops, but Sogun Pyong merely asked, can I have a bowl of broth? Duxu awkwardly said, I'm sorry, but the broth is all sold out. Sogun Pyong was disappointed. and then suddenly threw something at Duxu. Duxu was bewildered. Ha, so Gun Pyong said, that's payment in advance for the broth. Duxu quickly bowed and invited him in. Customer, please come in and eat. So Gun Pyong ate the noodles with relish. Duxu asked, customer, would you like another bowl of broth? You paid too much. So Gun Pyong asked happily, yes, is that okay? Duxu replied, of course. So Gun Pyong accepted. Then give me anything else. Duxu happily returned to the kitchen. Then I'll go prepare it. So Gun Pyong thought to himself, the problem is if I go back like this I'll surely die at the hands of the pavilion master, and I can't just leave without telling my subordinates. So Gun Pyong suddenly uttered a remark, why is life so difficult? Duxu, making food in the kitchen, heard him and nodded in agreement. Of course everyone's life is difficult. So Gun Pyong asked, is that true for the innkeeper too? Duxu happily replied, yes of course, but these days since the Hao sect was formed there are no more people demanding protection money, so life is pretty manageable. So Gun Pyong asked in surprise, no protection money? Doesn't the Hao sect demand money from the innkeeper? Surely the innkeeper paid them too, Duxu replied. Yes, the Hao sect doesn't demand protection money. The role of this sect is to protect ordinary people like us, that's why the Hao sect was established. Our sect master said so. So Gun Pyong thought to himself, he wasn't completely crazy after all. Duxu carefully placed a bowl of broth on the table. Here, please eat. So Gun Pyong asked, what is this? Duxu introduced it. This dish doesn't have a special name. You can just call it pork bone soup. It's really delicious. So Gun Pyong asked, pork bone soup? Duxu replied, yes. So Gun Pyong thought it looked quite delicious. Duxu smiled sinisterly and said, this dish doesn't require much effort to prepare, but it's quite delicious. Feel free to eat it with your hands. So Gun Pyong looked at the pork bone in his hand and licked his lips. Just then someone seemed to push open the door. Li Gaha approached, exuding murderous intent from his entire body. He looked with cold eyes at So Gun Pyong, who was biting a pork bone with his mouth wide open. Li Gaha gritted his teeth and cursed, you bastards, how dare you eat pork bone soup without calling me? The bone in his hand dropped. Li Gaha, exuding cold murderous intent, scanned the two trembling men. In the end all three gathered and ate and drank to their heart's content. Li Gaha picked up a bone and said, earlier you pleaded with me to spare your life, so why are you sitting here eating pork bone soup? So Gun Pyong, who was chewing a bone, froze and couldn't speak. Li Gaha asked, what's wrong? Do you have nowhere to go? Of course, you must have been abandoned by the Black Cat Society. So Gun Pyong said, I was just staying here for a while to think. Li Gaha guessed, is that because his subordinates are still in the Black Cat Society? So Gun Pyong nodded. That's right, some of them are my brothers. Li Gaha thought to himself, ho, quite loyal. So Gun Pyong said, most of the people in the Black Cat Society are now all subordinates of the former Pavilion Master. After the former Pavilion Master was killed by the Great Rakshasa, we surrendered. And I am one of them. The Great Rakshasa killed the former Pavilion Masters and is gradually trying to remove us from the pavilion. Li Gaha asked, how are you still alive? So Gun Pyong explained, at that time I hadn't been promoted to Pavilion Master yet. Li Gaha thought to himself, if So Gun Pyong doesn't return, another person will come, or the Black Cat Society Master himself will come. That would be even more troublesome. Li Gaha called out to So Gun Pyong. He replied, yes, speak. Li Gaha suggested, guide me to the Black Cat Society in a moment. So Gun Pyong asked in surprise, what do you mean, is your excellency planning to conquer the Black Cat Society alone? Li Gaha said, that's right. So Gun Pyong thought in disbelief, indeed he's a madman, to charge into the Black Cat Society alone. Li Gaha said, if you guide the way I promise not to kill your subordinates. If I go alone I might make the Black Cat Society a ghost town. So Gun Pyong was afraid but agreed. You said in a moment, when exactly? Li Gaha immediately stood up without hesitation, right now. So Gun Pyong was startled, and Duxu asked worriedly, are you going so quickly without any preparations? Li Gaha replied, urgent matters naturally require urgent departure. The two could only say, upon hearing that. Li Gaha thought to himself, I must go there so that Ilyong County can be safe. Besides, if I kill So Gun Pyong's subordinates, how can I make them my own? At the Black Cat Society, Li Gaha instructed So Gun Pyong, you wait here. When the time comes, take your subordinates and leave. He nodded. Understood. So Gun Pyong retreated. Li Gaha stood tall in front of the door, and instead of knocking he kicked the door and waited. Suddenly an eye appeared through the crack in the door and asked, who is it? Li Gaha introduced himself. Li Gaha of Ilyong County. The eye narrowed slightly and asked, who is Li Gaha? Li Gaha sighed in annoyance. Don't ask useless questions. Open the door quickly before I break it down. The eye narrowed. Are you joking? I'll spare you this one time, so if you're drunk go cause trouble elsewhere. After speaking the eye disappeared. Li Gaha lightly leapt up, his body as light as smoke, and landed softly on the roof without making a sound. He stood proudly at a high vantage point, scanning below with cold eyes. The guards discovered a suspicious shadow fleeting across the night. Immediately after, Li Gaha lightly landed on the ground. He ignored the two guards and walked in casually. They hastily shouted, intruder! The subordinates saw the sight and swarmed around him. Everyone immediately surrounded him and continued to barrage him with questions. Who are you? Li Gaha replied. You damn bastards, I told you I'm Li Gaha of Ilyong County. A voice echoed. Li Gaha, the Black Cat Society Master appeared. The Black Cat Society Master asked, are you that inn owner? Li Gaha thought to himself. Answering a question with a question is the way of the Jianghu. Li Gaha's lips curled into a slight challenging smile. Then is the old man in front of me that cowardly slave of the great Rakshasa? The Black Cat Society Master remained silent. Li Gaha stroked his chin and asked, "No, if not a cowardly slave, then a slave coward." Upon hearing the mocking and provocative words, the subordinates gritted their teeth, suppressing their rage. Li Gaha said, "Anyway, that bastard, the leader of this slave chain, sent assassins to kill me." Li Gaha asked coldly, "So are you still sane right now?" Everyone froze and not a single person uttered a word. Li Gaha asked with sharp eyes, "Why aren't you answering? Can't cowards even open their mouths?" One of the subordinates standing next to the Black Cat Society Master exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, this guy is no ordinary madman." The Black Cat Society Master narrowed his eyes and said, "Since you're here, so Pavilion Master must have already been dealt with." Li Gaha said contemptuously, "Hey, there's no need for such useless talk, let's fight." The Black Cat Society Master asked, "What did you say? Who are you?" He stood proudly among the people, looking directly at the leader with cold eyes. "Listen carefully. If your Pavilion Master is truly skilled, he won't hesitate to fight me, but if he fears me, he'll surely order you subordinates to fight first." Li Gaha pointed a finger at the Black Cat Society Master, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "If he's worthless without your help." The subordinates remained silent, sweating coldly. Li Gaha continued, "Not only that, he deserves to be called the scum of the Black Path. He's just a useless coward, an incompetent coward." Their faces immediately paled, utterly devoid of color, as they thought inwardly, "Is he still not done insulting him?" Li Gaha continued to hurl insults. "He's an incompetent, worthless bastard who manipulates you all, relying solely on the great Rakshasa's reputation." Each of Li Gaha's words reverberated, plunging the entire space into silence. Some looked towards the Black Cat Society Master with hesitant glances, but he remained unswayed. "Do you want a one-on-one duel? Do you think provoking the master of a sect is that easy?" So Gun Pyong appeared from somewhere and shouted loudly, "Then are you going to drive your subordinates to their deaths again this time?" The Black Cat Society Master glanced at him. "Isn't that Pavilion Master so? I clearly told you to commit suicide if you failed, yet you begged him for your life." So Gun Pyong sighed and said, "Rather than begging, I decide my own life. There's no deep affection between us, and you've continually pushed me towards death." The Black Cat Society Master's eyes widened as he asked, "What did you say?" Li Gaha said, "He seems to be speaking the truth." The Black Cat Society Master asked Li Gaha, "Li Gaha, why did you spare that fellow?" Li Gaha replied, annoyed, "I'm not like you, you despicable scoundrel." So Gun Pyong said, "Subordinates of the Jin Feng Pavilion Master, stand with me. I swear on my life that the Haro sect will be victorious." Hearing that, their faces showed signs of unease. However, the subordinates moved and stood with Sogun Pyong. The Black Cat Society Master said enraged, "This damned fool. How dare he?" Sogun Pyong provoked, "Pavilion Master, if you are confident in your own abilities, do not sacrifice your subordinates. Fight Li Gaha one-on-one." The Black Cat Society Master replied without a word. Only with sharp knife-like eyes, the subordinates looked at each other, their faces filled with worry. The Black Cat Society Master, enveloped in murderous intent, threatened, "All of you, I will not let you off lightly once this is over." Only then did the Black Cat Society Master accept the challenge. "Very well, you inn-owner, I accept your challenge." Li Gaha still calmly said, "He has to do it even if he doesn't want to. They're just people who sway with the wind after all." He endured the insulting words. Suddenly, Li Gaha declared firmly in a booming voice, "Listen everyone, that coward and I will fight one-on-one if any of you dare to interfere." Before he could finish speaking, a subordinate suddenly threw an axe at Li Gaha. As the axe flew towards him, he slightly raised his hand and easily caught it. Then, without hesitation, he threw the axe back to where it came from. The axe whistled through the air. The subordinate's eyes widened in shock. The axe immediately embedded itself precisely in the subordinate's face. He was pinned to the wall, covered in blood. Li Gaha sighed and said, "I was about to say I'd kill anyone who interfered. Why did you interfere before I even finished speaking, you idiot?" The Black Cat Society Master, who had witnessed the scene that had just unfolded, watched with wide, surprised eyes. The Black Cat Society Master gripped the sword in his hand and said, "You inn-owner, your attack is too flashy." Li Gaha smiled slightly. He turned his head and raised his sword. So Gun Pyong said, "Please use my fake Lai Dao. The Pavilion Master's sword is very sharp, but my fake Lai Dao is not a bad sword either." Li Gaha thought, "People of the Zhang who value their weapons like their lives, moreover that's a weapon so Gun Pyong cherishes greatly." He hesitated for a moment. Then Li Gaha smiled, "All right, I'll use it carefully and return it. A sharp weapon." Li Gaha said confidently, "Hey you coward, start." The opponent was already prepared. The two approached each other even closer. The Black Cat Society Master drew his sword, and Li Gaha also took his stance. He continued to wield his sword. The sword felt both unfamiliar and familiar. His opponent observed, then attacked. Li Gaha glanced, retreated, but also attacked, applying every technique. His sword blocked his opponents, their power began to surge, and their slashes grew increasingly powerful. This was truly a closely matched fight. The two observed each other like that. They continued to fight. The Black Cat Society Master was formidable. Li Gaha also showed no mercy. The fight was fierce, and sweat spread wider and wider. The spectators all broke into a cold sweat. Could that inn-owner's ability really be on par with the Pavilion Master's? So Gun Pyong thought inwardly. On par? No, the Sect Master hasn't used his full power yet. He's surely playing cat and mouse, trying to observe more of the great Rakshasa's martial arts through the Black Cat Society Master's abilities. But it seems there's nothing more to see. the sect master immediately unleashed a strike. Black Cat Society Master flinched, and his hand trembled. Are you hiding your true abilities right now? Did you only just realize? The sect master smiled as he unleashed a fatal strike towards the enemy. The Black Cat Society Master immediately retreated. The sect master said too late. He used his full power. The Black Cat Society Master staggered and swayed backward. The Black Cat Society Master enraged commanded, "Kill him." So Gun Pyong said loudly, "Pavilion Master, you said that if you failed in your actions you would die. Do you now feel your disrespect?" He had bulging veins. "Shut up." The surrounding people merely watched. So Gun Pyong reminded them, "Everyone be careful. If you disregard the Pavilion Master's orders I will attempt to intervene." Everyone froze in silence. The Black Cat Society Master, enraged, shouted, "What are all of you doing right now? Hurry up." Before he could finish speaking, the Black Cat Society Master was attacked by the Sect Master. He said to the Sect Master, "Wait." He looked up and asked, "Did you change your title from Inn Owner to Sect Master?" The Black Cat Society Master gritted his teeth and immediately charged to attack. The Sect Master also did not retreat and blocked the attack, blood spurting from the hand holding the weapon. "This damned fool." In an instant the Black Cat Society Master retreated, landed on the ground and continued his next attack. The Sect Master, unafraid, waited for the next move. "If I evade it will be difficult to gain Sogun Pyong's allegiance." Light erupted from the Sect Master's entire body, and his expression remained unchanged. A single slash and endless stream of flames flew towards the Black Cat Society Master. The Black Cat Society Master was startled. Quite a powerful strike, an endless blade. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring everything. Red-hot hands. Sogun Pyong's entire body was tattered, enveloped in flames. The Black Cat Society Master spat blood, a lot of it. The Black Cat Society Master lowered his head, and everyone was too astonished to speak. Sogun Pyong thought, "I knew the Sect Master was hiding his true power, but I didn't expect him to be able to overpower the Pavilion Master to this extent." The Sect Master's hair fluttered in the wind. He stood proudly after defeating his enemy. He called out to Sogun Pyong. Sogun Pyong's face was grim. The Sect Master said to him, "Your words and wisdom have saved many lives." Everyone around stood silently. Sogun Pyong bowed his head to the Sect Master. He said, "Thanks to the Sect Master I was able to save my comrades." "Thank you, Sect Master." Li Gaha immediately turned around. He looked at the people before him and said, "I deeply respect those who seek revenge for their lord. If anyone here is pained and grieved by the Pavilion Master's death, step forward and loyally escort your Pavilion Master to the Eternal Realm." They stood frozen in fear. Li Gaha asked, "No one, today is a perfect day to die. I thought there would be a few who wanted to go to heaven with the Pavilion Master. It's not every day you get a chance to fight an Inn Owner." They froze. He continued, "What a shame, it's your last chance to charge." They still stood motionless as stone. Someone took a step forward. They looked at that person in surprise. He grabbed the Black Cat Society Master's mask. "Remember this. From now on I am the Black Cat Society Master." Li Gaha, wearing the mask, said, "Whether you like it or not I have already decided." Everyone remained silent. Li Gaha returned the weapon to Sogun Pyong and said, "The sword was fine. What was the damn thing's name again? I forgot." Sogun Pyong replied, "This is the Black Cat Society Sect Master." The Sect Master laughed derisively. "The name sounds like a bandit gang. First, dispose of the former Pavilion Master's body and clean up thoroughly. Remember, to be a successful Black Path you must always be good at cleaning." They all watched carefully. Li Gaha looked at them with sharp eyes. "Are you still not answering?" They all replied yes simultaneously. The Sect Master said, "With a new beginning, I will hold a meeting of the Black Cat Society's leaders." Sogun Pyong immediately said, "I will go around and gather the other leaders in the main hall." They all rushed inside. Li Gaha walked without a word. Li Gaha thought inwardly, "From today I am the Black Cat Society Master." Until he was discovered by the great Rakshasa he displayed his skilled swordsmanship. Everyone gathered. They were astonished by Li Gaha's swordsmanship. One leader thought, "Wasn't that the swordsmanship the Black Cat Society Master used? Could he have learned that in such a short time?" They seemed to be watching a beautiful sword dance. The meeting began. Li Gaha said, "Report the situation." Sogun Pyong replied, "The Pavilion Master is a benevolent person, and thanks to the Pavilion Master's generosity, the warriors of Jin Feng Pavilion were able to survive. Therefore, if the Pavilion Master gives an order, we will all obey." Everyone looked only at the Pavilion Master. Li Gaha said, "As expected of Pavilion Master So, everyone should emulate Pavilion Master So's wisdom. Not only is he wise, but he also knows how to think for his subordinates. Thanks to Pavilion Master So's courage just now, all of you saved your lives." Everyone turned their gaze towards Sogun Pyong and smiled. Sogun Pyong bowed his head and thought, "Is this how the Sect Master is? He's clearly a special person, but to acknowledge and praise his subordinates like this, and moreover he possesses incredible endurance." The Sect Master said, "Then let's do this. Everyone else will follow Pavilion Master So's assessment and instructions." Sogun Pyong received the order. Yes, from now on all the Black Cat Society's personnel must train harder under Pavilion Master So, and today Pavilion Master So will be rewarded. Li Gaha thought inwardly, "It's not my money anyway." Pavilion Master So said happily, "Sect Master, I will work diligently. You fools, aren't you clapping? I'll break all your arms right now." They immediately clapped hypocritically. The Sect Master said, "Stop. encouraging, inspiring, training together, and fighting to become stronger. That is the true black path. In that process, hatred and resentment and even the desire to fight may arise, but afterward you will feel a deep brotherhood like a family. At that time our sect will become the strongest black path that everyone fears. This is what I pursue. Li Gaha suddenly became angry and shouted, "Hey, am I boring you?" He immediately shook his head. "No sir." Li Gaha hurled insults. "If you're bored, leave. You fat pig, stop being a leader. Go run errands or clean up corpses." He immediately bowed his head. "I apologize, Pavilion Master." Li Gaha said, "How dare you disregard the Pavilion Master's words?" The others also felt fear. "Where did I leave off?" Sogun Pyong replied, "You said that at that time our sect would become the strongest black path that everyone fears." Li Gaha continued, "Ah right, who is the general manager here?" General Manager Pyo bowed his head. "Please call me General Manager Pyo." General Manager Pyo, give the reward I mentioned to our Golden Dragon Pavilion Master. Now you must also understand and handle the situation, then report to me. Get used to it. From now on, if any embezzlement or corruption occurs, I will deal with the General Manager first, understood? General Manager Pyo replied, "Yes. I forgot the ranking tournament schedule. When is it?" Everyone was surprised. They all thought inwardly, "How does he know about that? He's speaking as if he's been the Black Cat Society Master from the very beginning." Sogun Pyong continued to reply, "There's no exact date yet, but it seems a low-ranking divine general will be fighting. That person is the Red Body Ghost. And if the Pavilion Master wishes to raise his rank, he must win against the White Stream Divine General this time." Li Gaha asked, "Is that so? Then what is my current rank?" Sogun Pyong replied, "There are a total of 12 divine generals and the Pavilion Master is ranked 5th. Li Gaha was curious. "Oh, that damned fool has quite a high rank. Oh, where is our esteemed master these days?" General Manager Pyo said, "I heard that the elder saw a blue-eyed beauty and went to pursue her to take her as a concubine. He's probably with that beauty." Li Gaha smiled. "That old man has quite the vigor, and he's even messing with a blue-eyed beauty." After that he said nothing, and his face suddenly changed, filled with annoyance. Turns out he was angry because he was single. The surrounding people were all fearful at his bowed head. Sogun Pyong thought, the sect master is truly unpredictable. Calling someone master to their face, then calling them an old man behind their back, and then suddenly getting angry. Li Gaha continued, "Is he still harassing virgins through his disciples? He's a childish hooligan, not a master of the martial world. I should go catch that damned old man. Did I say anything wrong?" Sogun Pyong was startled. "No sir." Li Gaha stood up. "This won't do. The great Rakshasa is my master. An old man who indulges in women and alcohol and causes trouble everywhere is my master." Everyone's faces were filled with surprise. How can an old man, despite his age, indulge in women and alcohol and cause trouble? Just thinking about it makes me sick. The Pavilion Master said, "If anyone dares to follow the great Rakshasa and interfere with me, I will never forgive them." Everyone's faces darkened. "How is the Black Serpent Banner doing these days?" Sogun Pyong replied, "They're currently involved in casinos and auctions. There's no force around here that can compete with them in that field." He asked, "Are they still doing slave auctions?" "Yes," Li Gaha continued. "The world is truly chaotic. How dare they even hold slave auctions? As the leader of the Black Path, it is unacceptable for me." The other leaders were bewildered. Li Gaha said, "We must make a decision. We, the Black Cat Society Masters, must beat these Black Serpent Banner members to death and uphold the righteousness of our Black Path. We will be the pioneers of the slave liberation movement." The leaders were astonished. He was going to get involved in even that? And does the Black Path even have righteousness? One leader asked. "Why are you suddenly going to war with the Black Serpent Banner?" Li Gaha said loudly. "You scoundrels, is buying and selling people the right thing to do?" he replied. "Of course not," the Pavilion Master said angrily. "You know that and still ask. You idiots, why do you cultivate martial arts? Is it right to turn a blind eye to injustice? Isn't it a person's duty to fight against inequality?" They remained frozen. "What, you can't even answer properly? You're embarrassing," the person speaking. "I'm suddenly furious." "We all understand," they said, bowing their heads. "We will keep in mind what the Pavilion Master has said, for the great cause of the Black Cat Society. I will use all that we have, including funds and precious medicinal herbs, as I see fit. Anyone with a complaint can fight me one-on-one." "Well, who has a complaint?" Everyone bowed their heads and remained silent. Li Gaha said happily, "Fortunately no one. I don't want to stain my hands with the blood of the leaders." Li Gaha smiled gleefully. Outside the door, Li Gaha stood proudly in front. He was now the Black Cat Society Master. Li Gaha greatly enjoyed the peace. He recalled everyone bowing their heads to him and thought, "This meeting went well. It seems I have a talent for this kind of thing." A servant approached. "Pavilion Master, dinner is ready." He replied, "No, I want to rest a bit." Li Gaha thought to himself, "Blood splattered during the fight earlier and I haven't wiped it off yet." He took off his mask and turned to look at the servant. The servant was startled. Li Gaha asked, "What's wrong? Am I handsome?" "You're now bowing 180 degrees. "I am sorry," he trembled. The Pavilion Master said, "No need to tremble. What have I done to you? From now on I am the new master of the Black Cat Society." He sweated profusely. "Yes, Pavilion Master, greetings to the Pavilion Master. You know today is my first day as Pavilion Master, don't you? Hurry and guide me. Where are the training room and the elixir storage room? I will bathe there." He bowed his head. "Yes, Pavilion Master." Li Gaha looked around the room. "Quite decent. What nutrients are here? There were many rare elixirs in the Jianghu. Unlike the common medicinal herbs currently used, rare elixirs could only be possessed by martial arts masters. Conversely, the weak could only use ordinary medicinal herbs. When he opened the drawer, indeed, there were only ordinary medicinal herbs, but it was better than nothing. When he opened another drawer, there were various types of medicines. He continued to open them. Li Gaha stopped. It's a heart heat pill. This is a top-grade ordinary elixir. It suits my physique perfectly and goes very well with yang energy. Li Gaha took out 3 pills and swallowed them. Li Gaha stood silently. After that he walked. The pavilion master sat down and began to regulate his breathing. Li Gaha began to cultivate his internal energy, controlling the heat of the heart heat pill. He gradually felt the power of his internal energy, the strength surging from deep within his body. What is this? The heavenly bead suppressed the heat of the heart heat pill before I even properly learned the mental cultivation method. His closed eyes slowly opened. He thought to himself, why is this happening? The elixir's energy was absorbed by the heavenly bead before I even started one tree heaven. As he began to cultivate his strength again, he rapidly cultivated his internal energy with both hands. The wood stream formed, followed by the fire stream. Li Gaha concentrated. Overwhelming power. His hands stopped, and he returned to a meditative pose. Today is truly strange. The heavenly bead absorbs and accumulates the energy of living beings such as aura, vitality, and purity. But it absorbed the energy of the elixir I just took. No way. Does the heavenly bead have the ability to absorb the opponent's power? Damn it, that can't be true, can it? He smirked. I just want to live like a madman, not become a rampant monster like the demonic cult master. First, I need to observe and understand my body's condition. He sighed. I don't know whether to name it or not. Who knows what the world will become? Absorption, star-absorbing divine art, heavenly bead absorption, heavenly bead star-absorbing divine art, heavenly bead demon-absorbing art, demonic heavenly bead star-absorbing divine art. Absorbing heavenly bead, that's it. Let's stop. When he opened his eyes with the memories of his previous life remaining, what couldn't he do? Li Gaha's hand went back and he began to clench his hand. As his hand scattered the bookshelf, the air was still. He thought, now is not the time to reach the void formation method. Since when did I start thinking like other people? He looked at his hand. Anyway, creating a new martial art is crazy. I shouldn't act according to other people's thoughts. I don't allow myself such things. I abandoned boring theories and acted according to my natural instincts. Nothing is impossible with my abilities. I must absorb this spirit jade and create a top-grade martial art. His power began to turn red. It seemed to transform into a terrifying monster. His eyes turned red. Power of madness. Li Gaha himself was surprised, and he reached back with his hand. The bookshelf was in his hand. The pavilion master smiled. I've decided. Heavenly Jade Star-Absorbing Divine Art. Heavenly Jade is a secret. Let's call it Star-Absorbing Divine Art, removing 2 characters. As the sun reached its zenith, the scenery was beautiful. Flower petals fell into the courtyard, and the person sweeping the courtyard looked back. Someone came to report to the pavilion master. The pavilion master asked, is there someone looking for me? So Gun Pyong bowed his head. Yes, a woman. She says she has news about Ilyong County. If it were anything else I would have sent her away, but since it's about Ilyong County. Li Gaha thought to himself, news about Ilyong County, the Black Cat Society is in my hands, so there can't be any major problems now, can there? So Gun Pyong asked, shall I let her in? He remained silent in thought, then said, let her in. The door opened and the woman entered. Step by step, she bowed to the pavilion master, trembling all over. Li Gaha thought to himself, Madam Sun, why is she suddenly here? So Gun Pyong said, hurry and tell the pavilion master in detail. She replied, yes. She introduced herself. I am Sun So-So from Ilyong County. Li Gaha thought, Sun So-So, home decent. Sun So-So replied, yes. The pavilion master waved his hand. Enough, continue speaking. She said that there was a place called Li Gaha Inn in Ilyong County. Its waiter. Everyone was surprised. The waiter of Li Gaha Inn is the pavilion master? She said that even though he was just an ordinary waiter, he dared to provoke the Black Cat Society. She spoke earnestly. The others kept their heads bowed. She had no idea that the person she was talking about was sitting right in front of her. The pavilion master also listened carefully. This woman is talking about the pavilion master. So Gun Pyong thought to himself, damn it, this is a big problem. The others were also afraid. This is really big trouble. Sun So-So finished speaking. That is the news I have to report. Everyone felt fear towards this woman. The pavilion master said softly, is that so? I heard you well. According to you, the waiter of Li Gaha Inn killed our people and took control of Ilyong County? That is good news, Sun So-So replied. Yes. Li Gaha asked, do you have a place to return to now? Sun So-So said sadly. No, the pavilion master said again. Pity, a brave woman like you has no place to return to. Then shall I give you the position of administrator here? Sun So-So smiled happily. Really? The pavilion master replied, of course, it would be a waste not to use a brave woman like you. Work here in the Black Cat Society. You're of a suitable age and you even have experience working at Plum Blossom Brothel. Perfect. Sun So-So was overjoyed and didn't know what to do. She bowed her head in gratitude. If the pavilion master entrusts me, I will work my hardest. Li Gaha replied, enough, you just need to promise 2 things. She immediately agreed. The pavilion master said first, 1. Betraying me means death. Sun So-So said confidently. That will never happen. He said second, 2. Be careful with your words when you're with me, understood? Sun So thought it sounded familiar. I feel like I've heard these words somewhere. Li Gaha asked, what's wrong? Is that so difficult? Sun So bowed her head. No, I will obey the pavilion master's orders. He was pleased. Good, you've passed. Sun So was delighted as if she had found a treasure and thanked him sincerely. Pavilion master, thank you truly. I will work diligently. The pavilion master said, you should be grateful. I'm giving you such a valuable opportunity, so work hard in the future. Sun So was bewildered. Opportunity, what do you mean? Li Gaha fiddled with his mask and said, oh, this mask is really uncomfortable. It keeps blocking my vision. He took off his mask. Sun So's face darkened. Li Gaha smiled. Are you surprised by my handsomeness? Sun So fell unconscious as if dead at this moment. The pavilion master asked, why is she like that? So Gun Pyong placed a hand under her nose. Pavilion master, it seems she fainted from too much surprise. Sun So foamed at the mouth. He said, take good care of her. To faint at the sight of the pavilion master's face. Me, take care of her? So Gun Pyong asked. Li Gaha looked at him. What, are you just going to leave a fainted person alone? And a person with nowhere to go? You're out of your mind. Everyone in the office froze. Remember this well, if you are a victim you must be merciful like me, understood? Everyone replied in unison, yes, yes, the sound echoed. Everyone except the Golden Dragon Pavilion Master do 500 push-ups. Start, everyone diligently followed. The pavilion master said, remember this, the first rule of the black path is cultivation, the second is training, and the third is combat. They trained hard, sweating profusely. The pavilion master reminded them, from now on all your time except for eating, sleeping and personal needs must be focused on how to become stronger. As black path members, shouldn't you become even stronger when insulted by others? Am I right? Golden Dragon Pavilion Master, go to the backyard now and make a few sandbags. Before training, tie those sandbags to the backs of these elders. So Gun Pyong, take the soldiers of the Golden Dragon Pavilion and handle everything neatly. So Gun Pyong bowed his head. This humble one obeys your command. A group of people went with So Gun Pyong and the rest continued to train. It was time to complete 100 repetitions. Those who have completed 100 repetitions, pick up your wooden swords and mercilessly cut down the slow ones. Beat them until their flesh is torn and their bones are broken. They were surprised by the pavilion master's violent method. The training ground turned into a chaotic chase. The pavilion master also had nothing more to say. The pavilion master thought, using light footwork to bring a sword. Indeed, the black path is full of strange individuals. Everyone should finish 500 repetitions quickly, he reminded them. The Golden Dragon Pavilion Master has almost finished making the sandbags, so those who haven't finished yet will have to do the remaining repetitions with sandbags on their backs. Which would be more comfortable? Of course, now would be more comfortable, wouldn't it? The Pavilion Master asked. Hurry up, faster, keep going faster. As he continued to urge them, some people shouted out of exhaustion. Li Gaha instructed from above, very good, that shout perfectly expresses the pain you're experiencing now. I've given you the right to shout, so shout to your heart's content, they continued. The Pavilion Master made a suggestion. I will reward the 5 people who finish the task the fastest. Work hard. The Golden Dragon Pavilion Master brought the sandbags and Li Gaha left at this moment. He entered a room and was surprised by the book in his hand. This is a strategy guide for the 12 Divine Generals. General Manager Pio said, it seems your excellency is very curious about the Divine Generals' masks, martial arts and weapons, so this old man compiled what I know into this book. The Pavilion Master praised. Very clever, and it even has illustrations. He read intently. There's quite a lot of information in here about the 12 Divine Generals that I didn't know. I need to study it carefully. The Pavilion Master had a question. Oh, was Red Body Ghost a woman? General Manager Pio replied. Yes, Red Body Ghost is a very special disciple of the great Rakshasa. She steals things for the great Rakshasa and in return learned martial arts from him. Although she is lower in rank than the Pavilion Master, her light footwork is excellent, so she cannot be underestimated. Li Gaha said, is that so? Light footwork, he said. Each of the 12 Divine Generals has their unique strengths. In Red Body Ghost's case, it's light footwork. Li Gaha asked, is there also a book about the great Rakshasa? Yes, this humble one is currently writing the final part. The Pavilion Master was very satisfied. Indeed, our General Manager is truly commendable. It's truly fortunate to have such a clever General Manager. I shall reward you. The General Manager said, thank you, Pavilion Master. I did not create these books for money. His eyes gleamed. Please add this credit to my lifespan. The two burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Sun So approached the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master turned around. Ah, it was you? The eloquent Sun So has come. What is it? She said. A person wearing a mask is outside looking for the Pavilion Master. A mask? What kind of mask? Sun So replied. It's a monkey mask, Pio said. Then it must be Red Body Ghost. Li Gaha continued to flip through the book. According to what he read in the book, Red Body Ghost is known for her excellent light footwork and quite serious habit of theft. Her wealth is considerable, and despite being the latest disciple to join, she quickly defeated several divine generals and rose to her current position. When at a disadvantage, she tends to escape with her light footwork and shamelessly initiate reconciliation, and it is rumored that she rapidly increased her internal energy by stealing many valuable medicinal herbs. She has a complementary relationship with her master, the great Rakshasa. She steals items the great Rakshasa desires and in return receives light footwork techniques. She is in no way inferior even when compared to other divine generals. He closed the book. The pavilion master laughed and said, "I've finished reading the strategy guide." As the pavilion master went outside, Red Body Ghost was already waiting. She was sitting in a chair waiting for him. He saw her and the pavilion master sat down with her. Red Body Ghost asked, "Senior brother Miao, are you still well?" The pavilion master replied, "I haven't been cultivating properly lately, so my mind isn't clear and there's a slight problem with regulating my meridians for martial arts training. It's somewhat difficult to control the true chi in my body, and my throat is also injured, so my voice is slightly different from usual." Red Body Ghost was puzzled. "Is he internally injured? Then this is perfect timing," Red Body Ghost said. "Since I've come all this way to greet you, senior brother, I have something to discuss. If senior brother gives me a thick red robe like last time, junior sister will not compete and will withdraw." The pavilion master was surprised. "What, is she trying to extort money from me, or is she merely asking senior brother for money? The black path is truly unpredictable," Red Body Ghost asked. "Soon junior sister will have a duel with senior brother Bakuryu, and if junior sister gets injured while fighting, wouldn't she become prey for the divine generals? Junior sister is right, isn't she?" Li Gaha asked. "Does junior sister always demand money from her senior brothers like this? Is junior sister a beggar?" Senior brother's words today seem a bit harsh, Red Body Ghost laughed. "Ah, in that case, let junior sister and senior brother have a proper fight today," the pavilion master asked. "Junior sister, what do you know that you dare to come here?" Red Body Ghost replied. "Junior sister will only take 30 silver taels. I won't bother this place for a while. Otherwise, senior brother, are you afraid to fight junior sister?" Red Body Ghost thought, if he sustained internal injuries during cultivation, he'd surely want to avoid this fight. "In that case, should I extort more?" The pavilion master smiled. "Indeed, junior sister, I also have a proposal for junior sister. If junior sister hands over all the money she possesses to me, I will spare junior sister's life out of consideration for the sex loyalty." Red Body Ghost froze. Red Body Ghost asked, "Do you truly mean what you just said?" The pavilion master replied, "Of course, that's not all. Furthermore, if you don't bring money in the future, I will never accept your challenge. In return, if you touch me even once, I will return all the money I took from you." Those words made Red Body Ghost's eyes widen. "Is this a bet through a fight?" Li Gaha continued. "Having said this much, surely she won't refuse, right?" Red Body Ghost asked. "Then what are the rules?" The pavilion master said. "You decide whatever you want." Red Body Ghost began to think. What is he best at? Quite audacious. Is his brain internally injured? Anyway, this is a good opportunity for me, she said. If senior brother can take off my mask, junior sister will concede defeat unconditionally. The method and location will be a contest within the Black Cat Society. The pavilion master agreed. Good. Red Body Ghost smiled sinisterly. He won't catch me even in his dreams. He must be out of his mind. The two went out into the courtyard, and Red Body Ghost said, "Come at me, senior brother." Li Gaha observed. Neither of them made a move yet. Red Body Ghost said, "Relax, the outcome is already decided anyway." The pavilion master shouted, "Shut up, how dare a mere junior sister try to teach her senior brother. I will teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Pay attention. You could be safe just by paying money. Are you unaware of the situation?" Red Body Ghost shrugged. "Sigh, senior brother seems to be the one unaware of the situation." The pavilion master immediately charged, his hand moving towards her mask. Red Body Ghost still stood there. She asked, "What are you doing? The mask is still on my face." He glanced and turned to continue his attack, and Red Body Ghost dodged but remained unharmed. General Manager Pyo and Sogun Pyong observed from the side, assessing Red Body Ghost's light footwork to be excellent. It will be difficult for the pavilion master to attack. The pavilion master stomped his foot and immediately continued to charge. At this moment she was thinking about what to buy with that money if she won this bet. His hand always aimed for the mask. She continued to dodge. What was that just now? Why did his speed suddenly increase? Red Body Ghost was surprised. The pavilion master immediately turned back again, and she quickly fled again. A surge of energy erupted from her hand, concealing everything. As she soared into the air, the pavilion master pierced through the smoke and advanced towards Red Body Ghost. Red Body Ghost continued to dodge, but she eluded his pursuit. As the pavilion master's hand reached out, Red Body Ghost moved one step ahead. She saw him, and he saw her. Star-absorbing divine art, the pavilion master unleashed a strike. His hand seized Red Body Ghost's 2 feet. Red Body Ghost seemed to be pulled down headfirst, and after he firmly gripped her ankles and tossed her like a toy, dust heavily obscured the view. As his hand touched the ground, Red Body Ghost also fell to the ground immediately after. The two looked at each other in silence, and Red Body Ghost immediately fled. At this moment she began to attack. She charged directly at the pavilion master. The star-absorbing divine art was used, and a force flew towards the mask. The mask detached from Red Body Ghost's face. He closed in on the enemy. Red Body Ghost was injured by the pavilion master, and her mask was also removed. Red Body Ghost was flattened against the tree trunk. All the spectators were astonished. The pavilion master smiled. "Quite easy. There was nothing dangerous about it, was there?" They immediately replied, "We will immediately clean up the courtyard." The pavilion master was satisfied. "Good, understood. Go check if junior sister Red Body Ghost has come to her senses." The general manager's head peeked out. "Yes," he replied. They all asked, "Should we search her body?" The pavilion master replied, No, just put her on a stretcher and leave her there until late at night. They froze. If we leave her in the Black Cat Society, my junior sister might empty all the elixir rooms and steal the Black Cat Society's treasures and run away, right? It won't be useful for me, but you all should be careful. They said nothing. Especially in this black path, understood? They sullenly agreed again. Yes, senior brother, we've learned a lot today. His words astonished everyone. Red Body Ghost got up, smiled, and gave him a thumbs up. All the soldiers were surprised. Oh dear, what is this? They turned their gaze again. General Manager Pyo and Sogun Pyong also saw it. The pavilion master had already turned around. They grumbled, "Isn't that too much?" The pavilion master sighed. Indeed, roses have thorns, and beautiful women are a disaster. Red Body Ghost was tied to a pillar, her acupuncture point sealed, unable to move her body. She recalled her fight. He is definitely not senior brother. His abilities, tone, expression. Everything is different. I should have realized it sooner. General Manager Pyo opened the door and entered. She said, "General Manager Pyo, I came here by the pavilion master's order. Please forgive me if I was rude." Rude? What nonsense are you talking about? Red Body Ghost said angrily. Many people stood around Red Body Ghost and she wondered what they were doing. They brought tables, chairs, and brushes. General Manager Pyo waved his hand. You've worked hard. As they retreated, Red Body Ghost still didn't understand what was happening. General Manager Pyo picked up a brush and sat down. His face was very focused. Red Body Ghost asked, "What on earth are you doing?" General Manager Pyo replied, "The pavilion master ordered me to draw a portrait of Lady Red Body Ghost. It must be drawn very delicately." Red Body Ghost shouted. "No, now," the general manager said. "What talent does this old man have? Of course I came to draw. He is much scarier than you think, so stop frowning and let me do my duty." Red Body Ghost said angrily, "In this state, what are you drawing?" General Manager Pyo picked up the brush and began to measure. "I hear Lady is very famous for her thieving skills, but if you don't cooperate and plot to escape from the Black Cat Society, I will have no choice but to hand Lady over to the Martial Alliance," he said, turning his body this way and that. "Please sit still. I will draw you very delicately." Red Body Ghost asked, "What are you looking at to draw her?" General Manager Pyo asked back, "Do I have to stare intensely when drawing? Do I have to see a mountain to draw a mountain, or a river to draw a river?" Red Body Ghost was angry, but could do nothing. Can't you stop this action right now?" General Manager Pyo replied. "Although Lady Red Body Ghost is of the same rank as the pavilion master, given her age, she is like my granddaughter, and it is very uncomfortable for a young lady to speak so impolitely. Speaking like that is very unpleasant." Red Body Ghost sneered, "If it's unpleasant, what can you do to me?" General Manager Pyo asked, "Shall I draw artificial eyelashes for Lady too?" He smiled, "Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding, I'll draw quickly, so don't frown. This is how I make a living." Red Body Ghost thought inwardly, "Dem old man, no choice, I have to go with this. As Lady probably already knows, the original pavilion master is already dead." General Manager Pyo continued, "I couldn't resist or do anything either. He hit the wall, breaking his bones, and eventually died." Red Body Ghost was surprised to hear that news. The general manager continued, "Honestly, Lady Red Body Ghost will probably meet the same fate. I predict that, so when the pavilion master comes here you should treat him well." Red Body Ghost bowed her head. General Manager Pyo said, "Very good, the posture is perfect. Stay still for a moment." The painting was finally completed. General Manager Pyo asked, "Pavilion Master, how is it?" He asked, "Isn't that Red Body Ghost portrait?" He bowed completely. "Thank you, Master," the Pavilion Master said. "Make several copies in case junior sister Red Body Ghost becomes too arrogant. Send them to the Martial Alliance and the bounty hunting families to receive additional rewards." General Manager Pyo smiled. "No problem, I will do as Master says." The Pavilion Master held the painting and stood before Red Body Ghost. Red Body Ghost asked, "Who are you?" The Pavilion Master replied, "Are you curious if I'm that man named Rabbit?" Red Body Ghost looked at him. "A mask cannot hide one's identity. Who dares to impersonate a disciple of the great Rakshasa and deceive others? Can you withstand Master's wrath?" The Pavilion Master replied, "If I were afraid I wouldn't have started this in the first place, junior sister Red Body Ghost." Red Body Ghost was on the verge of madness. "Don't call me junior sister," he asked. "Shall I call you a thief?" Red Body Ghost nodded. She said helplessly, "Even so, why did you spare my life?" Red Body Ghost asked. "Only money is needed. If there's enough money, I will cooperate with you, my fake senior brother." The Pavilion Master revealed his intention. "I intend to kill the great Rakshasa," Red Body Ghost thought inwardly. "Is he crazy?" she said. "My master, the great Rakshasa, is incredibly strong, stronger than any martial artist you've ever met. With your abilities, you will never be able to accomplish that." He said to her, "I'll refer to that information later. I came this time to ask if you intend to betray the great Rakshasa." Red Body Ghost proposed a condition. "If you give me money, I will cooperate." The Pavilion Master hesitated. I don't trust you," Red Body Ghost resigned. "Then what do you want? Are you afraid I'll betray you?" the Pavilion Master said. "Pavilion Master, so will bring poison soon. Who will drink it?" "Junior sister Red Body Ghost, of course." Red Body Ghost began to fear. "Is this madman trying to poison me?" "Senior brother, please don't do that." "I will do as senior brother says." Red Body Ghost's attitude completely changed. "Anyway, senior brother already has my portrait, doesn't he?" The Pavilion Master still said, I don't trust you." So Gun Pyong arrived. Pavilion Master, here is the purple haze GU poison you requested, Red Body Ghost thought inwardly. GU poison, a blue GU poison pill. The Pavilion Master ordered her to take it. So Gun Pyong approached Red Body Ghost and she strongly refused. Red Body Ghost thought inwardly, I will absolutely not take it. What if she doesn't swallow it? The Pavilion Master said, what to do? Hit her hard until she swallows it. Red Body Ghost tried. She let out a blue breath. I've taken it. If you have something to say, speak. Don't we have something to discuss? The Pavilion Master commanded. I will give you 10 days if you kill one of the three, Baekya, Wang-O, or Yak-Su. Within that time I will give you the antidote. This is a life or death battle between divine generals anyway, so the great Rakshasa wouldn't necessarily want to die, would he? Red Body Ghost said. Those three are notorious divine generals famous for murder and robbery. Aren't you also famous for robbery? The Pavilion Master approached. He cut the ropes that bound her. Red Body Ghost stood up. She said, please tell me your identity. Are you from the Martial Alliance? The Pavilion Master honestly replied, I recently came from an inn nearby. So Gun Pyong was helpless. How could Master reveal his identity so easily? Red Body Ghost sighed without another word. It seems you have no intention of telling me. Understood. First I will kill one of those three and return. We can talk again then. Huh? So Gun Pyong was even more surprised. He looked at Red Body Ghost. Is she not believing? She left and the Pavilion Master called out to his junior sister. As she turned her head he said, all decisions come from you. It's your choice whose side you stand on, mine or his, the great Rakshasa's. It doesn't matter even if you try to leak information about me to the great Rakshasa. Red Body Ghost asked, then what do I gain if my fake senior brother wins? Nothing special. Just getting rid of an old master who only makes his female disciples steal. There will be no more murder and robbery. Red Body Ghost looked at him, then turned and left. I'm going. So Gun Pyong approached and said, Pavilion Master, are you sure about making that Gaha GU poison so casually? The Pavilion Master asked, how did I make it? So Gun Pyong said, you just mixed laxatives and digestive medicine. If she runs too fast it might just happen. Li Gaha glanced and said, as expected of Pavilion Master, so well done. Red Body Ghost was running rapidly. As she flew like the wind along the road she suddenly faltered. My stomach is so uncomfortable. Is it because of that GU poison? Why did I have to eat something like that? Because of that madman? She increased her speed. Nothing special. Just getting rid of an old master who only makes his female disciples steal. There will be no more murder and robbery. She recalled his words. Red Body Ghost thought, he's risking betraying his master for that goal. He's truly a madman. As the abdominal pain began, her face turned pale. She looked down at her stomach. Her body was not normal at all. Surely it's not this. It can't be. Absolutely not. Red Body Ghost froze like a stone. It really was diarrhea. The world seemed to burst into bloom. She hunched over. My stomach keeps churning. It's really strange. Not here. Please, please, just get better, please. The scenery before her suddenly spun, and everything became blurry. Red Body Ghost clutched her aching stomach and ran past people. Everyone stared at her pale face. Why here of all places? Just a little further. I need to go somewhere isolated. She endured and ran, focusing her internal energy to see if it would help. Red Body Ghost stopped in the middle of the forest. My stomach keeps gurgling. I looked around. It should be okay now, right? Splashing, gurgling sounds kept erupting, and the smell was noticeable even without being close. She was suddenly startled. Someone is coming as fast as me. A master. A man flew through the air and landed on the ground. Red Body Ghost looked up at him. Miss, what's wrong? Her face was pale. Red Body Ghost broke into a cold sweat. Poison. It's poison. He asked if it was poison. Red Body Ghost's face turned ashen. What am I saying? How could I carelessly tell a Zhonghu person that I'm poisoned? Red Body Ghost quickly changed her words. I'm looking for a latrine, he said. That will be difficult. Come this way. I was just on my way to a nearby restaurant. You can't relieve yourself in the deep mountains, so I'll take you there quickly. Red Body Ghost still clutched her stomach, crying out in pain. Everything feels like it's about to burst out. The man carried Red Body Ghost and ran even faster. He said, calm down, always maintain composure no matter the situation. Red Body Ghost replied, yes. Red Body Ghost thought inwardly, this speed, truly befitting a master and a good voice. Where did such a young master come from? The master carried her through the air and a romantic landscape unfolded below. The two landed. There's a latrine behind there. Go quickly. Red Body Ghost ran with all her might and immediately rushed in. Red Body Ghost relieved herself amidst the beautiful flowers. Why is my poop so loud? Red Body Ghost shed tears of shame. She finished and came out with a sigh of relief. I don't want to face anyone. It was so loud, everyone must have heard it. She looked ahead and Red Body Ghost opened the door and entered. The white-clothed master was still there and asked, are you all right? Red Body Ghost bowed her head. Yes, I'm fine, thanks to you. Thank you very much. Food was placed on the table. You have good fortune with food too. If you hadn't come today I would have made soup with this, the owner said with a smile. The master folded his arms and said, of course if I were poor and didn't even have good fortune with food it would be truly difficult. Red Body Ghost salivated. What's that? It looks really delicious. The owner said it was pork bone. Red Body Ghost was dazed. Pork bone, pork bone, the master ate and said. Red Body Ghost seemed unable to take her eyes off the food. The owner said, don't be like that, young lady. Have a bite too. Red Body Ghost immediately refused. It's all right, my stomach isn't feeling well. The master offered it to her. Taste it. Red Body Ghost thought, it looks really delicious. Would it be okay to have just one bite? She was embarrassed. Oh dear, it's fine, the owner said. Go ahead and eat, it's all right. The two ate with relish, watching the owner's happy face. Red Body Ghost took a bite and thought, delicious. The owner leaned in and asked, are you perhaps related to her? He looked at her and said, she's my junior sister. Red Body Ghost suddenly flinched. Junior sister. Thinking about it again, this voice, she trembled. She recalled the pavilion master's appearance, his attacks. All of this was done by this master. He brushed his hand across his face, pushing his hair back, and smiled. Are you surprised by my handsomeness? Red Body Ghost realized she had been carried to the latrine by this damned man. She seemed to collapse, then lay on the ground. He said, strange. Fainting at the sight of her senior brother. What to do about this? Two people are eating pork bone, but one has fainted. The two looked at Red Body Ghost, who had fallen backward. The owner asked, so are you the Black Cat Society master now? He replied, she's one of the 12 divine generals and her name is Red Body Ghost. So that's why you call her junior sister, then you should treat her well. Isn't she pretty? The pavilion master glanced and said, are you smitten with her at first sight? The owner, embarrassed, said, can't you stop with the useless talk? If not, then forget it. He continued eating. GM Trong Lang asked, only 10 days left. Are you thinking this through? Are you just going to sleep? Red Body Ghost immediately woke up. No, I will definitely finish within 10 days. Thank you for the pork bone dish. The owner said, oh, don't mention it. Goodbye. Red Body Ghost smiled. Yes, I'll see you again. She immediately fled. Red Body Ghost glanced back and the pavilion master had his hands raised. You'll die after 10 days, remember that. He threatened. Her face turned pale. Red Body Ghost looked straight ahead and ran. That madman's so scary. Oh my goodness. The owner asked, are you leaving? The pavilion master turned. I've been back for a while, so I should rest a bit, maybe take a walk. The owner said, understood. Go carefully. He waved his hand in greeting. He walked along the road. It's been a while since I had a chance to practice light footwork, so my body feels comfortable. Seeing the light footwork reminds me of the old Quickness sect. Very few people in the martial world knew of their existence. They were the mysterious force known as the Quickness sect. One could join the Quickness sect if their light footwork reached the highest level. In the martial world, they were madmen obsessed with light footwork. They regarded light footwork as a matter of life and death, gathering regardless of sect to compete. The title of greatest in the world in quickness was given to the fastest person in the Jianghu, or the Quickness Venerable and Quickness Sect Master were decided by order. In his previous life, he himself had been a member of the Quickness sect. Although his light footwork was excellent, he never reached the position of Quickness Venerable. I hope to meet the masters of the Quickness sect again soon. As he walked, a man recognized him and said, brother, you're here? He smiled and asked, can I be called brother here? The pavilion master replied, of course. Brother Cha Zoom Tae said you joined the Black Cat Society, is that true? The pavilion master replied, the Black Cat Society master died at my hand, so I'm currently taking over his responsibilities. I see. Has anyone caused any trouble during this time? What movements has the Black Serpent banner made? This friend replied. These days, military strategist Sima leads his subordinates on patrols in Ilyong County, so no one has been able to cause any trouble. The pavilion master said, Sima Yi was there, then how is Cha Zoom Tae? This friend replied. These days, brother often fights with military strategist Sima using wooden swords. Although it's called practice, he's already lost several times in a row. Thanks to them, this place has become a famous tourist attraction. Many people come to watch the fights between military strategist Sima and brother Cha Zoom Tae. The pavilion master sighed. The gate master of the Gate of Life is always getting beaten. How embarrassing. Take this. He looked at it and asked, what's this? This is gold. He was startled. The pavilion master said, just take it. You need to rest a bit. You can't just keep working. People need rest. He was touched but said, but it's too much. There are many people in the bamboo gate too, so use it freely. I'm leaving now. He bowed his head. Thank you, brother. Go carefully. As the pavilion master waved his hand, the people rejoiced at the money. He continued walking along the road. On the way back, he met a group of people. The two continued walking, passing each other. Li Gaha, he turned his head sharply. A man in red clothes and his subordinates were going somewhere. Is that really Li Gaha? Their soldiers took out a drawing. The pavilion master asked, are you from the Black Serpent banner? The other party said nothing. The soldiers whispered, now what should we do? I didn't expect Li Gaha to be here. As I recall, he's been away a lot lately. Li Gaha thought, did they come to act after hearing rumors that I wasn't in Ilyong County, as expected of the Black Serpent banner's method? They suppress the enemy and give no chance to escape. His feet stood firm. He introduced himself. I am Doko Sang from the Black Serpent banner. Are you the one who killed Nung Yi Suk, Zhou Yijian and Yu Guangsu? The Black Serpent banner master has placed a bounty of 30 taels on your head. The clients are the Tiger Roar Gang and the 3 sword masters of Plum Blossom. We came to Ilyong County to post the bounty. Shall I show you? The soldiers handed him a paper. It's best not to accept anything sent by the Black Path. He thought inwardly. Li Gaha stood still, not taking the paper. They were bewildered. Why isn't he taking it? He should. Doko Sang offered a condition. Rumor has it you disappeared from Ilyong County, which is why I came here. If you come to the Black Serpent banner and agree to a confrontation, the master will ask the Tiger Roar Gang and the 3 sword masters of Plum Blossom to withdraw the bounty, and will offer you appropriate compensation. What are you going to do? Li Gaha replied. It takes more time to travel for a confrontation than to be hunted down, Doko Sang said. Rumor has it you're good at these kinds of things. Li Gaha sighed. No need for excuses, I feel strange today. Sometimes I commit murder and shed blood without a care, but sometimes I don't want to kill. After calming my mind, it seems today is one of those days. I don't know why, he thought. If my actions were normal and consistent, I wouldn't have been called Mad Devil in my previous life. What to do? He turned his body. Meeting your master now would be troublesome, so I'll meet him later. Doko Sang frowned. It would be better to come with me now, he asked. You said your name was Doko Sang, right? Are you trying to die with your subordinates now? Doko Sang said. You killed Nung Yi Suk, Yu Guang Su and Jo Samong so carelessly, you'll have to explain yourself properly. The subordinates are ready, Doko Sang said. It's the same whether you kill us all and go to the Black Serpent Banner, or go now. Either way you'll have to confront the Tiger War Gang and the 3 Sword Masters of Plum Blossom. I'm tired too. Li Gaha thought inwardly, this guy really isn't afraid of death. Alright, let's go, he agreed. Li Gaha thought, sad, am I to live in the Black Path wearing the mask of the Black Cat Society in this life? If I take off the mask, this life will be no different from the Mad Devil of that time. They boarded a boat together on Yeoryong River. A beautiful sunset reflected on the water. Li Gaha looked into the distance and said, goodbye my hometown, I'm going to make money. I'll be back soon, successful. That's enough. Doko Sang's soldiers looked at him, unable to understand. He said, when that time comes, welcome me warmly. For now a humble innkeeper like me is leaving his hometown on a boat, they thought inwardly. Madman. He glanced at each of them. He looked at the faces on the left one by one, then the faces on the right one by one. Ah, all of you are ugly. Is this world full of ugly villains? They were angry but said nothing. He began to think. He said, but some people are very beautiful yet they commit perverse and ugly acts like the lecherous Master Guangmiang. Li Gaha said, indeed beauty seems to have little to do with evil deeds, they replied to him helplessly. Anyway, why do you all look so alike? Do your faces get affected from seeing the same things every day? Alike, he mentioned slave auctions. Alike, I hear your Black Serpent Banner also holds slave auctions. A soldier spoke up. Ah, can you shut up? He got angry. I'm not finished speaking. You're like a cowardly mouse. If you want to live, behave yourself. What do you think when you see slave auctions? He replied, I thought I should earn some money to buy a few new slaves. The entire boat immediately burst into loud laughter. Doko Sang shouted angrily, shut up before I kill all of you. They immediately fell silent. Li Gaha thought the master was a very clever master, but the subordinates behind him were the kind who completely failed to read the atmosphere. Li Gaha turned his head. Doko Sang asked, just one question. Are you going to save us? He said nothing. Why? Ha. Leaving Ilyong County is the mad emotion of the old Mad Devil surging again. Is it because I don't want to return to being the Mad Devil again? He asked himself inwardly. Doko Sang reminded him once more. I'm asking, will you save me? Li Gaha replied. I will save those who fight bravely and survive. Doko Sang said, understood. The soldiers soon said in unison, Captain, everyone is ready with their swords. Chaotic, victorious battle ensued on the ship, but Li Gaha still paid no mind. Only Doko Sang remained on the ship, having defeated all the enemies. Li Gaha said, as promised, I will save you. Doko Sang gasped for breath after the fight. Li Gaha asked about the current situation of the Black Heavens Fort. Doko Sang asked in return, what do you think? This is always a mysterious place, no joke. He smiled and the water continued to flow quietly. They arrived at Black Sand Ancient City. This was the stronghold of the Black Heavens Fort. Li Gaha glanced as the boat reached the shore. 2 soldiers stood above armed. Doko Sang commanded, move aside by the fort master's order. I have brought Li Gaha. Follow me. The 2 passed among the residents together. A mother was seen walking down the road holding her child. Li Gaha looked all around. There are commoners in the Black Heavens Fort too. Given that there are also enslaved people, is it natural? The 2 arrived at their destination. Captain Doko, what's the matter? The gatekeeper asked. He replied, I've brought Li Gaha, informed the fort master. He asked, bewildered, who is Li Gaha? Doko Sang replied, he's the one who killed Wee Wee Chief. He was startled. Ah, the door opened and people were already seated inside. They were the experienced elders of this place. Li Gaha said, so many old people, still trying to cling to glory at this age? We have brought Li Gaha as ordered. Doko Sang said. Everyone turned around. The Black Heavens Fort master looked directly at him. Li Gaha told an old man who was sitting to move aside. The old man was startled. What are you talking about? Li Gaha immediately knocked him down. The 2 fell to the ground together. The others were surprised by his action. The chair wobbled. He placed the chair in front of the fort master and sat down. Someone next to him shouted, where do you think you are, you scoundrel? Huh? The fort master said, stop. He immediately stopped moving and glared at Li Gaha with angry eyes. The others fell silent. The fort master asked, so you're Li Gaha? Anyway, you've suffered enough. Let's finish this quickly. Li Gaha, I heard you killed 3 members of the Black Heavens Fort. Was it because they burned down your house? Li Gaha replied, that seems to be correct. The fort master said, understood. Since our people made the first move, then you shall cut off 3 fingers and leave. Li Gaha replied without fear. Who would idly cut off a part of their body that their parents painstakingly created? He continued, then instead of 1 finger, pay me 100 gold taels. The Black Heavens Fort will oversee this matter and interest will be added if you repay late. Begin, the people around said. Fort master, you've worked hard. You've worked hard. Li Gaha's lips curled into a sneer. He thought inwardly, are these guys trying to end this unilaterally? There are many madmen in this world. He opened his mouth. I apologize, but I have no money. Even if I did, I have no intention of giving it to you. They were surprised by his answer. the fort master said again. Our Black Heavens fort is a place that collects money by any means, so your family will have to repay this money. What do you say? Li Gaha replied. I have no family, so I'm suddenly craving ramen, the others scoffed. The fort master asked if he had no family, then the people of Ilyong County would have to repay the money, and if that was acceptable. Li Gaha frowned. Annoying. In that case I will also pass judgment. Old man, choose. Will you prostrate yourself at my feet, or do you wish for everyone here to die? They had never imagined he would say such a thing. Doko-sang froze, and the fort master stared straight at him. Doko-sang thought inwardly, is that madman crazy? He provoked the elders, and now he's provoking the Black Heavens fort master. The elders were enraged. You arrogant scoundrel, where do you think you are? Li Gaha remained unperturbed as he stood up. The fort master said, Shut up. I gave you a chance. Are you only going to regret it when you see your coffin? Li Gaha replied. You old men are crazy. I gave you a chance to live. Why are you insisting on dying? Doko-sang dared not speak. The fort master ordered them to kill him. All the elders armed themselves and prepared, charged towards him, and he dodged and attacked. The elders fell backward and their swords flew into the air. He continued to attack other elders. He counterattacked, and all the charging elders were defeated by him. With a single punch, the elders flew far away. Another elder attacked, but he immediately circulated his internal energy. The force changed the direction of the sword, and they continued to fall and charge again. Swords flew through the air. He seized a sword and with a single slash struck down 2 elders. Blood splattered profusely and everything was defeated by him. He stood atop a pile of corpses. The others were too terrified to dare to charge. The fort master said nothing. They were perplexed. What is this? They stood before Li Gaha, and Doko-sang observed from a corner. Li Gaha asked, Aren't you going to keep charging? Are you scared? The 2 elders hesitated. In that case I will attack. He immediately rushed at them. His strike was easily dodged, and with one slash he struck down one person. The remaining one took the opportunity to stab him, and the sword pierced Li Gaha's body. He immediately counterattacked and spun his foot. He slashed again. The other elders were afraid. Li Gaha's sharp gaze swept over them like a keen blade, and with one slash he struck down several people. Swords broke and blood splattered. Doko-sang broke into a cold sweat. The fort master still observed from the side. All the elders lay fallen on the ground, and the swords were heavily stained with blood. Li Gaha stood among all the corpses, and his clothes were also covered in blood. The fort master stared intently at him. He said, You all worked hard. Li Gaha said, bewildered, letting his subordinates die and then saying they worked hard? What nonsense is this? The fort master watched expressionlessly, and 2 swords clashed. The Black Heavens fort master finally made his move. Li Gaha was also ready, and the 2 engaged in combat. Nothing could be seen except the smoke they created. The 2 began to search for each other within the red smoke. The 2 fought ceaselessly, one dodging and one attacking and one defending. Their weapons clashed. This was truly a closely matched fight. Objects in the room were also broken. Their eyes were like fire and water, and the 2 forces seemed unable to go in the same direction. Objects scattered everywhere. Doko-sang, even while standing still, was hit by attacks. Nothing remained intact. Dust swirled with fragments of broken furniture. The hands of the 2 trembled as they faced each other. The sword was held and one sword broke. Li Gaha immediately retreated. He briefly stopped fighting. As he briefly stopped fighting, the sword broke in 2. The Black Heavens fort master smiled. The fort master charged. Now he has no weapon. Li Gaha dodged the attack and extended his hand to summon power. A single force enveloped his arm. The sword is gradually reattaching. Is the sword being absorbed? Doko-sang was startled. He continued to fight the fort master with his sword. Li Gaha smiled. No weapon, I am right here. The fort master was not particularly surprised, and he charged straight ahead. Li Gaha wielded his sword like a dance. He took one path and the fort master took another. Truly nothing could be seen. The room seemed to have become their battleground. Li Gaha threw his sword upward. He thought, that guy is quite skilled in fighting, as if Doko-sang had trained for 40 years. Li Gaha fought without hesitation. He did not care who his opponent was. He fought with all his might. Li Gaha's face remained unchanged. He thought, but that guy's physical condition doesn't seem good. His movements aren't smooth at all. The fort master moved towards Li Gaha. He was still gasping for breath. He rushed at him. The Black Heavens fort master's breathing was clearly audible. Li Gaha concentrated and counterattacked his moves. He also took the opportunity to charge, and the fort master dodged equally adeptly. As he lifted his foot, the 2 soared into the air, one retreating and one advancing. The fort master had to stop his feet, and he struggled to resist. Li Gaha was above at this moment, and he immediately applied force to him using his remaining arm. The force pierced his body, and Li Gaha continued to attack as his sword flew. The fort master spat blood from his mouth, his eyes wide with rage. He frowned, and his face had already changed color. Blood poured from his entire body, and the fort master finally fell. The sword pierced his body. The fort master sat silently, and blood continued to gush out. His body was stained with blood, and the fort master was now defeated by Li Gaha. Doko-sang was speechless, and the other elders were also afraid. The fort master opened his mouth. Wait. If you treat me and heal my wounds, I will make you the next Black Heavens fort master. There is absolutely no loss for you in this. Conversely, if you kill me, you will gain nothing from the Black Heavens fort. All those scoundrels are fools and need my guidance, Li Gaha replied. You talk a lot because you don't want to die. Veins bulged on his face and he closed his mouth. Li Gaha said, capturing other people, buying and selling slaves, extorting commoners, earning money through such dirty deeds and still wanting to live comfortably. I've already killed many scoundrels who begged for their lives like you. His hand was raised, and that power enveloped this hand. They also remain frozen. Go and meet him. The hand slowly approached the fort master's face and he opened his eyes wide. Blood splattered profusely. His life ended here. Doko-san was silent. He died by Ligaha's hand. He turned his head to look at the other elders. They were terrified, their faces ashen with fear. Ligaha, seems you'll have to take on the role of the next fort master, Doko-san said. Come here. As Doko-san approached, Ligaha hit him hard. Doko-san fell and he was also covered in blood. Ligaha asked, what nonsense, you want me to be the fort master? He grabbed Doko-san by the hair and pulled him up. Doko-san said, since you killed that fort master, what other way is there? Ligaha was silent for a moment. All those scoundrels are fools and need my guidance, he thought. That guy is right, this is really a problem. Gather all high-ranking officials in the main hall, and call someone to treat the elders who were lucky enough to survive. Ligaha abruptly turned and left. Damn it, if it were gathering Jonghu martial artists like the Black Cat Society, I could have easily taken control. But the Black Heavens Fort is mixed with commoners, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood. It's also hard to distinguish the strong from the weak. He sat in the fort master's seat. Since Ligaha had already killed people, he expected something to happen soon. Ligaha said, I'll be brief. I will appoint a new fort master. However, all authority of the Black Heavens Fort must remain under me. Everyone listened carefully. Doko-san will be the next successor fort master. As fort master, your first task will be to mobilize all forces and begin by tearing down the city walls. Why, Doko-san asked. Ligaha replied. Do I need to explain? Everyone in the room replied yes in unison. Ligaha continued. You might think those city walls protect you safely, but they are useless to Jonghu martial artists. They merely show that even your Black Heavens Fort master finds it difficult to preserve his life. Everyone fell silent. He rested his chin in his hand and continued. Your greatest weakness is living too secluded and not interacting with the outside world. That is why it must change. Understand? Everyone's eyes were wide, but he thought, looking at their faces, they don't seem to understand. Ligaha sighed. We are under heaven. He waved his hand wearily and continued. Anyway, start by tearing down the city walls. Interact more with the outside. The outside world is much vaster than the Black Heavens Fort. Everyone replied yes in unison. He continued, the next time I come, if you are still engaged in slave trading or gambling loans, that would go against my conscience. Yes, my conscience. Ligaha pointed with his finger. Therefore I will deal with you, Doko-san, the instigator, first. All those involved will also die. What do you say? Isn't that perfectly just? Doko-san was enraged. The others were surprised by that decision. He smiled. If you end up on the road to the underworld, give my regards to the previous Black Heavens Fort master. Everyone remained afraid but said nothing. One person opened his mouth. Could you give us more specific methods? He said, angered. I've said this much already. What more is there to say? Haven't you been listening? Use your head. Are you asking me to say it twice? If you can't do that, then step aside and sit quietly. I can't stand your foolish babbling any longer. He fell silent, not even knowing what he had done wrong. Ligaha criticized. How can an organization like this develop? Listen carefully, everyone. From now on, understand things in detail before proceeding with your tasks. Everyone was as quiet as mice. He shouted, have you all eaten? They replied, yes. Ligaha proposed that they abandon the name Black Heavens Fort and choose a new name to report to him. Especially, do not include the character Black in the name. Revealing a name associated with the Black Path is never a good thing. One person raised a hand. The bald-headed friend offered an opinion. Then may we use the word white? Ligaha was so angry at them that his blood seemed to boil. White? Are you saying you belong to the righteous path? He replied. No, if you know it's not, why ask? Acting as if you're from the righteous path. Shouldn't the faction's name be reasonable? No more questions until the meeting is over. The bald-headed friend bowed his head, understood. Ligaha seemed destined to live the rest of his life like a madman. We are under heaven. Reduce the rules to 3, one person hastily asked. Over 100 rules, now reduced to 3? Over 100? That's a lot. Anyway, start with 3. If there's anything truly necessary, you all can get together and resolve it. Oh, abolish the tolls and release the captured people. Also, burn all related documents. Open the previous fort master's vault and don't let anyone intercept it. They were surprised by that decision. Use those resources to help those in need and build proper homes in the future. Hire proper people from outside to build them. Understand? They stood in a daze. Ligaha found it difficult to understand. What's with this atmosphere? Another person opened their mouth. Those are exactly what Captain Doko used to say. They're not completely identical, but very similar. Right? Everyone has heard these words, haven't they? Another person replied. Sometimes. Ligaha turned his head. Doko-san looked at him. The two looked at each other without a word. Ligaha said, Doko-san, I have high expectations. Do well. Doko-san replied. Understood. Bring me new clothes. These are too bloody. I need to change. Night fell, and footsteps were heard at the gate. The guards were in a daze. Who's there? Your pavilion master. They immediately changed their demeanor. The gatekeepers broke into a cold sweat. They bowed their waists. Welcome back, pavilion master. The pavilion master replied, He looked around. Why is it so quiet? Have I been away so long that no one is training? General Manager Pyo ran out carrying books. Welcome back, pavilion master. The pavilion master asked. Why is it so quiet? Is there no training? He replied. No, it's not that. Pavilion Master Kim Hae has arrived. Kim Hae of the 12 Divine Generals has come, General Manager Pyo replied. Yes, he walked quickly. According to the book, Kim Hae is extremely greedy. His martial prowess ranks 7th or 8th, and the great Rakshasa took him as a disciple after seeing his natural physique and potential. He comes from the Sasong Merchant Guild and is also the great Rikshasa's capable financier. As the pavilion master entered the room, Kim Hae was seated before a table laden with delicacies. He was eating deliciously. Kim Hae looked up at him, and their eyes met. Kim Hae stopped eating. He said, "Hey, get me some water." The pavilion master approached unperturbed. Kim Hae asked, "What are you doing? I told you to get me water." The pavilion master waved his hand and picked up a water bottle. The pavilion master poured him water and he watched this scene without any change in expression. Kim Hae seemed not to fear the Black Cat Society at all. Kim Hae took a sip of water and said, "I haven't seen you before. Where's your pavilion master?" The pavilion master thought inwardly. He ascended to heaven. The pavilion master didn't answer him and turned to leave. Kim Hae was enraged. "What, you useless fellow, if this wasn't the Black Cat Society you would already be." General Manager Pyo called out to him to follow. "Pavilion Master, I've prepared some clothes for you." Kim Hae took a deep breath and he finished his meal. The Pavilion Master approached. Kim Hae asked, "Senior Brother Miao, it's been a while, hasn't it?" The Pavilion Master remained silent. He said, "What is it, pig?" Kim Hae was enraged. "Pig," the Pavilion Master thought. "Wasn't he?" He asked him what the matter was. Kim Hae replied, "This time I found a medicinal herb trading caravan. In a few days Senior Brother Chuck will also arrive, so I plan to sell it to the Black Cat Society at a preferential price." "What do you think, Senior Brother?" the Pavilion Master asked. "What medicinal herb is it?" Kim Hae said, "It's 400-year-old white flame grass." "How about it? How much do you think it's worth?" Kim Hae raised his hand in front of him. "We've traded a lot by now, so 50 gold taels for 10 sets of top-grade white flame grass should do." The Pavilion Master said, "Bring it here." Kim Hae turned around and thought, "Well, oh please forgive me. If Senior Brother refuses, I'll have no choice but to trade with Senior Brother Chuck." The Pavilion Master watched him leave. "To sell to someone else if the conditions aren't met. The fraternal relationship is so messy." The Pavilion Master still stood in the room. 50 gold taels, quite expensive, but it's an easy-to-use elixir anyway. He closed his eyes. "Right now, after clearing out the assets of Ilyong County and the Black Cat Society, I won't have a single penny. Whether I have it or not, it's irrelevant. No need to worry about it." Then he opened his eyes. "It's enough if my mind is at peace," Kim Hae returned, bringing precious medicinal herbs. Kim Hae asked, "How is it? These days medicinal herbs are very hard to come by. They're also not easy to store, so use them as soon as possible." The Pavilion Master picked one up, put it in his mouth and tasted it. Kim Hae asked, "How is it?" The Pavilion Master was satisfied. "Good," Kim Hae replied. "Is that so? Seeing how confident you are, you must have used white flame grass before?" The Pavilion Master thought inwardly. "I ate a lot of this in my previous life. The problem is that white flame grass was 100 years old. Top-grade white flame grass is indeed different." The Pavilion Master told General Manager Pyo to go and examine it. He was in a daze. "Yes?" Kim Hae asked if he knew how to identify medicine. The Pavilion Master replied, "Are you disrespecting the General Manager?" Kim Hae smiled and said, "I was too careless." General Manager Pyo gave a thumbs up. The Pavilion Master said, "This General Manager Pyo was a famous giant of the Jianghu 30 years before he entered it. He is a legendary elixir appraiser and elixir expert." He bowed his head. "A genius herbalist, a master of herbs." General Manager Pyo took a deep breath. The Pavilion Master continued, "He can smell medicinal herbs from 100 li away. There is no one else in the Jianghu who specializes in elixir appraisal besides General Manager Pyo." General Manager Pyo bowed his waist. "You flatter me." Kim Hae was helpless. "Is that so? Amazing. Then shall I begin?" General Manager Pyo put on his gloves. He approached the box of precious medicinal herbs. General Manager Pyo began to use everything he knew. He deeply inhaled the aura of the medicinal herbs through his nose. General Manager Pyo observed from various angles. He began to make a judgment. First, all 3 boxes have a fragrant smell, but if you look closely, the root part is unnaturally separated, as if someone bit it off. Kim Hae was startled. He immediately became angry. "Are you saying it's my doing? Just judge whether it's real or not. I've already made a big concession with 50 gold taels." General Manager Pyo replied, "Please forgive me, Pavilion Master. This is indeed white flame grass. It's hard to find even in Nanmuk." "Is that so?" "Moreover, because it's difficult to transport. Even 5 or 6 plants are almost 100 gold taels." Kim Hae laughed loudly. General Manager Pyo, "At first I thought you couldn't identify goods. Upon closer inspection, your knowledge of medicinal herbs is profound. Verify the money and take it." The Pavilion Master opened his mouth. Large gold coins were in the box. Kim Hae began to verify. He said, "Roughly, it seems enough." "Load it onto the carriage." The soldiers replied, "Yes." The Pavilion Master continued to chew the medicinal herb. The white flame grass was real. Kim Hae was startled. "Senior Brother is just eating it. No matter how urgent, you should use it after cultivating your internal energy." The Pavilion Master thought, "With the Heavenly Jade, medicinal herbs are naturally regulated, even without internal energy cultivation. Since Heavenly Jade takes energy from the elixir, I can just retrieve it from Heavenly Jade when needed. I'm probably the only one in the world who can cultivate internal energy this way, right?" Kim Hae called out. "General Manager Pyo, Senior Brother Miao will probably be cultivating internal energy all day today, so guard his room more carefully than usual." General Manager Pyo replied, "I will keep that in mind." Kim Hae greeted Senior Brother Miao and said, "I'll see you again." He turned and left. General Manager Pyo returned and asked, "Are you all right? Shouldn't you be cultivating your internal energy right away?" The Pavilion Master took off his mask. I'm fine. What happened to the other members? People are already stationed along Kim Hei's entire route. Excellent. Find the money well and hide it. The Pavilion Master smiled sinisterly. General Manager Pio hesitated. Yes, this matter is perfectly fine. The Pavilion Master immediately turned around. General Manager Pio, this is no ordinary plan. The important thing is to steal the money. You must accomplish it with all your spirit and ability. General Manager Pio's face also grew more resolute. He bowed his head. Understood, the Pavilion Master thought inwardly. Wait, Junior brother, I'm coming for you soon. Kim Hei's carriage left the Black Cat Society. On a night with a full moon, General Manager Pio stood outside the gate. General Manager Pio asked, "But why are you attacking Divine General Kim Hei?" The Pavilion Master replied, "There are many reasons. First, he took my energy." General Manager Pio was in a daze. He brazenly told me to get him water. General Manager Pio was startled. That happened, the Pavilion Master recalled. And he didn't pay for the meal. General Manager Pio agreed. That's right, besides, Divine General Kim Hei only eats delicacies, the Pavilion Master said with a displeased face. And he was impudent to his senior brother anyway. There are many reasons to beat that scoundrel. General Manager Pio's eyes gleamed as he looked at him. General Manager Pio thought inwardly. Pavilion Master. Dust billowed across the entire road, and Kim Hei's carriage sped like an arrow. The man in the hat inside the carriage said, "You've worked hard. Everything went as young Master wished, didn't it? If we sell 3 sets of white flame grass to the Black Cat Society and 4 sets to Senior Brother Beck." Kim Hei was very excited. "With that money I can eat and drink to my heart's content. The Black Cat Society won't even know why they lost." Suddenly the horses stopped abruptly, and the inside of the carriage shook. The man in the hat poked his head out. "What's the matter?" "There's a carriage ahead blocking the road to change a wheel." A few of them stood around the carriage. "What? If you're changing a wheel, you should move the carriage to the side. What are you doing in the middle of the road?" The man in the hat went out. "I'll go check it out." Kim Hei was enraged. "Go slap the coachman." The coachman and the man in the hat went up. People in the other carriage caused a commotion. "No, please wait a moment," he said. "We're not trying to block the road." The man in the hat hit him. He hit the people next to him too. "How dare these scoundrels block young Master's path?" A man flew from a distance and kicked the man in the hat. He was flattened against a tree trunk and fainted. He said, "How dare you touch the ordinary coachman of the Haro sect?" Those who were beaten said in unison, "Pavilion Master, we were only disguised as coachmen." Only then did he realize. I see." Kim Hei asked, "Aren't you that lowly fellow from before? What are you doing now?" The Pavilion Master replied, "It's none of your business what this lowly fellow is doing, is it?" Kim Hei was enraged. "What did you say? Do you think I'll forgive you just because you're senior brother's subordinate?" He said nothing. What's with that lowly fellow's attitude again?" He found it difficult to understand. The two looked at each other. Kim Hei smiled. I see, you deliberately set this up. You probably don't know, I'm a disciple of Master Great Rakshasa and also a person from the Geumsan Merchant Guild. If you are Senior Brother Mayao's subordinates, the entire Black Cat Society will have to bear Master's wrath. He cultivated internal energy to threaten them. Our Merchant Guild will pursue you to the end. Who paid you to do this? Kim Hei pointed directly ahead. He pointed at the Pavilion Master, who was not wearing a mask. Kim Hei said, You don't seem like a lowly fellow. Anyway, it's not worth wasting money to investigate you." The Pavilion Master approached him, saying as he walked, "I don't care whether you believe it or not." His eyes were filled with anger, and Kim Hei directly summoned his power. 2 powerful forces rushed at each other, and as their hands were almost about to touch, the internal energy spread around, destroying everything. Kim Hei looked at the Pavilion Master, and the Pavilion Master didn't take his eyes off him. Their hands were still there, and a resisting force existed between the two. Kim Hei shouted, "You foolish fellow, you don't know how many elixirs I've consumed with the Merchant Guild's energy. You're going to fight me with internal energy?" The Pavilion Master concentrated without blinking. Kim Hei reminded him, "I'm confident that among Master Great Rakshasa's disciples no one can defeat me in an internal energy fight." But the next moment he immediately froze. The Pavilion Master's power is gradually overpowering him. The Pavilion Master thought, is this the effect of the Heavenly Bead? The power was gradually being absorbed. The Pavilion Master asked inwardly, Kim Hei's internal energy is being transmitted to my body. Kim Hei found it difficult to understand. What is this? My internal energy is leaking. Kim Hei immediately moved his hand. Get out of the way. Their positions were breaking apart like a black hole. Kim Hei's mask also gradually cracked. Kim Hei broke into a cold sweat and opened his eyes wide. I can't avoid it. The Pavilion Master was also surprised by this power. It's much more brutal than I thought. It completely drains the opponent's internal energy. His body felt like it was melting. No, the Pavilion Master thought, if I stop abruptly, Kim Hei's power might surge into my body all at once, causing internal injuries. But if I don't stop in time, Kim Hei's life could be cut short. Although in this situation, since I said I would deal with all 12 divine generals, Kim Hei's death isn't a serious matter. But I don't want even a bit of this guy's soul or vital energy to cling to the Heavenly Bead. Kim Hei was dripping fat and his face was pale, losing its vitality. The Pavilion Master continued to think, if I do that, how would I be any different from the demonic cult masters? The Pavilion Master closed his eyes and sighed. The pavilion master pushed the power outwards. He was suddenly startled. His power spun Kim Hei several times. The power emanating from his hand was enormous. As the pavilion master circulated his internal energy, a fireball was placed in his hand and power was generated. Kim Hei broke into a cold sweat and stared blankly at the pavilion master. I only intended to get the money back, but I accidentally absorbed his internal energy too. Kim Hei broke into a cold sweat. What in the world did you do to me? The pavilion master looked at him and said, "What are you doing? I'm forgiving you with my boundless generosity." Kim Hei was flustered, thinking inwardly, what in the world is this bizarre situation? The pavilion master proudly declared, "Who under heaven possesses such generosity as I do?" He continued, "Go and check, you still need to get those items, don't you?" Kim Hei shouted, "Stop, those are meant for Divine General Bakeryu. Can you bear the responsibility?" he asked again. "Bakeryu?" "Yes, sir." The pavilion master told them, "Bring everything without missing a single item." Watching them move the luggage, he was astonished. "Isn't that a box of century-old medicinal herbs?" The pavilion master said, "Bring that small box over here." Kim Hei blocked him. "No, you can't." "What do you mean you can't? Bring it over quickly." They placed the box before him. When he opened it, inside were precious medicinal herbs. He said, "This is an interesting way to do business. After selling to the Black Cat Society, now you're selling to Bakeryu?" Kim Hei's face turned pale. The pavilion master asked, "Are you trying to manipulate everything? Perhaps you intend to destroy the Black Cat Society?" Kim Hei frowned and asked, "What evidence do you have to say that?" "Evidence?" Kim Hei stumbled backward. The pavilion master attacked Kim Hei. "Am I not the evidence? If the Black Cat Society were to learn of this, they might mobilize their forces to attack the Jiamzin Merchant Guild." Kim Hei covered his bruised and tattered face, prostrating himself on the ground trembling. Kim Hei said, "Master will not stand by idly." The pavilion master replied, "Surely not. There's no way the great Rakshasa would dare to intervene, is there?" A man raised his hand. "Me," the pavilion master pointed a finger. That fellow." He stepped forward and said, "If your excellency shares half the wealth of the Jiamzin Merchant Guild, no one will stand idly by." The pavilion master replied, "Very good, that fellow will be pleased." The people next to him also clapped as they watched him. Kim Hei frowned. The pavilion master continued, "First informing the Black Cat Society and second informing the great Rakshasa. What else do you want to do?" They replied, "Anything is fine. We feel the same. We have no other demands." The man who had raised his hand earlier asked, "What if we inform both places?" The pavilion master shook his head. "How boring, truly pathetic rascals. I'm tired." The pavilion master looked at Kim Hei and, "Now it's time to choose. What do you think?" He couldn't say a word. The pavilion master continued to pound the ground with his hand. "Thump, thump, choose quickly." He kept pressuring him. "Thump, thump." Kim Hei asked, "What do you want? If you held a grudge against me, you would have killed me already. Tell me what you want." "Money?" "Senior brother, I'm here." Everyone turned around. Red Body Ghost was in tatters. Kim Hei turned around. "Red Body Ghost, why are you here too?" Red Body Ghost turned her head to look at Kim Hei. "Kim Hei, you've been captured too." Kim Hei couldn't believe it. "What?" She held out her mask. Red Body Ghost said, "Although I was a little surprised, I've already taken care of it. That fellow is dead." The pavilion master took the mask and said, "Well done. Did senior brother give you an antidote?" Red Body Ghost had a pleading look on her face. Kim Hei couldn't close his mouth, thinking inwardly, Red Body Ghost called him senior sister. "I was so desperate for the restroom sometimes that I couldn't fight properly. And I had diarrhea." She poured out her pain. Kim Hei thought inwardly, diarrhea? Why is she suddenly talking about diarrhea? The pavilion master looked at her. "Junior sister Red Body Ghost, you've worked hard. Of course I will keep my promise." Kim Hei was bewildered, thinking, what in the world is your true identity? Red Body Ghost looked at the pavilion master again, then strongly punched Kim Hei. Kim Hei's head seemed to spin 180 degrees, and the punch landed in front of everyone. Kim Hei tumbled like a toy, still not understanding the situation. Red Body Ghost asked, "Are you talking to senior brother like that?" He said, tears and snot flowing. "What? Senior brother? Ah!" The pavilion master was satisfied. "Good, junior sister." Red Body Ghost bowed her head to him. "Thank you, senior brother." Only Kim Hei couldn't understand this situation. The pavilion master said, "All right, load those boxes onto the cart and release those unconscious fellows." They replied in unison, "Yes." The pavilion master told Kim Hei, "Bring your horse over here. The three of us have somewhere to go." He was still dazed. What did you say?" Red Body Ghost continued to glare at him with sharp eyes. Red Body Ghost approached and raised her hand. "Kim, don't waste senior brother's time." As Kim Hei grumbled and turned his head, Red Body Ghost immediately punched him again without hesitation. Kim Hei was hit on both cheeks and he cried and said, "Why are you hitting me again this time?" The pavilion master laughed and joked, "Oh, don't be so impatient." Red Body Ghost bowed her head. "I will be careful." Kim Hei was even more dazed. A mask was put on. The pavilion master wore a green mask. What in the world is this?" Kim Hei froze for a moment. Red Body Ghost bowed 180 degrees again. "Greetings to senior brother Yuck," the pavilion master thought inwardly. "Oh, she can act fake too." She glared at Kim Hei again and he was startled. Kim Hei immediately followed suit. "Greetings to senior brother Yuck." The pavilion master replied, "There's no need to be polite." The two replied, "Yes, yes." Kim Hei still couldn't understand what this bizarre situation was. The three of them sat in the carriage. Kim Hei still thought inwardly, who in the world is this guy? How can his martial arts be so powerful? Moreover, Red Body Ghost barely speaks 2 words to master. So why is she so well behaved and timid now? Kim Hei was startled by a call. "Pig." Kim Hei replied, "Yes." The pavilion master said, "The sound of your head shaking is too loud. Don't ponder uselessly." A fool gains nothing no matter how long he thinks. Red Body Ghost raised her hand threateningly again, and Kim Hei instinctively flinched, saying, I understand, I won't think any more now. Red Body Ghost lowered her hand. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek helped them. The person there hastily said, What's the matter? He said, Quickly bring young master inside. His subordinates replied, Yes. The man in white clothes watched them help Kim Hei inside. He was Poison Devil Mo Young Baek. The pavilion master observed him. He stared directly at Poison Devil Mo Young Baek. He watched him without blinking, and many thoughts crossed his mind. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek was the one who saved me. I suffered chi deviation in my previous life. Due to a conflict with the great Rakshasa, Mo Young Baek's family was ruined, and the physician who used to save people harbored a terrifying thirst for revenge that deeply rooted itself in his heart. Not long after, he became the Poison Devil. The Poison Devil had extensive knowledge of medicine and the human body, which helped him research poisons. For his research, he even tested poisons on his own body. His personality gradually changed. He killed the great Rakshasa. He even killed every single one of the great Rakshasa's disciples. He thoroughly searched for all 12 disciples and killed them all. When I met him, he had already killed the great Rakshasa. The Poison Devil not only disliked the strong but also disliked humans themselves. He even swore never to save people again. He had relieved countless patients of their suffering, but when he needed help, no one helped him. He swore that oath, and the great Rakshasa and his subordinates weren't even patients he had treated. So he hated humans even more and sought power. I am grateful to the Poison Devil because he broke his long-held oath and saved me when I was raging mad from chi deviation. Having already gone mad, he seemed to feel a kinship with me. Only madmen can understand each other. To think he also had an ordinary childhood. The pavilion master turned his head and called junior sister Red Body Ghost. Red Body Ghost replied, Yes, senior brother, I'm also going to treat Kim Hei. Red Body Ghost bowed her head. Yes. Red Body Ghost hastily followed. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek approached him and said, It's my first time meeting the Divine General. Is there anything bothering you? The pavilion master took off his mask. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek showed no change in expression. The pavilion master looked at him, and the two stared at each other. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek blinked, a confused expression on his face. The pavilion master thought inwardly, This is the first time he and I have met in this life, so he wouldn't recognize me. He introduced himself. I am Li Gaha of Ilyang County. I am the leader of a small organization called the Haro Sect. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek asked, Then you are not one of the 12 divine generals? Li Gaha replied. The Haro Sect is currently at war with the great Rakshasa, and the original owner of this mask was killed by Red Body Ghost. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek understood. Ah, I see. Then is there anything bothering you or anything unusual, Sect Master? He replied. I've merely come to resolve a few issues and there's nothing bothering me. I'm also a little curious about the medical expertise here. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek smiled. He took off his glasses. Ah, I see. Then I should introduce myself in more detail. I am Mo Young Baek. The pavilion master turned his head and said, Sir, please come over and take a look at this. Li Gaha opened the box of elixirs. Mo Young Baek was startled. Why is this here? Li Gaha looked at him. Sir, you recognize it? Poison Devil Mo Young Baek smiled. Yes, sir. I can immediately tell it's a century-old white flame grass by the thickness of its root and the number of its branches. Li Gaha asked in confusion, Wasn't it 300 to 400 years old? Poison Devil Mo Young Baek said, That's an exaggeration. This is very expensive. It was found in a rugged mountainous region and transported to the central plains, so old white flame grass is very rare. Li Gaha thought inwardly, Indeed, that rascal lied. He said it was 300 years old. Li Gaha said, I've already eaten a few. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek replied, Congratulations. But as you know, white flame grass has the effect of increasing young energy, so if you're not careful when consuming it, you can suffer from chi deviation due to excess internal heat. Li Gaha said, I have a fiery temper to begin with, so it's fine. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek was dumbfounded. Ah, I see. If you have a fiery temper, you should be even more careful, the pavilion master said. I've already found a way to resolve the problem, so it's fine. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek was curious. A way to resolve chi deviation? How so? A doctor does not reveal a patient's secrets, so feel free to speak, the pavilion master said confidently. My house burned down recently and my anger erupted because of it. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek's face changed. Oh my, that must have been quite serious. Yes, so I killed those who burned down my house. Mo Young Baek was speechless. Li Gaha confidently pounded his chest and said, And then my heart became peaceful. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek was dumbfounded. Ah, I see. It turns out those I killed were subordinates who established a sect under the Black Cat Society's orders. So the Black Cat Society's people came to kill me. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek asked, How did you resolve it? The pavilion master immediately replied, I killed them all. And then my heart became much lighter. Poison Devil Mo Young Baek replied, I see, but even after that they sent assassins to kill me. Mo Young Baek was curious. The Black Cat Society again? His face was scarred and he held a piece of pork bone in his hand. Yes, but I liked the assassin's resolve, so I spared him. After sharing some pork bones with him, I immediately attacked the Black Cat Society. Honestly, I was very excited. Mo Young Baek broke out in a cold sweat. You had fun. Li Gaha snapped his fingers. I was trying to save the Black Cat Society. What? Anyway, I killed them all and vented my anger. Mo Young Baek gradually lost strength. Ascension, he raised his hand and the pavilion master continued to boast saying, Indeed, my heart has become lighter. Mo Young Baek smiled and said, Sectmaster, you're good at venting your anger. Li Gaha replied. Yes, Mo Yangbek said again. Ah yes, your expression, Sectmaster, definitely shows it when he met me after completing his revenge against the great Rakshasa. He stood in the rain with an empty expression, holding an umbrella. After killing all his enemies, the regret that had plagued him for so long disappeared, and he no longer knew what reason he had to live. He had no relatives, no friends, no enemies to kill. In this life, I will prevent him from experiencing that misfortune. He took a sip of water. I will become the mad devil, but he doesn't need to become the poison devil. Li Gaha placed the cup on the table. It's enough for me to rampage alone. Thank you, truly thank you. He was startled by the sound from inside. Li Gaha smiled. Red body ghost, she's so grateful because her diarrhea has stopped and her body is back to normal. Poison devil Mo Yangbek came out and said, both of them are fine, so don't worry. Li Gaha nodded. Both of them only suffered minor injuries, but psychologically they seem very unstable, especially Divine General Red Body Ghost. She seems to have been sleepless for several nights. She even asked me what you and I did. She suffered greatly from this diarrhea. Li Gaha placed his hand on the table. Indeed, Poison Devil Mo Yangbek said, the diarrhea symptoms were particularly severe. She even knelt and pleaded with me to cure her diarrhea. The two fell silent. The healer smiled. Li Gaha also said nothing more. Then he said, actually I tricked Junior Sister Red Body Ghost and gave her a laxative, he explained. But here a laxative is a medicine that causes diarrhea, not one that stops it. Poison Devil Mo Yangbek was not particularly surprised. Ah, he said. I asked Red Body Ghost to kill one of the three divine generals, Huanglo, Yuk Su, or Beksha. He raised his fist. If Red Body Ghost resists, I will not hesitate to kill her. So the laxative I gave Red Body Ghost can be said to be not for killing her, but for saving her. Mo Yangbek asked in confusion. A laxative for saving Divine General Red Body Ghost, yes, that is the concept of laxativology. He spoke like someone who knew everything. Poison Devil Mo Yangbek also had no choice. Diarrhea saves people, I didn't know it had such an effect, Li Gaha said. All the work is done now. Handle it as promised, Mo Yangbek smiled. Understood, Li Gaha continued. Let's end the discussion here. If we keep talking it'll get boring. Mo Yangbek agreed. Understood. However, Divine General Kim Hae seems to be in deep shock. His face was blank. He lost a lot of internal energy fighting me. Plus his money was taken. Mo Yangbek also understood. Ah, so that's why, but may I ask you this? Li Gaha replied. Feel free to ask Dr. Mo. You are an enemy of the great Rakshasa, so why have you come here to treat his disciple? He gets straight to the point. Li Gaha extended 2 fingers forward and replied, there's a man named Han Guangho. He roams around killing everyone he meets. He kills people for all sorts of absurd reasons, people who should have lived, even complete strangers. Do you know what would happen, Master, if everyone was killed? Mo Yangbek replied. I'm listening, Li Gaha said seriously. Everything would become the demonic path. As he fell silent, Li Gaha's hands continued to gesture, killing those who destroy others' homes, killing the wicked and cruel, but if you are worthy of life you will be forgiven. Some women may be cunning, some assassins may possess great wisdom, and some men may have had to struggle for survival from a young age. Poison Devil Mo Yangbek asked, is that the demonic path? Li Gaha replied. No, that is merely the way people resist the tyranny of the black path. The tyranny of the black path? That's right. But some people cling to hope and endure, believing that their lives will change and they will be reborn, Poison Devil Mo Yangbek asked. Then are you a member of the righteous path, Sectmaster? The martial heroes people often speak of, Li Gaha replied. I am not a person of the righteous path. It's a bit difficult to explain now. Why is that? Because I don't possess such virtue and morality. Mo Yangbek said, not everyone in the righteous path possesses virtue and morality. Li Gaha replied, but most of them are moral and their skills are also very outstanding. They pass down their teachings through generations, and that is the power of tradition. I am not like that. My house burned down, and I myself am just a merchant. I am wandering in this quarrelsome martial world searching for meaning in life. Mo Yangbek bowed his head. Li Gaha thought, he's more ordinary than I thought. I hope he quickly learns the difference between the demonic path, the righteous path, and the black path. Mo Yangbek raised his head in surprise. Is this the treatment fee? On the table was a shining box filled with money. Is it always this much? That's right, in my previous life he was my benefactor, so even if he isn't in this life there's no need to save this much money, he thought inwardly. Mo Yangbek was shocked. He said, it's too much, Li Gaha said. It's not too much. You'll have more treatment to do later, doctor. Mo Yangbek picked up 3 gold ingots and smiled. This is enough. Li Gaha told him to take it. Poison Devil Mo Yangbek replied, I refuse. Li Gaha also had nothing more to say. This guy, just like the Poison Devil, is as stubborn as he was in my previous life. In that case, I should at least take the white flame grass, right? How can a doctor treat patients if he's not healthy himself? He thought inwardly. Alright, second attempt. This young man still refused. Sectmaster. It would take more than 10 days of internal energy cultivation to fully absorb this white flame grass. Many patients come every day, so I cannot take a leave of absence to consume this. Li Gaha could no longer come up with an excuse. Mo Yangbek thanked him. I appreciate you considering my feelings, but isn't this a valuable elixir that the Sectmaster needs? Please cultivate your internal energy here and use it. Li Gaha's plan failed. Mo Yangbek smiled brightly. The Sectmaster lost the argument again. Quite impressive. Night fell and moonlight illuminated the sky. Mo Yangbek looked up at the sky. A person came and reported, he is cultivating internal energy in his room. Mo Yangbek replied, Understood. Be especially careful, yes. Basically he's a madman. He looked up at the sky and said. Li Gaha's face seemed to appear in the sky. Peeved, Mo Yangbek muttered, why do I keep thinking about the diarrhea story he told? Flower petals fell onto the water, and Li Gaha sat cultivating his internal energy. A voice was heard from outside. Sect Master, have you woken up? He immediately opened his eyes and opened the door. A person stood there. Mo Yangbek held a cup of medicine and said, drink this medicine. He held the cup of medicine. He looked at the medicine in the cup and thought, to make me drink such black medicine, the sect master must drink all of it. Mo Yangbek reminded him. Li Gaha replied, all right. He drank all of it in front of him. Mo Yangbek asked, how is it? The sect master replied, I feel a bit more energetic. It's finished. Don't you feel your body flowing? Li Gaha quickly replied, roughly so. Mo Yangbek rejoiced, that's good. No matter how busy you are, please come to me occasionally for a pulse check. Li Gaha said, if I can deal with the great Rakshasa, I will return here with a light heart. If that happens, Mo Yangbek will not face any sudden misfortune in the future. After finishing the treatment, Mo Yangbek sent them off. Li Gaha said, thank you for your help, great Dr. Mo. He smiled. Sect Master, please take care of yourself. If you have any discomfort, come to me. Li Gaha said, great Dr. Mo should also be careful of people in the martial world. If anything happens, contact me. I will handle it personally. Mo Yangbek calmly said, what serious trouble could a doctor have? But I appreciate the kind offer. Li Gaha thought, this guy, I'm fighting to prevent that serious trouble from happening. The three of them got back into the carriage and departed. Kim Hae spoke first. Senior brother Yuck, can I go home now? Home is good, Kim Hae rejoiced. Thank you, senior brother. He immediately cut him off. No need to thank me. I didn't say I'd let you go home. Kim Hae's face turned pale. Then Red Body Ghost spoke. She asked, senior brother, you'll give me the antidote, won't you? Li Gaha replied, I already gave it to you. She froze. You gave it to me. When? The purple haze GU poison was just a laxative. Great Dr. Mo already cured all your diarrhea, didn't he? Her eyes widened. The laxative wasn't a deadly poison? She looked as if she was about to foam at the mouth. No wonder I kept having diarrhea, but why did I think it was a deadly poison and cause such a fuss? I even pooped in my pants because of the stomach ache, but I still had to fight, he said. Junior sister, control your emotions a bit. All her thoughts were written on her face. Red Body Ghost smiled. Junior sister Hong. Junior brother Kim. The two replied simultaneously. Yes, he asked, for a guy like me to suddenly call you junior sister. Junior brother, isn't it funny to hear? Red Body Ghost replied no. Kim Hae also replied without any objection. No, if the two of you intend to side with the great Rakshasa and fight me, tell them to stop the carriage right now. Curing the deadly poison and healing internal injuries are not difficult problems. If you want, you can get off the carriage right now and go your separate ways. The two of you are neither my slaves nor the great Rakshasa's slaves, so it's fine to do so. Kim Hae replied, and Red Body Ghost replied, I have no intention of getting off the carriage. Kim Hae then asked, Senior brother, if I betray the great Rakshasa, my entire family might be annihilated. Can you tell me what your faction's strength is and how skilled you are? Li Gaha smiled at his cleverness. Like a merchant, he wants to calculate after comparing combat power. Kim Hae replied, I apologize. This matter concerns not only my life but also, the sect master told them. If the two of you side with the great Rakshasa and defeat me, will the two of you truly be able to live comfortably? You'll still have to steal, still have to offer money, and even women. The two of you will have to live as the great Rakshasa's slaves until you die. The important thing is not who is stronger. Even if I am weak, what matters is whether the two of you can live an ordinary life later, or whether you'll have to live a life of slavery. Kim Hae was silent, deep in thought. Li Gaha continued, Kim Hae, you were born into a wealthy family and grew up without want. Your family must have had pride too, but look at the current situation. Does that money look like your money? Kim Hae seemed to finally realize the problem. Isn't your family and home just the great Rakshasa's warehouse? If not, tell me it's not. Kim Hae could only bow his head. He continued, if you're truly rich, isn't how you use that money more important than carefully saving every penny? Kim Hae asked, Senior brother, I apologize, but can I have another meal? Li Gaha turned to Red Body Ghost and called out, Junior sister. Red Body Ghost was startled. Junior sister, to eat, I'm a bit hungry too. Kim Hae poked her with his elbow and said, Brother is asking if you'll side with the great Rakshasa or not. Red Body Ghost was dazed, then smiled. I'm definitely on senior brother's side, Kim Hae asked. Why? Red Body Ghost replied. Senior brother took me to the restroom and he also took me to the doctor and he bought me pork bone soup. Although senior brother gave me poison, it was only a laxative. Plus, if Master Great Rakshasa had given me poison, it would definitely have been real poison, and I would have died. And Master would have made me poop in the middle of a field instead of taking me to a restroom. She completely trusted him. Just thinking about it is awful. So I will follow senior brother. The sect master was also surprised. Winning a woman's heart with laxatives, did I really do that? Let's go eat something, he told the two of them. The three of them returned to the Black Cat Society together. Inside, everyone was training diligently, and they saw the sect master return. They immediately bowed their heads and greeted the sect master. Sect master, is senior brother Yuck also senior brother Miao? Kim Hae froze. Then that servant is senior brother Miao and senior brother Yuck. The sect master is a servant? His face turned pale. What is this confusing situation? Hey, this guy is about to suffer chi deviation. Watch him carefully, junior sister Hong. She immediately replied, yes. Red Body Ghost hit him. Haven't you come to your senses yet? Kim Hei was still confused. Red Body Ghost didn't stop hitting him this time. Kim Hei stood blankly. He inwardly wondered, how many times have I been hit? As they entered, Red Body Ghost and Kim Hei ate with both hands like people who had been starving for a long time. Li Gaha sat across from them and watched them. Junior sister, junior brother. Both replied, yes, senior brother. Li Gaha reminded them. Both of you must become stronger. There is nothing more miserable in the martial world than being weak. They paused. Ah yes, the door opened. So Gun Pyong entered, he reported. Sectmaster, Divine Generals Hua Ho Bekya, Hyon Chuk and Ju Mi are outside. The Sectmaster asked. Suddenly, did they discover me? So Gun Pyong said. Even an ordinary person wouldn't know, he asked. Troops, did only the Divine Generals come? The Sectmaster wondered. Why did so many gather? Kim Hei said. Perhaps Divine General Baek Ryu is also coming. The other 4 Divine Generals probably came to watch the martial arts contest. The Sectmaster immediately pushed his chair back and stood up. Let's go. He walked out and the Sectmaster put on his mask. The other Divine Generals also wore different masks. They were all gathered and they said, Senior Brother Miao, it's been a long time. Baek Ryu spoke first. How is the Black Cat Society doing these days? The Black Cat replied, as usual. How about you, Senior Brother you? Baek Ryu replied, nothing in particular. A group of people descended from the roof and they stood on the roof. Kim Hei was flustered. This atmosphere is ominous. Red Body Ghost clutched her head. Indeed, why have all these people gathered? The Sectmaster thought inwardly. Did Hyon Chuk, Bekya and Wao come too? He saw a person who descended directly into the courtyard. The aura emanating from his body was very strong. The Sectmaster was startled. The great Rakshasa, their faces turned pale. Red Body Ghost and Kim Hei thought inwardly, why is Master here? Everyone immediately clasped their hands and bowed their heads to greet Master. The Sectmaster was no exception. He still wondered, why is the great Rakshasa here? The great Rakshasa said, I was too bored so I came here to fight. As the Sectmaster descended, they stood together in the courtyard. The great Rakshasa said, 4 Divine Generals. He immediately turned his head. Yes, Master. You are no match for him. Step aside. The 4 Divine Generals stiffened, and he immediately bowed his head. Yes, the great Rakshasa said. The fighting arena is set incorrectly. Bekya, Hyon Chuk and Ju Mi fight against 3 of the 4 Divine Generals simultaneously. The people around trembled in fear. Yes, they all charged into the Black Cat Society, following the great Rakshasa's command. He said that the person who ranks 5th in martial arts will fight 3 of the 4 Divine Generals simultaneously today. The fighting method is survival. To kill or be killed, other disciples cannot interfere in the martial arts contest. The Sectmaster thought inwardly, did the cunning old man find something out? He immediately raised his hand. Master, the great Rakshasa replied, enough my dull junior brother, you're not going to say something embarrassing, are you? He offered an opinion. The fighting arena seems a bit off, the great Rakshasa said. Is that so? Should I remove one person or include Baek Ryu? As Master wishes. The Sectmaster also froze and said nothing more. He frowned and laughed heartily. The people around understood nothing. The Sectmaster said, if it's a life-and-death duel, shouldn't Master step forward and fight directly instead of sending his disciples? You old man. The atmosphere fell into silence. Red Body Ghost and Kim Hei remained flustered. What is that lunatic saying? It's over, it's over. I think I'm stronger than you can imagine. My disciples would never dare to say such a thing. Show me your face, the great Rakshasa sneered. The Sectmaster proudly said, I am not your slave, why should I show you a perverted old man when we're meeting for the first time? As his words grew sharper, Red Body Ghost and Kim Hei's faces turned pale. The great Rakshasa closed his eyes and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, the great Rakshasa commanded. All 4 Divine Generals attack, the Pavilion Master asked. In the end you'll just step back and watch your disciples fight. Great Rakshasa, do you live so despicably? He was enraged. The Pavilion Master continued to provoke. If the 4 Divine Generals attack at once, I will flee from this place. If my light footwork is superior to my martial arts, I'll just play around with your heavenly net, but if you come out and fight me yourself, you and I will fight one-on-one like 2 men. If rumors spread throughout Manhwa that you avoided fighting me, then I've said too much. The great Rakshasa continued to listen. Listen carefully, 12 Divine Generals. Why would your foolish master order you to charge? Is it not to understand me better? Is he not using you as tools, sending you to your deaths after sending his disciples to hell? How much glory and wealth will that damned old man your master enjoy? He pointed a finger at the man in purple. You, standing there like an ox. You look quite young. How old are you? Do you think your perverted master will be sad if you die? Not at all. Only your mask will remain to be worn by another. You must know that you're not the first or second to be replaced this way, are you? Knowing all this, are you still listening to that perverted master and rushing to your deaths? The great Rakshasa smiled. He's a madman impersonating my disciple. You are truly a lunatic. The Pavilion Master also agreed. Good, I agree. The mask makes his madness even worse. Other disciples, be careful too. At this moment, it was Red Body Ghost and Kim Hei who were terrified. What in the world is he still talking about? They couldn't understand him. The great Rakshasa said, very well, I will be your opponent. As he approached, the Pavilion Master thought, that old man is fighting me and signaling his disciples with his eyes. I already know all your actions, you perverted old man. Before I get surrounded, I will. He immediately stomped his foot, and the battle seemed imminent. A sword was drawn, and the Pavilion Master swung his sword first. The sharp sword had been with him for a long time, and his movements were skilled. He moved in the blink of an eye, and the pavilion master immediately soared into the air. The divine generals below followed him, running after the black cat. They also matched his speed in time. The pavilion master said, "Disciples, don't worry. I will kill your master, so there's no need to chase me." His words bewildered everyone. "Just trust me and you will be free." They suddenly stopped. The great Rakshasa said angrily, "Why are you just standing there and watching?" The black cat glanced and said, "This damned perverted old man, are you trying to sow discord among our brothers now?" Several people ran quickly on the ground. Two masked figures shouted loudly to each other, "Find him quickly. These bastards are roaming every alley." Passers-by were all terrified, frozen in place, unable to say a word. The sound of conversation could be heard. "There seemed to be a big fight just now." Ligaha poured alcohol and asked, "So many of the 12 divine generals gathered?" Suddenly, one of the masked figures walked straight into the shop. The waiter hastily greeted him. "Ah, welcome." Before he could finish speaking, the masked figure grabbed the waiter by the neck, lifted him up, and asked, "Did you see a man fleeing madly, or even a suspicious one?" The waiter's face turned pale from being choked, and trembling all over, he barely managed to say, "No." He let go of the waiter and looked at the man sitting and drinking. "What about you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a red light flew straight towards his face. The light pulled him forward so fast he couldn't react. His face turned pale and his veins bulged. "How dare you choke the waiter in front of me?" After speaking, he also raised his hand and grabbed him by the neck. He even drooled. With one hand he choked his neck, and with the other he punched his face, splattering blood. He was sent flying across the room. The waiter trembled all over, seeing this sight. Ligaha glanced at him with no change in expression and asked, "Is that so surprising? Such is the way of the Jianghu." The man was so surprised that he broke into a cold sweat and bowed his head, saying, "Yes." He poured alcohol on his hand to wash off the bloodstains and then poured alcohol into his cup again. Then he extended the alcohol bottle towards the waiter and said, "Here, take this cup." He immediately took the cup and extended it. He was trembling terribly but tried to compose himself. "Yes, thank you." He looked so pitiful. He teased him. "Isn't your job really useless, isn't it?" Although it was his true feeling, the man, even if beaten to death, dared not agree. "No," he smiled and said, "What do you mean no? Empty your cup." He obediently followed. Yes, the two of them emptied their cups like that. Even after emptying his cup, he was still trembling terribly. His face turned pale, and he helplessly lamented, "Oh dear, his face is already ashen." No longer wanting to torture him mentally, he kindly told him to go inside and rest. "My subordinate will pay for the drinks later, so you go in and rest quickly. I'll sit here and drink alone. That's all." The waiter's soul seemed to have left his body, and he quickly looked up. "Yes, understood." He bowed completely and said, "Then I'll be going now," and then he fled, tripping over himself. The man's corpse still lay on the ground and blood pooled on the floor. Two other companions came and said to each other, "He was attacked, so that bastard must still be around here." The two didn't realize that the person leisurely drinking was the one they were looking for. Suddenly, one of them noticed him and quickly turned his head to stare. He shouted loudly, "What are you looking at, you damn bastard?" Ligaha angrily threw a chopstick at him and shouted even louder, "You damn bastard, look over there." The chopstick flew like an arrow and precisely pierced his head. The companion standing next to him widened his eyes, and before he could react, he barely managed to exclaim, "Senior brother, he said he was still here." But another chopstick had already flown towards him. He slammed the cup in his hand hard on the table, and in the blink of an eye, without even standing up, he killed two people and piled their bodies together. Ligaha grimaced in disgust and thought, "So this is how weak the lowest ranked of the 12 divine generals are." Just then another person approached. Seeing the three corpses, he said angrily, "How dare you touch my junior brothers?" He stood with his arms crossed, looking at him contemptuously, seemingly unafraid, and said, "Bexio, come quickly." Bexio rushed forward in the blink of an eye and tried to strike his body with one hand, but couldn't even touch a single hair. He immediately counterattacked. Blood spurted from his mouth. Seeing the red blood on his hand, he was startled and asked, "What is this?" Before he could even understand what was happening, Ligaha was already right next to him. With one strike, this Bexio also died on the spot. He glared at him with wide eyes, and said with no change in expression, "You'll keep mocking, won't you? In your next life, don't ever meet someone like me again." After speaking, he snatched his mask and put it on his own face. Now only the 4 divine generals and the great Rakshasa would remain. Soon after, the other 4 also arrived, and he was among the people wearing Bexio's mask. The man with the snake mask asked angrily, "He intends to lure us out one by one and kill us. If this continues, we'll all die. What do you all intend to do?" Changjin calmly thought that all 4 divine generals should unite. "If all 4 of us attack together, that bastard won't be able to do anything." The others also seemed slightly interested in his words. The man with the snake mask sighed again. "Oh dear, I can't believe our junior brothers died so meaninglessly," he suggested, returning to their master, but Changjin immediately refused. "If we return like this, master's mood will be unpleasant. Not only did we lose our junior brothers, but we also failed to deal with that bastard and fled." Gek suddenly placed his hand on his chin and thought deeply. Everyone else looked back at him. "Senior brothers, please decide." He thought they should continue to chase him. "Let all 4 of us go together, as Changjin suggested." After speaking, he turned to him and told junior brother Bekya to inform master that the junior brothers had died. "Tell him that we, the 4 divine generals, will pursue that bastard." He also nodded and immediately replied, "Yes." Changjin suddenly asked, "Are you saying we're leaving Master for a moment?" Gak quickly turned his head and replied, "That bastard's target is Master anyway. He didn't devise this to kill all of us. He said so earlier." Yu picked up his fan and asked once more, "Brother, are you really telling us to endure?" The man's eyes gleamed as he firmly replied, "We have no choice. I thought he was speaking nonsense earlier. But sometimes the nonsense of madmen often contains truth." They all fell silent. They still hadn't found the answer to their question. "But why did he kill our junior brothers?" Gak concisely replied, "He's mad." As soon as he finished speaking, he also nodded along with the others. He thought inwardly, indeed as expected of senior brother. He's made a quite rational prediction. Senior brother still firmly believed that thought. From the beginning that bastard demanded a one-on-one duel with Master. If we don't chase him, he will simply appear before Master alone without needing to fight us. Li Gaha listened to his words and nodded. Ho, this guy is getting quite rational," he continued. "If Master has to fight that bastard, it's enough to include Bexio among the divine generals, and for us to start over." He glanced at them and said bluntly, "How long must we listen to that bastard and do these slavish things? Honestly, we should stop treating our junior brothers so harshly." He also nodded with satisfaction and looking up at them suggested, "Then let's deal with Master Quack and finish it. That way everything will be simple." As soon as he finished speaking, they all fell silent and looked back at him. Now they realized he wasn't Bexio. He smiled as if a halo radiated from him. "Oh dear, you damned bastards!" The four of them surrounded him, and without a word of discussion they all drew their swords at once and attacked him in the blink of an eye. Li Gaha also didn't stand idly by. Raising his hand and unleashing flame stream heavy strike, a dazzling light erupted, sending all four of them flying at once. His technique was very powerful, and the light was as brilliant as the sunlight. They all flew back, and the one who received the most powerful attack was Jukbai. The others quickly continued to attack, but Li Gaha only targeted Jukbai. Before long he caught him, and killing intent filled the air. The others stood by terrified and not daring to attack further. They thought inwardly, "Is he that strong?" His hand reached forward, slowly removing Jukbai's mask. He glared at the others, threatening, "Don't provoke my mad blood any further. Just let me and the great Rakshasa fight, and when one of us dies, everything will be resolved cleanly." "Make it so complicated." Gak seized the opportunity and immediately agreed. "Understood. Today we will not approach the Black Cat Society's vicinity, so please spare Jukbai." However, he firmly refused and told them bluntly, "I cannot save Jukbai." The man broke into a cold sweat, flustered. "Why, you said your goal was to fight Master, didn't you? Didn't you say you didn't want to quarrel with us?" He also acknowledged this. His hand still firmly gripped Jukbai. "That's right, but this damned Jukbai, he captured pitiful young girls and offered them to the great Rakshasa." The others were all startled to hear that. He looked down at Jukbai. He was trembling all over. "His crime, I also heard that recently he offered a red-eyed beauty to the great Rakshasa, isn't that right?" The others couldn't say a word, very flustered. They broke into a cold sweat, trembling in fear, and thought inwardly, "He's going to kill Jukbai because he offered women to Master, because he offered a red-eyed beauty." His hand clenched into a fist, and without a word, he strongly punched his abdomen, sending him flying far away. He hit the wall hard. He clearly knew why he had attacked him. Jukbai was the most loyal to the great Rakshasa. For the great Rakshasa he would do anything without hesitation. Even without this incident he had many reasons to kill him. After killing him he looked at the others and mocked, "The 4 divine generals have now become the 3 divine generals, isn't that right?" The others still couldn't say a word. He turned his head and left. "Now I'm going to have a showdown with the great Rakshasa. If you have no more attachment to life, come to the Black Cat Society, and the 4 of you can fight one of me." In the blink of an eye he had already arrived at the Black Cat Society's gate. Still impersonating Bexio, he walked in and called out, "Master, your disciples have returned." He smiled and said, "Jukbai and Bexio have returned." He went straight inside and reported to him, "Li Gaha sent Hyunsu and Jumi to the underworld, and I have returned alive, Master." His eyes sharpened, and he coldly scanned the people, asking, "Where is our damned master?" The courtyard was full of people, and above, the man who was their master sat in the highest position. They all bowed their heads, flustered, and looked at him, thinking worriedly, "He's back." As expected, he was not an easy opponent. He looked up again and called out in a low, mocking voice, "Master." The others broke into a cold sweat and opened their mouths in doubt. Is it really the pavilion master? To call master so lamentably, it seems to be the pavilion master, since he's spouting nonsense as soon as he arrived. The old man with a wrinkled face above narrowed his eyes and replied, "Very well, welcome back. How is Jukbai?" Li Gaha said bluntly, "I slammed him against the wall with one punch. He's probably lining up at the gates of hell by now." From the other side he said with no change in expression, "How regrettable, my most cherished disciple." He lowered his head again, looked up at him and whispered, "There's one thing I've always been curious about. I'd like to ask Master." The old man immediately asked, "What is it?" He lightly touched his mask with his hand and asked him bluntly, "Why on earth do we have to wear these masks?" The old man's face darkened, and he smiled sinisterly, saying, "That's a good question. I've taken on many disciples over the years, but no one has ever asked me that," he said casually from above. "The reason is simple. By hiding your face behind that mask, you can naturally commit more wicked deeds. That mask will take the place of your true identity when you commit ugly acts." He snickered, a light chuckle escaping his lips. The old man frowned, glaring directly at him, and asked in return, "I have answered your question, so shouldn't you reveal your true face now? One of us will die here, so it won't matter by then, will it?" It turned out the old man had also been suspicious of him. Ligaha didn't really need to wear the mask, so he took it off and said, "Oh, my face, I'd rather not." He decided not to remove his mask and looked meaningfully at the old man, saying, "I'm about to do something bad, so how can I reveal my face?" The old man chuckled sinisterly. He. He rose from his chair. "What a waste. Someone like you should have been my disciple." He stood with clenched fists and declared seriously, "Even if I had been your disciple, I would have killed you. You'll ask yourself why you gave me the mask then and why you met this very end today." The old man descended the stairs and admitted, "Yes, that's just how life is." His robes fluttered in the wind. Ligaha looked directly at the old man and thought to himself, "I'm quite handsome, so why am I not popular with beauties? Why is that ugly old man so successful?" The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes and anger naturally welled up. The two stood facing each other, and the old man was the first to issue a challenge. "My disciple, how do you intend to fight? Palm techniques, fist techniques, saber techniques, sword techniques, internal energy, anything is fine." Then he confidently mocked, "I've cultivated martial arts longer than you, so I'll follow whatever you decide." He asked back, undeterred, "What method are you confident in?" The old man was slightly surprised and replied, "For an old man like me, it's naturally internal energy. This method might be somewhat disadvantageous for you, so choose something else." Then he immediately decided, "In that case, let's start with an internal energy contest." The old man heard his words and sneered inwardly. What a madman. Judging by his voice and skin, he's just a young squirt, yet he dares to challenge someone like me who has cultivated for decades to an internal energy duel? The old man took a stance, extended his hands forward and widened his eyes. He also extended his hands, waiting for the old man to attack first. The two glared at each other, their eyes as cold as if they were about to devour their opponent alive. When their fists clashed head-on, they were evenly matched at first, but as their internal power grew stronger, their hands drew closer. Power radiated in all directions, illuminating an entire corner. A fierce wind swirled, making it clear he was no ordinary person. Suddenly, the old man was startled and panicked inwardly. This guy, the more he fights, the stranger he gets. Sweat poured down like rain, and his eyes were filled with fear and shock. He's not being pushed back by my internal energy. He's evenly matched with my decades of cultivation. Ligaha remained confident. He was certain of victory. A sharp sword appeared from somewhere and was in the old man's hand as the old man slashed fiercely at him. Ligaha firmly grabbed the old man's arm to block. The old man's hand trembled, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach him. He subdued the old man with one hand, narrowing his eyes and sneering. "Didn't we agree to fight with internal energy? As expected, master. You don't disappoint me." An old man dares to launch a sneak attack and even fails? Ligaha narrowed his eyes and mocked. "As expected, master, you don't disappoint me." After speaking, he headbutted the old man's face directly and blood splattered. The old man vomited blood, but he didn't stop, striking hard again. After this attack, the old man would surely not be able to endure. Ligaha still showed no mercy. He struck again as if chopping wood. The old man's blood splattered everywhere, and he struck so powerfully that even the mask on his face cracked. It turned out this was why he hadn't removed the mask immediately. Seeing that the old man was not yet completely dead, he struck again. The old man's face turned livid with bloody teeth mixed in. He writhed in extreme pain, unable to even scream. His eyes were as cold as a blade, devoid of any emotion. Finally, the mask fell off and a red light emanated from his body, enveloping the old man. The old man panicked and felt fear inwardly. My internal energy. Veins bulged all over the old man's body, and he clearly felt his internal energy draining away. His entire body ached and he screamed in pain. "Ah, it hurts so much," he cried out with his mouth wide open. And the veins on his face bulged like large snakes. He opened his mouth wide and fell to the ground, his hands trembling and slowly curling inward. He gasped in shock upon seeing only bones left after all his internal energy was drained from his body. "What is this?" his voice echoed. "It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time." Only then did the old man look up at him in surprise. He introduced himself. "I am Ligaha, sect master of the Hao sect." The old man crouched and trembled on the ground. Ligaha looked at the old man with cold eyes. If he had accepted the duel from the beginning, he could have saved the lives of those foolish disciples. Before departing for the underworld, the old man, as leader, asked to say a final word to his disciples. Before the old man could finish speaking, he vomited blood and asked dazedly, "You killed all of them, no disciples left?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head in surprise. 2 disciples were still standing there, sweating coldly. Speechless, the old man was flustered. "You all." 3 other disciples appeared on the roof. All 3 watched silently without a word. Only then did the old man realize a few were still alive and muttered, "Ha, this madman, he spared quite a few lives." Finally he lowered his voice and said, "Sect master of Haro, truly impressive." He looked at the old man silently, and the old man said nothing. Unexpectedly, the old man bowed his head respectfully and looked earnestly at the disciples before him. "My disciples have suffered much because of an incompetent master like me. From now on you must sincerely pledge allegiance to the sect master of Haro." The old man declared proudly, "From now on you two shall live without your masks." They looked silently at the old man, seeming a little surprised. After speaking, the old man said nothing more, and his body stiffened like a log. He approached the old man thinking, even until his last moment, the great Rakshasa thought of his disciples. He personally closed the old man's eyes. He turned his head and looked at the 3, saying, "As per master's dying wish, you two shall remove your masks." They all did as he said. He gathered them before him and began to give orders. "Clean the Black Cat Society's courtyard and dispose of all the corpses on the street." They all shouted in unison. "Yes." He went inside and told a few people, "The 12 Divine General's disciples, let's talk for a moment. General Manager Pyo, Red Body Ghost and Kim Hae, come with me." Inside the house, a few people looked at him silently. The old men, Red Body Ghost and Kim Hae, were also there. Everyone sat below and Lee Gaha sat in the highest seat. "From now on I am the eldest senior brother." They were surprised to hear that. Yes, he rested his chin on his hand and looked at them, saying, "If I were to teach you all, it would be right for me to call myself master. But as you can see, I am still young. Eldest senior brother would be most appropriate. Does anyone object?" A few people sitting below said nothing, but inwardly they all thought the same thing. Eldest senior brother just because he's young. Everyone was curious but dared not speak out. Then he turned and swept his gaze over everyone. "HMPH, then from now on I will instruct you on what you need to do. If I have to repeat myself, you'll die. Listen carefully." Red Body Ghost, terrified, replied immediately, "Yes." Eldest senior brother, Kim Hae, sitting next to her, also obeyed submissively. Yes, he looked at them and smiled inwardly. As expected, those I fed pork bone soup are also submissive. Only 3 remained silent from beginning to end. Seeing them like that, he extended his hand and said in a relaxed voice, "All right, disciples. Master Great Rakshasa has passed away, so from now on be at ease." The more he spoke, the darker the faces of the 3 grew, and the atmosphere was filled with awkwardness. They too were increasingly flustered, sweating profusely and unable to relax. Then he got angry again and spoke in a low voice, "I told you to be at ease." Only then did everyone speak up. "Yes, we understand," Lee Gaha began. "I don't know what kind of forces each of you command or how many subordinates you have. Once the great Rakshasa's funeral is over, you must all stop your disgusting deeds and join the Hao sect under me." Changjin frowned and asked in return, "The Hao sect?" He spoke to them seriously. "The Hao sect is a sect comprised of people from various fields. It is a chaotic and noisy organization with a mix of secret factions, weak factions, and complex factions. What can you do for the Hao sect?" Everyone was flustered again. How would they know this? No one could answer. He sat and thought to himself, "They don't know, but actually I don't know either." So he did not mention this topic further and moved on to another. "From now on you must continue to come and go, reporting the situation. If any problems arise, you can come find me. For now, this is all I've thought of, so follow these instructions." And he didn't forget to remind them once more, "All evil deeds of the Black Path must now cease." Beck and Gak replied on behalf of everyone, "We will bear that in mind." After speaking, he sat seriously, without any emotion. "You are all adults, so it's not good for me to guide you by hand. Now that you've removed your masks, you must change yourselves." He spoke bluntly again. "I am not a good person, nor am I a patient one. Even when I spare someone's life, I have to restrain myself dozens of times inwardly." He looked at the 3 again, and they were listening with pale, terrified faces. "Just like when I spared the lives of 3 disciples, Beck and Gak, Changjin, Baekyu." Baekyu frowned. "There are a few concerns." He immediately asked, "What is it?" He replied, "Master also has friends." He told him everything he knew. Elder Yi Ryong is a particularly close friend of Master's. He has always received Master's favor, and sometimes Master even gifted him women. If Elder Yi Ryong learns of Master's death, he will probably be the most enraged. He heard these words, but showed no interest, saying, "Continue." Changjin then reported, "There is the Cloud Mist Society." He told him everything. They were Master's biggest rivals. Master's right arm was severed by the Cloud Mist Society's leader. He didn't seem to be lying. Unlike Elder Yi Ryong, the Cloud Mist Society's leader would be very pleased to hear this news. There are also many others who bore grudges against Master. I don't know how they will react. His eyes gleamed. "Is that so?" He swept his hand across his chest and sighed in relief. "Fortunately," Red Body Ghost asked in surprise. "Eldest senior brother, why fortunately?" "Unexpectedly," he replied. "I mean there are more people to kill." The room instantly fell silent. Everyone was speechless. Recalling the name, Lee Gaha immediately thought of their luxurious lifestyle. "Surely the Cloud Mist of the Cloud Mist Society isn't the Cloud Mist of the Cloud Mist Pleasure Palace that I know?" Baekyu turned and confirmed, "Yes." He snorted in disgust, showing extreme displeasure. "HMPH, what a disgusting name." After speaking, he looked at the old man. "General Manager Pyo, send a letter to the Cloud Mist Society in the name of the Black Cat Society, Master. Tell them to stop acting so arrogant and live properly." The old man's face darkened, and with a very sharp expression he understood his intention. "Are you saying, sir, that your intention is to declare war with that letter?" He immediately confirmed. "That's right, you are truly talented." The old man blushed and laughed joyfully upon hearing the praise. Baekyu said, looking somewhat worried, "The Cloud Mist Society's power is not simple. Do we really need to provoke them?" Before he could finish speaking, he cut him off. "Disciple, you." He was flustered. "Yes," his voice coldly warned him. "Shut up," the man terrified. His face turned livid. "Yes?" Lee Gaha, angered, demanded of them, "Is there a problem with declaring war on the Cloud Mist Society? The relationship between the 2 organizations isn't good either." He did not look satisfied at all. His lips twisted, looking extremely displeased. "HMPH." Suddenly he slammed his fist hard on the table and gritted his teeth. Everyone in the room immediately sweated profusely in fear. Lee Gaha's face was filled with anger as he shouted loudly, "The Cloud Mist Society, just thinking about the name annoys me. I can't just leave them be. General Manager Pyo, there's no need to send a letter anymore. Just declare war immediately." Everyone in the room was speechless, their faces pale. Inwardly, what, declare war just because the name annoys him? The more Lee Gaha spoke, the angrier he became, shouting loudly, Moreover, the Cloud Mist Society is Master's rival who severed his arm. As disciples, don't we naturally have a duty to avenge him? These words were even more absurd. Everyone looked at him, their faces darkened and flustered. No, that's not it, is it? He himself killed Master and now he wants to avenge Master against the one who severed his arm? Is he crazy? That's truly an incomprehensible thought. As expected, he finds a way if he wants to. He's good at making absurd statements too. When no one reacted even after he finished speaking, his eyes turned red with a dissatisfied expression as he swept his gaze over them. Aren't you going to answer? They hastily replied. Ah yes, of course we must avenge him. His face looked a little more satisfied. As he gave them a look, everyone sat nervously listening quietly. He no longer shouted and said in a low voice, I hope for a pleasant cooperation. The room was filled with sighs of relief. Yes, if he doesn't get angry again, their hearts won't be racing. The sky was clear and sunlight shone on the ground. Sighs echoed within the house. I seem to be too busy. Li Gaha walked through the large house with his hands behind his back. The disciples inside the house were all startled and terrified when they saw him. This place was now Li Gaha's new domain. Wherever he went, people bowed their heads in greeting. Even those working turned to look at him. He simply waved his hand in greeting. A single flower petal fell on his face. Under the sunlight, the wind brushed by and petals scattered in the courtyard. The scenery was truly beautiful. He silently looked at the large tree before him. It was a tree entirely covered in red roses. He approached silently, sat cross-legged under the tree and began to cultivate. He closed his eyes and small petals fell onto his shoulders. The man watched him silently, feeling curious. The entire space was quiet, and only the sound of the wind and falling petals could be heard. Time flowed on like that. From early morning until dusk he still sat there, petals covered his body, and all the other disciples also stood around watching quietly. His eyes snapped open and he stood up, taking out his sword. He drew the sword from its sheath. The other disciples gasped, not understanding anything. Li Gaha displayed some sword techniques under the tree. After a few movements he brought the sword before him. Petals still scattered everywhere. His eyes, cold and sharp, observed the group. The flower petals fell precisely along the trajectory of his sword's movements. The sword glided through the air, swift and agile, yet powerful and resolute. A single movement felt like three. His opponent's jaw dropped in astonishment, their eyebrows furrowing in surprise. The others couldn't help but admire him. Li Gaha continued to display his sword techniques. He appeared earnest and unyielding. Impressively, the petals swirled around the path of his sword, and as his feet pressed the ground and slowly pivoted on his toes, the petals moved in harmony with the curves of his body, yet his power remained formidable. It was flexible yet lethal, almost as if he were performing magic. Finally, the tip of his sharp sword precisely split a tiny petal in half without causing any damage. The petals that had fallen in the courtyard also became tools for his sword practice. As he finished his last technique and sheathed his sword, the petals gathered in one place before scattering in all directions. The force was so strong that some people standing outside had to shield their faces with their hands. They looked at each other in confusion, asking, "What are we seeing right now?" Others speculated. Could he be creating a new sword technique? Perhaps so. Li Gaha looked up at the large tree and asked, "What kind of flower is this?" Several people answered simultaneously. "It's a plum blossom, a plum blossom." He placed his hand on the tree trunk. "Ah, I see." A rare faint smile appeared on his face. "Then let's call it Plum Blossom Sword Art." The group, dumbfounded and breaking into a cold sweat, repeated the name he had just uttered. Plum Blossom Sword Art. He turned to Hong Xingui and called out, "Junior sister Hong." She was startled and exclaimed, "Yes, eldest senior brother, I wouldn't dare spy on your unique martial art again." He stared coldly at her. "Were you spying on my unique martial art?" Indeed, she furrowed her brow, looking slightly annoyed, as she surely expected eldest senior brother to call her a thief. However, he said nothing more, only staring intently at her. She flustered, shrugged, and sneered. "Plum Blossom Sword Art? The name eldest senior brother chose sounds too delicate." He immediately retorted, "Then should I call it Rakshasa Sword Art?" She instantly froze. "Plum Blossom seems better." He stopped teasing her and asked, "Is that right? Let's go eat." But she immediately refused, looking up at the falling petals before her. "I'll stay here and watch a bit longer." He left. "All right, do as you wish." Hong Xingui stood there, smiling as she happily watched the petals. As night fell, Him Hei, with a chicken leg in one hand and an egg in the other, continuously munched away. Delicious chewing sounds filled the air. Li Gaha sat beside him eating his meal when he suddenly asked, "Are you Hong Xingui's senior brother?" He glanced at him and replied, "Yes." He ate, slightly surprised, and asked, "But why do you always get slapped in the face by junior sister Hong Xingui?" He looked at the meat in his hand, a hint of sadness in his expression, and said, "I've really thought about it seriously. Is this normal?" His face darkened. Clearly he did not appreciate being treated that way at all. No, this wouldn't happen in a reputable righteous sect. He knew well that a junior sister slapping a senior brother's face should undoubtedly result in expulsion from the sect. He wore a very displeased expression. He only thought that for a moment, however. After finishing his thought, he shook his head and refuted himself. "But we're not a reputable righteous sect. We're part of the Black Path. So a junior sister," he thought after being hit. His anger erupted again, and he said in a low voice with an angry expression, "How dare she? I'll definitely teach you a lesson soon." After speaking, he broke into a cold sweat again, feeling helpless. "I thought so too. But in the end, eldest senior brother absorbed all my internal energy." Mentioning this problem, he couldn't help but sigh. "And junior sister Hong's internal energy is quite profound. This isn't a simple matter." He could only sigh on his behalf after hearing it. It's only natural to be bullied if you're incompetent. Seeing no reaction from him, he called out softly, "Eldest senior brother." He was startled and looked up. "Ah yes," he said directly. "Eldest senior brother seems very tired." Ligaha nodded. "Ah yes, truly so. Let's eat, let's eat." He put a large piece of meat into his mouth and suddenly asked, "So are you ultimately fond of Hong Xingui?" The stout man narrowed his eyes, an incomprehensible expression on his face. "Are you dreaming, brother?" he asked again. "No." He held a large chicken leg in his hand, sighed and looked dejected. He continued to eat like that. The whole room was silent with only the sounds of him chewing. He laughed and teased. "Oh dear, our junior brother eats really well," he explained while eating. "Since eldest senior brother absorbed all my internal energy, I need to eat a lot. If you're so greedy, just admit it. Why so many excuses? Eating a lot doesn't increase internal energy." He immediately mocked him. "Your logic for a fat guy like you is really unique." He glanced at him with a displeased expression. "Still, it's a good thing I'm this fat." Recalling his former self, he informed Ligaha that the GMs and Merchant Guild would never run out of money. "I was the youngest son of that family. I had plenty of money in new martial arts. I was a bit skinny when I was there." Now understanding, he asked in surprise, "You were the youngest son of the Hoguman?" He admitted. "Yes," he laughed. "No wonder, you look like the youngest, that's why you kept getting hit." The stout man's face darkened immediately upon hearing this, and he broke into a cold sweat. He had nothing to say. Suddenly he heard noises from outside and asked curiously, "But why are the subordinates so noisy?" Junior sister is the same. Outside, several people were practicing sword techniques, sparring in pairs. Hong Xingui was imitating the sword movements he had just demonstrated. The stout man understood nothing and even asked, "Have they all been swinging their swords like mad under the pedals since earlier?" However, Ligaha was very satisfied, resting his chin in his hand and looking outside, praising, "Yes, they're doing well." The stout Kim Hei, a gluttonous fool, looked back and asked, "How they're doing well? Is this the crazy cat sect, not the Black Cat Society?" His gaze was fixed outside, his face expressionless. "How well are they doing?" His cold gaze seemed to pierce through the dust, but no one understood what he was thinking. Watching the group practicing, he knew that they had been influenced by seeing him practice and wanted to reach the same level of martial arts, running around and dancing as they did. Seeing the blooming red plum blossoms, he admired them. Very good. His mind was very at peace, and feeling the plum blossom scent amidst the scattering petals, he lightly tapped the table with his hand. He hummed a tune. Hong Xingui and a few others excitedly practiced sword techniques in the courtyard without a word to each other. They practiced their swords together. He sat there happily watching this scene. The night was pitch black. Early the next morning, inside the room, people sat in chairs with serious expressions. Old Manager Pio stood in the middle of the room, hands clasped, head bowed, he reported seriously. "Recently, someone saw Ungui Ya Yu Sa Chung, along with famous martial artists from the Jianghu, and around Old Man Yu Seong many Jianghu figures of unknown origin have gathered, causing trouble for money." Ligaha, sitting in the high chair, asked, "What is the reason?" The old man's face was dark and he speculated very seriously and terrifyingly. "They probably think Manhwa has weakened after hearing the news of the great Rakshasa and some of the 12 divine generals dying." As soon as he finished speaking, the group was startled and immediately thought, "Are those rascals trying to exploit this weakness and take over Manhwa?" He listened without changing his expression and said directly, "That means the one who killed the great Rakshasa is still alive here, yet those rascals think Manhwa has weakened. What fools!" Several people stared at him with wide eyes and 2 people exclaimed simultaneously, "That's true." The old man smiled and said, "Greed always makes people lose their calm judgment." He stared intently at the old man without a word. The old man's eyes gleamed. "This humble one speculates that Elder Yi Ryong has joined forces with Teacher Su. Since the opponent's forces are quite strong, I will first contact the 12 divine generals. If Elder Yi Ryong's forces exceed 7/5 of the Manhwa region, the 12 divine generals will also not be safe." Ligaha placed his hands on his knees, neither immediately objecting nor agreeing. "If I act alone and rashly, how will I solve this problem? We lack manpower and our subordinates' morale is low. First, we must ensure that we are not outmatched by them in terms of military strength." After speaking, he commanded the group, "One of you go to Ilyang County and contact Sima Yi and Cha Jiejing Tai, telling them to gather all those who are tired of life and wish to die." He glanced at the remaining person. "The other one, go to the Black Serpent Banner." As soon as he heard the task, he broke into a cold sweat and asked with some unease, "The Black Serpent Banner?" He confirmed, "Yes, tell Doko Song to select about 100 elite soldiers and bring them to me." He opened his mouth in surprise and asked again, "So the Black Serpent Banner is coming?" He was annoyed by his timid and doubtful attitude. He glanced at him and said in a low voice, "If you tell him it's the command of the Haro sect master, he will come." After speaking, he no longer paid him any mind. "With this, our troop numbers will be almost equal. Even if war actually breaks out, my subordinates won't feel weak." Recalling those eccentric individuals, he also warned them in advance, "Let me tell you in advance, the Black Serpent Banner guys are truly crazy. You should also be careful not to get into trouble with them. Those damned fellows are truly insane." From that side, they immediately exclaimed, "We all understand." He looked at the group in the room and said, "All right, leaders." Several people exclaimed simultaneously, "Yes, Society Master." Ligaha straightened his body and seriously asked his subordinates, "Are there any people among Elder Yi Ryong's faction whom I should not kill? If any of your family or old friends are among them, you can tell me in advance." He was truly considerate. The group stared blankly at each other, then shook their heads. When no one said anything, he chuckled lightly and warned, "Don't resent me after I've killed them all." Several people replied, flustered, "No, there's nothing more to discuss." "Understood, then let's begin. Let's call the 12 divine generals disciples. Those who don't answer my summons, I will personally seek them out and beat them to death." After speaking, he tapped the table with his hand and dismissed them. "Everyone return to your duties." The old man's eyes gleamed as he asked in surprise, "Are you asking me to draw someone's portrait?" Ligaha answered calmly, "Yes, there's someone I absolutely must find." The old man looked at him, pursing his lips, very curious. Finally he bowed his head and said, "If your excellency describes him, this humble one will find him no matter the cost." His eyes shone with a serious light. "That fellow is a lecherous fiend." The old man still didn't understand his meaning. "Yes," he repeated again. "My words are that person's appearance." He described him annoyed. "That guy is truly like a lecherous fiend. His skin is white and even smooth. His eyes always seem to be grinning. You'll understand my words when you see him for yourself." The old man held a brush and drew. "Understood." This time he was surprised by the old man and asked again, "Already?" The old man nodded and confirmed, "Yes, I already imagined him from your excellency's words." Manager Pyo, with a mysterious expression, drew the image of the lecherous fiend in his imagination. His eyes sparkled, confirming his confidence. At this moment, Ligaha was sitting in a carriage, resting his chin in his hand and looking outside. He suddenly spoke to the coachman, "Change the destination. On a day with such a cool breeze, it would be better to go to Iwa County's Cloud Mist Society." He asked in surprise, "Yes." He rested his chin and narrowed his eyes, reminding him again, "Are you daring to act as you please while I'm here? Truly annoying." The other party broke into a cold sweat, but didn't know what to do. When he fell silent, he asked again, "What's wrong?" His cold sweat poured down like rain, and he replied, flustered and scared, "Ah, nothing." The carriage sped through the forest. He sat in the carriage, enjoying the scenery comfortably, and let out an eerie laugh. "The spring breeze is so cool, all my madness must have been swept away by the wind, right?" He felt really good. He jumped out of the carriage, not forgetting to remind the coachman, "Go back now, just pretend you ran an errand and returned." He immediately replied obediently, "Yes." He entered the house alone, and the carriage immediately turned and left. The door was tightly shut. Ligaha knocked hard with his hand, and the door immediately opened. A gaze peered out, asking, "Who is it?" He stood silently. The other party asked again, "Who is it?" His face was already tired. He sighed and finally stepped forward, saying, "I've come for compensation." The door moved. The other party opened the door and let him in. This action completely ruined his comfortable mood, and he thought inwardly, somewhat annoyed, "What's with opening the door like that? Are they not going to pay?" The gatekeeper stood impudently with his arms crossed. "Come in." After speaking, he turned and muttered, "What compensation? It couldn't be from the society master, could it? Is it the vice society master?" He followed him in, tilting his head back and looking around. From that side." Seeing he said nothing, he turned and asked, "Why aren't you answering?" He looked at him again and said, "What are you talking about?" From that side, he could no longer bear it. Infuriated, he threw a punch and shouted, "Your mouth seems too presumptuous." But before it could reach his body, his hand was already caught. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't do anything and trembled. His face showed no change in expression, and he looked at him like a frog. He shouted angrily, "Let go immediately." His eyes glowed blood red. The opponent exerted all his strength, breaking into a cold sweat, and veins bulged on his face. His fingers gradually turned blue and blood flow was cut off. He broke into a cold sweat, terrified, his face turning blue, and he trembled as he barely managed to say, "Where are you from?" Ligaha, annoyed, did not answer, but tightened his grip on his hand and asked back, "Where am I from?" "That's a long story. I came from my mother's womb." "Where else?" Everyone asked such basic questions. His eyes stared coldly at him. "Are you asking what region I'm from?" "Probably not." The opponent broke into a cold sweat, too terrified to do anything, only listening blankly. "You're probably asking what faction I'm from." "That question is also a bit long to answer." His hand still twisted the opponent's hand behind his back, not loosening his grip at all, so the opponent could no longer endure. "Please spare my life." He glanced at him, and finally swung his hand, sending the opponent flying backward like a whirlwind, where he fell to the ground almost dead. He paid no attention, not even looking, and immediately turned and left. Ligaha walked in with his hands behind his back. When he didn't encounter anyone else, he asked himself in surprise, "Is it this quiet inside because Teacher Sue isn't here?" Suddenly he stopped in front of a pond. Several fish were swimming there, and he suddenly looked up. A person was sitting there. Ligaha walked straight up and said, "Where exactly is this place?" He opened his eyes wide, looked up and asked, "Who are you?" He replied, staring coldly, "I'm here to see Teacher Sue." The other party frowned and said, "He's not here right now." He was sitting next to a large brazier. Ligaha, taking the opportunity, asked him, "Really? Then there's no one else inside, like the vice society master, perhaps?" The other party honestly informed him, "There are only other guests, and the vice society master is also out." He looked at the large brazier with some curiosity. "What is this place for?" The other party also glanced at the brazier and casually said, "It's a crematory." He asked again, surprised, "A crematory? What do they burn here?" "What is it?" Unexpectedly, the other party calmly replied, "It's where we burn corpses." He was slightly surprised to hear that. "Corpses, but that guy is still sitting there eating," he continued. Did they say they burn those who don't pay? I don't really know myself. Li Gaha's eyes narrowed and he said sharply, really? So if you don't pay, they kill and burn you here? The other party said while eating. Yes, it's quite gruesome. He sighed. Isn't it strange to eat while burning corpses? The other party flinched at his words and his face turned pale. He no longer paid attention to the other party, turned and left. Just eat your meal. Just then the other party's voice changed and he asked coldly, you're not a guest, are you, right? When had he stood up and picked up the Ramramchang axe? He glanced, realizing how many people this guy must have killed for his judgment of killing to be so quick. The other party didn't say much and simply swung his axe. Li Gaha also quickly counterattacked, delivering a powerful blow to his solar plexus, sending him flying straight into the brazier. Flames blazed, but his face remained unchanged. He held the axe in his hand and, using it as a weapon, walked straight into the large building. The door swung open, revealing a somber atmosphere inside where several beautiful maidens were dancing. Some people who had been drinking stopped short when he entered. He paid them no mind and continued inside. With the axe in his hand he strode in. His eyes glinted. It's too dark. Someone light the lamps. All the people sitting below sprang up and drew their swords. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed like a river, especially due to the axe in his hand. Li Gaha's body became covered in blood. He rushed in. A man led his troops and ran to surround him. He glanced around surprised and asked what's going on. Standing behind him, he asked, who are you? The space was eerily silent. He turned his head and looked at them, saying nothing. The other party, seeing him, trembled in fear and broke into a cold sweat, thinking inwardly, that guy is abnormal. He glanced at him and immediately said, I've come for compensation. The other party, hearing his words, flared up in anger and retorted, what? How much compensation do you need to go to such lengths? He asked the other party again. How much can you give? The other party, flustered, asked if 300 taels of gold would be enough. He remained silent for a moment, then finally said, remarkable, it's exactly the same amount that the Black Heavens Fort Master owes me. Hearing that, he immediately realized, ah, so the Black Heavens Fort Master owes you money. He quickly offered him a solution. In that case, you can take 300 taels and leave. We'll consider this debt settled. However, unexpectedly, he changed his mind and said, you don't need to repay it. The other party asked in surprise, why are you doing that? If you borrow money from the Black Heavens Fort Master, his persistence in collecting the debt is no joke. He told him, if he disappears, you'll forget about being pressed to repay the debt. I won't even know who I lent it to. If you also owe the Black Heavens Fort Master money, you should thank me. The other party was startled to hear that. Thinking blankly, what the hell? Does he mean he killed all of the Black Heavens Fort Master's people? His eyes, flustered, glanced in another direction. All the people in this room were dead. His face turned pale and he was sweating profusely. Before he could do anything, Li Gaha's warning was heard. Don't even think about escaping. I will ignore your subordinates and only chase you. Also, don't order your subordinates to charge. I will ignore them and only kill you. The other party was terrified to hear that. Then what do you want? Do you want me to bring the money first? He already knew all the actions he was about to take. Stop right there. Good, don't do that anymore. While you prepare the money, your troops will probably surround this area, so you stay here. During that time we'll repent together. More the other party listened, the more he couldn't understand, and he shouted, what? Mourn the dead? He lectured him. Think deeply about why our lives became like this, why we ended up in this situation. His eyes stared coldly at him. We weren't born evil. How did we become like this? The room was silent. No one said a word. Other guys were hiding behind curtains peeking at him. No sound was heard, but he already noticed. He asked mockingly, is that how you open doors? Do you not want to talk to me? The other party, terrified by his words, dared not speak carelessly, thinking inwardly, he's truly a madman hooked by a madman. Seeing the bloody, miserable corpses, he thought this guy wasn't sane from the start. Although he hadn't seen it directly, they had all been killed by a single axe blow. He was sweating profusely, his face pale with fear, and he ordered his subordinates, leave. The subordinates, holding their swords in a fighting stance, asked again in surprise. Yes, he said coldly again. Quickly, they said nothing more and slowly withdrew. In the room only two people stood facing each other. Once the others had all left, he finally began to speak. I've sent them all out, so please make yourself comfortable. Tell me what you want. Let's resolve everything with words. I propose we cooperate. You might think I'm a traitor. I'm even ready to kneel and beg for my life. As soon as he finished speaking, he glared and immediately ordered him to kneel. The other party didn't hesitate and indeed knelt. He knelt obediently, placing both hands on his thighs. Li Gaha looked at him, slightly surprised, and said nothing. He spoke again. First of all, it's fortunate that the Society Master isn't here. I can tell you everything you want to know, but you don't seem interested in money or women. First, I would appreciate it if you could tell me what you want. He didn't speak at length and immediately asked, where is Teacher Su? The other party honestly replied, he will be here late tonight. Unexpectedly, he immediately asked, can you kill him? The other party asked back in surprise, yes. He smiled slyly, thinking inwardly, this is how I'll persuade him. So he replied, it would be very difficult for me alone. If I go with my subordinates, it might be possible. Teacher Su went out drinking today, so it will be easier for us to deal with him than usual. We can probably kill him. Li Gaha's eyes shot a cold, traitor. The other party, seeing the bloody axe in his hand, trembled in fear, his mouth agape, unable to blink and sweating profusely. Please trust me. If I can't kill him, then you can kill me. Teacher Su will try to kill you anyway. Then you can kill all of them. He bent down, placed a hand on his head, and asked, I hear Teacher Su is as strong as the great Rakshasa? His voice trembled, almost on the verge of tears. They haven't officially fought each other yet. His eyes narrowed as if to pierce him. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his axe, smashing his head to pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Killing one man with a single blow after killing him, he said, disgusted. Come to think of it, the Cloud Mist Society is a mess. There don't seem to be many useful guys. A scream erupted. Gasp, a Vice Society Master has been attacked. A group of people rushed to surround him. Li Gaha, his expression unchanged and utterly fearless, looked straight at them and warned. A bunch of men destined to die. After speaking, he immediately headed to the courtyard and entered the building. Inside, a man was standing. Teacher Su, please come in. He was suddenly startled. He looked at him, smiled slightly and greeted him. Teacher, I truly apologize for visiting at such a late hour. The other party shook his head, smiled and calmly said, it's all right, this is not the time for that. Have you been fighting again? His gaze seemed slightly displeased. I fight often. It's my daily routine. Mo Yongbek didn't probe further. Then at least have a drink with me. He immediately agreed. Good. The two sat facing each other at a tea table. He poured him alcohol. Filling the cup, he smiled and asked, who did you fight? He looked at his reflection in the cup and asked him in return, do you know that the great Rakshasa is dead? He looked at him and nodded. Yes, Li Gaha began to tell him the whole story. After the great Rakshasa died, I gathered the Black Path factions around him. And then the first thing I did was go to the Cloud Mist Society. As soon as he heard, he immediately guessed. You had quite a fight at the Cloud Mist Society, didn't you? He admitted. Yes, I killed them with an axe. Mo Yongbek was startled and exclaimed, how could you do that with an axe? He hastily reminded him to lower his voice. He returned with an expressionless face and adjusted his voice. That's right. Killing with a sword, killing with an axe, killing with a fist, and outright slaughter are all completely different. Did you perhaps kill someone you shouldn't have? He asserted that there was no such thing. Just those words made his face light up with joy. You did very well. Sectmaster, from behind him he saw a ghost. I saw your inner demon standing outside the door. He heard that, but didn't change his expression, smiling slightly. If that's truly the case, I should visit Teacher often. I too sometimes become a patient. He said that, but clenched the wine cup in his hand tightly. Suddenly a thought flashed in his mind. If I continue to rely on Teacher Su and return to my old ways, I might literally become the Mad Devil. He looked again at Mo Yongbek sitting quietly before him. Clearly when he was in such a state, visiting Teacher Mo made the Mad Devil calmer. Clearly being next to this person greatly eased his mind. He told himself, I want to become a calm Mad Devil and solve my own problems. I don't want to become a madman lost in slaughter. He looked down at the wine cup in his hand. The current Mad Devil is a little better than in my previous life, and that is my main goal. The night was pitch black, and finally he returned home. As he walked into the courtyard, he thought about how his mind had felt at peace while talking with Mo Yongbek. His face showed a comfortable, even joyful smile. It truly was relaxing to talk with someone to whom he could pour out his heart. He walked straight into the house. Several people were already waiting. Hong Xingui saw him and flashed a bright smile. In the room, a fellow was already sitting in his high seat. Seeing him return, he smiled cheerfully and stood up. He clasped his hands and bowed his head respectfully. Sectmaster, welcome back. Everyone else also stood up, clasped their hands and said in unison, Sectmaster, welcome back. Eldest senior brother has returned. Li Gaha immediately went to his seat and sat down, and that fellow stood beside him. He sat down and looked down at the people below. Everyone sit. They all replied yes and sat down. He glanced at that fellow and asked, it's the first time we've met. Did you introduce everyone? He said with a bright smile on his face. It's all done. His eyes coldly swept over him. Then why were you sitting in my seat? That fellow still looked up and smiled without any fear. I'm the Hao sect's general manager, so what? What he said wasn't wrong, so he acknowledged. Oh, that's right. His face glowed brightly as he smiled triumphantly. Right, I'm the Hao sect's general manager. He kept repeating it. He looked at him, annoyed. I get it. Hong Xingui suddenly spoke up. Eldest senior brother, that guy said he's the second highest person in the Hao sect. As soon as Li Gaha heard that, he asked again in surprise, second highest? He immediately looked back at him. It was clear that fellow had played another trick. That fellow's bright face instantly turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. His mouth twisted as he inwardly pleaded, Sectmaster, please say the right thing. He immediately realized that this fellow was like a sly fox he had raised. So he decided to tease him. He immediately denied it. What are you talking about? That fellow's face crumpled as if struck by lightning, and there was nothing more embarrassing than being exposed right after showing off. He honestly told the people sitting below. Sa Seong Tae is just the general manager of the Hao sect. There is no second or third in command here. However, the general manager is an important position, so treat him appropriately. As you can see, if you hit him once or twice, he'll immediately be needing incense. Be careful. The people sitting below, including Hong Xingui, burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Clearly he was mocking that fellow for his weak martial arts. No one could hold back their laughter, and that fellow, embarrassed, immediately stepped down. He immediately called out to him, Sa Seong Tae. He reluctantly turned his head and replied, yes. Li Gaha's face seriously reminded him, if you feel wronged, become stronger. He sat down, displeased. I'd like to, but everyone here became strong by meeting excellent masters, using elixirs and learning good martial arts. The more he spoke, the more disheartened he became. I have no master, I've never seen an elixir, and I've only survived through swordsmanship. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at him, implying, "So I don't think I can guarantee victory if I only fight with external martial arts." The Golden Dragon Pavilion Master sitting there immediately challenged him upon hearing his words. "Shall we test our external martial arts?" Sao Seong Tae had only been boasting, but he was actually challenged, however. He dared not accept. His eyes wide with anger, he said, "Is this the time for a contest? Can't you assess the situation? Let's do it another time." Knowing that he was just talking, the Golden Dragon Pavilion Master didn't press him and said nothing more. Hong Xingui and Kim Hei looked at each other and snickered. Everyone there couldn't help but burst into laughter at Sao Seong Tae's demeanor. Li Gaha suppressed his laughter and decided, "Good, you must definitely have a contest next time." He sprang up, clasped his hands and bowed his head genuinely. "Understood." Several people stopped laughing. He looked at everyone there and began to learn seriously. "All right, now that everyone's here, let's hear your opinions. How should we fight to spread the word? Should we launch a surprise attack or defend the stronghold from here? Feel free to voice your thoughts." Sa Seong Tae, knowing nothing, asked in surprise, "Who are we fighting?" Li Gaha pointed out that besides Elder Yi Ryong and Master Su who were cooperating, there were other Black Path groups as well. Sa Seong Tae rested his fan on his chin and thought, that would mean over 400 or 500 troops. Everyone who heard that was bewildered and thought to themselves, "How does he know that?" Li Gaha glanced at them and asked, "Really, Sa Seong Tae, you tell me?" Without a moment's thought he immediately replied, "This subordinate believes defending the stronghold is better." He immediately asked why, expecting some profound strategy, but the reason he gave was very simple, "Because our forces are few. Besides, that method seems quite interesting." He was slightly surprised. "Is that all?" he replied. "Yes." Without a moment's thought he immediately decided, "Then a defensive battle it is." Saying so, he looked down at the people below. "I also think a defensive battle will be more interesting this time. Does anyone have a better opinion? Speak up." Everyone there was bewildered and didn't understand. It's a fight, so how can he decide which method is more fun? Although they thought so inwardly, no one dared to voice an opinion. As people fell silent, he slammed his hand hard on the table. "All right, then I'll assume there are no better opinions. A defensive battle it is." He sat majestically in the large chair and commanded the people below. "Those who do not know martial arts or are not accustomed to the chaotic defensive battle may be caught in the fight and unjustly lose their lives. Therefore evacuate them to Ilyong County." Everyone shouted in unison. Yes, the plan was set, but who would do it? He scanned the people below. "Then who will take on the task of escorting the refugees to Ilyong County? They might attack tonight, so they must leave immediately." The room fell silent, and no one said a word. It seemed they would just do as they were told. Li Gaha glanced at him. "No one? Sa Seong Tae, you go. You're no help here anyway." His eyes blazed sharply as he confidently said, "Pavilion Master, this subordinate is Sa Seong Tae of Ilyong County. This subordinate represents Ilyong County here." He was very imposing. He scratched his head, feeling awkward, as he knew it was a task no one wanted. Everyone seems to want to stay. "Then I'll have to decide." "General Manager Pyo," the old man quickly exclaimed. Yes, he decided to entrust this task to the old man. "You will be responsible for leading the refugees, and Sima Yi will take charge of the rear." "Sima Yi, send a few people ahead to ensure the path is safe." Both the old man and Sima Yi replied obediently in unison. Yes, the two departed in order. He still seemed uneasy. He commanded one more person, junior brother Kim. "You follow at the very rear. If anything happens, quickly assess the situation and report to me." Kim Hei clasped his hands and immediately replied obediently. "Understood." He dragged his stout body and quickly ran off to perform the task. The matter was temporarily settled. He smiled and said to the remaining people, "It's boring just sitting here. Shall we have a drink?" The people were delighted and immediately agreed. "Yes, Pavilion Master." Late at night inside the room, people were happily drinking and chatting. Wine cups were full. Li Gaha held a cup. Just then a group of people entered. As soon as they entered the room, the leader laughed and said loudly, "Jaha, big brother is here." He narrowed his eyes and cursed him. "That madman." He stood at the door, pointed at the disciples behind him and said, "I brought these fellows as you said." Everyone sweated and looked back at the newcomer. He greeted them very naturally. "Nice to meet you. Many masters have gathered." He sat in the chair next to Sa Seong Tae uninvited and extending an empty cup smiled and asked him to pour a drink. Sa Seong Tae looked at the cup then at him, saying nothing and looking slightly surprised. Sa Seong Tae glared furiously and shouted, "You damn bastard, pour it yourself and drink it." His face darkened, and he cursed a few threatening words. "Besides, who are you to dare call the Pavilion Master big brother? Are you mad from taking too many drugs?" Doko-sang, the newcomer, was angered by the insult and glared, gritting his teeth. Doko-sang no longer asked and without a word picked up the wine bottle himself and filled his cup. He acted as if nothing had happened, showing no anger. Sa Seong Tae ignored, added angrily, "HMPH, this damn bastard dares to ignore me?" Li Gaha spoke up at this moment. "Doko-sang, have you chosen a new name?" He frowned, glanced at him and replied, "Before we were the Black Serpent Banner, but now we're the Haro sect." He didn't get to the point at all. He asked again, "I asked if you chose a name. Are you spouting nonsense?" He sighed in embarrassment, fiddling with the two strings on his chest. "We are all foolish fellows, so we're not good at naming things. It's foolish to expect us to have naming ability. Just call us the Haro sect," he said seriously. "Besides, there are now 10 rules. Even a leader like me finds it troublesome." Sa Seong Tae, sitting next to him, listened to the two talking and gaped. His face darkened and he looked back at him in surprise. Black Serpent Banner? What? The leader of the Black Serpent Banner? You damned bastard, you were cursing so loudly earlier. And now you're embarrassed to death. He sat silently, then turned his face away in embarrassment. Ultimately, he was the weakest in the room. Li Gaha asked Doko, "How many troops did you bring?" He immediately replied, "You told me to bring over 100 troops," so he laughed gleefully. "So I brought 3 elite soldiers. Even though there are only 3, they are equal to 100, so don't worry." He heard that and was very satisfied. This damned fellow did well. Suddenly he frowned, looked at the wine cup in his hand and severely criticized it. "But this wine is no different from water. How do you all get drunk drinking this? Truly ridiculous." Everyone else sat quietly, assessing him, saying nothing. He saw that and said nothing more. Soon he began to talk about tactics. "What about the operation plan?" he replied. "There isn't one." As soon as he heard that, he immediately understood. "There isn't one? Then should we just handle everything?" Li Gaha confirmed without changing his expression. "Yes, kill them all." Doko-san nodded and understood. Finally he stood up, clenched his hands and laughed gleefully. "Good, wake me when the enemy comes. I'll lie down for a bit." The story ended. The wine was tasteless, so he didn't drink it, and he just went to sleep. Saying so, he lay down on the ground, resting his arm as a pillow, and fell asleep. He closed his eyes and rested, forgetting all worldly affairs. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Isn't it morning now?" Gunpyeong looked back and replied, "It is morning." "Perfect for a fight," he asked him. "Are there no poison wielders among Elder Yi Ryang's side?" he replied helplessly. "Honestly, as far as this subordinate knows, there are none." He then asked Baek-in, "Are Elder Yi Ryang and Master Su the strongest?" He nodded and confirmed, "That's right, although we know they are strong, we need to ask how strong they are. How do they compare to the great Rakshasa?" Baek-in seriously and thoroughly replied, "They all have their pros and cons, but they are all masters no less skilled than Master Great Rakshasa." Knowing the enemy and knowing himself, he immediately made a plan. "I will take on Elder Yi Ryang and Master Su, and you all fight according to your abilities. This is a chaotic battle, so if you encounter an enemy with too great a difference in skill, retreat." Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes?" Just then a loud noise echoed outside. A person opened the door and rushed in, shouting loudly, "The enemy has arrived." Everyone looked outside. Some were so nervous their faces turned pale. Baek-yu and Sa Seong-tae's group looked out, sweating. Li Gaha's eyes glowed red and he switched to killing mode. He sprang up and commanded, "Bring me a mask." Baek-in quickly handed him a mask and he picked up the Bexio mask from last time. He put it on his face. The other 4 also wore masks and people lined up to go outside. "Let's go." He led the way, already holding a sword in his hand. Many people were already waiting outside. Their numbers were very large, surrounding them without any gaps. Master Su's face darkened and he spoke first. "Junior brothers of the 4 divine generals, even if the great Rakshasa were here, you would be no match for me. What makes you think you can stand against me?" Saying so, he chuckled sinisterly. His eyes were very confident, exuding a threatening, killing intent. "If you handle that bastard who killed our vice society master, I will generously forgive you." Li Gaha immediately understood as soon as he heard that. A cold strategy, how good. He first politely greeted them. "Long time no see, Master Su." The old man didn't know who the masked figure was and immediately greeted him back, thinking it was Baek-in. "Ah, Baek-in." He narrowed his eyes and sneered at the old man. "Did you also bow your head before Senior Elder Yi Ryang? Master would be ashamed if he knew in the underworld. Weren't you also a formidable opponent recognized by Master?" The old man heard that, laughed and provoked him again. Suddenly the surroundings grew quiet. Where did Hong Xingui go? Did she go to sell salt? No sooner had he finished speaking than a spitting sound was heard. "Patui!" She stood fiercely, masked and with arms crossed. The old man's face was full of lust and he chuckled. "Hong Xingui, I will specially forgive you." Just then, Elder Yi Ryang suddenly spoke up. "Only that bastard who killed my old friend needs to be punished. The rest of you brats, be careful." The old man's face darkened and he narrowed his eyes, threatening coldly. "Those who don't want to die, come here. If you think about why the great Rakshasa regularly offered me gifts, it won't be difficult to decide." Li Gaha heard that and laughed gleefully, rubbing his hands. "Oh dear, many people have come to sacrifice their lives today." The masked figures began to surround him, and he also, excited, said to them, "Hey junior brothers, those fellas are already ready to fight." "Yes," he reminded them not to betray him, "because I'm not in a very good mood today." Everyone who heard that sweated profusely and was flustered. Of course they dared not even think of betraying him, but even after warning them he still seemed uneasy, looking up at the moon and emphasizing, "If we fight on such a clear moonlit night, I will become even more crazed." His 2 eyes glowed red and narrowed. "I might even lose my reason. So don't be tempted by those old men. I will not forgive today." All 3 of them turned pale. At the same time, this subordinate also understands. Suddenly, he turned around and told Baek-in to hold out his clasped hands. He was flustered, not understanding anything, but still clasped his hands as he was told. He stepped on his hands. After transmitting internal energy, he threw him up with all his might, "So I can admire the moon." Only then did he understand. "Ah yes," he reminded him again to put all his effort into it. He hastily replied, "Yes." Before taking action, he smiled and said to him, "Junior brother, see you later." For some reason at this moment they feared nothing. He laughed and replied, "Yes, eldest senior brother, see you later." He smiled with satisfaction and leapt up with all his might. Under the bright moonlight he truly stood out as if he could reach the moon. As the moonlight shone on his face, Li Gaha smiled with satisfaction and laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha! Spinning and somersaulting in midair, he unleashed the flame stream heavy strike from one hand, firing a massive fireball downwards. Everyone retreated in fear. It looked like a missile aimed at them, threatening to blow up the place. Everyone was terrified. White smoke filled the ground and people quickly covered their faces with their hands. As the dense smoke slowly cleared, a single figure emerged. It was Li Gaha. He stood there, exuding a powerful aura, wearing a confident and intense smile. The dead lay scattered on the ground. Now, looking closely, there was a huge palm print deeply etched into the ground. All those who were hit by the attack died. He stood in the center, and everyone, including the two old men, turned pale at this sight. They gaped, their eyes wide with shock, unable to say a word. He drew his sword from its scabbard and with cold eyes scanned the crowd. Listen carefully, everyone, pointing directly at Elder Yi Ryong, he said. Because of that old man, Li Gaha pointed his sword at him. Because of that old man who just waits for the great Rakshasa to spoon-feed him, you will all die here today. The old man remained silent, saying nothing and bowing his head. The others looked at him awkwardly. The old man's face was already ashen. The old man shouted angrily, "Kill!" Then all his disciples rushed forward simultaneously, but none could touch a single hair on him, all cut down by his sword. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Baekhyun's group also quickly drew their swords and rushed to fight. He cut down everyone mercilessly. If they were enemies, he cut them all down. Li Gaha didn't know how many people he had killed alone, but he stood there, showing no signs of fatigue. He even had the leisure to admire the moon. The moon is truly beautiful. My subordinates' morale is also very good. My mood is very comfortable. No one had ever fought with such composure as he did. Master Su grew even angrier, glared and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? That brat is standing alone. Quickly kill him." The disciples quickly rushed forward and surrounded him. He didn't even need to draw his sword at them. He glared and cursed, "You rascals, get out of here." Just one glare and they were too afraid to move their feet. His sword glowed red and he looked at them with shining eyes, saying, "I will only take the life of your leader." The other rascals were too scared to rush forward anymore, and some even fled in terror. But unfortunately, no matter how fast they ran, he simply cut off their heads. One fellow protested with a trembling voice, "Didn't you say you would only take the life of our leader?" But the more he killed, the more excited he became, unable to stop, and blood covered his mask. He didn't know how many people he had killed alone. With one swing of his sword, a group of people all died, and he continued to cut them down relentlessly. The other rascals were cut down before they even had a chance to raise their swords. He glared and sneered, "Why are you just running?" Even if they stopped to fight, they died. Even if they turned and fled, he showed no mercy and continued to cut off their heads. He joyfully and grotesquely denounced them. "Do you think your era has come now that the great Rakshasa is dead?" Every single word drove a group of people to their deaths. As he fought, he glared at these groups and said, "Then why do you think the great Rakshasa died, you fools? Why did he die?" One of them was choked by him, his eyes bulging and blue veins rising all over his face. Seeing his cruel method of killing, the two old men exchanged words. "He's truly a madman." Each time he killed one, he tossed the corpse aside like trash. The few who hadn't fought yet were terrified, not daring to charge further. Their faces ashen, they sobbed and simultaneously dropped all the swords in their hands, surrendering. They turned and fled in all directions, but even fleeing offered no escape, and they ultimately met the fate of being cut down and killed by him. Teacher Su saw his subordinates fleeing and angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Anyone who dares to retreat will die by my hand. This place is already a sea of blood." Li Gaha, still showing no signs of fatigue, continued to cut them down and laughed cheerfully. "Ha ha ha!" His sword blazed and was stained with red blood. That rascal shouted again, "Kill him." He looked directly at the old man, and this time there was no need to fight. New groups rushed forward, but as soon as he glared, red cracks appeared on all of their bodies. They froze on the spot, unable to move further, their bodies covered in laser-like red lines. They looked down at their bodies in confusion, understanding nothing. They didn't realize this was his technique. In the blink of an eye, all those glowing red were within his sight. In an instant, blood spurted into the sky like a waterfall. They were all dismembered and blood flowed like a river. This sight was truly chilling. Doko Sang and Gunpyeong looked at him in shock. All the masked figures were also terrified. Elder Yi Ryong and Teacher Su were frozen, unable to speak. The moonlight too was stained with red blood, no longer as clear as before. Li Gaha stood under the moonlight with his sword as if the god of death had come to claim lives. Teacher Su finally regained his senses, his eyes wide, and asked, "Who the hell is that damned rascal?" He didn't answer the old man's question and instead asked the groups, "Where's that fellow Yu Sa Chung?" The space was silent, no sound was heard, and he glared at them, denouncing, "Isn't Yu Sa Chung the one who instigated this war?" Silence was his only reply. Just then, Sa Seong Tae shouted, "There he is!" Everyone looked at him. He simply pointed his finger directly at one figure in the crowd. Pointing precisely at the man in white clothes, he said, "That's Nguya Yu Sa Chung." The designated man frowned, his face pale, glaring unpleasantly and saying nothing. He smiled suspiciously and asked again, "How do you know him?" Sa Seong Tae replied very confidently and calmly, "Because he did nothing in this battle." Like a subordinate. Although it was vague, he seemed to trust him. He muttered, "He's a true detective. Even dog poop has its day. Well done." It was a slightly teasing compliment, but the rascal was delighted and smiled brightly. He chuckled and replied, "Yes." He spun around and looked directly at the designated man. The man stood silently, still saying nothing. Suddenly he displayed a grotesque smile, as if no longer hiding and acknowledging it. Conversation could be heard from inside the room. They say they saw Nguya Yusa Chung. Ligaha looked at the old man and asked, "Who is he?" Old manager Pio frowned and replied, "On the surface he seems like a mediator of peace, but in reality he's a gambler playing for high stakes. You could say he's an expert in spreading and escalating problems." The old man seemed to know him quite well. He's alone with no power behind him, but he has participated in many Black Path disputes and earned a considerable amount of money. He's truly capable. He listened and said nothing more, resting his chin in his hand and thinking, "Quite interesting. This name is new to me, but it seems more irritating than Teacher Su or Elder Yi Ryong." Now, returning to the battle, the rascal, having his identity exposed, no longer hid it. Instead, he asked him in return, "Then you're not the Black Cat Society master?" He narrowed his eyes and looked directly at him, not answering. After a moment of thought, he finally admitted, "That's right, the Black Cat Society master couldn't possibly be as strong as me, could he?" It was a precise statement. The rascal remained silent, bowing his head, unable to refute. Suddenly he turned and looked at the two old men, saying, "Elder Yi Ryong, Teacher Su, are you working this way after taking my money?" The two rascals asked the question, didn't know how to reply. They remained silent. He seriously accused them, "Didn't you promise me the dominion over Manhwa?" Ligaha stood there listening, slightly surprised, thinking inwardly, "What is he saying?" That rascal turned back to him and challenged him. "Now that you've grasped the situation, let's fight to the end and settle this." His face was dark and looked very cunning. "Stop the charade." He looked at him, smiled, and asked again, "Fight to the end and settle this." His eyes gleamed, and in an angry voice he said, "Are you giving me orders?" He raised his blood-stained hand. He declared, "I call for a ceasefire." The two old men's mouths fell open in surprise, utterly confused. Baek-in, bewildered, asked, "Eldest senior brother?" Son Gunbang frowned. "Pavilion master." Doko-san also looked at him in surprise, unable to understand. Everyone stopped fighting. He resolutely emphasized again, "That's right, everything needs to be reconfirmed." Yusa Chung frowned, looking at him, not understanding what he was trying to do. Seeing the two old men still dazed, he was slightly displeased. "Are you not going to cease fire? If you keep fighting, the two of you will suffer the greatest loss." Elder Yi Ryong, still understanding nothing, his face pale, asked, "Why?" Teacher Su gritted his teeth, maintaining his dignity. "I have never suffered a loss in my life." These rascals were foolish and stubborn, so he had to keep persuading them. "Let me tell you for sure, if you keep fighting, more than half of you will die by my hand. Of course, some of my subordinates will also die." The two old men clearly understood this. They looked at each other and thought, "If his words are true, then there will be immense casualties this way. Moreover, it's uncertain if we can even kill him." Ligaha laughed mockingly. "Think about who won't suffer a loss here." With a flash of red in his eyes, he looked directly at the hypocritical rascal. "It's Nguya, the one who started this war." That rascal, struck to the heart by his words, was startled and said nothing. He pointed his finger at that rascal, revealing everything without any hesitation. "He gives you a lot of money, but in return he gains dominion over Manhwa. He doesn't even bring his own troops, he just leaves everything to chance and doesn't want to fight himself." He stood in the blood-stained circular center and resolutely declared to the groups, "The person I'm going to kill right now is neither Elder Yi Ryong nor Teacher Su. So if you just sit there." After saying this much, he threatened with a grotesque and terrifying smile, "First I will capture him." Teacher Su asked suspiciously, "How can we trust the words of someone hiding behind a mask? It's too simple." Both rascals froze at his words. "Shouldn't I just take off my mask and show you my face?" The two old men were speechless. They had no more accusations. As they fell silent, Yusa Chung angrily glared at them and shouted, "Are you still listening to him?" He still stood there, not in a hurry at all. "It won't be too late to fight after I capture him." Both old men were swayed by his words. Now they had to regain their senses. Both rascals truly considered it carefully. "It's reasonable. There's no need for us to suffer a loss by confronting him." Both rascals remained silent, looking directly at him. "Besides, I don't know Yusa Chung's true goal and intentions. If we let them fight first and then reap the benefits, there will be no loss." Ligaha raised his hand and grabbed his mask. He tore off the Bexio mask from his face. Tonight the moonlight shone brightly on the ground. His face was clearly revealed before them. Several old men turned pale upon seeing it, and Yusa Chung was curious. "Who is that?" Elder Yi Ryong, as soon as he saw his face, resolutely said, "I've made my decision. I will not accept the ceasefire order." That rascal, hearing it, smiled inwardly triumphantly, but didn't expect the old man to say, "Instead, you two must fight a duel to the death." The smile that had bloomed on his face immediately vanished. "Indeed, the older they get, the more cunning they become. Only then can we issue a ceasefire order." "Teacher Su, what do you think?" That rascal understood the meaning and immediately laughed, agreeing, "Senior brother's words are right." As soon as Ligaha heard that, he understood the old man's scheme. He sighed, annoyed. "If Nguya wins, they will use their power to take control of Manhwa, and if I win, they will throw all their forces at me." But this was also the outcome he desired. "Good, let's do that. If it's a one-on-one, I fear no one." Suddenly, a rascal approached and called out, "Eldest senior brother." Baek-in approached and leaned in close, speaking softly, "That means they are testing your skill while also watching the duel to the death." He was too worried. He already knew these words and replied confidently, "I know." That rascal's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting him to know and still do it. Finally, he clasped his hands and bowed his head. "Brother, please be careful." The old Elder Yi Ryong, his eyes wide, commanded, "Surround him with a wall so no one can escape. Immediately, the old man's troops rushed forward, forming a circle to create an arena. It was clearly to force Yu Sa-chung to fight. He glared angrily and shouted, "You're all crazy," but the old man didn't care and sneered, "Isn't it enough to win? If your power is truly great, you should prove it with skill, not just words." That rascal, hearing it, was speechless and knew he couldn't change these old men's minds. He muttered, "Indeed, like the Black Path." From the other side, Li Gaha didn't give him much time to think. He was ready to fight, holding his sword, preparing to attack. He had no choice but to turn around, no longer able to delay. With his hand he quickly drew his sword from its sheath. He rushed forward impatiently, attacking first. The two swung their weapons and attacked each other. His eyes were like sharp blades, red blood flashing, and that rascal's eyes were also cold and unyielding, the two glaring at each other, refusing to give in. His feet moved very quickly. He continued to launch a series of attacks. He tried to gain the upper hand that way, and Li Gaha had been defending until now. He shouted loudly. Yu Sa-chung's two swords flashed like lightning. He used illusionary sword techniques. One sword looked like three. He increased the number, but he could neutralize everything with a single slash. At first it was a probing fight, so he didn't use his full strength. His sword thrust straight in, and if he had been a little slower it would have pierced his chest. The sword brushed past, cutting a few strands of his hair. He immediately recognized this technique. This was by no means an ordinary sword technique. At least 10 years of cultivation were required for it to be so formidable. That rascal's face remained serious and he attacked relentlessly. He still looked calm and unafraid at him, assessing. He's probably from the righteous path. That rascal, having cut Li Gaha's hair with one strike, his face was filled with confidence. He immediately rushed forward, but all his techniques were easily dodged and blocked by him. He kept slashing but gained nothing, and he didn't counterattack. He sneered, annoyed. "Where's that confidence you had earlier? Why are you only defending?" After speaking, he attacked once more. He leapt high to dodge. With cold eyes, he didn't even acknowledge him. Over there, he seemed to grow crazier the more he fought, continuously stabbing with his sword and shouting loudly. "Hey!" He kept attacking him. He kept not attacking, and that rascal thought, angered, "This kid, I can't guess his martial arts at all." Unable to wait any longer, he shouted, "What kind of martial arts do you use?" His eyes were cold and he still said nothing. He thought inwardly, "You can't guess what kind of martial arts I use because my martial arts have no foundation. Until now he has killed countless rascals. The foundation of my martial arts is the entire process of surviving from the bottom and climbing up." Li Gaha sneered inwardly. "A rascal like you who just started wielding a sword will never understand." Thinking this, he stood upright, smiled, and with a wave of his hand shattered his sword technique. Yu Sa-chung's eyes widened in shock at the sudden attack. "What is this?" he replied with his actions. "Keep fighting like this." He was startled. This rascal just stood there and still blocked my attack. The time for games was over, and it was his turn to show his skill. He spoke loudly, mockingly. "Slow, swing your sword faster." Sa-chung, hearing it, gritted his teeth in anger. He rushed forward again like a storm, trying to slash as fast as possible. But in his eyes it was still nothing, and he kept dodging, shouting loudly, "Faster, faster!" Veins bulged on his face and he glared in anger, shouting, "Ah!" The sword in his hand was almost out of control, stabbing fiercely like a violent gale, and smoke billowed as the two fought. As the smoke slowly cleared, Yu Sa-chung stood dazed on the spot, unmoving. Looking closely, Li Gaha had blocked his sword with a single strike. Clearly he had reached his limit, yet he hadn't managed to pierce him once. Red blood flashed in his eyes. He glared and said, "This is the third time." Still the same technique, but with different internal energy. After speaking, he directly threw him backward. As his hand extended forward, a giant red blood palm attacked him directly, grabbing his neck with his hand and pulling. Yu Sa-chung was drawn close to his body, and he squeezed hard once, making that rascal unable to move or resist at all. Consecutive punches followed, and that rascal was hit repeatedly like his sandbag. He only stopped after a long while. The two old men stood watching, their faces pale, saying nothing. His other disciples were also shocked. Yu Sa-chung's entire body was paralyzed, unable to move no matter how hard he tried. He thought in confusion, "He's been hit in the vital points, I can't move." He turned his body, looked around, and declared, "Listen everyone, from now on this rascal is my prisoner. He will be my errand boy, my slave, and my subordinate's subordinate." All the enemies watching him stood dazed and terrified, sweating profusely as they listened to his words. "Whether I want to torture him, cut him down, or kill him, it's my decision, so don't you dare complain later." Li Gaha stood there, his entire body covered in blood. He raised his sword and pointed it straight at the sky. The rascals stood frozen, staring blankly in fear. Is he going to kill him right now? He suddenly inhaled sharply, and instead of killing the rascal, he blew air into his sword and began to dance wildly around the immobilized Yu Sa-chung. All his followers also stared wide-eyed, not understanding anything. They asked each other, "Why is the pavilion master suddenly doing that? Who knows, isn't that the butcher's dance?" "I think so." Seeing him dance so strangely, no one understood why the pavilion master was suddenly performing such a dance. The rascals next to him were also speechless. After watching the fight, now they were watching a dance. It was truly strange, but he paid no mind to the surrounding gazes, his eyes gleaming with a cold expression, and he did not stop his movements. The sword in his hand was damp with red blood, and he danced under the bright moonlight. Perhaps it was his unique way of relaxing. Hong Xingwei could no longer endure and raised her hand, politely asking, "Eldest senior brother, I apologize for interrupting your dance, but are you going to kill him?" He still didn't stop dancing and answered concisely, "I don't know yet." She asked, bewildered, "Why are you suddenly doing the butcher's dance?" He simply replied, "Because I like it. I want to be a butcher for once now." As he danced, he also recited a poem, dancing with a sword under the moonlight. a butcher beneath the moon, the wine-guest sword of Ilion County, the liberator of Black Heaven's fort, master of the Black Cat Society. All the people present, enemies and allies alike, stared wide-eyed in astonishment. He raised his head, looked at the moonlight and declared, "That is me." They all now turned pale with fear, frozen like spectators watching a performance. But only Saw Seong Tae remained very calm, while everyone was watching him. But those rascals are trying to escape. Only then did he suddenly look in that direction. The rascals froze where they were upon being discovered, sweating profusely and unable to move further. Lee Gaha stood there, emanating killing intent from his entire body, staring straight at them without a word. As soon as they felt this chilling aura, the rascals immediately fled in all directions in fear. Elder Yi Raung's face darkened, and he stared at him, unable to move. He mocked the old man and asked, "Old man, you look quite calm. Do you have anything to say to me?" He stood there, leaning on his staff, and replied, "I will cease fire as promised." Baekin proposed again. "Eldest senior brother, just kill that old man." The old man was startled to hear that, but forced himself to maintain a calm expression. However, he unexpectedly said, "All right, if it's a ceasefire, then it's a ceasefire." At this moment the two old men quickly turned and left. Teacher Su still couldn't close his mouth and added, We will meet again soon." Still talking so much when death is at hand, Lee Gaha's face hardened and he laughed, saying, "If you're the leader, you should meet me right now. Why postpone it?" The old man was so angry he couldn't say a word and quickly fled. He mocked and followed, saying, "You ran away first and surrendered. Then you are surrendered generals. Go back and think about it, whether you truly have a chance to survive." The rascals all left without a word. He turned and went inside, not forgetting to instruct, "First check on the wounded. It's late, so let's go inside. Let's end the defensive battle. Gunpyeong, you stand guard first, then someone else will relieve you later." He quickly received the command. This subordinate will bear it in mind now. Only the rascal Yu Sa-chung remained, still standing immobilized, having been struck by vital point blocking. He stared wide-eyed, sweating profusely, awaiting his demise. He raised his hand and, when he struck him, his face contorted and his whole body tumbled to the ground. He did not forget to mock him with pity. The criminal must have suffered much too. "The night air is cold, let's go inside." Suddenly, turning to the rascal, Saw Seong Tae exclaimed, "Yes." He waved his hand and called him. "Come here." The rascal approached silently, bewildered. He unexpectedly shrugged, put his arm around his shoulder and leaned his whole body on him. "Let's go in." The rascal was momentarily flustered, then smiled brightly. Yes, he seemed overjoyed at being put to use. As he helped him into the house, his eyes sparkled and he couldn't help but laugh, thinking inwardly, "Indeed, that's how it should be, for I am the sect master of Regeneration Gate." Inside the house, Lee Gaha sat in a large chair holding a cup of water, while his subordinates chatted happily and toasted in front of him. The rascal Yu Sa-chung was kneeling on the ground, his hands tied behind his back, his head bowed. The rascal Doko-sang approached him, and without a word he gave Yu Sa-chung a hard punch to the head. His expression was clearly one of disgust. The rascal flinched and trembled upon being hit, unable to even let out a groan. He paid no mind and asked Baek-yu, "Are you hurt anywhere?" He replied with a smile, "No, I'm not." He also said with satisfaction, "It's fortunate that you're not hurt." The rascal Saw Seong Tae sat there with a displeased expression, and even though he wasn't asked, he turned and said, "I'm fine too." Seeing that, Lee Gaha glared at him and said, "Of course you're fine, you just watched others fight, didn't you?" It was an accurate statement. He was speechless and dumbfounded. He acted as if he had fought hard, but there wasn't a speck of dust on his entire body. Son Gunbang suddenly asked him, "How will you deal with Elder Yi Raung and Teacher Su?" He calmly drank his tea, not rushing at all. "Wait a moment, they've suffered far greater damage than us. After seeing our power, they will be very anxious, and their subordinates will also be restless." Baek-yu, sitting next to him, suddenly smiled brightly and praised him. "Eldest senior brother, your martial prowess is truly magnificent. I should have danced with a fan to assist you." He looked at him and laughed with delight. "Next time, let's make an opportunity for us to dance together." Baekin, sitting next to him, said seriously, "Eldest senior brother, the sword technique that rascal uses cannot be learned in the Black Path." The rascal Yu Sa-chung kept his head bowed, expressionless. Lee Gaha seized this opportunity to mock him. "You rascals, explain it properly right away." "Saw Seong Tae, how would I know this? My point is that probably only Saw Seong Tae here doesn't know martial arts." Baekin explained that. "I feel that he received very rigorous posture and sword technique training. His sword technique was consistent in his first attack on eldest senior brother, and it could never be a crude sword technique." He acknowledged these words and turned to reply, "I think so too." Doko-san only now became angry, gritting his teeth and glaring wide-eyed. "This rascal, is he from the righteous path?" He felt even more disgusted and punched the rascal again. Hung Xingui turned around in surprise and asked, "Eldest senior brother, did you hit his vital points? Why has he been so still and quiet since earlier? He took such a hard blow but couldn't even make a sound." He paid no mind to what the rascal did and said, "Probably." She, excited, raised her hand and volunteered, "I'll release him." However, he immediately said, "You can't release him." "I can't either." And he added an explanation. "I haven't really practiced releasing vital points because it's bothersome, although you can release them with enough internal energy." He told them to wait. He intended for the rascal to release himself. However, she was slightly worried. If the vital points were held for too long, he might become unable to speak. His eyes were clearly annoyed. "That's none of my business indeed. Even if the rascal died, it would not affect him." Only now did she understand the meaning and laughed happily. Ha. Just then a person entered from outside. Pavilion Master, that rascal has reported. The sect master of Muak Gate is outside the gate. What should we do? He calmly looked at him, holding the cup of water, and replied, what should we do? If he's here, let him in. They all looked at each other in surprise. The sect master of Muak Gate, why is he suddenly here? Everyone was curious, but Ligaha surmised, he must want to understand the situation as quickly as possible, right? The door opened, and an old man entered. Behind him 2 rascals followed carrying large boxes. They put down the large boxes. The rascal leading them bowed his head, his hands clasped nervously. Greetings, Pavilion Master. I am Yang J. Kyung of Muak Gate. He tilted his head, looked at the old man, and gave a cold laugh. Sect Master Yang, come in. The old man trembled all over, sweating profusely, and bowed his head, clasping his hands. I have come to confirm that Muak Gate will no longer be an enemy of the Pavilion Master. Due to a lack of information, we violated a taboo. He looked at the old man and nodded. Understood. The old man, a little less afraid, thanked the Pavilion Master for his generosity. From now on we will not participate in any fights involving Elder Yi Ryong or Teacher Su, so please do not worry, sir. He pushed a box of gold coins in front of him. This is a token of my sincerity. Please accept it. Sa Seong Tae and Hong Xinggui's eyes sparkled in surprise, but he remained expressionless and asked coldly, why did you bring this? He told him. Although my first impression was not good, as long as we are not enemies from now on, that's all that matters. Isn't that right for anyone, Sect Master? He nodded. Yes, that's right. Li Gaha sat in the high chair and said, in the Zhonghu, enemies can become allies, and allies can become enemies. It only matters when one is unlucky enough to be beaten to death. So you don't need to dwell on it. The old man bowed respectfully. Yes, I will bear that in mind. He stood up. He seemed quite relieved to hear these words. It's late, so I'll take my leave now, he replied politely and sincerely. You must have worked hard to bring these things at midnight. He bowed respectfully. And then the 3 rascals nervously left this place quickly. He seemed to fear that if he changed his mind they would all die. Li Gaha suddenly called out to Sect Master Yang. He was startled, sweating profusely, and his heart sank, his voice trembled. Ah yes, he unexpectedly just smiled and said, next time let's have a meal together. The old man seemed relieved and said with a light laugh, I will do that. I'll see you next time. The entire room fell silent. The gold coins were still there and the rascals had already left. Doko-sung crossed his arms and frowned. How ridiculous. A moment ago he was trying to kill people, and now he's immediately tucking his tail between his legs. The other rascals also burst into laughter. Now everything had turned 180 degrees. He had still come here, but now he had come to beg. He held the cup of water and, unable to contain his laughter, said, truly ridiculous. The others chatted and laughed happily. Now they were in a much stronger position than before. Only the rascal Yu Sa-chung remained displeased, his face filled with anger. Doko-sung turned to him, and he was again an eyesore. He stood up again, gave Yu Sa-chung a hard punch, and stared wide-eyed, asking, why aren't you laughing? Is the blood on your face not enough? He was truly cruel. Yu Sa-chung was now neither dead nor alive. A moment later he was hit again. Outside, the sound of the door opening was heard again, and a person reported, Pavilion Master, Lady Chulchium has arrived. He already knew why the woman had come. He immediately commanded, it's so cold at night, quickly escort the lady inside. An old woman in black clothes entered. She too looked flustered and scared like the old man from earlier. Li Gaha looked down from above and asked, are you Lady Chulchium? Recalling the scene earlier, he realized, I couldn't see her well because she was hiding behind her subordinates earlier. But isn't hiding behind subordinates also a kind of ability? She bowed respectfully. Yes, Pavilion Master, I apologize. My disciples and I will immediately leave Elder Yi Ryang's faction and return to Manhwa Valley. We will no longer block the Black Cat Society's path in the future. So please generously forgive our mistake today, he said calmly. Doesn't a fight have to end sometime? He laughed and looked up at her. All right, after that fight we've also come to know each other. I hope Manhwa Valley will not oppose me in the future. She heard those words and seemed relieved, nodding in confirmation. Understood. After speaking, she put her hand into her clothes searching for something. She took out a small knife. Pavilion Master, this is something I treasured when I was young. It's the pointed light hand. Please accept this as my promise. He looked at the knife and was slightly interested. Oh, is that so? Li Gaha held the knife in his hand and examined it. Since it's your sincerity, I will use it well. I've always wanted a knife in my hand anyway. This will be enough for self-defense. She seemed very satisfied to see him like what she had given him and smiled. It's short but very sharp, suitable for assassination. He received the knife and said, a strong person like me can use it even better. Don't worry, I will use it well. She bowed her head and replied, yes, of course. When the matter was settled, she also turned and left. He seemed to want no more visitors. He commanded Son Gunpyong, you go out and check. Just threaten them a bit and accept. If we keep doing this, it'll become too troublesome. He immediately stood up and began his task. Understood. When the door closed, he suddenly stood up from his chair, came down, and holding the wine cup in his hand, walked straight to Yu Sa-chung. He took a sip, then stared wide-eyed at him without a word. The rascal also stared wide-eyed at him. He still maintained an arrogant attitude. Red blood flashed in Li Gaha's eyes, and without a word, he punched the rascal straight in the face. The rascal fell backward, his face now terribly swollen. Before he could even feel the pain, he was grabbed by the neck and pulled up upside down. It was the rascal Sa Seong Tae. He grabbed the rascal by the neck and stood him in front of him. His face darkened, and he seemed to dislike the rascal intensely. Or should I just torture him to death? The rascal's face was flushed from his injuries, but he still glared at him without changing his expression. He shook the small knife in his hand and said, I've changed a lot too. If they're enemies, I should chase them to the end and kill them, tear their bodies into 1,000 pieces. Or should I do that? One rascal holding another and another holding a knife, seemingly about to act, sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the room. He held the knife to his own neck, shaking it playfully, and said, What happened to me? Is it because of a change in emotions, or is it because of the wall of exorcism, or are both wrong? Li Gaha, pointing the knife at himself, thought deeply. He's contemplating and contemplating. To spare him or kill him, that is the most difficult question. Li Gaha stepped on Yu Sa-chung's body and said, To kill him or to spare him, that is the question. He stared at him with cold, wide eyes, truly frightening. With an annoyed expression, he cursed, Why are your eyes like that? Do you think I'm a fool or ignorant? The rascal glared at him, grinding his teeth in anger. He was terribly furious, sweating profusely, but couldn't say a word. Only now did he realize, I haven't released your vital points yet, so you can't answer. He firmly grabbed one of his vital points and twisted it hard, and suddenly flung the rascal backward, and he looked truly pained. The rascal lay there like a sandbag, letting him do as he pleased. The small knife in Li Gaha's hand was plunged right in. He now sat on a chair with a table in front of him. He plunged the knife hard into the table and said in a low but threatening voice, When I was young, there was a very interesting pair of brothers where I lived. Why are there such people? That elder brother was truly interesting. He was always cheerful, always treated me well, and was a very manly person. Lu Ziqing listened silently, his face already starting to show fear. He still said nothing. His reflection was mirrored in the gleaming knife. People resolved everything through life and death duels. Whenever a conflict arose, before talking about reconciliation, they would plunge a knife into the table. And if words didn't solve the problem, they would draw the knife and stab the opponent. He spoke of death so casually. A life and death duel didn't always result in death, but 1 or 2 fingers were always lost. Suddenly his face darkened. Remembering the young man who had fallen in a pool of blood on the table, he said, One day, I saw that elder brother lying dead on the table, but I wasn't surprised at all. He was just a child then. My grandfather collected the body and I brought a towel to wipe the table. But no matter how much I wiped, the table wouldn't get clean. Decades later, he couldn't forget the scene from that year. Looking at the table, dozens of knife marks were embedded in it. Seeing that, I thought, at least the elder brother I knew didn't die fighting me. The more Lu Ziqing listened, the more terrified he became. His face turned ashen, he broke into a cold sweat and clenched his lips. Every day I wiped that table more than once, and each time I wiped it I pondered how to accept my feelings. Li Gaha stroked his chin, his expression blank, and said, Suddenly I can't remember that elder brother's name. He was an orphan too, so there was no way to know. The table hadn't just witnessed one death and not long after. Anyway, a while later I killed the person who killed that elder brother in the same way. He vividly remembered the sensation of plunging the knife into the table. His eyes flashed and everything swirled. Eventually I'll die too. Now he could no longer sit still and listen. Screaming in fear, he pleaded, Please spare my life. Li Gaha was slightly surprised by his scream and asked, Oh, have his vital points been released? He cried and begged, Please spare my life. I'll tell you anything you want. I'll agree unconditionally. But now he wasn't interested in him at all and immediately said, I don't know what to ask. Anyway, I don't care about anything. Saying so, he swung his knife once and the ropes binding his body snapped. He sat there dazed, and with just one move from him, he urinated blood. His hand gripped the knife tightly, and he reminded him, Only your vital points have been released. If you don't collect yourself now, you'll suffer chi deviation. Control your breathing. His eyes glowed red with killing intent again, and he laughed. Damn it, why would I kill you? He laughed, scaring him witless. He trembled uncontrollably in fear. He hadn't even prepared himself and the knife was already plunged straight in. Red blood splattered on his face, and as one hand firmly gripped his, red blood wrapped around his hand and was absorbed into him. Lu Ziqing was drenched in tears and snot from the pain, but he gritted his teeth and endured, not even letting out a groan. Finally it was over. His whole body went limp, and before this pain could subside, another pain came. As his hand plunged the knife straight into the back of his hand, he couldn't help but scream, no matter how hard he tried to endure it. Li Gaha glared and warned, Be quiet. If you had woken Doko Sang earlier, he would have come here and spun your head several times. Isn't it better to endure pain than to die? He truly didn't kill him, but he made him experience pain worse than death, a heart-wrenching pain. He listened in silence, trembling all over, no longer daring to shout loudly. With one person in this state, how could he endure if another person struck him? After everything was done, Li Gaha sat on the high chair. He thought inwardly, I need to immediately circulate the internal energy I just absorbed. It turned out that the red light earlier had absorbed all his internal energy and brought it into his own body. At the end of the torture, Lu Ziqing's life was spared. He looked at him and asked, If you're confident, choose and attack. I told you about the life and death duel from where I lived, didn't I? As soon as he heard, he was madly terrified, his eyes wide as he stared at him, bewildered, thinking, What in the world is this guy? Seeing him sitting on the chair, he asked himself, His opponent is right in front of him, yet he's sitting there circulating internal energy? He truly wasn't interested in him at all, just sitting cross-legged, circulating internal energy, closing his eyes tightly and immersing himself in his own world. Much more than he thought. If he overdid it, he might even break through his current realm. However, according to the principles of martial arts, it conflicts with the 9 golden sky shaking art. He didn't want that to happen now, so there was no need to rush. His eyes opened slightly. Lu Ziqing still sat next to the table, his hand still embedded in it. When the pain he had endured reached its limit, he opened his eyes wide, raised his head, and his voice trembled. The blood hadn't flowed for a while. Seeing him so obedient, he praised him with one word, "Good." He could only reply, "Yes." Li Gaha silently pulled out the knife in one swift motion, and he bit his collar tightly in pain again. Kimja didn't make a sound, and blood flowed from his hand again. He hastily tore his clothes to bind the wound. He stood there and poured him wine. "The Muak Gate Master and Lady Chulchium submitted to me because their residences are fixed," pushing the wine cup towards him. "They knew I could slaughter the Muak Gate and burn down Nawa Valley. They cast aside their pride and came to beg for my forgiveness." Lu Ziqing calmly picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one go, looking up at the sky. His face was pale like a dying man, and he turned back, saying softly, "Thank you." He looked at him and asked, "I'm not interested in your situation. You're a gambling house owner, aren't you?" He bowed his head and replied softly, "Yes." Li Gaha also threw his head back, drank the wine in one go, and put down the cup. "If you don't help me after you've killed Elder Yi Ryong and Teacher Su, I have no reason to keep you alive." His eyes gleamed chillingly, and he told him bluntly, "Your life depends on how you deal with Elder Yi Ryong and Teacher Su. How will you convince me?" He had just narrowly escaped death, and now he was being threatened again. So he was seized by extreme confusion and fear, gritting his teeth and saying nothing. Cold sweat poured down like rain, and his face was flushed. Suddenly his head hit the table hard. He stood there motionless, saying nothing and sighing, "Why do I keep encountering people who faint when I talk to them? They all had to be treated by Teacher Mo." Just then, Doko-san woke up from his sleep, yawned, and asked, "Is he dead?" He turned and replied, "No, he just fainted." As soon as he heard that, he frowned, looked at him, and reminded him, "Rest, your eyes are bloodshot, especially purple." Indeed, his eyes looked tired from lack of sleep. He turned abruptly and left. "I'm going to rest." He vigorously wiped the table with a towel from the tea table. As he wiped, he thought, perhaps this table was originally clean, which is why it wiped so easily. A young man entered the shop, smiling brightly and calling out, "Zaha, give me a bowl of noodles." He looked up at the man entering. This familiar face, Li Gaha asked cheerfully, "Elder brother, where have you been? Your clothes are so neat." But he only smiled and said nothing. The two stared at each other like that. He finished a bowl of noodles, threw his head back towards the sky, and was satisfied. "Wow, it's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious food." He put down his chopsticks on the table and said with a slightly sad expression, "Zaha, you still don't remember my name?" He quickly asked, "What's your name, elder brother?" He said the name, but he couldn't hear what it was. His eyes glowed red, and he frowned slightly, asking himself, what is he talking about? He couldn't make out what the name was, but the young Li Gaha smiled and replied, "All right, I remember now." He finished his noodles, stood up, and left. I really enjoyed it. He hadn't even had a chance to tease him, but he chased after him and asked, "Elder brother, where are you going in those neat clothes? Are you meeting a lady?" He widened his eyes and smiled, his face beaming. "What lady? I have to leave now." He was startled and hastily ran after him to the door, barely managing to ask, "Elder brother, aren't you going to duel anymore? You have to get revenge, don't you?" But he left resolutely, only replying, "What revenge when he's dead? Anyway, thanks, I'm going." He smiled slightly, sincerely wishing him a peaceful journey. His figure gradually disappeared into the brilliant light ahead, and he waved his hand. Of course, his gaze never left him, and he sighed, "I woke up to find myself lying in bed. Was that just a dream?" Just then, Hong Xinggui's voice was heard from outside. "Senior brother, dinner's ready." His life became even more peaceful, and he couldn't help but smile contentedly. Several people ate and drank happily. Son Gunpyong turned to him and asked, "Who should we attack first, Elder Yi Ryong or Teacher Su?" Li Gaha didn't answer, picking up a large piece of meat and chewing it, muttering, "I don't know." Baek-in looked around and asked, "Who's missing?" "Where's that guy Yu Sa-chung?" He replied casually, "I don't know." Li Gaha truly didn't seem to care, still eating his meal deliciously, thinking inwardly, "I'm not a person who needs to care much." Baek-in saw that and asked no more, saying, "Understood." Just then, Doko-sang brought Yu Sa-chung in. Everyone sitting inside was startled and froze. The large old man came over and pulled up a chair. The old man pointed a finger at him and said, "Sit and eat." He was flustered, ran over and quickly bowed respectfully, saying obediently, "Thank you very much, elder." The others were speechless at the sight. Their faces were pale and they thought, unable to understand, how badly was he beaten to be so obedient. Li Gaha sat down, frowned, and quietly reminded him, "Doko-sang, don't be too cruel." It was a light reminder, but the old man glared and immediately became angry. He shouted in refutation, "I just slapped him a few times. Who doesn't know how terrifying my fist is?" A few people heard that and thought inwardly, "He's lying, isn't he?" He saw the bloody pierced hand and added in refutation, "It was our pavilion master who pierced his hand." He gritted his teeth and glared, saying, "He even drained his internal energy. He's so afraid of our pavilion master that he can't even speak politely. Look, am I wrong?" Yu Sa-chung, who was eating, was also uncomfortable, but he still looked up and replied obediently, "No, elder, you're right." His face was clearly forced. People listened to him silently and no one said a word. He was too unruly. Doko-sang's hand was still on his bloody back, patting it, clinging tightly to his body. It was unclear if it was concern or a threat. "Eat a lot." He had no choice but to reply, "Yes," his mouth full of food. Sa-sang Dai smiled slightly, turned and teased, "Doko-sang, you seem to have been through a lot too?" Everyone turned to look at him. Everyone knew he was very short-tempered and easily excited, but as soon as a few people heard that, they put down their chopsticks and thought inwardly bewildered, "Why does this guy keep provoking Doko-sang?" A few people's faces turned pale as they looked at the two, and an inexpressible silence fell. But Doko-sang wasn't angry at all, sitting calmly and replying, "You've been through a lot too, it's written all over your face, General Saseong Tae." The two mocked each other, and Hong Xingui couldn't hold back her laughter. Other people also burst out laughing, and Saseong Tae was furious. Yu Sa-chung's face was flushed and swollen, and he called out softly, "Lord," he chewed and replied, "Hum." He looked at him seriously and directly proposed, "If my lord allows, I will gather my forces and go to the vanguard with Doko-sang." But he wasn't interested in his words at all, looking up and reminding him, "Just eat your meal." Hearing the reprimand, he looked down disheartened. "Yes, my lord." After finishing the meal, Li Gaha sat seriously on the high chair. "Now that we've finished eating, I'll explain the plan. Pay attention." Everyone else sat quietly and properly below, and the two rascals laboriously brought a whiteboard from inside the house. Old Manager Pio clasped his hands and bowed his head, reporting, "We are ready, Pavilion Master." He clasped his hands, descended from the chair, picked up a brush and began to write on the board. He drew a black dot and explained, "This is the Black Cat Society." Then he wrote 2 more characters above the black dot, "Teacher Sue," and then he added a symbol between the black dot and the characters. People sitting below quietly observed him and listened to his words. "We will ambush Teacher Sue," he wrote, thinking inwardly, "The Cloud Mist Society's momentum has been completely broken. Both Orion and Lady Chelchium have escaped from their grasp. Of course, I'll focus on the Cloud Mist Society first, since they were already weak instead of attacking Elder Yi Raung." Li Gaha turned the brush upside down and pointed at the board, beginning to explain. "In terms of manpower, I will only allow those who can use light footwork skillfully to travel from here to Teacher Sue without rest." He turned and called Son Gunpyeong, who immediately replied, "Yes, Sect Master." He asked him, "Do you understand the plan?" He seriously repeated what he had said, quickly moved to the Cloud Mist Society with light footwork. "Are you saying, my lord, that you won't care about anyone who falls behind?" He looked at him calmly and replied, "That's right, but it's still not enough. Few people need to come out and discuss the details with me." His eyes narrowed and he reminded him, "This is simply a light footwork contest. You all must catch up to me." Others asked again, puzzled. "Yes, a light footwork contest." He stood there and said seriously, "I will start with you. I will run in front, but I won't care if you all can catch up to me." Hong Xingui raised her hand and asked, "Then won't there be gaps due to differences in light footwork skills?" He must have already anticipated all this. "Of course, but there's no problem. When we get there, we'll climb over the Cloud Mist Society's wall and continue our advance. We'll go straight to where Teacher Sue is." As soon as Son Gunpyeong heard that, he was flustered, broke into a cold sweat and asked again in surprise, "My lord, are you saying we should attack the Cloud Mist Society immediately without rest once we arrive?" Li Gaha stood on the high ground with his hands behind his back, looking seriously at the group. "That's right, you all must keep moving and find Teacher Sue. I will lead the way and you will support from behind." Baek-in and Hong Xingui listened seriously. "When the enemy flees, there's no need to chase. Just kill those who directly obstruct you. And remember to keep moving." His eyes narrowed and he glared at the group. "Keep moving forward and catch up to me until you find Teacher Sue. Understood?" No one dared to say no, and everyone shouted in unison, "Understood." Without giving them any more time to rest, he immediately commanded, "All right, now, except for a few slow-footed ones, everyone get ready to depart." Saseong Tae asked again, "When do we depart?" He grinned slyly and replied, "Right now, everyone get up quickly and pay attention." Yu Sa-chung also stood up, and Li Gaha, noticing that he intended to participate, immediately reminded Subin, "You don't need to participate. You seem to have sustained severe injuries all over your body anyway. There would be no point in following." He sat down obediently and replied, "Yes, my lord." Suddenly, he looked at Saseong Tae and commanded, "Saseong Tae, guard the prisoner." Saseong Tae was startled and shouted, "Hami." He then shouted after him, full of resentment, "Why do I have to guard that guy?" Doko-sang approached and patted his shoulder, jokingly saying, "Good luck." Several other people also mocked him as they went out the door. "We're counting on you. Saseong Tae, do your best, guard him well." Someone even said more harshly, "Damn it, finally that guy is doing something useful." Son Gunpyeong said to him, flustered, "Pavilion Master, your subordinates need time for explanations." But he didn't want to delay and immediately decided to leave. "There's no time for that. Just tell them to follow." After speaking, he resolutely stepped out the door. "Those who fall behind can consider it light footwork training. Just a few of you are enough to deal with Teacher Sue." The large door opened and he stepped aside, looking at his subordinates and thinking, "Come to think of it, I wonder what order we'll all arrive in." He glanced at the group and grinned, "Just think of it as a duel and run straight ahead." Even before he could say, "Let's go," Doko-sang, unable to contain himself, had already kicked open the door and rushed forward. He charged straight ahead. Son Gunpyeong muttered from behind, "Madman." Li Gaha looked at the group that hadn't left yet and grinned, asking, "Why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to start?" They were surprised that he hadn't left and dared not go. "Yes," he said bluntly, "I will be faster than all of you." Only now did the group exclaim, "Ah," realizing that he wanted them to go first. Only Doko-sang understood the meaning. The group darted out the door like arrows leaping high. One by one, he still stood there, grinning, waiting leisurely until all the groups had gone. Only then did he set off. Everyone was very excited, competing with each other. Li Gaha started from the very back. Several shadows moved swiftly. Li Gaha, though starting from behind, overtook everyone one by one. He smiled slightly and quickly approached him, urging faster. He was drenched in sweat, doing his best, but still fell behind. He ran so calmly and swiftly. They were already in the forest, even the trees couldn't hinder their steps. Several people moved forward like that, one after another. He suddenly appeared right behind Doko Sang and Hong Xingui. You two are quite good too. This startled them. She quickly put all her strength into running faster, even overtaking Doko Sang. But she was still caught by Li Gaha. He grinned and teased her. Junior sister Hong, do you need to go to the restroom? Why are you running so fast? Her face turned pale at his words, and she puffed out her cheeks and glared angrily, but could do nothing. At least he kindly gave her a little compliment. You're the fastest, junior sister Hong. Keep up this speed. If you run like this, others won't be able to catch up to you. Running like this was already her limit. She panted and replied, yes. After speaking, he disappeared, leaving everyone far behind. As soon as he arrived at a certain place and landed lightly, he stepped inside. The group inside hadn't even noticed his entry, and he brushed past them. Several guys inside were startled and shouted, intruder, catch him. He paid them no mind and flew straight towards the main building, kicking open the door with one foot. Inside was a dark room with curtains drawn all around. It was clearly a bedroom. Several beautiful maidens stood there, but Li Gaha paid them no mind and charged straight for the bed. Several guards shouted, intruder, but they were all knocked down with a single blow and no one could stop him. A sword-wielding rascal rushed in from somewhere, attacking menacingly, but was hit by one kick and fell backward. He alone fought three guys who were startled and shouted, who are you? Li Gaha drew his sword and his eyes shone brightly red. I am the Moon Shadow Butcher. The guys' faces turned pale and their eyes widened. He quickly tried to draw his sword, but it was too late. Before his hand could reach the scabbard, his hand was already severed and flew off. All three were beheaded by his sword, and he went straight to the tightly shut room, grinned and asked from outside the door, did you sleep well, Teacher Su? As he entered, the group inside was frozen, staring blankly, and several maidens hid under the blankets. The fat old Teacher Su stood there, hastily grabbing his pants with one hand and pushing the table with the other as he fled. He tried to grab his sword, but he had already charged in like a storm. Li Gaha delivered one slash, and he barely managed to block it with his sword. As the two swords clashed, his whole body trembled. He sweated profusely and couldn't even speak properly. You are? He smiled eerily. That's right, it's me. After speaking, he powerfully slashed, breaking his defense. As he slashed, he grabbed his pants that were about to fall down. His massive red blood palm appeared again, aiming for his face and gripping it. He squeezed Teacher Su's neck tightly, causing the veins on his face to bulge and his complexion to change. In the blink of an eye, his sword pierced his abdomen. He spat blood and died on the spot, falling backward, stabbed like a pig without stopping. Li Gaha gripped his mouth tightly. Without caring that he was trembling, his eyes bulging and covered in blood, he grabbed his face and pulled it close to his own, saying in an intriguing voice, so this is what your face truly looks like. After speaking, he killed him. The old man's fat corpse lay motionless on the ground, and he looked like the god of death who had come to claim a life. As he pulled the sword from the old man's corpse and sheathed it, his eyes gleamed. Looking elsewhere on the bed, two women sat naked, huddled together, trembling incessantly in fear. Li Gaha's gaze softened. It seemed he heard a voice from the old Teacher Su. He looked at the old man silently. He listened in silence. He even sat beside him and listened. I hear nothing. Indeed, nothing was heard, Teacher Su muttered angrily. Damn it. Li Gaha squinted slightly in surprise and asked, damn it, why is your last word a curse, poor fellow? He crouched down, glaring at him, and asked, why didn't you come to surrender? Didn't I tell you that you no longer had a chance to live? He watched him die. Why can't you trust anyone else, only yourself? Don't live trusting only others. What are you doing in broad daylight, Teacher Su? But he could no longer utter another word. As he remained abnormally silent, he scratched his face. What? He's dead? Who was I talking to? He's just a corpse. Suddenly a sound was heard. He glanced at the sound and saw several maidens whose faces had turned pale, trembling all over. It wouldn't be a waste to kill them. Understood, I'll spare you. Suddenly a sound echoed. As the pavilion master turned around, he saw the other groups approaching. He glanced at them and asked, finally arrived here? They turned pale at the sight, speechless. Teacher Su was dead. They saw that and broke into a cold sweat, thinking in confusion, is it over? Another guy came. Doko Sang entered, holding a blood-stained sword, and his eyes widened as he asked, is it over? Li Gaha stood up and laughed, replying, yes, deal with the guys remaining downstairs. Announce that Teacher Su is dead. His eyes gleamed with killing intent, and he very seriously said, don't kill those who surrender on their knees. Kill all those who resist. The others shouted in unison, yes, and screams began to erupt. Gulp, he went downstairs, and screams echoed. Slaughter and blood splattered everywhere. The people on his side were massacring that guy's subordinates. As he stepped out into the courtyard, he saw Baekhyun's group with their hands behind their backs, dealing with the guys outside. Li Gaha stood upright and seriously said in a loud voice, listen, Cloud Mist Society, last night I slept waiting for Teacher Su to surrender, so I didn't directly advance here, but he never came, so I attacked. All those who wish to follow Teacher Su, speak up. Stop. It was short but to the point, and just hearing it made them tremble with fear. The guys sat motionless, their heads bowed, hands on their thighs, trembling in fear and sweating profusely. He turned around and swept his gaze over them once, and seeing that no one dared to utter a word, he said with satisfaction, good, from now on you are still the Cloud Mist Society. Son Gunpyeong was startled and his mouth fell open as soon as he heard that. He looked at the groups and reminded them, change your clothes, bring the clothes of the dead guys. If there aren't enough, find the clothes of the heavily wounded ones. It doesn't matter where you change, everyone change your clothes. Suddenly his gaze turned to that guy. It was Doko saying, "You don't need to change." He was startled and asked how. He explained teasingly, "You're too conspicuous, you know. It's strange to disguise yourself by just changing clothes. Just stay here and clean up." After speaking, he immediately reminded the other guys, "Son Gun Pyong, prepare the poison to fight poison." Quickly, he nodded, receiving the command. Understood. The groups quickly changed their clothes. Junior sister Hong, she immediately shouted, "Yes, eldest senior brother." He didn't speak to that guy but asked her again, "You understand my intention, right?" He frowned, unable to understand. "How, what do you mean?" He pointed at that burly guy and said teasingly, "That Doko-sang is a madman. He might massacre all the prisoners he captures, so you stay here and guard him. I will take those women to Ilyong County or release them. You observe them." Hong Xingui grinned and said, "Yes, understood." The groups were startled. Li Gaha stood with his arms crossed, and guys like Sa Seong Tae only knew how to eat. The two guys glanced at each other, sweating profusely. Sa Seong Tae, it sounds like an insult. He glared at them. "Originally I should have killed all of you because you participated in attacking me, but I can't be that cruel, so I'll give you a ray of hope. Those who want to live, raise your hands, otherwise bite your tongue and die. That will be less painful." The groups bowed their heads, hands on their knees, unable to say a word. Seeing that no one said anything, he again widened his eyes and asked, "Why aren't you answering?" From now on, anyone who doesn't answer will be sent to hell to follow Teacher Su." The groups were startled, their mouths agape, their faces pale, and they shouted in unison, "No." He pointed his finger directly at them. "Then you must now join forces with me to kill Elder Yi Ryong." His eyes glowed red, and he commanded in a growling voice, "Take off your clothes and give them to those guys, to the 12 divine generals. Can you do that?" The guys' faces turned pale with fear, and they quickly replied, "Yes." His face grew darker and darker, his eyes gleaming and wide, unable to remain calm with these groups. He drew the sword in his hand. "Suddenly I'm so annoyed. Should I just send all these guys to hell?" Baek-in, judging the situation to be bad, quickly grabbed him from behind and stopped him. "Eldest senior brother, calm down." He furiously tried to charge forward. "Don't stop me. I'll kill all these guys and send them to hell for reincarnation." He tried to persuade him calmly. "Just leave it to me. There are many people anyway. Give them a new life after Teacher Su dies, just like us." This very statement calmed him down, and his eyes widened, no longer angry. He turned around and looked at him with a slightly surprised, incredulous expression. Are these words truly sincere? Finally, he sheathed his sword and sighed. "Phew, I was originally going to send those guys to hell." Baek-in, seeing that, immediately volunteered for the task. "Yes, eldest senior brother, I will supervise them well from now on." Li Gaha hated these guys so much that he couldn't be bothered to manage them, so he immediately agreed. "All right, you can take responsibility." He bowed his head seriously. "Thank you, eldest senior brother." He tried to speak again, but then, forgetting, he turned his head and asked, "Where was I?" He replied seriously from the side, "You were talking to us, the 12 divine generals. Before that, you were talking to Sa Seong Tae." Only now did he remember. That's right. He stood upright with his hands behind his back and said to the group below, "Let's postpone that for a moment. All of you, spread the word that Teacher Su is dead. My purpose is to disguise you as defeated soldiers and send you to Elder Yi Ryong's mountain peak." After speaking, he again looked at them coldly, as was his habit, and asked one last time, "Do you understand what I'm saying? Answer me." Baek-in turned around on behalf of everyone and replied, "Eldest senior brother, I understand the strategy. Let them put me in command." He nodded slightly. "Good." Suddenly, he saw that guy gathering clothes, and Li Gaha turned and called out, "Son Gun Pyong?" He replied obediently, "Yes, Pavilion Master." He gave him the task, "Tell the Black Cat Society subordinates to rest. You all have worked hard too." It was rare for him to be so kind. He frowned and immediately replied, "Yes." Li Gaha added, "It gets annoying when you're tired in a fight. You have too many things to take responsibility for." He sighed as if tired. "Why do I seem to be getting weaker even though our forces are growing?" Son Gun Pyong was drenched in fear and his face turned pale. That guy quickly brushed past him. He came holding clothes and respectfully offered them to him. "Pavilion Master, please change your clothes." He took the clothes he offered and looked at them. The clothes were really dirty and stained with blood, truly disgusting. Li Gaha widened his eyes and shouted in annoyance, "Bring me something clean. These clothes have a stab wound in the chest. Anyone would find that strange." He scolded him to get a grip. That guy widened his eyes, and even after being scolded he still glared and immediately retorted, "Why are you scolding me? I'm trying to help you, Pavilion Master." It was the first time a subordinate had treated him like this. He was irritated. Seeing him grumbling as he left, he immediately thought that the Black Cat Society's discipline was weak. "It's amazing that no one is trying to kill that guy," he sighed. "Just let him live, let him live." The group finally changed into the enemy's clothes. Baek-in called out, "Eldest senior brother, everything is ready. Pavilion Master, let's go." He nodded in agreement. He held a sword in his hand and led the group. "Let's go." Deep in the forest, one man, his face bruised from being beaten, was trembling in fear, clutching his arms and desperately fleeing. Li Gaha and Baek-in were hidden behind a tree, silently watching. The man was sweating profusely, looking very tired and pitiful, and even fell face first onto the ground. Even hidden in the tree, he couldn't help but praise him. "What a magnificent performance," Baek-in said excitedly. "I promised, didn't I?" He also said they were truly like sharp blades. The man lay on the ground, trembling all over, letting out sounds. The two couldn't help but admire him. It was truly a passionate performance. He stumbled to the door of a large mansion, knocked, and shouted loudly, An old man opened the door and startled asked, "Aren't you from the Cloud Mist Society?" "What happened?" He feigned weakness and replied, "The Black Cat Society is attacking us. I've come to inform Elder Yi Raung." The old man quickly pulled him inside. "Come in quickly." The man's face was swollen and he was sweating profusely. "Wait a moment." The old man looked at him, not understanding, and he seemed very tired. Trembling, "Just a cup of water, please." Li Gaha sat in the tree, suppressing his laughter. What a splendid act! He stood by the door with his arms crossed, looking inside and thinking, Elder Yi Raung should have moved after hearing about Teacher Su's raid. So why is it so quiet? He nervously paced around, muttering to himself, he's probably been caught. The three of them sat in the bushes, discussing amongst themselves. "In that case, let's just end everything." He replied firmly, "No, I seem to have underestimated this martial world." He stood up with his sword and immediately left, not forgetting to instruct, "You all wait here." Gunpiang called out worriedly. Pavilion Master Becken also called out in a panic, "Eldest senior brother," but he didn't care and left with his sword. He went straight to the mansion gate, observed for a moment, then quickly re-entered the bushes, removed his disguise and put on his own outer garment. He then walked straight into the mansion courtyard and no one greeted him. There was no one inside, and as he entered the inner courtyard, Elder Yi Raung was already sitting there waiting. There was no one else besides the old man. He seemed to have waited a long time and spoke first. "Come in. Has our truce ended?" Li Gaha looked around and asked, "Are all preparations complete?" The old man raised his head and replied coldly, "As you can see, everything is settled." The old man guarding the gate was sent out the back door. "He doesn't know martial arts, so there's no need for him to participate in the slaughter with me." He stood at a distance from the old man and asked, "What about your other subordinates?" The old man also spoke frankly, "I sent them all to wherever they could go. I gave some money to those who had nowhere to go. From yesterday to today they have all left." Hearing the old man's words, he knew how thoroughly he had prepared and asked mockingly, "You're quite perceptive, aren't you?" The old man remained silent for a moment, then suddenly extended his hand, pointed to the chair opposite and invited, "You too, sit." But Li Gaha was very cautious. He stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. When asked to sit, it's best not to. Seeing him not move, the old man asked sarcastically, "Don't you even have time for tea?" Chuckled coldly, "I am originally a person with no time for leisure." The old man placed his hand on the teacup on the table and said, "Truly suspicious. You fought the great Rakshasa one-on-one. I've seen many people like you in the martial world. From your actions to your manner of speaking," the old man with his hand on the teacup spoke very strangely, "as soon as I saw you, I could somewhat grasp your personality." Li Gaha said nothing, staring intently at the old man, not missing any of his movements. The old man continued, "Anyway, you and I are fighting each other. There's no need to shed the blood of subordinates, so I waited for you alone here." Suddenly, he asked an irrelevant question. "You were very close to the great Rakshasa, weren't you?" The old man suddenly pressed down hard on the teacup, and immediately a huge pit appeared beneath his feet. It turned out that the area around this table was an elaborate formation with many deep, large pits, and he almost fell with a slight misstep. Fortunately, he was standing so he could retreat and avoid it. The old man's face changed color, and he glared at him with displeasure. Beneath those deep black pits were countless white skulls. Li Gaha stood there, looking down, and an aura of killing intent emanated from his entire body, but he was not afraid at all and mocked, "You surprise me." Seeing him avoid it, the old man angrily continued to rotate the teacup, which spun like a small mechanism. The circular patterns on the ground kept sinking and other pits appeared. Li Gaha was not afraid at all, leaping here and there, avoiding all of them. The magic formation continued to change, moving up and down. He looked around and thought, if I had brought all my troops earlier, this trap would have caused great casualties. Only now did the old man lean on his staff and stand up, saying, "Let's have a contest." He laughed mockingly. "You truly are a madman pretending to be. Finally, I understand why your reputation is higher than the great Rakshasa's." The old man's face darkened with anger. He looked at the old man, and killing intent emanated from his entire body. "For 40 years countless people have fallen into your trap, so few know much about you. You ate, drank, and slept on the corpses you killed." Li Gaha stood on the highest pillar, and below, the old man stood leaning on his staff. He laughed mockingly. "No wonder your face is pale. Is the martial world that terrifying?" The old man glared at him angrily and said, "Stop your nonsense." He crossed his arms and leapt over the black pits. "I've seen many like you. People who bury others in pits but cannot escape those pits themselves." He landed very firmly, not afraid at all. They do not hunt directly like beasts, nor do they roam the world fighting powerful individuals. His body moved very flexibly, and their lives were all rotten, only burying friends and family every day. His eyes glowed red, and he laughed lightly. "Ha, every time I fill a pit, the rotten corpses stir once more." The old man, hearing his words, showed no shame, baring his teeth and laughing. "Where do you think you're going to escape?" He kept moving within the magic formation, and when in a disadvantageous situation, shouldn't one escape? "Do you think I'm a fool?" The old man looked at the direction he was moving in and showed a very triumphant expression. "That's not the exit." Only then did he realize, and quickly turned his body to look behind him. Behind him was completely covered in trees with no exit. Has he only just realized the exit is gone? Li Gaha finally faced the old man. "What an interesting old man. Have you learned all sorts of games? Are you trying to imitate Gigazi?" Elder Yi Raung's face darkened, and he narrowed his eyes, demanding, "Do you know Gigazi?" He did not answer him, but knew inwardly. "My appearance may be young, but in reality, I am much older." Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew, carrying flower petals. His mood became much more relaxed. "The weather is good today." Looking at the deep black pits before him, he thought he had spoken too much just now. He recalled the man whose entire body was pitch black. Gigazi was a powerful individual skilled in deduction. He was a recluse living in the martial world. His nickname came from his residence, Gigu Mountain Villa. Gaizongja, the founder of Kimguso Yegong, was the type of person he disliked the most. His eyes coldly looked at the old man. "Look, even a stubborn old man like you knows Gigazi? Coincidentally, one of my spiritual advisors strongly dislikes cunning fellows like you," the old man asked in surprise. "Such a person exists?" he asked the old man back. "Gaizongja, have you heard of him?" "That's a new name to me." Li Gaha looked up at the old man, his eyes holding deep meaning as he said to him, "The martial arts I learned were created by that person. Kyoto Samgul Samjunwa," he spoke, then touched his chin and asked, "Yet you're caught by me, truly impressive," he recalled the old man. "A clever rabbit digs 3 burrows to hide, but a clever person burns all 3 burrows to catch the rabbit." That bead-like power, Yomrul, was created there, and he had completely mastered it. The old man, seeing the bead, his eyes gleaming, was shocked and froze. His face darkened, and he rushed at him like lightning, attacking first, but he dodged to the side. His eyes, sharp as blades, looked at the old man. Wasn't it the custom in the martial world to wait when preparing weapons? The two thus plunged into battle, appearing and disappearing like lightning, unobservable by the eye. The old man leaped with his staff and struck straight down, and the two fought fiercely. With one swing, 3 arrows flew towards him. Li Gaha's eyes glowed fiery red, and with one slash he deflected all 3 arrows. The old man's face darkened, and he rushed forward, stabbing straight in. He calmly leapt to avoid it, but missed his footing and almost fell into a black pit. However, he leaped high again. Even while fighting, he had to find a way to avoid, and the old man once again rained down countless sharp arrows upon him. Li Gaha had no choice but to throw off his outer garment, deflecting all those sharp nails. The outer garment fell straight into the black pit. He angrily watched his outer garment. His eyes were filled with sadness. "What a pitiful fate you have. In your next life I hope you meet a good master, a righteous gentleman, and suffer no more." He landed on a high stone pillar, his eyes glowing red with anger as he looked at the old man. The old man, seeing his change, was slightly surprised and thought to himself, "Why is his aura settling like this?" The old man never dreamed that he would be so angry over an outer garment until his dying breath. The rage in Li Gaha's chest flared fiercely, and the flames turned black. His face darkened, and he stared intently at the old man. "Elder Yi Ryong, you are a dead man. How dare you tear my clothes and not return them? How can you call yourself a human?" The old man held a snake-shaped staff, his face pale, but still stubbornly asked, "Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting?" The two stood facing each other, and he was still a step higher than the old man. After a moment of silence, he suddenly threatened, "Keep flapping your mouth and you'll die soon." The old man's face turned ashen, and he was sweating profusely, extremely flustered. He couldn't speak. In fear, he thought he was about to be devoured alive. The old man slammed his staff hard on the ground. Arrows flew towards him like darts. Li Gaha dodged to the side. The old man watched his movements and assessed, "He has a considerable advantage over me. Is he trying to continuously move to avoid the poison traps now?" Fearing that he would be quickly consumed, the old man rushed forward frantically, shouting curses. "Damn it!" Li Gaha swung his hand, blocking the old man's attack. Their weapons clashed, sparks flew, and the old man's face was drenched in sweat. Surprised and thinking inwardly, was he not using his full strength just now? He widened his eyes, laughed, and stared at him. Veins bulged on the old man's face, and he cursed inwardly with all his might. "Damn it, he's amazing!" The old man clutched his snake staff tightly, and a thick poisonous mist emanated from it. The old man quickly leapt onto another rock. Li Gaha was not afraid at all, using the absorption grand technique. With one whirlwind he dealt with all the poisonous mist. A whirlwind raged, sucking everything in, and when he extended his hand that place exploded. The old man watched, mouth agape, surprised. How can he do such a thing with just a few swings of his hand? When the smoke cleared, he was still standing there. He casually rested his sword on his shoulder and laughed. "What else are you hiding? Show it all." The old man was furious and couldn't do anything but still challenged, "If you're capable, come here and fight me." He was provoked but didn't care, aiming the sword in his hand at the old man and saying, "Cunning old man, do you think I'm a fool? I've already seized the advantageous position, so why should I go down?" The old man's face turned ashen at his words. "What, did I mishear? Does he mean he has occupied all the safe positions here?" He clutched his sword tightly and leapt straight up, and the old man quickly defended. But compared to Li Gaha's immense power, it was nothing. When the two forces collided, the old man was completely pushed back. His legs trembling as he struggled to resist. The old man looked very tired but still struggled to fight. He rushed out like lightning, then immediately charged back in. The old man held his snake staff in his hand, blocking his path. His eyes glowed red, and with one slash he severed the old man's hand holding the snake staff. Blood spurted out, and the old man, flustered and with no time to resist, watched his hand fall to the ground. The old man froze on the spot. He writhed in extreme pain. Li Gaha also stopped and looked at the old man. He pulled out a large fireball from his hand and balanced it on one finger. The old man, seeing it, trembled in fear and finally pleaded, "Wait, please spare my life." But the fireball on his finger grew larger and larger, and he aimed that finger directly at the old man. And with a boom sound, the flames blazed fiercely, flying straight towards the old man. The old man, seeing it, was shocked, and his eyes widened, and he was hit directly by the huge fireball. The old man's body was engulfed in flames, turning to ashes, and instantly disappeared from that spot. He stood there, watching with no expression. "What beautiful flames," he praised with satisfaction. The flames blazed fiercely, and black smoke continuously billowed. Li Gaha bent down and laughed madly. He threw his head back and laughed loudly, out of control. "Ha ha ha! He held a sword in his hand and began to dance. The flames blazed fiercely, following his footsteps. He felt very comfortable, truly satisfied. His eyes glowed brightly like fire, and he thought madly, "Let the fierce flames burn and consume everything." I just remembered how the deadly poison was consumed by the fierce flames. Teacher Su, you met the end you deserved. That is the price you pay for tormenting others. It was while he was wildly swinging his sword. Pavilion Master, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. Only then did he regain his senses. Who called me? But he still didn't believe it. Swinging his sword and continuing to dance, not caring about the Pavilion Master voice, his eyes glowed with red blood, and he still thought in disbelief, is it an illusion? As he advanced with the sword in his hand, the voice continued to ring in his ears. Your subordinate is the one who met the Pavilion Master in Ilyong County. I have been by your side for a long time, sir. He had no idea who the voice belonged to and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, is that so? Show yourself. The flames of madness raged fiercely within me. Everything is over. Li Gaha, like a madman, asked again. Why is my mind still not at peace? The voice cried out sharply. Pavilion Master, come to your senses. Only then did he snap out of his hallucination and turn his head. I remember now, was it Son Gun Pyong? Before him were Son Gun Pyong, Baekin, and others. They all stared blankly at him as if unable to comprehend. His eyes returned to normal and he sighed as he looked at them. You're all here quite fast. Son Gun Pyong, angry and with a sense of injustice, shouted loudly. Pavilion Master, the fire was too big, so we rushed here to check on the situation. Li Gaha, surprised to be reprimanded directly, stared blankly at him. The place had turned to ashes and the two sides looked at each other through the faint smoke. After a moment he regained his composure and leapt to where they were standing. Baekin asked in surprise, Pavilion Master, is everything over? He nodded. Everything is over. He continued to ask, yes, then what should we do next? Li Gaha unexpectedly showed a joyful smile. It's over, let's go back. Son Gun Pyong was still angry, and his sense of injustice seemed unresolved. Are you happy? We, your subordinates, were worried sick. He rushed to him and laughed teasingly. Son Gun Pyong, you worry too much? My heart just became a little violent. I wasn't completely engulfed by madness. He burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. He glanced at him and said, yes, your subordinates understand the Pavilion Master's emotions. Sometimes even we can't control our feelings. Seeing him switch from anger to joyful laughter, he smiled happily. Son Gun Pyong, you're quite remarkable to understand my fickle heart so well. Truly extraordinary. After speaking, they all left, abandoning the place to the raging fire. Some people looked in from outside. The flames still burned fiercely, and black smoke billowed. Baekin turned and asked, Pavilion Master, were Elder Yi Ryong and his subordinates all annihilated? He looked at the flames and laughed. Ha ha, they all became fodder for those fierce flames. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, it's really good that everything is over. Li Gaha turned and looked at them. Aren't you happy? A few people looked at each other and said nothing, then suddenly burst into joyful laughter. Ha 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 ha. Li Gaha remembered and looked around. The joy was enough. Where did that damned actor go? At first, this operation went quite smoothly. It was thanks to that damned fellow. A man with a bruised face raised his hand from behind. Yes, your subordinate is here. Son Gun Pyong glanced at him. Elder Yi Ryong's faction is finished. Their servants all escaped, he reminded a few people. Just let those servants go, to take over their territory. Be careful and don't be careless. A few people immediately replied, yes. His eyes darkened. Honestly, it's not as simple as you think. This battle was quite difficult, and everything seemed to be getting harder and harder. As he finished speaking, a few people fell silent again. The two sides looked at each other and no one said a word. Still silence. Son Gun Pyong, flustered, quickly said, yes, everything is in the hands of the Pavilion Master alone, so we, your subordinates, are truly useless. He looked at him as if he had nothing to say. Well done. Li Gaha abruptly turned his head and looked at them. This Elder Yi Ryong, he was quite skilled too. His villa had quite a few traps. Indeed, he was an old fox. Baekin frowned and replied, yes, he continued, looking at a few people. So after the great Rakshasa, Teacher Su and Elder Yi Ryong, all three factions have been annihilated. The great Rakshasa's faction seemed to be the largest, so it was quite difficult to take him down then. Baekin smiled slightly. Yes, your subordinates understand the Pavilion Master's intentions. The other fellows also looked at him, smiling and nodding in understanding. He said to them, now that everything at the Cloud Mist Society is over, those of you who wish to leave may do so. You don't have to follow me reluctantly. The coming battles will involve more danger, and your martial arts are still immature. So consider carefully. If you stay, I will also welcome you very much. The Black Cat Society, the Cloud Mist Society, and the Black Heavens Fort. These three factions have all pledged allegiance to our Hao sect. A few subordinates, flustered, asked each other, is the Hao sect our faction? Are there new subordinates in the sect? Li Gaha explained to them. As the name suggests, the Hao sect is a place that embraces all who are weak and foolish like you. I find it very troublesome to think about such things. All the subordinates are stupid and can't do anything properly. That fellow stood there with his mouth agape, listening blankly. His face was bewildered. Then are you also the Pavilion Master of the Hao sect? He looked at him as if he had nothing to say. Truly foolish. If not me, then who? The more he listened, the more he couldn't understand. Then you're not the Pavilion Master of the Black Cat Society? He retorted to this fellow, who was still naive about the world. Do you think one person can't manage multiple factions? The subordinates listened blankly, then froze on the spot. As they recovered from their shock, he continued, After eliminating the 3 factions, our territory expanded too quickly. You yourselves must properly divide and manage the subordinates and situations of the 3 factions. I will not interfere much with this matter, they replied. Yes, he stood before them and said, although you are a little foolish, you must have your own strengths. Maximize those strengths. Having experienced various incidents in the past, I have realized that my greatest strength is my role as the sect master who manages you all. Bekin looked at him and replied, your subordinates understand, Pavilion Master. I will handle the matters at the Cloud Mist Society. The Cloud Mist Society has a vast territory and many small factions that rely on it. I will handle it carefully, accepting those who can pledge allegiance to us, releasing those who are unrelated, and killing those who resist without letting them go. He looked at a few people and laughed. Well done, you've worked hard. Now that everything is over, let's go back together. They shouted in unison. Yes, he left as he was. A massive mansion stood firm and he leapt from the roof to the courtyard, heading straight inside. Sa Seong Tae was standing there. Yu Ya Chung was kneeling before him. He went straight inside and sat in the high chair. Is everything all right here? Sa Seong Tae looked at him and replied yes. He looked at Yu Ya Chung and asked, is Sa Seong Tae treating you well, Yu Ya Chung? He bowed his head. Yes. Sa Seong Tae looked at him and guessed. Seeing that the Pavilion Master has returned happily, has everything been resolved successfully? Li Gaha pretended not to know and asked, what matter? He approached him, annoyed. The matter of you going to deal with Teacher Su's faction, he said, as if just remembering. That matter. Everything was resolved successfully. Teacher Su is already dead, and Elder Yi Ryong has become a burning torch. The great Rakshasa must be quite happy in the underworld. His friends will enjoy themselves with him there. Everything was a little troublesome, but it all ended well. All of this is thanks to you, Yu Ya Chung. He rested his hand on his chin and looked at him, laughing. I really should thank you. That fellow's face was bruised and he trembled all over. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Is your real name Ho Yin Seong from the Ho Yin sword family? Li Gaha rested his chin and asked. That's right, yes. Ho Yin Seong pointed at a picture and said, I am chasing this person. How can I find him? Li Gaha replied, I don't know. Suddenly, Ho Yin Seong shouted loudly, Pavilion Master, please spare my life. I will do everything to find him. If it's poison, just give me a little. I'll come for the antidote once I find him. Li Gaha said, a little tired. Too many people have died today. My ordinary day begins with killing, and it wouldn't be good to end with killing. Ho Yin Seong bowed his head and stammered. Thank you very much, Pavilion Master. There must be some connection, right? Human relationships cannot be forced. Li Gaha rested his chin and said, Sa Seong Tae, go to the back and get some wine, and 3 cups. Yes. Sa Seong Tae immediately brought a large bottle of wine. He carefully placed it before Li Gaha and Ho Yin Seong. Drink. Yes, Li Gaha continued. I don't care if you're Ho Yin Seong or Yu Ya Chung, even if you're not from the Ho Yin sword family, or if it's a conspiracy by another Zhonghu faction, I don't care. You are merely a criminal unlucky enough to be captured by me. From now on you will only do as I tell you, understood? Ho Yin Seong's face was flushed and he slowly replied, understood. Suddenly pulled something out of his clothes and slammed it hard onto the table. Sa Seong Tae and Ho Yin Seong both clenched their lips, tense. Li Gaha held the weapon in his hand and said, This is a life and death decision from where I lived. From now on, if our conversation doesn't go smoothly, we will use this to kill each other. Why is he doing this again all of a sudden? Sa Seong Tae and Ho Yin Seong were both drenched in sweat and tense. Li Gaha continued, From now on I will give you 108 days. Ho Yin Seong, you must impart everything you know, including sword techniques, internal energy, protective methods, and mental cultivation to Sa Seong Tae. Sa Seong Tae's face was stunned with shock and Ho Yin Seong reluctantly nodded slightly. Sa Seong Tae shouted, Sect Master, how can I learn everything in just 18 days? Sa Seong Tae, yes. His face was tense. Li Gaha asked, his eyes red. Do you want to die? Then let's fight a life and death duel. Sa Seong Tae instinctively exclaimed. Li Gaha, he reminded him again. Is that not it? Sa Seong Tae replied resignedly. This is the Black Cat Society. At Maoshi 5 a.m. you two will wake up, have breakfast, and begin training. You will have lunch, train, have dinner, train, and then rest. At 5 a.m. Your rest time is your free time. If you run away, skip training, or do anything else, I will personally kill you with this life and death decision. Li Gaha said in a firm voice, If you have any complaints, pick up that knife now and stab me. Who would do that unless they were mad? Sa Seong Tae thought nervously. Li Gaha looked at Ho Yin Seong and said, Since I've absorbed your internal energy, you can use your rest time to recover it or to rest, that's your choice, but again you only have 18 days. If you think long, it's long. If you think short, it's very short. You don't have to master everything, but after 18 days, Sa Seong Tae must be stronger than he is now. Sa Seong Tae asked again, puzzled, How will I know if I'm stronger after 108 days? Li Gaha simply replied with a solemn face, If you have any complaints, pick up that knife now and stab me. Sa Seong Tae immediately hesitated and replied, I was just asking, Sect Master. He thought to himself, Damn it, every time I speak he tells me to stab the Sect Master. Ho Yin Seong spoke up at this moment. It might be a bit difficult to teach him a sword technique in 18 days. Li Gaha replied, I don't care. Sa Seong Tae only knows how to cook, but he's not a fool. As soon as Sa Seong Tae heard that, veins bulged on his face. He couldn't tell if it was praise or insult. Whether it's sword techniques or anything else, teaching is entirely up to you. do as you wish, Li Gaha said. Ho Yin-seong's face stiffened. We are the Ho Yin sword family. I don't care what your family is. If you don't want to teach, pick up that knife and kill me, otherwise I will stab that person to death. Ho Yin-seong had no choice but to bow his head in agreement. Looking back at his side, Li Gaha said, "Sa-seong Tae, if you also don't want to learn, then just die. Don't be a burden to others in life. If you don't like this and you don't like that, pick up that knife and rush at me. Then I will kill that person." Sa-seong Tae dared not reply, only lost in thought. The two sat before Li Gaha but were extremely tense. "I will learn," Sa-seong Tae said. Ho Yin-seong only let out a long sigh, then raised his head and said clearly, "I will teach him everything," Li Gaha continued with satisfaction. "Now we understand each other." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the sharp knife and suddenly made a small cut on his finger, letting red blood drip into the wine bottle. The red blood mixed directly with the wine bottle. Li Gaha suddenly handed the knife to Sa-seong Tae. Sa-seong Tae asked in surprise, "Why are you giving it to me?" But the protagonist didn't answer, just glanced at him. Sa-seong Tae immediately understood the meaning and replied, "Yes." Holding the sharp knife and looking at his own finger, Sa-seong Tae repeated to himself, "The lightest touch." And again he let a drop of red blood fall into the wine bottle. Ho Yin-seong also repeated the same. "This wine cup contains the lives of the three of us mixed with the blood of 3 men who have faced life and death decisions. As agreed, for 18 days Ho Yin-seong will be your master, and you, Ho Yin-seong, must wholeheartedly impart martial arts to Sa-seong Tae. For 18 days, disciple Sa-seong Tae must wholeheartedly and sincerely learn martial arts." After admonishing them, the protagonist gripped the wine bottle tightly. As the one who made this vow, if either of you neglects your duties, is insincere, or shows resistance to fulfilling this life and death vow, I will end the rest of your lives with this knife. The gods of heaven and earth are my witnesses." Sa-seong Tae and Ho Yin-seong both turned pale with tension. "Can you two fulfill this oath?" Li Gaha asked. Ho Yin-seong immediately picked up the wine cup and replied, "I vow, I also vow." Sa-seong Tae did the same. "Drink it all." As soon as the protagonist finished speaking, the three of them immediately emptied the blood-mixed wine cups and placed them on the table. Li Gaha said, "Good. From today onwards, severe training will begin. Today we will have our last supper together. From now on I am not a cook." "What did you say?" Sa-seong Tae continued. "Everyone else has gone to Ilyong County and most of the subordinates are still at the Cloud Mist Society." Li Gaha rested his chin and thought deeply. "Teacher Su is dead and Elder Yi Ryong is dead. The problem now is how to solve dinner. The solution is," but at this moment the door suddenly opened and a girl happily entered. "Eldest senior brother, I brought some dumplings. I just bought them." The protagonist's eyes widened as if he had found gold, and the girl happily said, "I didn't know what food you liked, so I bought half meat dumplings and half vegetable dumplings. I bought them from the shop in front. Eat them with your wine." The protagonist and Sa-seong Tae immediately clapped their hands happily upon hearing that. The girl asked, bewildered, "Why is everyone like this?" The protagonist did very well. "From now on the 4 divine generals will handle this in order," the girl exclaimed. Suddenly, "That's right," Li Gaha replied firmly. The 4 of them happily ate the dumplings. Hong Xingui, yes. "Are there no noodles?" Li Gaha asked. Hong Xingui replied, "I'll go make some." I'll make them right after I finish these," Li Gaha replied, "and thank you." Hong Xingui smiled happily. "Understood." Sa-seong Tae also said softly, "I have one request too." "Speak." Suddenly, Ho Yin-seong coughed and 6 pairs of eyes turned towards him. "Why are you looking at me? I may be a criminal, but I just asked for a bowl of noodles. Is that not allowed?" Yin-seong thought anxiously. Is that really true? But he couldn't say anything and replied in a small voice, It's fine," Gaha chided. "Don't talk nonsense, junior sister Hong. Please make noodles for everyone." "Yes," Hong Xingui replied happily. "Indeed, this martial world is full of men no different from hell." Li Gaha suddenly turned to look at Ho Yin-seong, who was then sobbing while eating dumplings. "My God, this damned fellow is crying because the dumplings are delicious. This person who always risked his life fighting, when did he start doing this over a bowl of noodles?" Chung Tae suddenly stopped speaking. He thought to himself, "Anyway, he's the one teaching me swordsmanship now. Conscientiously, this much is enough." Ho Yin-seong wiped his tears and replied, "It's not because of that. Anyway, I will teach you sincerely," Gaha called out solemnly. "Sa-seong Tae?" "Yes," he replied. "It seems your era is over. How about it?" "Ha-ha-ha-ha." The two suddenly burst into laughter. Hong Xingui then entered with 4 bowls of noodles. "What's so funny that you two are laughing so loudly?" Li Gaha replied. "I burst out laughing thinking about the hardships this Sa-seong Tae fellow will face in the future. It's too funny." "Oh really?" Seeing the hot and delicious noodles, the protagonist picked up a large chunk and quickly ate it. The other 3 also enjoyed their noodles. Sa-seong Tae and Li Gaha both gave a thumbs up, praising how delicious it was. Just then, the door slightly opened, and Li Gaha looked up to see General Manager Chun Dong and General Manager Kim entering. "Sectmaster, it's truly hard to see you." Li Gaha stood up and asked, "What is it? Why have you suddenly come here?" Chun Dong replied, "We have finished our task." Li Gaha asked again. A wooden box was brought out, and Chun Dong carefully opened the lid. Everyone was surprised by the item inside the box. It was a beautifully and delicately carved sword. Li Gaha thought to himself, "It's shorter than I expected. I haven't found all the cold iron I need, but it's been a while since I received a gift." He smiled. Even if it's perfect, the important thing is Kim Chul-young's sincerity. Chun-dong asked, "What are you thinking? Please take a look." Li Gaha skillfully picked up the sword. He carefully drew the sword and brandished it, striking a majestic pose. Chun-dong asked, "Sect Master, are you satisfied?" "I'm very pleased. Is there nothing to test it on?" Hearing that, the protagonist inadvertently looked at Ho Yin-seong, who was startled. Ho Yin-seong quickly knelt down and continued to kowtow, pleading, "Please spare my life." Li Gaha asked, "Why should I kill you?" After speaking, he picked up another sword and said, "I was just going to test it with this one." Chun-dong smiled and continued, "Will that do? That sword also looks quite good, so isn't it alright not to test it with such a good sword?" Gaha immediately channeled internal energy into both swords, making them shine brightly. He lightly swung the two swords. The old sword was instantly cut in half by the sharpness of the new sword. It fell with a clang right next to Ho Yin-seong. Everyone was astonished. "What did I just boast earlier? How foolish!" Ho Yin-seong sat there, sweating profusely and tense. Gaha silently stared at the broken sword and shouted loudly. "No, that's it," Chun-dong said excitedly. "I've seen it mentioned in legends. Where on earth did you find that sword?" Li Gaha replied. "This is just the Black Cat Society Master's sword." "No, it's not that. I'm just curious how the Black Cat Society Master found such a magnificent item anyway. I will reforge it." "How did the Black Cat Society Master come to possess such a treasure?" After speaking, Kim Chun-dong picked up the broken sword and left. As Kim Dong-ga left, he patted his master's shoulder as if to comfort him. Li Gaha watched them silently, and Sa Seong Tae suddenly burst into laughter. Li Gaha scolded, "You rascal, don't laugh. Yes, everyone makes mistakes, so do I." Sa Seong Tae, "You haven't been without failures either, have you?" Hearing Li Gaha's words, Sa Seong Tae replied, "That's right, countless times. You can only fail if you do something. You can only fail if you try something, and if you do nothing, you never fail. You're not someone who hasn't tried anything, are you?" When Li Gaha said that, Sa Seong Tae pursed his lips. He trembled with indignation, seeing Hong Xingui next to him secretly smiling. Li Gaha walked towards the door and said, "I'm going to get some rest." "Yes, where are you going?" Sa Seong Tae asked. "I'll sleep here." "You're going to sleep outside?" "Why not?" "Because I like it." After replying, Gaha walked idly forward. He quietly looked up at the sky. Red petals fluttered before his eyes. Today's scenery was very beautiful and romantic. Gaha did not hesitate, leaning against a cherry tree and lying down. Scene change, memories flooded back. Guangsung was the grand patriarch of the obscure sect and the one who made me the Mad Devil. He was considered one of the great calamities in the martial world that should never be provoked. I could even experience the taste of white flame grass online, and he was the one who took me from the Central Plains to Tibet and back. All the Black Path or demonic sect deviants encountered on the road had to die by the hands of that Guangsung. One sunny day, I suddenly realized that over half of the Central Plains masters had gone to Tibet but never returned. Perhaps they were defeated by Guangsung. I wandered everywhere following him, but I never properly called him master. However, he always called me his disciple. After becoming the Mad Devil, I sometimes recall the past and think of that old man. He truly was my master, my disciple. I entrust this to you. I asked why. The monk replied, "It's useless to me now. I'm no longer a monk, so what would I use it for? Besides, if you're tired, just throw it away. Why make me carry this?" Gaha said. The monk still calmly explained, "Your killing intent is too strong, so you need this to suppress it, and it's also a very excellent weapon in itself. It's an indestructible weapon, like human conviction." Gaha asked. "Is it truly indestructible?" The monk replied, "If your heart doesn't change and you're drawing your last breath, don't wish for it to be destroyed." "What do you mean? Just understand it that way." Gaha looked at the monk's staff, then quickly grabbed it. He asked, "Where are we going now?" The monk replied, "We must return." "Why so suddenly? A journey only has meaning when there's a place to return to. We've experienced countless things. Now it's time to put things in order." "Then what about someone like me who has no place to return to?" Gaha asked. "Why do you say you have no place to return to? If you ever seek me out, I will surely shave off all your unsightly hair," the monk said, his eyes gleaming. "If you dislike it, that's fine. Anyway, just don't die in some corner. Whenever your heart is troubled, come find me." "You damn rascal, let's go." Gaha fell silent. He stood rooted to the spot, watching the monk's retreating figure, his heart filled with an inexpressible mix of emotions. At that moment he stood alone under the sky with the staff. The sky began to darken, and heavy clouds gathered. Gaha stood dazed, and the night enveloped him like that. Returning to reality, Gaha slowly opened his eyes. The sky was already bright, and cherry blossoms bloomed red against the blue sky. Gaha rested his head on his arm and looked at the scenery. Today, the sky was clear and bright. Sa Seong Tae was diligently training in the courtyard. Other disciples were also training in different courtyards nearby. Li Gaha was in a bathtub at this moment, and after that he went up to the roof to practice martial arts. Below, two people were fighting. Gaha practiced martial arts without rest from the roof to under the tree, and even sat in the middle of the courtyard despite the noise around. Two people passed by and glanced at him. He continued to move to different locations, practicing in the optimal spots. In the courtyard, Sa Seong Tae diligently trained under the guidance and instruction of Ho Yin-seong. Raindrops began to grow heavier, but the martial artist still trained diligently along with silent words. When it rains heavily, it rains less, and when it rains less, it doesn't rain at all. The protagonist was no different. He sat under the cherry tree practicing, unconcerned by the pouring rain. When the rain stopped, the sun shone again. At this moment the heavenly pearl in Gaha's body glowed red. That energy enveloped his body. He slowly opened his eyes and his pupils also glowed red. Li Gaha smiled and thought, I have conquered the highest realm of the flame system, reaching the realm of combat energy. The martial artists were now diligently training outside. Ha ha ha. Li Gaha approached quietly, but one person discovered him. Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master has arrived. Gaha opened his mouth. Don't mind me, just keep going. Ah yes. Why just continue what you were doing? The man replied nervously. I will bear that in mind, he worried inwardly. What on earth is he planning to do? After speaking, Gaha immediately joined the ranks and trained with everyone. He recalled the moment the heavenly pearl glowed in his hand and blended into the atmosphere of training with everyone. Scene change. Gaha was quietly practicing martial arts. A person approached and reported, Sect Master, 18 days have passed. Has it really been that long already? Yes, Saseong Tae is completely different from 18 days ago. His beard is thick and his body is much sturdier. Gaha watched him silently, then smiled cheerfully. You seem to have become quite strong too. Saseong Tae also smiled and replied, I'm incomparable to myself 18 days ago. Gaha glanced to the side and asked, Saseong Tae, is it true that this fellow has also become stronger? Ho Yin Seong replied confidently. Sect Master, after all I am a swordsman. In a short time he mastered the basic movements and learned the techniques and forms of the light-splitting sword, and I imparted mental cultivation until late at night, and his internal energy has gradually recovered. Although there wasn't enough time to cultivate internal energy, his Dantian has also returned to its original state. I also learned a method to greatly increase internal energy. Hearing Gaha's words, he stroked his chin and replied, You've also worked hard. So what about teaching that fellow? Ho Yin Seong was silent for a few minutes, then said with a determined face, If the sect master allows, I would like to continue teaching him. Really? Gaha asked again, slightly surprised. But Ho Yin Seong still replied with a determined face, Yes. That answer made the protagonist fall into deep thought. Ho Yin Seong seems to have changed quite a bit. Did he realize something while teaching Saseong Tae? Then he turned and asked, Saseong Tae, what do you think? I also want to continue learning. The three silently looked at each other. Gaha nodded in agreement. Continue as per our three-person vow. It will be good for you all too. Thank you, Sect Master. Yes, Gaha asked. Saseong Tae, what do you think of this martial world? Saseong Tae smiled and replied, It's not bad. If you were a weak person who spent all night drinking and playing in pleasure houses as before, you wouldn't need to worry about death. But now that your martial arts are perfecting day by day, surviving will be harder than before. That's the martial world, I know. Saseong Tae smiled and replied, It's only just beginning. I will never regret it. I don't know if I can become stronger every day, but everything will be fine. Gaha chuckled faintly and thought, Everyone in the martial world thinks that way. Unless they've experienced the moment a sharp sword pierces their heart, no one would regret living like this. Becoming stronger, that is the allure that draws everyone. Ho Yin Seong, you've also worked hard. Ho Yin Seong clasped his hands and replied, Yes. Scene change, the sky grew hotter and the sun rose high, illuminating everything at this moment. Saseong Tae noticed Gaha going somewhere. He asked, Sect Master Gaha, where are you going? Gaha replied, I'm going to gamble at the fighting arena, and on the way back I'll also tour the Iwa surrounding area. Saseong Tae asked, What is fighting arena gambling? Ho Yin Seong replied, Isn't it just fighting? Why would the Sect Master suddenly? I don't know either. His thoughts are truly strange. Then the two bowed to Gaha. Gaha walked and thought, Looking back in my past life, my face became so sinister because of fighting arena gambling. When you get hit a lot, a person's face changes. And I got hit too much. I learned a lot there. First I realized that I could learn a lot from failure. After being hit, I learned how to counterattack. I could tell how strong a person was by their eyes, appearance and style. The reason people at their wits' end seek gambling is because, no matter how many times they fail, they can still earn a little money there. At this moment Gaha entered the village. He carefully looked around, then suddenly smiled and thought, This place is still the same. He entered through the wide open door and sat down at a table, and a young waiter approached him. Guest, what would you like to drink? Bring me a bottle of Dugongju. Gaha looked around the inn. It was full of bearded, fierce-looking men. Gaha thought, Indeed, this dirty atmosphere. These fellows must also be participating in combat gambling. At this moment the waiter placed a bottle of wine and a cup down and said, Here's your wine. Gaha calmly poured the wine into the cup and drank it all in one go, but suddenly a large man approached the table, snatched his wine bottle and naturally drank from it. His face looked very pleased. He sat down and said to Gaha, I've never seen you before. Pour me a drink, brother. Then I'll explain this place to you. Gaha laughed instead of answering. Haha. The man also laughed haha, but when Gaha extended his hand and said the wine bottle, he replied, HMPH, I've already finished it. Gaha immediately snatched the wine bottle back and slammed it hard on the old man's head. Thud. Then he grabbed the old man's bloody hair and forcefully smashed his face onto the table. All the guests at the table watched in astonishment, their eyes wide. Gaha lifted the rascal's head and his face was completely bruised and swollen, his teeth broken and bloody. Gaha called the waiter. Another bottle of Dugongju. Yes, understood. Get lost, Gaha said to the man with a cold expression. The man immediately stood up and frantically fled out the door. Young waiter asked the guest, Are you all right? What's the matter? Gaha asked. The waiter replied, That was the Black Mirror Pavilion Master Shang. He's probably going to gather his men. Kiru Pavilion Master Shuang's establishment means the owner of a brothel. Gaha asked, how many does he usually bring? About a few dozen. I see. I have enough money, right? Gaha looked at the waiter, puzzled. Oh guest, you've arrived. I haven't seen you before, Gaha replied. I've been here before. Understood. The waiter quickly ran off and rang a bell. As soon as the bell rang, all the guests looked at the young man. The waiter loudly announced, is there anyone among you who wants to participate in combat gambling? Then he pointed to the unfamiliar guest standing there and said, he just fought the Black Mirror Pavilion Master Hukyung. Hukyung's subordinates are probably around 10, right? There's no entry fee, you can only bet on the winner. The young guest is on the left, Hukyung is on the right. As a special bonus, we'll give an extra 500 nyang to the winner to be equally distributed among all who bet on them. Now place your bets. Saying so, he held up 2 baskets and let the guests place their money. Money steadily piled up in both baskets. An old man approached Gaha and asked, hey young man, where are you from? Instead of answering, Gaha cursed, damn it, pay up before you ask anyway. This situation reminds me of the old days. Just then, Hukyung returned, approaching menacingly and ordering Gaha to go outside. Gaha merely smiled, picked up his wine cup and said, just a moment, I'll go after I finish this. Drink up quickly, you greedy Hukyung. Gaha emptied his cup in one gulp, slammed it hard on the table, then picked up his sword and said, let's go. Hukyung, as if he had been waiting, turned and walked away. Gaha frowned as he watched him, then suddenly rushed forward and hit him hard on the back of the head. Hukyung immediately fell face first onto the ground. The guests who bet on Gaha cheered excitedly. Wow, go for it, they enthusiastically cheered him on. At this moment the protagonist stood before Hukyung and his subordinates. Hukyung's face severely bruised and swollen. Gaha, empty-handed, spoke. As soon as Hukyung heard, he looked around and gave a signal. And his subordinates immediately all put down their swords. Hukyung, his face swollen, replied, yes, I'll fight barehanded. Gaha nodded slightly in satisfaction and stepped back, giving a subtle signal. Hukyung's subordinates, as if on cue, all rushed forward simultaneously. Gaha calmly stabilized himself on one foot and swung the other, kicking one of them directly in the face. That one immediately flew into the crowd like a rocket. The others watched in astonishment. Gaha did not stop and continued to charge. With swift movements he took them down one by one, and even while fighting barehanded he still successfully jabbed one of them in both eyes. He then quickly took down the others with agile hands and feet. Some subordinates were sent flying by the aura emanating from Gaha's entire body. Another one rushed forward with a sword, blocking Gaha's blade, but Gaha merely looked up and grinned sinisterly. He. Another one charged with a sword. Gaha swiftly dodged the blade and suddenly grabbed the man's hand. Clang! The man screamed in pain. They continued to attack the protagonist. Gaha broke the arms of one after another, then swiftly moved backward and with his powerful hand dealt with numerous subordinates at once. In just 1 second they all fell to the ground in pain. All the guests there watched in open-mouthed astonishment. Gaha turned around and asked, is there anyone else? Only then did the guests regain their senses. One person shouted, waiter, give us our money. The waiter distributed the money to them, and they happily whispered, we earned some money so we can drink to our heart's content today. Guest, here's your silver. The waiter ran up to Gaha and handed him the money. Seeing the silver and copper coins, Gaha picked up a silver ingot, gave it to the waiter and said, give some to the injured ones, yes. Then he held up 2 more silver ingots and said, you take some too. The waiter's eyes gleamed with joy. Thank you, please give the rest to me. Yes, the waiter quickly wrapped the bundle of silver in cloth and took it. Your martial arts are truly outstanding, guest. Earning money is really simple for you. Gaha asked him, who is the person who has won the most prize money here? The waiter replied, it's Dongbangan, but it's a bit difficult. To challenge him you need 10,000 nyang. Gaha smiled faintly and thought inwardly, he's the king of the fighting arena. Even in my past life I respected him somewhat. Dongbangan, the undefeated god of war. Looking at the bundle of silver in his hand, he realized he still needed 10,000 nyang. He slung the bundle of silver over his shoulder and left. I need to earn more. Then I'll challenge him and take care of everything I have to do. Just then, Gaha passed by a group of people diligently sharpening their swords. They were very meticulously sharpening their swords. Gaha thought, what is that aura? Is this a place where you win by destroying your opponent's weapon? Thinking so, Gaha strode inside. Guak came out at this moment and asked, do you want to try? Yes. As soon as he heard, Guak continued, betting requires quite a bit of silver. Do you have enough? Instead of answering, Gaha placed down the bundle of silver he had just earned. Guak's eyes flashed and he said, looks like quite a lot, doesn't it? Are you scared? If you're scared in a weaponry-specialized arena, there's nothing I can do, Gaha snorted. Guak scratched his forehead and replied, this guy talks well, doesn't he? From which family are you? Is there anyone here who knows this guy's identity? Tell me and I'll give you some silver, he said loudly. His subordinates replied, we don't know. Guak was speechless and silent, then said to Gaha, all right, put your weapon down here. However, Gaha's expression suddenly changed. He asked the old man, I'm new here, is this old man trying to trick me? Don't mistake me for being gentle. This duel was mainly about breaking the opponent's weapon, but Guak was a master of internal energy, and his weapon was also a masterpiece. He intended to ask Gaha to put down his weapon to inject internal energy and destroy the weapon's strength. This truly cunning old man, Gaha cursed inwardly. Guak immediately clarified, don't suspect me like that, I'm just looking out for you. I'm just checking your weapon to see if it meets the standards. There's no harm in being careful, young man. Now let's stop the small talk and get to the main point, Gaha said. Like a guest deferring to a host, I'll defer to the old man first, Guak replied. Alright, I will face you with this heaven sword. Be careful, broken weapon fragments might fly off and injure you. Are you ready? Yes, let's begin, Gaha replied concisely. Guak's face hardened and he said, quite confident, aren't you? Then he swung the heaven sword and a golden light emanated from it. The old man's sword directly hit the back of Gaha's sword. Gaha thought inwardly, quite skilled. Are you trying to cut the back of my sword to increase its lethality? Gaha gripped his sword tightly and injected internal energy. The old man Guak was immediately sent flying backward. The old man silently watched and said, it reached you. Gaha arrogantly asked, old man, is the rule here that if you injure an opponent, you get pursued? Guak replied, yes, be careful. Instead of answering, Gaha immediately swung his sword and rushed at the old man. Clang, the sword broke in two. Guak's eyes flashed and he flung his sword at Gaha. Gaha calmly watched the sharp sword flying towards him, but the aura emanating from his body immediately changed the sword's direction. The old man Guak froze, his face hardened. Wish, only the sound of the sword piercing the old man's body was heard and blood gushed out like rain. Gaha brought his face close and said, how dare you try to play tricks on me? Guak, covered in blood, groaned, spare me. However, Gaha paid him no mind, grabbed the old man's head and slammed it directly onto the ground. Guak's servants all froze. Only then did Gaha approach the money box and open it. He said, what are you all doing there? Didn't you have a rule that if the opponent is injured, everyone attacks together? Who's going to step forward first? Are you all silent? He turned and looked at those servants. All their faces turned pale and cold sweat poured down. Truly a bunch of cowards, Gaha sighed. Scene change. At this moment, the protagonist arrived at the fighting arena. Two people were fighting on stage and outside people were happily cheering. This was a dojang training hall where martial artists dueled without using poison or hidden weapons. Gaha slammed a bundle of money onto the table and a white-haired old man looked at him. On stage, a martial artist fell. The people cheered happily. Wow, someone just heard news that someone dares to challenge Dongbangan, the fighting king. Someone was reporting to the pavilion master Byongyensa. Gaha glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and the audience seats were already quite sparse. The pavilion master Byongyensa asked, are you the one who came to challenge? Gaha confidently replied, I am indeed the one who came to challenge Dongbangan. The pavilion master Byongyensa said, I've got a lot of nerve coming here to die without knowing your own strength. Give this foolish man a round of applause. However, only silence met his words. He fanned himself and said, well, we can't be sure, perhaps this fool might even defeat Dongbangan, the fighting king. One person loudly said, pavilion master, don't stall, let them fight right away. The pavilion master silently said, to challenge Dongbangan one needs some skill. If you're too weak, you don't deserve to challenge the fighting king here, do you? Consider this your debut match in this fighting arena. One-on-one, you can fight until one person surrenders. What an arrogant fellow. Indeed, he loudly said. Everyone heard that, right? Who wants to duel this guy if you win? I'll give you 1,000 niang in silver. Barehanded or with a weapon, it doesn't matter. Those who want 1,000 niang step forward quickly. Immediately 3 fellows rushed forward and stood on stage. The pavilion master fanned himself and said, 3 fellows cannot go together. You must fight one-on-one. The other 2 stepped back. Killing intent filled the faces of the 3, but in the end the other 2 had to step back. The pavilion master said, this fighter is familiar to you all, but for those who don't know, I'll reintroduce him. He is the wind-riding swordsman, a sturdy shield and a frequent participant in 1,000 niang duels in the fighting arena. Gaha heard this and thought inwardly, in the past this guy also had some skill. He was someone who gave me quite a bit of trouble. The pavilion master continued, the wind-riding swordsman is very familiar. He always strives. He is indeed a skilled fighter in this arena. When fighting with a shield, his defense was quite solid, but there's something people don't know yet. His main purpose in striving like this is to avenge his defeat by Dongbangan. At the same time, the girls quickly lined up to collect silver from the audience. The pavilion master, seeing that sight, couldn't stop smiling with delight. He said to the protagonist, tell everyone about him. He's been looking very calm since earlier. Gaha's opponent looked very menacing and fierce, and he shuffled awkwardly towards the protagonist. The pavilion master loudly said, fighters, get ready. I'll count from 1 to 10, then the match begins. At this moment, the atmosphere in the audience was very heated. The wind-riding swordsman fiercely stared at Gaha, and Gaha calmly stared back. The duel is about to begin. Start. As soon as the pavilion master swung his fan, the wind-riding swordsman charged forward with his shield. Gaha quickly stepped back and forcefully kicked the opponent's shield in one go. That one was pushed back about a dozen steps. However, he still grinned sinisterly. Quite skilled, aren't you? Gaha also smiled at him. Hee. The wind-riding swordsman quickly stomped his foot and rushed at the protagonist. However, a light suddenly emanated from Gaha's entire body, and his face became serious. It turned out that Gaha had already activated a technique without a sound, and his entire body glowed. The wind-riding swordsman also watched in wide-eyed astonishment. With a whirlwind kick, energy directly flew into his shield, and he was sent flying far away with his shield falling down. He watched in disbelief and surprise. Only Gaha's figure was seen flying from above, and a tremendous thud kick decided his fate. His head split open and blood gushed out like rain, and he rolled a few times on the stage. Gaha immediately rushed forward and raised his foot to finish him off. Everyone in the audience watched in extreme tension. Just an ordinary guy, a nobody, making a name for himself in the fighting arena, Gaha thought inwardly. Then he kicked the shield on the wind-riding swordsman's back repeatedly. "You black turtle, are you going to keep hiding there?" Gaha cursed. And a light emanated from his entire body again, and Gaha forcefully stomped down on the shield. "I surrender," the wind-riding swordsman said, spitting blood. Only then did Gaha stop. He turned to the pavilion master and said, "I think I won, didn't I? Hand over the 1,000 niang." The pavilion master trembled with anger. He loudly shouted, "You damn bastard, you did well. You're disrespectful right from your debut match. Don't you know that acting like that will anger everyone here?" "Shut up," Gaha shouted. "Hearing you talk, I want to punch your big mouth. Announce the winner quickly." The pavilion master trembled with anger. "Quickly," Gaha shouted, threatening him. The pavilion master had no choice but to loudly declare, "The winner has been decided." Wow! The audience who bet on Gaha cheered. At this moment Gaha suddenly looked back and saw the familiar waiter. Is that him, the waiter? Spending hard-earned money on gambling again. Truly a foolish fellow. If you try to gain without effort, you'll only get scammed. The pavilion master said at this moment, "I know you came to this fighting arena to challenge Dongbangen, but to promote tomorrow's duel and excite the audience, I'll have a few more matches today. Today I will show you the true strength of this fighting arena. Tomorrow I will officially hold the duel with Dongbangen. Do you understand? Am I right?" Gaha asked, however. The pavilion master immediately said, "You're quite rude, aren't you? My personality is naturally like this. What do you want? You look quite old yourself. I'm being polite by speaking to you like this," Gaha said. The official remained silent and stepped back, then told his subordinate, "Quickly take that fellow to the challenger's resting room." "Yes." With that he silently left. "Hey, be careful with that guy," said the wind-riding swordsman. "He's full of cunning schemes." Li Gaha replied, "What can he do to me? A honey trap?" The wind-riding swordsman asked again in surprise. "You have experience dealing with such situations. What are your thoughts then? Do I look that insignificant?" At that moment a subordinate brought a bundle of silver and Li Gaha flicked a silver ingot. The wind-riding swordsman caught it, his face showing great surprise. Li Gaha looked at him and said, "Take this small sum, eat your fill. With skills like yours, you'll only be a punching bag for others." After speaking, he turned and left, and the wind-riding swordsman stood there dumbfounded. Li Gaha frowned slightly, thinking, "This guy had some skill in my past life, but now he's too insignificant for me." Scene change in the guest lounge. "Yes, welcome. This guy is really trying a honey trap on me. Let's see." Thinking so, Li Gaha pulled back the curtain and entered the room. A beautiful maiden came out, bowed respectfully, and said, "Welcome. This humble maiden will gladly serve you tonight. My name is Baek Soa. Please tell me anything you need, sir. Everything here is for your comfort. It is my duty to please you." Li Gaha asked, "Really? Do they poison guests here too?" Baek Soa replied. "Sir, you jest," Li Gaha sneered. "Jest if I die here. Dongbangen will naturally win without a fight. And your arena will make a fortune," Baek Soa calmly replied. "Yes, Dongbangen is Dongbang Bulpai. He would not need to do such a thing. Really? But I think differently. He's the ace of the arena. How could he lose? He's like a magnet for gamblers. This arena only gets famous because of him. You invite masters to challenge him. You can raise or lower the reputation of fighters, and use all sorts of tricks to manipulate matches and extract money from foolish gamblers, can't you?" Baek Soa looked at him and said, "Sir, that is not my duty." "Shall I bring you some wine?" Li Gaha replied. "Good, bring me the best wine here." "Yes, please wait a moment, but it won't cost anything, right?" "Yes, that's correct, then hurry." "Yes, please wait a moment," Li Gaha urged. Baek Soa asked again, "Just a moment, may this maiden ask which lady would you like to serve you tonight?" "A lady to serve you? I mean someone to pour your wine. This is the arena's service rule. You don't need to refuse, sir. This maiden will call the most beautiful lady to serve you. What do you think, sir? Surely you don't already have a lover outside, do you? If so, it would be difficult for this maiden too." Baek Soa smiled slightly. Li Gaha replied, "No, first just bring the high-grade wine." Li Gaha's reply surprised Baek Soa once more. "Why is that?" he asked. Soa nodded and replied softly, "Yes, this maiden understands. Please wait a moment." A moment later, several dishes and a wine bottle were placed on the table. A beautiful maiden said respectfully, "Young master, this maiden Hyuk Young, I will pour your wine." Li Gaha looked at her and asked, "So Young, are you all right?" "Yes, I mean, can you hold your liquor?" "Yes, that is." Hyuk Young Law did not reply and immediately poured the wine. She handed the wine cup to Li Gaha. Li Gaha looked down at the full wine cup. His reflection, with his eyes closed, feeling the moment, appeared in the cup. The water trembled slightly. Li Gaha quietly sensed everything around him. In this room there was only him, Hyuk Young-ah, and Baek Soa. He slightly opened his eyes and thought, "There's no one else." Hyuk Young-ah sat beside him, nervously asking, "Young master, is something wrong?" The protagonist glanced at her and did not reply. In his mind, rumors of the black and white beauties famous in the arena in his past life resurfaced. Now that he saw these two in person, they appeared delicate on the surface but were far from ordinary in martial arts. "But it's a bit disappointing. I thought a honey trap would be amazing." He sighed and said, "Then I'll just pretend to be foolish and watch what a honey trap is like. Let's drink together," Li Gaha said. Hyuk Young-ah obediently replied, "Yes." She cautiously picked up the wine cup. Suddenly, Li Gaha looked at her. His eyes glowed red. Thump thump, he unexpectedly struck the vital points on her back and shoulder, and her body stiffened, her face turning pale. She looked back at her nape in confusion. Li pulled out the flower hairpin from her hair and then did something with the hairpin. Something containing white powder opened. Li Gaha sneered and asked, "Oh, what's this, some kind of powder? How mysterious, young lady. What happens if you drink this? I'm really curious. What should I do? Should I try it?" With every word he spoke, Hyuk-young-ah's face turned pale and she trembled. After speaking, Li Gaha poured the powder into Hyuk-young-ah's wine cup and said, "Shouldn't the guest be served by the host first, Miss Hyuk?" At this moment, Hyuk-young-ah's eyes were filled with extreme terror. Li Gaha immediately grabbed her mouth with his hand, resolutely poured the wine mixed with the powder into her mouth, and then covered her mouth tightly so she couldn't spit it out. "Young lady, you can hold your liquor, you finished it all." He slammed the empty wine cup hard on the table. "But come to think of it, if it's poison you'll surely die, young lady. And if it's not poison you're truly lucky." Hyuk-young-ah sat there stiffly, sweating profusely. Time slowly passed and the candlelight gradually dimmed. Li Gaha smiled and said, "Then it must not be poison. I misunderstood you, young lady." Hyuk-young-ah trembled and shed tears, but she couldn't move. "Why is that?" Li Gaha asked, stopping his smile. Only then did he remember. She was struck on a vital point and can't speak, otherwise she would be screaming loudly. From outside the curtain, Baek Soa called out to the young master. Li Gaha immediately stood up and quietly went out. Baek Soa slightly opened the curtain and asked, "Young master, do you need anything else?" But Li Gaha, standing behind the curtain, had already swiftly struck her vital points. She stiffened. She looked up at him. Li showed no pity for her flower-like appearance, grabbed her neck, pushed her forward, and then pushed her hard into the chair next to Hyuk-young-ah. He continued to pull out the hairpin from Baek Soa's hair, and there was also a round bead with white powder on it. Li Gaha shouted, "Oh, more medicine!" He then poured the powder into a wine cup, continued to grab Baek Soa's mouth, forced her to open it, and made her drink the white powder. After drinking that wine cup, Baek Soa's eyes welled up with tears, but she couldn't move. "She's crying. What kind of medicine is it that makes her cry so much?" Li Gaha wondered. Baek Soa and Hyuk-young-ah both sighed. Li Gaha paused. At this moment both women's faces were flushed and their breathing was heavy. Only then did Li Gaha realize, it was an aphrodisiac. "Then there's no way they'll die and it's none of my business. I'll just drink some wine and come back to sober you two up." After speaking, Li Gaha went outside, and the thought this body is no longer interested in lust crossed his mind. Deep in the night the village appeared hazy under faint lights. Before, the young waiter had said excitedly, "Young master, thanks to you I got my money back. So this bottle of wine is on me, free for you, young master. No poison, right?" Li Gaha asked. The young waiter patted his chest and swore, "No, if there was poison how could I be safe? Wouldn't I be dead?" Li Gaha replied. "But anyone can put poison in. So I need to check, right?" Young master has a point." The young waiter secretly glanced around, then sat down on a chair and asked, "Young master, I have a question. Tomorrow I'm going to bet all my savings. What do you think? Who do you think will win?" Li Gaha asked. "Definitely the young master," the young waiter replied confidently. "Why?" the protagonist asked. "That's the problem. I feel that way in my heart, but I don't know why. It's like my ancestors are telling me. Should I bet everything?" Li Gaha listened to his words, poured wine into his cup and said, "Will you do as I say?" "Yes," the young waiter said excitedly. "Really?" "Of course, don't gamble," the young waiter replied, slightly disappointed. "But if I win this time, my life will change greatly." "That much money can change your life? Do you want to work like this your whole life? Is it because you don't have the courage to do anything else?" Li Gaha asked him honestly. The young waiter scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "But doing other things also requires money, doesn't it?" The protagonist did not reply and only poured wine. "So that's not it?" He asked the young waiter. "What are your hobbies? What do you want to do and what are your dreams? Think deeply. What do you want?" The young waiter hesitated and replied, "Well, young master, don't you know? Don't ask others, think deeply for yourself." The two silently looked at each other, then simultaneously raised their wine cups and drank. At this moment 3 other guests entered. The young waiter quickly stood up and said, "Welcome." He busily ran out, but a handsome man suddenly hit him hard. They sneered at the young waiter. "Truly crazy, a young waiter dares to drink wine and not work." The young waiter still forced a smile and replied, "Forgive me, I had a few good things happen today, so I dared to drink a glass or two," and he unconsciously looked back at the protagonist. The protagonist smiled slightly. He awkwardly nodded. "This life is truly awful." Those words just caught the attention of that arrogant fellow. He turned and asked the young waiter, "You secretly cursed me, didn't you? You were cursing me behind my back, weren't you?" The young waiter replied, flustered, "No." At this moment Li Gaha suddenly stood up and said, "It was me." You dare to curse me, you damned bastard." They surrounded Li. But his face did not change color at all. He moved once, went straight to Li Gaha and tightly gripped his neck. "HMPH, you dare to hit people recklessly, you foolish fellow?" "HMPH. After asking, Li Gaha raised 2 fingers intending to flick. Snap, he flicked hard once and that fellow fell backward, seemingly in pain. Then his 2 subordinates also fell. Li Gaha silently turned and flicked the foreheads of the remaining 2 fellows. They also fell to the ground with a thump. All the guests froze and stared at him. The young waiter asked, "Young master, were you tired from fighting just now?" "Yes, I was." The young waiter sat down and sighed. "Phew, life is truly not easy and neither is fighting." "But young master, have we met before?" "Of course not." "Really? But I feel strangely familiar with you. If I quit working here, where should I look for you, young master?" Li Gaha replied. "You are too weak for me to tell you. That's because I haven't learned martial arts," the young waiter replied cautiously. Li Gaha picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. He said, "I have never thought that someone who hasn't learned martial arts is weak." "Really? Why do you think that? You drink well," the young waiter hastily said. "Young master, please spare my life. I want to become strong. Not to become a martial artist but to make my life better. Li Gaha replied, then I'll give you a task. Tomorrow go to the Black Cat Society and tell them to gather all their elite masters between 3 and 5 p.m. Especially tell them to bring carts and porters to transport money, understand? Can you do it? Understood, the young waiter replied excitedly. Scene change in the lounge. Li Gaha quietly looked at Baek So-ah and Hyuk Young-ah. Both women's faces were still flushed and their breathing was heavy. Li Gaha pulled out his knife and slammed it hard onto the table. He rested his chin on his hand and said, both of your vital points will soon be released. If you scream or don't answer my questions, then that knife will do its job. Remember my words when your vital points are released. I warned you. Don't blame me if you die. If you understand, blink your eyes. At this moment, Hyuk Young-ah shouted, this maiden's vital points have been released. Li Gaha sighed and said, then listen, isn't Pavilion Master Pyong standing behind you? Hyuk Young-ah replied, sweating profusely. Yes, you still don't understand. I won't blame you. You'll only become clever once you see my methods firsthand. Next question, Li Gaha said, pulling out the knife. Didn't Pavilion Master Pyong order you to do this? Yes, Hyuk Young-ah replied clearly. Don't be in such a hurry. Rushing too much is not good. If you die, the person next to you can tell me everything, Gaha said. If you die, she'll know the consequences of not telling me what I need to know. So then I might be able to hear more. Calm down, understand? Yes, Hyuk Young-ah replied nervously. At this moment, Baek So-ah's vital points were also released, she said cautiously. This maiden's vital points have also been released. Good, now listen both of you. Answer honestly whatever I ask. If the two answer incorrectly, it'll be a big problem. Li Gaha threatened and at the same time said, whoever hesitates will die, right? He laughed joyfully, but the two women were too nervous to laugh and sweat poured down their faces. That's really good, Li Gaha said, looking at the two women. Well, I don't know which lady will die first. First question, who is the person behind Pavilion Master Pyong? One is the Gambling King. Both women replied simultaneously. Good, you're lucky this time, Li Gaha said. Second question, compared to Dongbangen, is the Gambling King's position higher or lower? Higher or lower? Quickly. 1, 2, 3, higher, both women replied. Li Gaha shouted, oh, then I understand to some extent. What should I ask next? His eyes glowed red as he pondered deeply, then continued with the third question. Think carefully, answer me. Who is the Gambling King? Think. 1, 2, 3, he counted quickly. Ji-Bok Baek, Hyuk Young-ah and Baek So-ah replied simultaneously. Was Ji-Bok Baek the general manager of the Carrick Inn? Li Gaha asked. Yes, both women replied. Could that old man have been a gentle and perceptive person? His character was generally good, and he often treated his friends in the martial world for free. Being wealthy, he frequently associated with Black Path figures. But Li Gaha never expected him to be that old man. In that case, Jaha Inn will have no rivals. Then he said, you two answered well. With that he left. Only then did Baek So-ah and Hyuk Young-ah finally breathe a sigh of relief. Scene change. The inn was very crowded and lively. A waiter asked Li Gaha, yes guest, what would you like to drink? Bring me some good wine and snacks. Yes, understood, please hurry. Yes. Suddenly a white-haired man came out and said, nice to meet you, young master. Li Gaha looked up at him. It was the Gambling King himself. He was an experienced old man with silver white hair and a beard, holding a cigarette with smoke rising. Li Gaha said nothing. At that moment the Gambling King suddenly spoke. The two maidens offended you, young master. Pavilion Master Pyong was a bit excessive. Please forgive them generously, young master. Li Gaha thought to himself, this old man is fast. He already guessed the purpose of my visit. Indeed an old fox. The Gambling King then stopped the waiter and immediately all the customers in the inn left. The room was now empty except for the two of them. The Gambling King said in a low voice, young master, did you come to this inn to ruin everything? In addition to the 10,000 Niang challenge fee, I will give you another 40,000 Niang as an apology. I hope you will accept this money and let it go. Until now, no masters from both the black and white paths have received more than 50,000 Niang in rewards. 50,000 Niang? Yes, exactly 50,000 Niang. So you were the manipulator behind everything. Those who defeated Dongbangen all disappeared without a trace a few days later, the Gambling King immediately interrupted. Young master, you don't need to know too much. Even if I accidentally killed my fellow disciples or friends, you don't need to be too angry. It's just bad luck. Otherwise, young master, please leave quickly. My goodwill is clear. You don't need to act too excessively. Just then a man entered. His face was very fierce and killing intent emanated from his entire body. Li Gaha glanced at him and thought, is that Dongbangen? A chair was roughly pulled out. Dongbangen sat down and looked at Li Gaha with narrowed eyes. The Gambling King continued, then my intention is clear. 50,000 Niang, what do you think, young master? Dongbangen suddenly said loudly. 50,000 Niang, old man, are you saying you're giving him money? Shut up, I'm talking to the guest right now. Li Gaha smiled and replied, the old man is quite something, but this is clearly a scam. What kind of damn duel is this? Business is business, young master, you know that. A merchant should use any means to gain profit. You've earned quite a lot. Even Black Path martial artists are far behind you. The Gambling King, feeling insulted at this moment, frowned and said, wouldn't it be better for you to just take the silver and leave? But Li Gaha still calmly tapped the table with his hand and replied, interesting, I was wondering. I'm quite fond of these gambling games too. Once I start, I usually go all the way. I won't hesitate even if it costs my life. Then I understand, said the Gambling King. There are wins and losses in gambling, but scamming like you do is unacceptable. You must have done the same to many others, paying off masters to keep them silent, right? That's how you've become increasingly wealthy, isn't it? If I don't comply today, you would surely try to kill me. The nearby black and white paths must have close ties with you. You pretend to be doing legitimate business on the surface, but secretly you're running a scam. If caught, you'll erase all traces. Who can defeat you? You're truly bastards." The Gambling King listened, angered, and asked again, "Then you want to die? There's still one thing I don't understand. If you're so confident, why don't you just kill both of us here right now? This way it only benefits us, benefits you. Where did that judgment come from? Do you think the Indwellers are on par with me?" "Indwellers?" the Gambling King asked in surprise. Ligaha continued in a challenging voice. "All right, enough. You've lived your whole life relying on others' lives. How about you gamble seriously this time?" Gambling King, "Stop spouting foolishness." Dongbangan, sitting next to him, was at this moment extremely furious, his face contorted. Ligaha slammed the table and said in a firm voice, "That's right, it's my intention, but gambling must be played to the end. You never expected this, did you? Shall we raise the biggest stake?" The Gambling King was startled and asked again, "The biggest? What do you mean all of you here will fight me alone?" Ligaha's single remark delivered an unexpected shock to the Gambling King. "How if I win, you all die and everything becomes mine? If I die, everything will be as you wish, isn't that fair?" the protagonist asked. The Gambling King listened in silence and thought. He was also a bit nervous. Ligaha asked, "What's wrong? Are you flustered because I offered you overly favorable terms? You two are afraid of losing everything. What if I refuse?" the Gambling King asked cautiously. "If you refuse, you'll only be at a greater disadvantage. There's no choice. My subordinates will arrive tomorrow. Tonight all profits will be yours," Ligaha said. The Gambling King continued to calculate in silence. Dongbangan, frowning beside him, said, "Let's just do what this madman says." "Hey Guyang Bok, I suddenly have a question." "What is it?" the Gambling King asked. "Hide your true identity, offer drinks and food to challengers, use honey traps and aphrodisiacs to weaken them before they fight Dongbangan. If they lose, you assassinate them, bury the dead, buy drinks for gambling addicts to profit from them, pretend to be a good person, and then conspire with the Black Path to be behind everything. You've truly lived a despicable life. So that's why your nickname is the Gambling King, isn't it?" Ligaha provoked the old man. The Gambling King's face sharpened with anger at this moment, but he calmly asked the protagonist. But the Gambling King continued to calmly ask, "You said you came from an inn? What is your identity?" Ligaha replied, "I am the owner of Jaha Inn." "Jaha Inn, where is that?" Dongbangan asked, crossing his arms. "Just as Jaha means, gather all subordinates at the fighting arena. The favorable situation is ours, so please don't regret it," the Gambling King said. Ligaha nodded and replied with satisfaction, "Living a life without regret is indeed a virtue of a martial artist. Hurry up and proceed, you worm-like rascals," Dongbangan said to the protagonist. "Young man, you truly want to die in a strange way. Hey, are you trying to be polite to me?" Indeed, a duel fit for the Gambling King. Strict, serious, and clean. Truly magnificent, you bastard. Dongbangan was so angry that veins popped out on his face. "Let's go to the arena now," the Gambling King said. Dongbangan threatened with a sinister face, "I'll be watching how you beg for your life." Scene change. At this moment the two of them and other subordinates were heading to the arena. A man shouted in surprise, "What's going on?" Dongbangan said. "Focus everything on the arena. Everything, yes now," he said in a low voice. Then everyone headed to the arena. Ligaha observed everything in silence. Dongbangan said, crossing his arms, "It's too late to regret now. Move aside, you damn bastards." Ligaha pushed them away with his hand, and he went to buy food. "Old man, one skewer of horobong, please." "Ah yes, keep the change." The protagonist handed the old man a silver ingot. "Thank you." The old man was surprised and took it. Ligaha ate, admiring. "Oh, it's been a long time since I tasted horobong." This seemed to provoke Dongbangan. He shouted, "You damn bastard!" Pavilion Master Pyong shouted. "What the hell is going on? Wasn't the duel tomorrow?" "Shut up." When Dongbangan shouted, he immediately shut up. Ligaha said, "That's right, shut up, you trivial military lackey." Pavilion Master Pyong's face hardened with anger upon hearing that. "The Naraho Nightfall Society must kill you, you damn bastard. Are you going to be the last one to step forward?" Oh dear, called the Gambling King. "But why is he like this?" "Well, even cows and dogs can be called kings, so you're no different." Dongbangan was provoked and trembled with rage. Gritting his teeth, the scene changed. At this moment everyone was gathered in the arena. The protagonist was stretching and warming up. An old man asked, "Pavilion Master Pyong, what exactly happened? Please explain. Are we just here to watch today? This duel isn't for betting money. What kind of duel is it where we just watch?" Applause echoed. And Ligaha said in a deep voice, "Everyone listen carefully. Whether you know it or not, today, the most powerful person here, the Gambling King, will be present." The Gambling King's face hardened as he was introduced. "Shut up," Dongbangan shouted loudly. Ligaha immediately replied, "Hey you bastard, if you tell me to shut up, should I shut up? What kind of logic is that, you madman?" Dongbangan immediately fell silent. Ligaha continued, "The Gambling King is the owner of the Narae Inn, you all know, right? Do you know who he is? Guyang Bok, really? Is he Guyang Bok, the Gambling King? From this moment on I challenge the entire Naraho, including the Gambling King. If I die, you will continue to be the Gambling King's entertainment. But if I win, everything of the Gambling King will be mine." The Gambling King and Dongbangan looked at the protagonist with darkened faces. "You are the Gambling King's subordinates, aren't you? If you fought based on skill, you wouldn't have stood a chance." The protagonist pointed directly at the Gambling King's subordinates and said, "You only have one chance to live. Those who are scared, go sit in the audience." But none of them left. Ligaha asked, "No one? If no one, then fine." He smiled sinisterly. Li Gaha drew his sword and the sharp blade clearly reflected the opponent's flustered face. He gently swung his sword and took a step towards the subordinates. The subordinates merely gulped and remained tense and silent at the sight. He suddenly paused as if remembering something important. Ah. Li Gaha calmly sheathed his sword, his movements firm and composed. Li Gaha thought to himself, there's no need to use a noble sword technique like Plum Blossom's sword technique to kill these gamblers. One rascal gritted his teeth, trembled with rage, then immediately shouted an order, kill him. As soon as they heard the command, the subordinates rushed forward like a swarm of bees. He calmly extended his hand forward and unleashed his martial arts. Internal energy surged, preparing to unleash an attack. All of them simultaneously swung their swords and charged. Li Gaha bent slightly, and light as the wind pierced through their encirclement. Li Gaha remembered, when I was young my family was very poor but my fists held power. He extended his hand forward and struck the enemy with a firm and clean blow. Li Gaha thought, I've succeeded empty-handed again because Li Gaha's punch just now carried immense weight. That fellow flew far away and fell. Taking advantage of the opportunity, another fellow rushed from behind, swinging a whip and attempting a stealthy attack. But Li Gaha reacted very quickly, slightly tilting his body to evade the stealthy attack. Not stopping there, yet another fellow approached from behind with a knife. Li Gaha immediately reacted, striking backward with his hand. His eyes suddenly turned cold and killing intent surged fiercely as he coldly said, that's me. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately extended his hand and instantly struck one fellow's vital point. And then he delivered a kick, making that fellow scream, his face contorted in pain from the kick he had just received. Li Gaha stepped back slightly and unleashed an entirely different martial art. He gathered all his strength in both hands and delivered a decisive blow, sending them all flying far away and falling to the ground. The bearded man watched everything from beginning to end. His face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Step back, you useless bastards." Upon hearing his words, none of the subordinates dared to breathe loudly, merely bowing their heads and quietly retreating behind the bearded man. Li Gaha thought to himself, during all this time they've been actively engaging in gambling duels, so most of them would know each other well. They'd know how to fight and each other's personalities. Li Gaha placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and slowly drew it out. He looked at them with an icy gaze, thinking, the important thing is that the bastards I want to kill are also mixed in here. A subordinate asked in surprise, "What? Why are you drawing your weapon?" He gripped the hilt tightly and rushed forward like lightning. Li Gaha's eyes at this moment seemed to be lost in deep thought. He glanced at the first fellow, quickly judging, that's him, the evil-faced ghost. In his previous life he was a villain who assaulted and raped women. Li Gaha lunged forward, and the sword in his hand, slicing through the wind, flew straight towards the opponent. The first one is him. That fellow's face turned pale, and without another thought he turned his head and fled. Ah, he wildly swung his knife, then asked in a flustered voice, "Why are you suddenly targeting only me?" Before he could finish his sentence, the cold blade was already at his neck and his eyes were filled with resentment. Li Gaha, without hesitation, delivered an icy blow, ending the opponent's life. Everyone who witnessed the scene froze and remained silent. The bearded man said nothing. In front of Li Gaha now remained only a soulless body, its head rolling. The killing aura around Li Gaha was as clear and distinct as a visible entity. With a blood-stained face, Li Gaha glanced once, then said coldly with eyes sharp as blades, "There's still a bastard who needs to die." Li Gaha raised his sword and the sharp blade pointed directly at the trembling crowd. "Alright, move aside, you, yes you." Suddenly, Li Gaha pointed his sword directly at a person in the crowd and he was startled as if struck by lightning. Li Gaha said, "That's right, you, move aside, you damn bastard." Designated, he quickly stepped aside in fear, revealing the person who had been standing behind him all along. Li Gaha looked at him, and in an icy voice he commanded without hesitation, "You narrow-eyed bastard, yes you, come here." Upon hearing the command he flinched in surprise, his face turning pale. Li Gaha looked at him again, his eyes seemingly lost in deep thought as if weighing something. Occasionally, there was a gambler who would kill other gamblers for no reason. He stood there, drenched in sweat, unable to move an inch. Immediately he turned and fled, fear evident in every hurried step. But Li Gaha did not let him go easily, chasing after him in a flash. Li Gaha gripped his sword tightly, his angry eyes flashing, and his body instantly surged towards him like a fierce wind. Li Gaha coldly stabbed him in the back and blood immediately spurted out, dyeing his clothes red. Everyone standing nearby turned pale, their eyes fixed on the sight before them. Their hearts pounded madly, and no one dared to breathe deeply. The bearded man could no longer bear it. He roared in an enraged voice, gripping his sword tightly as if ready to unleash all his fury. "Damn it!" He slammed his foot hard on the ground, his entire body tense as if about to leap into battle. The bearded man rushed forward with his sword, but Li Gaha by a hair's breadth swung his sword to block the attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Gaha immediately counterattacked. The bearded man growled in an angry voice, "HMPH!" Simultaneously, his subordinates behind him attacked en masse like a pack of hungry wolves. Two subordinates attacked him at once, their sword blades flashing, aiming for Li Gaha's vital points. Li Gaha lightly tilted his body to dodge, and his body soared into the air like a swallow scattered by the wind. The bearded man, surprised, chased after him. And Pavilion Master Byongyansa also pursued Li Gaha. All eyes looked up at him in the air. Li Gaha merely smiled faintly. His cold smile seemed to imply that everything beneath his feet was not worth his attention. The sword in his hand emitted a cold light and was filled with power. He swung his sword, slashing downwards, then spun in the air, creating numerous flames. Numerous flames poured down like fireworks. The bearded man was aghast at the sight that had just unfolded, and each flame fell like a scorching blade, eliciting screams wherever it touched. Li Gaha finally landed lightly on the ground next to Pavilion Master Byangyensa. Li Gaha did not hesitate and immediately attacked, his sword passing like lightning, instantly beheading that fellow. That fellow's head fell with a thud at Li Gaha's feet. Li Gaha walked silently forward, his eyes sharp as blades, emitting killing intent. Silence fell over the audience and everyone stood dumbfounded. Even those who were about to attack faltered, their faces turning pale. The bearded man tightly clutched the wound on his arm, trembling all over. Li Gaha held a blood-stained fan in his hand. The blood-stained fan unfolded with a flick of his wrist. Li Gaha raised it, covering half of his cold face. He leisurely waved the fan and sneered, "What pathetic and foolish fellows!" Casually scratching his head, his eyes flashed like lightning. It was as if he had recalled something important. Perhaps the Ming cult was also like this, even though everyone knew Li Gaha was speaking nonsense. The people around him remained silent, no one daring to utter a word. Li Gaha folded his fan. Li Gaha pointed a finger at the audience, then suddenly sang in the stillness, "This gambling house has been here for 30 years, hasn't it?" Everyone in the audience looked at each other, all with bewildered expressions. Why is he like that, singing now? Disregarding all the doubtful gazes around him, Li Gaha sang without hesitation. The black-haired man takes his cards with many wishes. The white-haired man lays down his cards with many hopes. Suddenly, everyone continued the rest of the song as if they had already memorized it. All the money earned has already been spent. Li Gaha nodded slightly, his eyes still as cold as ice. All the money earned has already been spent. Li Gaha hummed, "Was it just my money?" Everyone in the audience replied in unison, "No way." Li Gaha pointed forward with his fan, a light movement, yet his momentum was like thunder. "The money of friends and family was also spent without hesitation. When I returned to my beloved home, no one welcomed me." The bearded man was now confused, thinking inwardly, "Why are these gamblers agreeing with this madman?" Everyone continued to sing in chorus. "I took all the money from my wardrobe and went gambling. All my neighbors and friends looked at me with pity and contempt, and everyone looked at you with contempt." Li Gaha waved his hand towards the audience, his voice ringing out stronger than ever. "If I never appear in this world again, tell them I died because of gambling. Before going to the gambling house, I held on to hope." Li Gaha hummed a meaningful melody as he slowly walked. "Bad luck will pass, good luck will come." At this moment, the audience, as if swept away by the melody, joined in the chorus even more vigorously. "Good luck will come to me. Today I will win big." Finally, Li Gaha stopped walking and lightly tapped his palm with his fan, his eyes as calm as a lake. Saying nothing, Li Gaha approached his subordinates and spoke, "But today you all will have no luck." At this moment, Li Gaha's face suddenly darkened, his eyes radiating a cold light towards the crowd. As soon as they heard those words, everyone's faces instantly changed, and the audience fell into absolute silence, no one daring to reply. Li Gaha's anger had subsided slightly, but his face still coldly declared, "From today onwards, this place will be completely shut down. These foolish gamblers will have nowhere else to go. Everything will stop." Everyone around him was simply silent, the answer to his words being the evident fear and chilling stillness in their eyes. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Gaha looked up at the sky and shouted. His cry echoed, "Get lost, you fools!" As if to erase everything, the audience immediately descended into chaos, people pushing each other in fear, fleeing outside. Everyone fled. But only Jiyu Yongbok sat there like a stone. Li Gaha asked, "Then do you think you can win even if all your subordinates attack me?" Despite Li Gaha's gaze, he remained silent. Li Gaha continued, "Do you understand the problem now? After a while of foolish fellows appearing, now a person like me has appeared here. So are you scared?" Jiyu Yongbok finally spoke, warning, "Damn bastard, don't be so arrogant. I've already sent a report to the Southern Ming Society." Li Gaha asked again, "Southern Ming Society?" Jiyu Yongbok sat there with a calm demeanor, exuding unwavering confidence. "That's right, I told them that a damn bastard like you came here making a commotion and affecting the gambling house's business. I've already reported to them, and the Southern Ming Society will send people to deal with you." Li Gaha was puzzled. "Are you sure they'll come here?" Jiyu Yongbok replied. "I've offered them countless gold and silver over the past few years, so the Southern Ming Society will quickly put an end to this matter." Li Gaha nodded slightly. "Understood," the bearded man said. "You damn bastard, do you think you can ruin our business just by making a commotion here?" He laughed coldly and cunningly. "The business here is all related to the Black Path. Everything isn't as simple as you think. They will send people to deal with you. That's also why this gambling house has been able to exist for so long." Jiyu Yongbok exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke around his lips, then sneered casually. "What a foolish fellow." Li Gaha swung his fan, striking his palm hard, and his eyes radiated a fierce light. Li Gaha immediately charged forward, a power emanating from his palm directed towards the bearded man. Caught by the sudden attack, the bearded man's eyes widened, unable to hide his panic. Before he could even unleash his technique, the sword in his hand was split in two in the blink of an eye. Immediately, fresh blood gushed out like a spring, dyeing all the space before them red. Jiyu Yongbok was startled. Li Gaha smiled faintly. A cold smile, as if everything was within his grasp. Jiyu Yongbok silently looked at Li Gaha, then took a drag from his cigarette and spoke. Your martial arts are quite strong. Unexpectedly, he shot up from his seat like an arrow, attacking Li Gaha. At this moment, Li Gaha was already prepared, so he was able to block the attack. An explosion like the collapse of the sky echoed, and smoke and dust filled the entire space, the ground shaking and slowly beginning to crack. As the martial arts of the two exploded, the ground seemed to tremble and crack, yet he showed no fear at all. Li Gaha looked directly at him and calmly said, Old Jiyu Yongbok, I originally thought you were a good person. Killing intent seemed to blaze in his eyes, but his voice still echoed calmly and indifferently. For a gambling house to exist, the owner must understand the circumstances. As soon as Jiyu Yongbok heard that, he was startled. Jiyu Yongbok asked, How do you know me? Li Gaha smiled and replied, I'm just an ordinary young waiter. He suddenly paused, a bewildered expression crossing his face. Young waiter? Li Gaha no longer hesitated and earnestly unleashed the absorption grand technique. Li Gaha gathered all his strength in both hands and struck him with a blow. Jiyu Yongbok stood there dumbfounded, as if unable to believe the power emanating from Li Gaha's technique. A piercing scream ripped through his throat and he writhed in extreme pain. Finally, Li Gaha let go of his hand, dropping him to the ground without a trace of pity. Jiyu Yongbok was completely paralyzed without an ounce of strength, merely kneeling silently with his head bowed before Li Gaha. Li Gaha simply looked at him coldly, his eyes devoid of any emotion, not uttering a single word. Jiyu Yongbok was already dying, but he still forced himself to endure, uttering a few words with difficulty. The Southern Ming Society. Seeing that he still refused to give up, Li Gaha sneered faintly, his voice filled with mockery. You damn bastard, you're dying but still talking so much. We'll see if the Southern Ming Society can save you. Everything is over. He was motionless like a stone, the silence permeating to his bones. Li Gaha looked at him coldly. Old Jiyu Yongbok, do you have nothing more to say? He gasped, his breathing tearing at his throat. My money, do you not need it? Immediately, a thunderous slap landed on his head. Damn it, you're dying but still trying to bribe me with money? Jiyu Yongbok was sent flying backward, his head hitting the hard ground with a forceful impact, and blood immediately flowed incessantly. Li Gaha smiled faintly, his eyes filled with contempt. What a foolish fellow! Around Li Gaha only the corpses of his enemies now lay, blood staining the ground and stones red. His eyes looked up at the audience and his voice rang out clearly, word by word. Listen, you fellows here, I am the owner of Jaha Inn. This victory belongs to Jaha Inn. He looked up, but the audience seats were empty, no one remaining. Next, Li Gaha clapped his hands, but there was still no one in the audience. Li Gaha walked step by step towards the audience seats, speaking as he walked. This gambling house is finished. Li Gaha lit a torch. Li Gaha walked quietly singing, and the old song echoed once more, as if from a past life. The black-haired man takes his cards, the white-haired man lays down his cards. All the money earned has already been burned. Then he turned and set fire to everything one by one, only the old evil remaining after that. Li Gaha threw the torch to where Jiyu Yongbok lay on the ground. Even the money from relatives was all spent at the gambling house. The flames blazed fiercely, engulfing the motionless corpse, and a red light reflected across the entire area. A coldness still remained in his eyes, as if those flames alone were not enough to quell his anger. Li Gaha held the remaining torches and continued to sing. All the money has been burned. Was it just my money? And Li Gaha threw the torches into the audience. The money of friends and family was also all spent due to gambling, and I set the whole room on fire, returned to my beloved home, but no one welcomed me. I gathered all the money from relatives and friends and went to the gambling house. The villagers all looked at me with pity and contempt. If I ever disappear, tell them I lost my life to gambling. Finally, he raised his hand and gripped his sword. Today, here, I sense my own good fortune. Today I will win big. Li Gaha lightly raised his sword and spun his body gracefully. The surrounding flames immediately surged in, wrapping around the sword like a fire dragon dancing. In the blink of an eye, the flames spread in all directions, burning fiercely, engulfing the entire audience like hell had opened. The entire world before him was now dyed red. In the raging flames, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Li Gaha said, Everything is burned. The flames blaze fiercely, nothing can stop them. What if I could gain power as strong as these flames? Li Gaha suddenly reached out, raising his hand towards the sky and clenching it. Look at the stars in the sky that cannot be grasped. I want to gain power to burn all evil people and those who wish to harm me, Li Gaha continued. Wherever I pass, wherever my voice echoes, all who oppose me will lose their lives beneath this sword. A young man craving change, doing what he wants without being bound by formalities. Li Gaha's eyes now returned to a cold and cruel look. That's me, the arrogant mad devil. The flames still blazed incessantly, and a wary look crossed his eyes. Li Gaha immediately dodged and leapt in another direction. Damn it, my clothes almost caught fire. Li Gaha paused and slowly shifted his gaze in all directions. His eyes suddenly stopped at one spot. Soon, only ashes will remain here. Suddenly, Li Gaha heard someone scream, Fire, fire! Li Gaha was startled, without hesitation. Li Gaha turned and rushed forward, his body flying through the burning flames like lightning. Li Gaha stopped at the door of a room. Li Gaha shouted loudly, Hyukyunga Beksoa, are you two inside? Li Gaha pulled back the curtain with his hand, calling out, Are you here? But the inside was completely empty. Li Gaha frowned and called out loudly once more, If you're there, answer me. I must have misheard. Unexpectedly, Li Gaha smiled brightly, singing and dancing. The sun sets, the birds returned to their nests. Suddenly a faint voice was heard from somewhere. H here. Li Gaha turned around blankly. Ha! At this moment he paused and entered the next room. Li Gaha pulled back the curtain and saw Baek Soa and Hyuk Young lying on the bed. Both women were crying, their faces streaming with tears. Outside, screams of fire, fire still rang out incessantly. Both women began to sob, their faces contorted. Li Gaha asked, "What's wrong, ladies? Do I look strange?" The two cried even harder, their sobs echoing, their faces pale with fear, facing their tear-filled eyes. Li Gaha stood there silently. Outside, the flames raged even more fiercely, and smoke billowed as people rushed to put out the fire inside the room. Baek Soa and Hyuk Young were still sobbing. "Stop it right now," Li Gaha rebuked, sounding annoyed. However, the two ladies continued to cry. "I told you to stop right now," Li Gaha said, irritated. "Do you want me to throw you into the fire to burn to death?" Baek Soa and Hyuk Young trembled, their lips pursed slightly. Their tears stopped, but their eyes were still red. Once he confirmed that the two had calmed down, he began to explain the entire situation in a low voice. "The gambling house is no more. Dongbangan is dead. Pavilion Master Pyong was burned to death, and old Jiyu Yang also died by my strike." Upon hearing these words, the faces of both instantly turned deathly pale. Li Gaha warned in a threatening tone, "Countless trivial subordinates died. Do you two ladies also wish to follow them to hell and continue running a gambling house? If not, open your mouths and answer me. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The two were so startled that they barely managed to answer in unison, their voices trembling. "Yes." Disregarding their fearful expressions, Li Gaha continued to speak to them in a calm voice. "Before the duel, old Jiyu Yang and I made a pact. I would face all of them. If I won, this gambling house would be mine. As you both know the outcome, I survived and they died." Li Gaha's face was as cold and unwavering as stone. "Therefore, this place will now be under my dominion. That old man is surely in hell right now. Although that foolish old man is somewhat pitiable, he certainly won't be able to open a gambling house even in hell." Li Gaha didn't forget to advise, "You two must remember the kindness of that old man who took you in, and pray that he won't be punished for the sins he committed during his lifetime." Throughout that time they merely stood there silently, their faces ashen, their eyes filled with extreme bewilderment. A flicker of annoyance crossed Li Gaha's eyes, and he reached into his clothes to draw his knife. "Why, I told you to pray for that old man. Are you not listening to me? Do you want to be stabbed by a knife?" Upon hearing that, their faces turned ghastly pale, and they hastily replied in unison, their voices trembling, "Yes, we will do so immediately." The two profusely sweated and could no longer say anything, silently obeying Li Gaha's words. "Enough," Li Gaha said, irritated. Only then did Baek Soa and Hyuk Young finally let out a sigh of relief. Li Gaha nodded slightly and asked with a faint smile, "Now that you have no one to manage you, you'll surely go to some other better place, won't you?" The two answered in a flustered manner, their tense voices trembling. "Yes, we ladies have no choice but to do so." However, his face suddenly darkened, and his eyes turned as cold as ice. He clearly seemed dissatisfied with their answer. "How can that be?" Li Gaha said. "You two aren't exactly good people either. Even if you only deceived one or two, you must also be punished." His eyes gleamed coldly. "Am I not right?" Baek Soa and Hyuk Young's faces turned ghastly pale, and they could not move, merely replying cautiously in small voices, "Yes." Li Gaha instructed Baek Soa and Hyuk Young, "Tomorrow my subordinates will arrive. If you two know where Jiyu Yangbok hid his wealth, tell my subordinates to collect all of the Nereho's assets. Do you understand?" The two trembled all over and replied, "Yes." He slowly stood up, swept his gaze over them once with cold eyes, and said in a low voice, "Good, rest well. If you try to escape after your vital points are released." His eyes gleamed and radiated a cold light. Li Gaha warned, "You will know the consequences yourselves." Baek Soa mustered her courage and stammered, Isn't the fire spreading?" Only then did Li Gaha remember. Fire, however, he still maintained a calm expression, seemingly unconcerned. "Oh right, I should go put out the fire." Baek Soa couldn't hide her worry and cautiously added, "You could just release us." Li Gaha's eyes immediately turned as cold as blades, as if piercing through her heart. "Shut up, putting out the fire is my top priority." Baek Soa and Hyuk Young were deathly pale outwardly, but inwardly, they were ceaselessly cursing Li Gaha. Is this guy out of his mind? Just Li Gaha's sudden rise was enough to make the two freeze in fear, as if their hearts had stopped. Li Gaha slowly stepped out, one foot after another. Li Gaha's demeanor was oddly calm. At this moment the flames raged even more fiercely, twice as intense as before. Li Gaha silently walked past the frantic crowd trying to put out the fire, a cold, satisfied smile spreading across his face. Without hesitation, Li Gaha walked straight into the room in front of him, and his gaze swept across the entire room. "I should probably thoroughly investigate the Gambling King's residence." Li Gaha slightly pulled back the curtain and quietly entered the back room. Inside, items were stacked one on top of another. After walking for a while, he stopped before a massive iron door blocking his path. Such a thick iron door doesn't suit a guest room at all, it's too obvious." Li Gaha immediately focused all his strength into his arms and let out a mighty roar. "Ha!" Li Gaha kicked the iron door forcefully with his foot, and the door immediately swung wide open. A subtle vibration spread throughout the room as if shaking the air. The iron door crumpled, fell from its frame and flew outwards. His gaze swept across the entire room, meticulously exploring every corner. As soon as he entered, he uttered a remark with a contemptuous tone. "That damned Gambling King lives such a pathetic and boring life, always cooped up in here. It's no different from a prison." A moment later, Li Gaha approached Jiyu Yang's desk and his gaze fell upon the pile of documents on the desk. Li Gaha reached out and picked up a sheet of paper. Inside it was written that the Naraho had been attacked by a madman. He was very familiar with martial arts, deception, and the rules of the game. He had offered much to the Southern Ming Society for years but had never once requested support. Li Gaha slightly raised his head and a cold gaze swept forward. Li Gaha slightly squinted his eyes and discovered another door. From that door a subtle energy seemed to quietly flow towards Ji Yu Yang's desk. Detecting something strange, Li Gaha immediately looked around the desk, his eyes filled with suspicion. Li Gaha hastily opened the desk drawer, but it was completely empty. So Li Gaha closed the drawer. Li Gaha reached out and lightly touched the inkstone on the desk. Li Gaha rotated it forcefully on the desk, but it didn't move an inch. Li Gaha infused a bit of internal energy into his hand and tried to turn it. The room was still strangely quiet with no movement whatsoever. Li Gaha reached out again and fumbled around the door, and the door immediately opened slightly. Suddenly several arrows shot out from inside the room, but Li Gaha tilted his body to dodge them by a hair's breadth. With a whoosh, 2 arrows embedded themselves directly into the wall. Even though the arrows brushed past him, he still maintained a calm expression. What on earth is he trying to hide with all these absurd contraptions? Behind the door, Li Gaha discovered an old book and several items carefully stored. Li Gaha reached out and drew his knife, and he picked it up to examine it closely. After that, Li Gaha's gaze settled on a small wooden fragment. Li Gaha held his knife and lightly pressed the tip against the wooden fragment, testing its reaction. Li Gaha crouched slightly, unable to hide his surprised expression. It was profound iron. After a moment of thought, he fit the wooden fragments together one by one, and soon the form of an ancient sword emerged. His eyes darkened, and his tense face seemed to have just realized something. To be able to cut a sword made of profound iron, who did this? His mind was thrown into confusion, and questions incessantly poured forth. Not only the demonic beings around me, even the peak masters I fought couldn't damage profound iron like this. Huang Sung's words from before suddenly came to mind. If faith shatters, life merely fades away. Li Gaha had asked him what he meant, but he had only replied, "You figure it out yourself." Li Gaha remained silent for a moment, thinking, I didn't understand what he meant then, but now I do. He rested both hands on the desk, quietly calculating in his mind. Perhaps the owner of this long sword was a grand master. The fact that the sword is broken must mean the owner also died. Each fragment of the sword evoked complex thoughts in Li Gaha. Faith deep in the heart was shattered. As I went through many things, my experience grew, and Huang Sung's words gradually became clear. Without hesitation, he reached out, picked up the book, and slightly turned the first page. On the book it was written, "The Grand Swordsman, Jiyu Yang Mu Jiuk, Infinite Heavy Sword." A faint smile spread across Li Gaha's lips. It was a meaningful smile. Jiyu Yang Mu Jiuk fought me 7 times but never won. However, he was very arrogant. I always faced him calmly because I knew I would clearly win, but he was not like that. Jiyu Yang Mu Jiuk, he didn't accept this. He didn't even ask the reason for his failures. I understand the heart of a strong person. However, I couldn't tell Jiyu Yang Mu Jiuk that his ambition was too great for his martial arts to advance. When I told him the reason for his defeat, he said it was already too late. Is there a late or early in learning martial arts? However, each person walks a different path. I cannot force anyone. When I told him he should fight other masters in the Jianghu, he was very surprised. I didn't want him to fall into the demonic path, but Jiyu Yang Mu Guk's heart could not keep up with the level of his swordsmanship. That is a common occurrence in the Jianghu. Many people are like that. At the request of Jiyu Yang Mu Jiuk, who could not overcome the wounds in his heart, I compiled the swordsmanship I had fought with him. I hope that future generations will use this opportunity correctly. Otherwise, a tragic outcome will follow. Gaizongja. Li Gaha quietly surmised in his mind, the writing style is the same as the one who wrote the Joyful Sky Art. Was it written by Gaizongja? Li Gaha quietly closed the book and thought again. He fought 7 times with the talented individual who founded the Joyful Sky Art. How strong was Jiyu Yang Mu Jiuk then? Li Gaha looked into the book again. A total of 8 swordsmanship techniques were organized. I could imitate the first 4 techniques. It seems I learned them somewhere. The first technique was the sword art of scattering chi, the second was the sword art of gathering chi, and the third was the technique of pouring out swords like a storm. The fourth technique was a secret technique that used the preceding 3 techniques before lowering the sword. Li Gaha found it a bit difficult to understand, but the latter 4 techniques were hard even for him to grasp. The 5th technique was the art of transforming sword energy like lightning. How am I supposed to implement this? The 6th technique was using the preceding 5 ultimate skills with a wooden sword. Wouldn't the sword break too easily if I did that? The 7th technique was a chi swordsmanship that could be learned if one could use the preceding 5 ultimate skills without holding a sword. The 8th technique was the infinite art. The book stated that using this swordsmanship would instantly unleash the sword's spirit and internal energy simultaneously. But it was so preposterous that he was speechless. Li Gaha sighed. Li Gaha slightly closed his eyes, slowly shut the book, and thought inwardly, let's just give up on the latter few techniques. What's there to be regretful about? He quietly consoled himself. I'm a man, what's there to cling to? If I can't do it, I'll just give up. Why strive for what cannot be done? Li Gaha poured wine, thinking sadly. Jiyu Yang Mu Guk's sword art sounds quite noble, but he lost to me multiple times. He silently fell into his thoughts. After reading these sword arts, I asked myself, have I become the greatest master under heaven? Probably not in this martial world. Masters are as numerous as clouds, and there are always mountains beyond mountains. I haven't met or fought all of them yet. He slightly raised his wine cup, his eyes filled with contemplation. Moreover, if one is human, no one can escape birth, old age, sickness and death. How can anyone proclaim themselves the greatest under heaven? In the dead of night, Li Gaha sat alone beside the wine bottle, thinking inwardly. But if I merely strive to maintain my health and live longer, how can they claim to be the greatest masters under heaven? Ultimately, the title of greatest under heaven is meaningless. Pouring wine, he quietly said to himself, I merely wish to live my life freely and comfortably, traveling the land, meeting friends and sparring with masters. That is happiness enough. Li Gaha raised his wine cup and drank. What benefit is there in victory or defeat or the fame of a master? Martial arts are as vast as the sky and sea. One can only improve by mastering everything step by step. Becoming like Jiu Yang Mu Jiuk, who rushed impatiently and failed, is merely a shortcut to failure. Li Gaha quietly poured his wine. Li Gaha again thought inwardly, if one follows the orthodox path, martial arts won't progress quickly. But if one wishes to become strong quickly, one must follow the demonic path. However, following the demonic path will sooner or later lead to chi deviation and ruin. Wandering the Jianghu like a true hero and perfecting oneself every day is also a joy. I need to think about this issue too. The Jianghu has countless traps, and both the black and white paths have good and bad people, but the hero remains the dream of many. A Jianghu hero, isn't that an interesting name just to hear? However, in this contentious Jianghu, such people no longer existed. Li Gaha sighed slightly, his eyes lost in countless thoughts. Why is that? Why have they all disappeared? Li Gaha suddenly tilted his head and glanced to the side. Li Gaha discovered Baek So-ah and Hyuk Young-ah hiding behind the door, quietly observing. Upon being discovered, the two immediately broke into a cold sweat, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Li Gaha asked, "What are you two peeking at there?" The two hastily rushed over and knelt obediently before him. And then in a flustered manner they explained one after the other, "As soon as the fire died down we quickly came out, but we didn't expect your excellency to still be sitting here." Li Gaha stared at them coldly, his eyes as cold as ice, not saying a word. After that he slightly reached out and pointed to the chair opposite, saying, "Come here and sit down." The two hastily replied, "Yes." Without hesitation they sat on the chairs. Li Gaha asked, "What do you two know about Jianghu heroes?" When Li Gaha asked, Baek So-ah and Hyuk Young-ah immediately showed flustered expressions. "Yes, what do you mean?" Li Gaha silently stared at the two with emotionless eyes. Baek So-ah hastily said, "In our latest opinion, heroes are individuals with strong righteous spirit and outstanding martial arts." Hyuk Young-ah also agreed, "Yes, I think so too. However, we haven't heard the name hero for too long." Upon hearing that, Li Gaha sighed slightly and said to the two in a sarcastic tone, "Let's drink together." The two ladies replied, "Yes." Holding the wine cup in his hand he sighed, his voice low. "Isn't it wonderful to drink with two beautiful ladies waiting for the sunrise? Drinking so comfortably like this probably won't let you fully appreciate the taste of wine. Perhaps only when you are in a painful situation will you understand the preciousness of such a small cup of wine." As soon as he finished speaking, the two women immediately stiffened, their eyes filled with surprise and bewilderment. Li Gaha slowly said in a gentle voice, "From now on the two of you will be known as the Black and White Twin Smiles Hei Bai Shuang Shao. As the name suggests, you must always smile brightly, understood?" The two women looked at each other, then hastily replied in unison, "Yes." As he advised them, Li Gaha seemed to reach into his clothes to pull something out. "Good, now I'll rest here with you two waiting for my subordinates to arrive." Without warning he swung his hand and plunged the knife hard into the table. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Li Gaha threatened, "I'm leaving this knife here. If I let my guard down you're welcome to stab me with it." Baek So-ah and Hyuk Young-ah's faces turned deathly pale and they held their breath, none daring to move. Only then did Li Gaha fold his arms and leisurely recline in the chair, falling asleep. The two women finally let out a light sigh as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. However, he was not asleep. He slightly opened one eye and glanced at them. The two women were startled and stammered, flustered, unable to speak properly. "Young master, please rest assured nothing will happen." Li Gaha closed his eyes and warned coldly, "You two, be careful." And then he gradually fell into a deep sleep. After a short rest the two ladies woke him. "Master, please wake up now." Li Gaha slowly opened his eyes, he wiped his mouth with his hand and asked, "Did I sleep for a long time?" The two ladies replied. Li Gaha asked again, "What?" The two ladies replied, flustered and bewildered, "It's been quite a while." Li Gaha slowly stood up and stretched. Just then many residents and unfamiliar groups suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Suddenly a resident pointed directly at Li Gaha and said, "That's the boss here." From the other side the leader slowly walked out and asked imperiously, "Is that him?" Li Gaha said to the two ladies, "You two go over there for a bit. Those are my subordinates." Baek So-ah and Hyuk Young-ah immediately turned and quickly disappeared. Li Gaha reached out, picked up the wine bottle, threw his head back and drank it all in one go without stopping. The man approached and asked directly, without mincing words, "Are you the boss here?" Li Gaha calmly replied, "That's right. Do you have something to say?" Though uninvited he calmly sat in a chair and introduced himself. "I am Nam Yin Peng from the Southern Ming Society." Li Gaha also introduced himself. "I am the Black Cat Society Master." Nam Yin Peng asked, puzzled, "Aren't you one of the great Rikshasa's disciples?" With a cold expression he replied scornfully, I used to be. I already killed him, Nam Yin Peng added. Then what happened to Jiyu Yongbok? Li Gaha replied. He died too. Nam Yin Peng's face suddenly hardened, veins bulged, and he was filled with rage. Don't hide it. You knew he was a member of the Southern Ming Society, didn't you? Li Gaha slowly said, his face strangely indifferent. That I know. He told me. Nam Yin Peng slammed the table hard. Sparks flew from his eyes and his voice was threatening. I advise you to go to the Southern Ming Society and confess your sins. If you don't, there is only the path of death. Li Gaha asked coldly. Confess my sins? Nam Yin Peng continued to press. You must go there and explain to the society master why you killed Jiyu Yongbok. Immediately after, Nam Yin Peng's attitude suddenly changed. In our Southern Ming Society, money and profit are paramount. Even the black and white paths will face death if they interfere with our interests. Li Gaha burst out laughing. You tell your society master that Jiyu Yongbok lost his life fighting me in a gamble, and it was all his own doing. Li Gaha pointed his finger and continued. Since I am also a society master, if I am to go there, your Southern Ming society master must personally invite me. If he can do that, I will reconsider. A foolish fellow like you has no right to speak here, does he? Li Gaha pointed to the knife embedded in the table and threatened. Do you want to reclaim this territory? Nam Yin Peng's face suddenly turned deathly pale. Li Gaha threatened. Are you doing this because you trust the authority of the Southern Ming society master? Li Gaha slowly stood up and grabbed the knife embedded in the table, his eyes flashing sharply as he warned. He probably isn't as strong as I am. Li Gaha lowered his voice and said, you go back to the Southern Ming Society and deliver my message. If you want to reclaim the territory, come here and talk to me directly. Nam Yin Peng's face darkened, sparks flew from his eyes and his rage seemed ready to explode and kill someone. Nam Yin Peng shot to his feet, and as he quietly turned and walked out, Li Gaha's voice suddenly came from behind him. And you? As soon as he heard the call, Nam Yin Peng immediately stopped and turned back with eyes as sharp as blades. Li Gaha smiled brightly and said, Nam Yin Peng, you've just escaped the jaws of death. There was no reply, only silence at the Murong residence. The day was already starting to darken. In the room, Li Gaha looked at the person before him and said in a low voice, I seem to have crossed the line again. Murong Bek extended his hand, carefully felt Li Gaha's pulse, then spoke. It's all right. You are always welcome, master. As he raised his head, his gaze met Li Gaha's and he smiled, saying, but every time you come, you surprise me. Li Gaha slightly closed his eyes. I suppose I look even stranger, don't I? Murong Bek slightly withdrew his hand and asked, your body is still fine, master, but I wonder what the sect master has been thinking lately. Li Gaha slightly moved his wrist joints and said in a voice that showed no concern at all, my thoughts can hardly be called thoughts, but lately there seems to be too much fire in my heart. Every time I fight, everything feels like it's burning as if trying to consume me. Murong Bek looked at Li Gaha and asked, is that so? Li Gaha stroked his chin, lost in deep thought, and slowly continued, the inn I owned burned down and I had nowhere to return. Everything seemed over for me and life was utterly bleak. Murong Bek asked hesitantly in a gentle voice, yes, what is the reason? Li Gaha's face suddenly darkened and his voice unexpectedly became heavy. I don't know why, but my personality seems unstable, Murong Bek asked in surprise. Is that so? Then what will you do if you encounter an opponent stronger than yourself, master? As soon as he heard that, Li Gaha's eyes suddenly turned cold and he said with a sharp gaze, if I meet such an opponent, I will go berserk and lose all control. Murong Bek asked, puzzled, why is that? Killing intent fiercely emanated from Li Gaha's entire body. Because only by going berserk can I defeat him. As you know, if your martial arts are weaker than his, you must fight like a madman to find a way to survive, Li Gaha continued. In every battle, each person will feel different emotions. There will be pain and there will be excitement. But when those reach their limit, only then can you reach a new realm you've never attained before. If you fail, will you fall and give up helplessly? No, at that time another mad persona within you will awaken and try to dominate your mind. Murong Bek looked at him with suspicious eyes and slowly asked, aren't you afraid of that mad persona consuming your soul, or will you resign yourself to death? Li Gaha fell silent, lost in deep thought. After a long silence he raised his head and his voice was calm. That's not difficult either. From childhood until now I have experienced countless bitter failures. Only by remembering those failures could I become as strong as I am today. Death. How can I think of death? I still love life, Murong Bek said. I see. Then if flames blaze when you fight, master, that is proof that your madness is dominating your mind. You must have vaguely perceived it yourself, master, Li Gaha asked in a low voice. Perceived it, Murong Bek explained. As you said, master, when fighting strong opponents one must be consumed by madness to win. Li Gaha agreed. Murong Bek continued to explain. To put it simply, you are currently feeling uneasy about what you are doing, whether in life, in battle, or in human relationships. That is why the flame of madness within you is always ready to erupt. Can this inner demon be controlled and led in a better direction? Or is your heart worrying about something else? Speaking of martial arts, what status do you desire in the Zhonghu sect, master? Li Gaha's voice was faint as the wind, but within it hid fervent ambition. The greatest under heaven. Morongbek's eyes widened in surprise, and his face was clearly bewildered. Morongbek asked, "Is that so? I'm surprised too. Do you truly think that can become a reality?" Li Gaha lightly stroked his chin, his expression thoughtful, and replied, "That is merely my thought." Morongbek continued, "To achieve that you would need to cultivate internal energy for over 10 years, if you were to do nothing but cultivate martial arts. Could you just cultivate quietly like that? Do you desire such a life?" Li Gaha said, "Such a life? How could I settle for such a life? What fun would there be in living like that? Drinking, singing joyfully, and traveling to beautiful places. I want to do all of it." Morongbek's face immediately made its own judgment. "I see, then my conjecture is that your dream of being the greatest under heaven does not lie in martial arts?" Li Gaha asked. "Oh, then in what aspect do you mean?" Morongbek smiled slightly and said in a gentle voice, "Yes, it is exactly what you desire, master. Drinking, singing, and enjoying yourself, that is what you desire, master." Li Gaha burst out laughing refreshingly, his face filled with amusement. "Interesting." Li Gaha slightly nodded, expressing agreement. "Teacher's words are correct," Morongbek said with a cheerful smile. "Thank you, master, but this is merely my thought. The anger within you still remains, it hasn't disappeared." Li Gaha looked at Morongbek, slightly frowned, and asked again, "My meaning is, when I fight strong opponents I will still go berserk, won't I?" Morongbek replied in a low voice, slowly offering advice. "Yes, master, I wish for you to cultivate peacefully, calm your mind, and prevent madness from consuming your soul. In every battle, how about you calm your mind and think, master?" As soon as Morongbek finished speaking, Li Gaha did not reply and fell silent. Li Gaha's eyes seemed to be lost somewhere far away, and the image of an old man with blue eyes, disheveled hair, and worn clothes suddenly came to his mind. Seeing him stare blankly, Morongbek tilted his head slightly, and a hint of suspicion crossed his eyes suddenly. Li Gaha opened his mouth and asked, "Morong, I have something I want to ask you," he asked. Morongbek replied, "Please tell me." Li Gaha asked, "In your opinion, what kind of person is a Jianghu hero?" Morongbek froze for a moment, his eyes blank. "A Jianghu hero?" Li Gaha replied. Someone I know said that a hero is someone with outstanding martial arts who is respected in the Jianghu. What do you think about this statement?" Morongbek rested his chin on his hand, lost in deep thought, and said, "That is my opinion, but a hero is a foolish person, one who doesn't know how to care for themselves, one whom the world calls weak or foolish. So while a hero encompasses all of that, they are still within that framework." Li Gaha was slightly surprised, and an astonished expression crossed his face. "Foolish?" Morongbek replied. "Yes," Morongbek continued. "In the Jianghu, heroes always perform righteous deeds and help others, forgetting themselves, master. Think about it. Isn't it foolish to even sacrifice one's life to help others? Life is the single most precious thing. Isn't it foolish to give away the most precious thing without any calculation to others?" However, Li Gaha still countered, "But they are very strong, how can they lose?" Morongbek said. "Master, think about it. In what category do you speak of strongest in martial arts? There are always mountains beyond mountains. To be the strongest is to surpass oneself." Li Gaha fell into deep thought. "Oneself?" Morongbek replied, "Yes, that's right, or how about you try it, master?" The two silently looked at each other. He frowned and asked softly, as if finding it difficult, "Try what again?" Morongbek replied. "Becoming a hero." Li Gaha folded his arms and let out a faint laugh. "Ha ha, how could a madman like me become a hero?" Morongbek replied. "Yes, master, think about it. The heroes of the past did not care about status or origin. People judged them only by their deeds. You are perfect, master. There is nothing to fault. Your magnanimous nature and righteous deeds make you a true hero. Even the ancestors who established sects only did as you do, master. Such people were also called heroes." Li Gaha finally understood and said, "Ah." Morongbek continued, "Speaking of such people, in their youth they roamed the Jianghu, founded sects, and performed righteous deeds, earning them the title of hero. In their old age they retired and taught martial arts to cultivate the next generation, allowing them to continue what they could not complete. Such things are not unusual in the Jianghu." Morongbek rested his chin on his hand and said, "To put it that way, couldn't you, sect master, also do similar things now? There's no significant difference," as he slightly closed his eyes. Li Gaha sighed. "I have already decided," Morongbek asked joyfully. "Then will you become a hero, sect master?" Li Gaha folded his arms and said coldly, "No, I will not become a hero, but I have this thought. If I meet someone with the true will and spirit of a hero, I will support him. I will teach him martial arts and provide financial and material support. I will help him become a true hero in this contentious Jianghu. Then, through him, I will be able to resolve the questions in my heart." Hearing that, Morongbek couldn't hide his surprise. Once more, Morongbek opened his mouth to persuade Li Gaha. "Then wouldn't it be better for you, sect master, to become a hero yourself?" Li Gaha smiled and said, "I have no spirit and am not righteous. I am better suited to being a villain. Moreover, there are still many great demonic masters in the Jianghu against whom I must seek revenge, so that the hero I support does not encounter them. I must eliminate these great demonic masters quickly. Only then can the hero I support roam the Jianghu freely without any hindrance." The two looked at each other and couldn't help but smile brightly at his words. "I can't hold back any longer." Morongbek burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, ah." Morongbek smiled slightly and said, "Your idea, sect master, is truly excellent. If you do that in the future, I will support you and your disciple. Along with that, I will help you find such a hero in this dangerous Jianghu, sect master." Li Gaha slowly raised his head and his calm eyes replied, "Then thank you in advance. I will also find someone I like, however, in the future to cultivate and protect the hero disciple I support. I must also become stronger. In martial arts I will continuously cultivate. Teacher, I leave everything to you. Let us each do our part and work together." Murungbek nodded with a faint satisfied smile. Li Gaha's calm eyes suddenly gleamed with clear determination. "Together we will create a hero whose name will echo throughout the martial world." Murungbek suddenly burst into cheerful laughter. "Indeed, Sectmaster, you always have unique ideas. I still think it's a waste that you're not becoming a hero yourself." Li Gaha stroked his chin slightly, a pensive expression on his face, and said, "As the teacher says, a clever person cannot become a hero. So I suppose I cannot be a hero." Murungbek hurriedly shook his head. "It's all right. Then the Sectmaster and I will create a hero together." Murungbek slightly raised his head and asked, "After our conversation just now, how is the flame in the Sectmaster's heart? Is it still raging fiercely, or has it calmed?" Li Gaha bowed his head and replied, "It still burns within me, however, it no longer threatens my life. It will only erupt powerfully when needed to confront difficult enemies." Upon hearing that, Murungbek nodded slightly and with a satisfied expression. He gazed at Li Gaha, unable to take his eyes off him. A moment later, Li Gaha left Murung's room. He slowly turned and looked at the room, deep in thought. The old memories are fading, being replaced by recent events. The image of the man he had just met suddenly became vivid in his mind. That image in his memory gradually overlapped with Murungbek's face. After reading the book by Gaizonja, Li Gaha calmly organized his questions about Jianghu heroes through his own thoughts and Murung Sensei's opinion. "Now I will simply focus on martial arts, growing stronger each day, so that I can protect my hero disciple in the future." With all his thoughts settled, he turned and walked along the dark forest path. The scene shifted to the Southern Ming Society. Chairs lined both sides, but the room was filled with heavy silence. Li Gaha rested his chin, a bored expression on his face, and lazily looked at the person next to him, asking, "Has he not arrived yet?" The person next to him replied anxiously, "Yes, sir, please wait a moment. A subordinate has already informed the society master and he will arrive soon." He leaned back and let out a big yawn. And he quietly fell into a daze, deep in thought. "Of course, there's a reason I came to the Southern Ming Society alone. Eliminating other factions is no longer my desire. Doing so would mean sacrificing some of my subordinates in a bloody war with the Southern Ming Society. I don't want that." His eyes were half closed as if lost in chaotic thoughts. He continued to nod, swaying his body from drowsiness. The people around him dared not say anything and simply watched in silence. One person slightly bowed his head and whispered to the person next to him, "Is he asleep?" The other replied, "Perhaps." Li Gaha was in a deep sleep, his head tilted, drool trickling from his mouth and a faint snore occasionally escaping his nose. The person looked at Li Gaha and said to the person next to him, "He really seems to be asleep." Suddenly a voice from somewhere broke the silence. "Has the Black Cat Society master arrived?" At those words, Li Gaha slowly opened his eyes. From outside the door, Nam Garrick entered, his sharp gaze sweeping over every face in the room. Li Gaha quietly thought, "That must be the Southern Ming Society master." Nam Garrick gracefully sat in the place of honor and asked in a dignified voice, "Where's the Black Cat Society master?" Person immediately pointed at Li Gaha and said, "Yes, he's asleep over there." Nam Garrick asked again, "Where?" "In the solemn room." Only Li Gaha sat at ease. Nam Garrick's gaze immediately fell upon him. Nam Garrick slightly frowned and asked, "Are you the Black Cat Society master?" Li Gaha calmly raised his head and replied with an unwavering voice and serene eyes, "That would be me." The room instantly fell silent. After a moment, Nam Garrick asked, "Did you come alone? Where are your subordinates?" Li Gaha replied, "I came alone." Li Gaha turned his head, frowned slightly, and said in an annoyed voice, "Hey, bring me some water. I just woke up and my throat is completely dry. Is this how you treat an honored guest who came to your society?" Jingyu, who was sitting at the very end, immediately ordered the subordinate behind him to bring water. A hint of helplessness briefly crossed his face. Nam Garrick let out a slight sigh, then raised his voice and solemnly introduced himself. "I am Nam Garrick of the Southern Ming Society." At the same time, Li Gaha let out a big yawn from boredom and slowly continued in a lazy posture. "I am Li Gaha of the Black Cat Society." Just then, the subordinate approached and respectfully poured tea before him. The tea in the cup slightly trembled, and a clear fragrance subtly emanated. Li Gaha picked up the teacup and asked jokingly, "Hey, you're not trying to poison me, are you?" The subordinate bowed his head and replied, "No, there's no poison," without hesitation. He raised the teacup and emptied it in one gulp. Li Gaha let out a long sigh of comfort. Nam Garrick asked, "Did you just fall asleep here?" Li Gaha replied, "Yes." Nam Garrick maintained a solemn expression and said without taking his eyes off him, "After causing trouble at the gambling house, you come to the Southern Ming Society alone. You're quite bold, aren't you? I heard the Black Cat Society also has quite a few masters. Why didn't you bring them?" Li Gaha said casually. "What's the need to bring them? You invited me, so I came. Bringing subordinates would only be a hassle and gain nothing." Upon hearing that, Nam Garrick slightly raised an eyebrow and sighed. Soon after, Nam Garrick asked in confusion, "Are you the one who killed Jiyu Yongbok, the owner of the gambling house?" "Why did you kill that old man?" Li Gaha explained. "It's simple. That old man and I challenged each other, betting everything. The loser would lose everything. That old man was quite despicable. While I was resting, he sent 2 women to give me an aphrodisiac to knock me out, but in the end it was the old man who died. Namgarek asked again in surprise. You challenged him there? Do you also participate in such gambling? Ligaha replied. There was also a guy named Dongbangan. I was quite curious about his martial arts, so I just challenged him for fun. I heard he was the fighting king there, but he only had an empty reputation. He had no skill, yet challenged masters, so he had no choice but to die. Namgarek's voice deepened as he asked, Didn't Jiyu Yongbok say he belonged to the Southern Ming Society before you killed him? Ligaha replied casually. Yes. Namgarek's eyes suddenly glinted coldly. And you still killed him? Ligaha still replied casually without any fear. What's strange about that? He dared to do such a thing, so he must bear the consequences. How could I let him survive to seek revenge on me? Namgarek looked at his subordinate and asked, Is it true that the Black Cat Society master came alone? Sweating profusely, the subordinate stammered, Yes, that's right. The rest of the subordinates also bowed their heads, their faces full of tension. Namgarek remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Namgarek asked, After you killed Jiyu Yongbok, did you take all his assets from the gambling house? If so, did you also take the money they were supposed to pay to the Southern Ming Society? Ligaha's eyes suddenly gleamed and he glared at the other party in surprise. What do you mean? Namgarek slightly frowned and asked back with sharp eyes, What else is there to say? Ligaha's sharp blade-like gaze stared directly at him, and killing intent filled the room. What do you want? Do you expect me to return that money? Ligaha continued, Are you mocking me right now? Don't even dream that I'll return that money. Namgarek was so furious that blood rushed to his head. Blue veins popped out on his face and he was speechless, unable to say anything. A subordinate, unable to contain his anger, slammed his fist on the table. You damned bastard, how dare you speak so rudely to our society master? Namgarek coldly threw the teacup at the subordinate. His voice deepened, and he commanded resolutely, Shut up, it's not your place to speak. The subordinate hurriedly replied, Yes, society master. Ligaha's eyes glinted with killing intent, and he stared intently at Namgarek. Perhaps you don't know that I made a wager at the gambling house that I would take on Jiyu Yongbok and all his subordinates alone. Didn't your subordinate report that to you? The duel was fair, and both sides agreed. The winner gained everything, and the loser merely died. Now that I have defeated Jiyu Yongbok, it is only natural that all his assets become mine. The money that old man earned was also obtained through gambling and deception. There's no need to worry about me taking his money. And yet you expect me to return it? Namgarek remained silent, saying nothing. Ligaha continued, Perhaps you also don't know this. Previously, I also defeated the Black Cat Society master and took over his position. And when his master, the great Rakshasa, came to avenge his disciple, he also could not escape death. Ligaha smiled faintly and said in a provocative voice, Now, do you still want to ask about the money I earned? Namgarek listened in silence, then opened his eyes wide and stared at Ligaha, and tension filled the room, making everyone feel fear. Namgarek said coldly, Otherwise, what reason do you have for coming here? Ligaha frowned and coldly retorted to Namgarek, Do I need to explain that too? You invited me, so I came. A few subordinates nearby coughed several times and secretly glanced at Ligaha. Ligaha slightly tilted his head and looked at them, then thought to himself, Those damned fellows should have fought to the end after Namgarek was killed by Il Dagong instead of surrendering. Truly loyal subordinates. Since I know that, should I forgive their arrogant and presumptuous actions? I always respect those who are loyal to their leader. Suddenly, Ligaha spoke, I heard that the Southern Ming Society has repeatedly rejected invitations to join large Zhonghu factions like the Sword-Wielding Society. You even rejected Nan Qian Ryong's offer. So your intention must be to remain neutral and not rely on any faction, Namgarek said. It's fortunate that you know that, but what I don't understand is, knowing all that, why did you agree to come here and meet us? Ligaha crossed his arms and replied calmly, It's simple. I just wanted to know what kind of faction you Southern Ming Society are, but you also remember this. If you continue to reject offers from large factions like the Sword-Wielding Society or Nan Qian Ryong, a conflict will be inevitable one day. Then a bloody war will break out. Are you prepared for such a situation? Namgarek slightly raised an eyebrow and showed a meaningful smile. A plan? We, the Southern Ming Society, don't need to do such a thing. I will never surrender or obey before the Sword-Wielding Society or Nan Qian Ryong. Whatever comes, comes. I am ready to gladly accept a war between both sides. Ligaha's eyes gleamed and his expression gradually became one of interest. Interesting. So you mean you'll fight to the end? Ligaha closed his eyes slightly and silently praised inwardly. A leader with such strong convictions and determination always deserves respect and admiration. Ligaha crossed his arms and said, I also have something to say. In this contentious martial world, the orthodox path is not always fair and righteous, and the demonic path is not always as evil and despicable as Jiyu Yongbok. Namgarek asked in surprise. I don't understand what you mean. Ligaha replied, It's simple. Although I am arrogant, I know how to distinguish between good and evil. Having met you today, I'm quite satisfied with your thoughts. If the Sword-Wielding Society or Nan Qian Ryong attacks the Southern Ming Society, I might even help you. Namgarek remained silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into loud laughter, and his laughter echoed throughout the entire space. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that, his subordinates also burst into laughter. Before their laughter faded, Nam Garrick's expression suddenly changed. Then in the end, are you saying that we will owe you a favor and have to pay you for that help? Li Gaha calmly replied. There's no need for that. You don't know something. I have never demanded tribute or favors from subordinates like the Black Cat Society, Black Heavens Fort, Teacher Sue, or Ilyang County. Moreover, I distributed all the money obtained from Ji Yang Bok's gambling house to those subordinates. Nam Garrick asked in a confused voice. What did you say? Li Gaha replied. I helped those who wanted to farm return to agriculture, and I supported those who wanted to be merchants. I helped many who wanted to find a profession that would help them after leaving the Jianghu. Those who follow me now are merely those who only know how to fight. Li Gaha crossed his arms and continued. Although I made a mess of Ji Yang Bok's gambling house, I only killed those who deserved to die and didn't indiscriminately slaughter his subordinates. Now that the gambling house has burned down, those subordinates will have nowhere else to stay. They probably went off on their own to find other work. No one said a word. The room was silent as they listened to every word Li Gaha spoke. Li Gaha continued, You should know this, I am not calculating, nor am I interested in other people's affairs. However, I particularly like people like you, who have a sense of chivalry and strong convictions. I don't demand much from those I've helped, but if a time comes when they are needed, I hope everyone can gather under the banner of the Hao sect. Nam Garrick was startled. The Hao sect? So you mean you are the society master of the Hao sect? Li Gaha replied, You could say that. Li Gaha stood up abruptly and continued, I've said all I need to say. If you still want to oppose me, then do so. If you want to join the Hao sect, even better. Whether as an enemy or an ally, I always respect those like you who have a sense of chivalry towards your subordinates. But you must remember this. Li Gaha suddenly paused and lowered his voice. Do not try to take back the money I obtained from Ji Yang Bok's gambling house, or harbor hostile intentions towards my subordinates. I'm telling you this now. If I hear news of anyone interfering with or harming the legitimate businesses of innocent people in my territory, I will not stand idly by. If that happens, be prepared to face my wrath. The subordinates around Li Gaha all trembled from the aura emanating from him. Li Gaha continued, Neither before nor now have I ever spoken so much or explained myself to anyone as I have to you. I'm saying this because I value and respect you. Section. Whether it's a confrontation or an alliance, think it over carefully. Li Gaha finished speaking, turned his back and headed for the door. A low voice of warning echoed, implying that this careful decision could change the future of the Southern Ming Society. Li Gaha opened the door and left. Nam Garrick unexpectedly called out to him. Hey Pavilion Master. Li Gaha turned and asked, Why? Nam Garrick smiled and said, I heard your words, but I haven't seen your skills yet, so how can I make a decision? Li Gaha sneered slightly. You're quite something, but don't think you can threaten me with a few low-level subordinates. Nam Garrick just stared at him with a cold expression, saying nothing. Nam Garrick slowly rose and said with a laugh, Someone like you coming here alone without subordinates and speaking with such an arrogant tone, honestly, you're nothing short of a madman. I've never seen anyone like you before. Nam Garrick's smile turned into a sneer, his eyes full of challenge. Isn't it time you showed some of your skills? Let's have a fair one-on-one duel first. What do you say? If you lose to me, all the forces of the Hao sect must pledge allegiance to our Southern Ming Society. Li Gaha asked, What if I win? Nam Garrick immediately looked back at his subordinates, then he looked at Li Gaha with a half-smile, half-sneer. Win? That's impossible, isn't it? His subordinates also burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Ha ha ha. Watching the scene before him, Li Gaha merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Unexpectedly, Li Gaha also burst into loud laughter. His laughter was full of amusement. Society Master Nam, you're full of confidence. I truly didn't expect you to say such a thing. Truly ridiculous. Nam Garrick gritted his teeth in anger. Li Gaha said, But you're quite foolish too. The subordinates immediately fell silent and stared at Li Gaha. Li Gaha continued to laugh. To be able to say such a thing, you must be quite confident in your own strength, aren't you? Hearing that makes me truly happy. Nam Garrick lowered his voice, saying each word with a cold warning. Don't underestimate me so much. Li Gaha laughed and said, Good, that's enough talk. Let's put it into action. An eerie silence enveloped the entire space like a prelude to an impending bloody battle. A moment later, the sound of footsteps echoed in unison as people emerged from the pavilion. Finally, they chose the spacious front yard as their duel ground and stopped. Nam Garrick crossed his arms and said confidently, How do you want to fight? Li Gaha also crossed his arms and replied, Do as you please. I'm skilled in both scholarly and martial arts, so let's fight with what you're most confident in. Nam Garrick merely replied coldly, Li Gaha, without mincing words, blurted out, Honestly, seeing your face right now, I really want to punch it a few times. Nam Garrick, angered, immediately frowned, seeming to grit his teeth and suppress his rage. Li Gaha coldly plunged his sword into the ground and said, I think it would be best for us to fight with fist techniques, since it's my first duel with Society Master Nam. I don't particularly want to shed blood. Besides seeing your disgusting face, I really want to give you a few punches to knock some sense into you. What do you say? Nam Garrick could no longer contain himself, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Damn it, I'll do as you wish. Li Gaha sneered slightly, a satisfied smile on his face. Nam Garrick immediately shot towards Li Gaha like an arrow. Nam Garrick swung his fist with all his might, but Li Gaha tilted his body to dodge by a hair's breadth. He didn't give up and immediately threw another punch, but it also only cut through the air. Finally, Nam Garrick spun around and delivered a side kick. It flew straight towards Li Gaha. Facing the attack, Li Gaha was not flustered at all, moving lightly and soaring into the air, and Nam Garrick also desperately leapt after him. Nam Garrick rushed towards Li Gaha like lightning, but his attack was immediately blocked by Li Gaha, and everything was suddenly enveloped in smoke. As the smoke gradually cleared, Nam Garrick's figure was revealed, having been sent flying back and standing a considerable distance from Li Gaha. Nam Garrick frowned slightly, suppressing his anger and glaring directly at Li Gaha, but Li Gaha was still calm and unharmed. A slight sneer played on his lips. As Li Gaha waved his hand, a burning hot aura like molten lava erupted. Nam Garrick's eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. Li Gaha coldly warned, his eyes solemn, "That's enough playing around, Society Master Nam, be careful." Li Gaha sneered slightly as he issued the warning, "Society Master Nam, watch out." Li Gaha stepped back and assumed a resolute stance. A moment later, he charged forward like lightning, seemingly tearing through space. Nam Garrick immediately raised his hands with all his might to block in front of his chest, preparing to ward off the fiercely pouring attack. A tremendous crash echoed as if shaking heaven and earth. The single blow sent Nam Garrick flying far away, and the ground beneath his feet cracked along a fierce trajectory. His face suddenly darkened. He frowned and gritted his teeth in anger. Before he could catch his breath, Li Gaha rushed forward and appeared before him, delivering a majestic blow from top to bottom. Nam Garrick was in extreme panic, almost instinctively raising his hands to block the descending attack. An ear-splitting explosion ripped through the air and dust billowed everywhere, covering everything. Nam Garrick was sent flying far away, stumbling amidst the lingering dust. In extreme pain, he bowed his head and knelt before Li Gaha, his posture humiliating and desperate. Li Gaha remained motionless, staring at Nam Garrick with cold eyes, saying nothing. Li Gaha's indifferent and cold demeanor made Nam Garrick's blood boil with rage. Li Gaha chuckled inwardly. He's quite skilled. He didn't lose even after taking one hit. Without warning, Li Gaha suddenly charged forward. With an arrogant gaze, he resolutely raised his foot, and a powerful kick, cutting through the air, flew straight towards Nam Garrick. Nam Garrick immediately raised his hands to block, struggling to parry the incoming kick. Immediately after, he attempted a feint kick to trick his opponent. Taking advantage of Nam Garrick's momentary lapse, he immediately delivered a descending strike from above, putting all his strength into it. Nam Garrick gritted his teeth and endured the pouring pressure, his eyes showing a determination not to yield an inch. Outside, the subordinates nervously watched the battle within with unease. Is Society Master Nam being overwhelmed? At this moment, Nam Garrick was gasping for breath as if his strength was completely depleted. The two suddenly recoiled backward. Nam Garrick gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger without hesitation. Li Gaha immediately unleashed a technique. His movements were as fast as lightning. It was the Absorption Grand Technique. A huge black hand suddenly appeared from his palm, emitting an eerie aura. Nam Garrick was terrified and flustered. As Li Gaha lightly waved his hand, the huge black hand immediately firmly grasped Nam Garrick, and he was pulled before him as if utterly powerless. Suddenly, the entire ground was enveloped in smoke. Nam Garrick was sent flying far away and slammed brutally to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Seeing that sight, the subordinates' faces turned pale, their eyes filled with panic, and they were speechless. His body trembled with pain. But Society Master Nam forced himself to endure, clutching the hilt of his sword with trembling hands, and shouted in extreme rage, "Draw your sword!" His face contorted with anger. Nam Garrick roared like a madman. "Hao Sec Master, let's fight with swordsmanship." Li Gaha stared at him in silence, gazing at Nam Garrick with an expressionless face. Suddenly a slight sneer played on his lips, and he replied with an amused expression, "Good." As Li Gaha extended his hand, demonic energy wrapped around his palm, drawing the distant sword towards him. The subordinates were terrified and shocked. Li Gaha smiled slightly, calmly drawing Chinging's sword from its scabbard. A fiercely burning power exploded from the blade, and in an instant his eyes turned cold and indifferent. He said nothing. That indifferent demeanor alone made Li Gaha more terrifying than ever to his subordinates, and their anxiety grew in their hearts. "Damn it, he's drawn his sword. Society Master Nam is as good as dead." The two assumed their stances, sword tips firmly pointed at each other. The tension taut. Li Gaha sneered slightly, a half-smile provoking him. "Are you ready to die?" Nam Garrick's eyes blazed with anger, but he remained silent, giving no reply. The surrounding subordinates began to dissuade him with worried voices. "Society Master, stop!" However, Nam Garrick still did not back down. His gaze was fixed on the sword from which a fierce power surged, and then he bit his lip tightly, seemingly suppressing his boiling rage. Finally the sword returned to its scabbard, but his words were still filled with indignation and regret. "There's no help for it. I seem to have lost." Li Gaha lightly sheathed his sword, saying with a satisfied gaze, "Well done. Knowing when to retreat is a virtue of the wise. Let's end it here." Nam Garrick frowned and with a rough hand hastily wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Li Gaha turned his body, glanced at Society Master Nam, and then calmly turned his back and walked away. "Then I'm leaving. See you next time." The subordinate stood dumbfounded, full of bewilderment. He's just leaving? He won against Nam Garrick, but he's not asking for anything. Nam Garrick approached him, inviting, "Hao Sec Master, won't you stay for a cup of tea?" Li Gaha lightly waved his hand, firmly refusing. Another time, Nam Garrick asked. Then what happens next? Li Gaha suddenly stopped and replied lightly. It's just as it is. You are still the society master of the Southern Ming Society, and I am still the society master of the Haro sect. And he continued walking, leaving behind only the astonished gazes of everyone. Li Gaha stopped in his tracks, turned around and raised his voice. If you want to fight me again, come find me at the Haro sect. You're always welcome. Nam Garrick's eyes widened, unable to hide his extreme surprise. Li Gaha continued to walk, leaving a final warning before moving on. If you are attacked by the sword-wielding society or Nanqian Ryong, you can ask me for help. Nam Garrick looked at him, his face full of suspicion. Will you come to help? Li Gaha smiled and said, Of course, I'm looking forward to it very much. Nam Garrick was surprised and thought inwardly, he's really going to help the Southern Ming Society? Li Gaha walked slowly, thinking inwardly. The choice is yours, Nam Garrick. Will you die like in my previous life, or will you join my Haro sect and change your fate? Li Gaha raised his head and thought inwardly, I don't want to force anyone. Your fate is yours to decide. If you follow me in this life, your fate might change. Li Gaha suddenly recalled Murongbek's words. If that rage appears again, you must confront an opponent stronger than yourself. He slowly walked a relaxed posture. As the wind brushed past, he raised his head to face it as if seeking tranquility. The tranquility in confronting the world. The mind as calm as a lake. The rage confronting great waves, exuding the emotions of life. Li Gaha walked alone, step by step. It was truly boring. Li Gaha sighed and said, My life is truly pitiful. Li Gaha reminisced. In the past I went to Iwa Inn to return the Iron Shield to the Iron Shield Dragon Lord. I was very curious if it could be reforged into a sword or if it would fail. I sent the black and white twin beauties to Murong Sensei to learn medical arts. If they could learn medical arts, young Master Murong would keep them. Otherwise they would return to the Black Cat Society to work.